What should one do when traversing into a fantastical world and becoming an errand disciple? Ding! The 10,000-fold return system is at your service. All positive gains and limits of cultivation are amplified by 10,000 times. The limit of body refinement strength is 10,000 gene. Yet for me, Xiao Yun is a staggering 100 million gene. The maximum condensation of the spirit sea realm is 100-zhang. Yet what is this million-zhang spirit sea of mine? Not long after, a formidable force from the demonic path strikes, and the Great Sun dynasty is on the brink of destruction. With his cultivation reaching the divine mansion realm, Xiao Yun casually strikes down with a palm, and 1,000,000 demon cultivators are instantly reduced to nothingness. Chapter 1. The 10,000-fold Return System. In the Tianyuan continent, at the Xianyang Sect in the Ironwood Forest, Xiao Yun leaned against a massive tree, his gaze vacant and devoid of spirit as he stared at the heavens, his mind almost engulfed in a void. Alas! After a long while, a deep sigh escaped his lips. Xiao Yun, having traversed into this Tianyuan continent, has spent a full 17 years. From a homeless orphan wandering the streets to successfully joining the Xianyang sect as an errand disciple, he has exhausted all his efforts. Regrettably, after 3 years of cultivation at the Xianyang sect, he still cannot perceive the spiritual energy of the world, and his cultivation that remains stagnant at the 3rd level of body refinement. Although the people of the Xianyang sect have never made things difficult for him, even offering him great assistance, his innate talent is simply too poor. No matter what, a breakthrough in cultivation seems impossible. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun slowly closed his eyes as an errand disciple. If he cannot perceive the spiritual energy of the world and reach the 7th level of body refinement within 3 years, he will be sent back to his place of origin, losing the opportunity to continue his training at the Xianyang sect. Why can't I possess the essential golden finger of a transmigrator? The thought of being sent back down the mountain filled Xiao Yun with a deep sense of unwillingness, and he clenched his fists tightly. Over the past 3 years, he has exerted efforts several times greater than others. Even countless disciples and elders within the sect were moved by his dedication. Yet the outcome is but a sorrowful retreat. Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he picked up the axe beside him, glaring at the massive tree, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Why?" Boom! As if venting his frustrations, Xiao Yun struck down fiercely with the axe, producing a resounding crash, leaving a shallow mark on the giant tree. Felling this ironwood tree was his task for today. As an errand disciple, he must complete various menial tasks assigned by the sect each day to earn items necessary for cultivation. Throughout this year, Xiao Yun has chopped down an ironwood tree every single day. With each day bringing forth tens of thousands of axe swings, he hoped to strengthen his physique and increase his physical power. Boom! 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 Xiao Yun remained expressionless, simply continuing to bring the axe down repeatedly, stirring up clouds of dust around him. The ironwood was incredibly sturdy, and after a dozen strikes, he barely managed to create a slight crack in it. Completely fell it would require him to swing the axe from dawn until dusk. Yet, even so, Xiao Yun has never chosen any other tasks, continuously chopping the ironwood day after day. Since he cannot draw upon spiritual energy for body refinement, he resorts to this most rudimentary method to temper himself and hone his physical body. Alas, junior brother Zhao's diligence is truly a source of shame for us in the distance. 2 white-clad disciples flying on swords observe this scene, shaking their heads with sighs. Xiao Yun's industriousness is unparalleled even within the entirety of the Xianyang sect. Regrettably, that he happens to possess abysmal talent, and the fruits of his labor are utterly incomparable to his efforts. Considering the time, in a month, junior brother Xiao will indeed be sent down the mountain. Won't he? Upon witnessing this, one of the youths murmured, his eyes filled with pity. His name is Zhou Tong, who had joined the Xianyang sect 3 years ago alongside Xiao Yun and had received much assistance from him, fostering a close relationship. Now, 3 years later, Zhou Tong has successfully broken through body refinement, reaching the spirit sea realm, and has become an outer disciple of the Xianyang sect. In contrast, Xiao Yun remains stuck at the 3rd level of body refinement and is about to be sent down the mountain with no further opportunity for cultivation. Whoosh! With this thought, Zhou Tong swiftly descended, arriving behind Xiao Yun. Huh, huh. Xiao Yun, drenched in sweat, turned to look at Zhou Tong. His arms ached, and his skin was marred with numerous scars, appearing alarmingly gruesome. Brother Xiao, Zhou Tong discreetly produced a storage pouch, gently placing it atop a nearby boulder. Inside are 50 low-grade spirit stones, 100 body refinement pills, and 3 spirit gathering powders. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Zhou Tong, am your brother. Even after you descend the mountain, I will continue to look out for you. Thank you. Gazing at Zhou Tong before him, Xiao Yun's lips trembled as he set down the axe and abruptly embraced Zhou Tong tightly. In this world, Xiao Yun is utterly alone, without any family. Fortunately, having arrived at the Xianyang sect, he has forged many friendships and brotherhoods, bringing him some solace. Junior brother Xiao, since there is still a month left, I will assist you as well. After all, we are both disciples of the Xianyang sect and should help each other. Another white-clad disciple also took out a storage pouch, smiling as he handed it to Xiao Yun. All right, Zhou Tong and I need to submit our tasks, so we shall take our leave. As they spoke, the two exchanged glances and waved goodbye. Thank you, brothers. Watching the two gradually disappear, Xiao Yun felt warmth flooding his heart as he murmured. He then picked up a storage pouch. However, ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 50 low-grade spirit stones, with returns amplified 10,000-fold, resulting in 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 100 body refinement pills, with returns amplified 10,000-fold, resulting in 1 million body refinement pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 3 spirit gathering powders, with returns amplified 10,000-fold, resulting in 30,000 spirit gathering powders. A series of cold, mechanical voices suddenly echoed within Xiao Yun's mind, startling him into wide-eyed astonishment. 10,000-fold return. Could this possibly be the legendary system? Xiao Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he examined the storage pouch in his hand. Inside, the spirit stones and pills had piled up like a mountain, nearly bursting the small storage pouch apart. 500,000 spirit stones, 1 million body refinement pills, 30,000 spirit gathering powders. Such an immense wealth of resources caused Xiao Yun's eyes to redden, his heart racing violently. An errand disciple could only obtain a single body refinement pill each month, and as for spirit stones, even outer disciples would receive a mere 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. The gathering of vital energy not only enhances the chances of a body-refining cultivator to break through the spirit sea by 30%, but its value surpasses that of 100 spirit stones. Yet now, these elixirs and spirit stones gifted by Zhou Tong have astonishingly multiplied 1,000-fold. Chapter 2. The Colossal Force of 500,000 Gene, Chopping Down the Ironwood Forest. System. When did you actually activate? After countless confirmations, Xiao Yun finally suppressed the overwhelming joy within him and inquired silently. Ding. Soon, the system's calm response echoed. Greetings, host. The 10,000-fold return system was officially activated 5 minutes and 53 seconds ago, approximately 6 minutes prior, which coincided perfectly with the arrival of Zhou Tong and the others. System, what functions do you possess? Although somewhat puzzled by the system's sudden appearance, Xiao Yun pushed aside his curiosity and inquired about its capabilities. After wandering in this foreign realm for 17 years, he had finally obtained his own golden finger today. Xiao Yun's heart surged with excitement, feeling that all the hardships he had endured thus far were indeed worthwhile. Ding. The system currently possesses only one function. That is to allow the host's positive gains to experience a 10,000-fold increase, while simultaneously amplifying the upper limits of each cultivation realm by the same factor. The system's cold voice soon followed, plunging Xiao Yun into deep contemplation. All positive gains, 10,000-fold increase, and the upper limits of power? In the Tianyuan continent, cultivation realms were divided into body refinement, spirit sea, spirit transformation, divine mansion, unity, celestial being, honored, sovereign, holy realm, saint, great saint, saint king, semi-emperor, great emperor, and the exalted one. Among these, in the body refinement stage, the limit for an average person could reach a force of 10,000 gene. Those with divine bodies and holy bodies could possess tens of thousands, even 100,000 gene of power. If this limit were multiplied by 10,000, Would Xiao Yun possess a minimum of 100 million gene of strength at the body refinement stage? In an instant, as Xiao Yun pondered this, an ethereal panel materialized in his mind. Host, Xiao Yun. Cultivation, body refinement stage 3, 3000 gene strength, upper limit 100 million gene. Talent, below average. Technique, none, can cultivate after perceiving spiritual energy. Martial skill, spirit echo fist, yellow rank, lower grade, minor achievement. Items, 500,000 lower grade spirit stones. 1 million body refinement pills, 30,000 chi gathering pills. Indeed, glancing at the cultivation section, Xiao Yun was immediately filled with joy. Just in the body refinement stage, he could potentially possess a staggering 100 million gene of colossal strength. 100 million gene, equivalent to a full 50,000 tons of power in his previous life on Blue Star. If combined with the amplification of spiritual power and martial skills, he could unleash a terrifying force exceeding 100,000 tons. Such power, even a formidable expert in the Divine Mansion realm would likely hesitate to confront head-on. In an instant, Xiao Yun grasped his axe and struck once more at the ironwood ahead. He wished to test whether the system's claims of positive gain enhancement were indeed real. Bang! The axe sank deeply into the colossal tree's surface. This was a strike where Xiao Yun exerted all his strength, amounting to 3,000 gene. Soon ding. Detected host muscle movement, gained 0.003 gene strength increase. Return on investment results in a 30 gene strength increase. A warm current surged through Xiao Yun's body, making him feel as if every pore was gently expanding, a sensation of exhilaration enveloping him entirely. Haha, indeed, it truly works. Xiao Yun's face beamed with delight as he couldn't help but roar in his heart. He had initially harbored concerns that the system's so-called 10,000-fold return would only apply to external objects, which would mean that reaching the body refinement stage limit of 100 million gene would require considerable resources and time. But now, with just a single strike, he had gained 30 gene of strength. Moreover, Xiao Yun could swing the axe tens of thousands of times each day. Combined, that could result in hundreds of thousands, even millions of gene and strength increase. If that were the case, what about the effects of the body refinement pills? In the next moment, Xiao Yun swallowed a body refinement pill. Ding. Detected host swallowing body refinement pill, medicinal power conversion, gained 50 gene strength increase, return on investment results in a 50,000 gene strength increase. Boom. In an instant, every bone in Xiao Yun's body erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to a lightning strike. The sheer strength threatened to shatter flesh, tendons, and bones. Even with Xiao Yun's willpower, he couldn't help but emit a muffled groan of pain. However, soon, due to the 10,000-fold increase in the medicinal power, the intense agony began to fade. Replacing it was an indescribable exhilaration. It felt as if a bird, trapped in a cage for countless years, finally broke free from its confinement. Boom. Xiao Yun casually threw a punch, unleashing immense power that distorting the air, producing a terrifying sonic boom. His strength had now reached an astonishing 50,000 gene, far surpassing the ordinary limit of 10,000 gene and exceeding countless prodigies. Perhaps only the legendary offspring of ancient ferocious beasts could rival him. Ding. Due to the host's body adapting to the medicinal power, the effect of the body refinement pill has decreased to 30. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Xiao Yun paused momentarily, but quickly accepted this outcome. After all, pills were ultimately an external force. Reaching true limits solely through the power of pills was utterly impossible. Let me see the strength of this body now. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, once again picking up the axe from the ground and gazing at the lush ironwood forest ahead, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously, Xiao Yun lifted the axe and struck at the towering ironwood tree before him. Boom. The axe sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the towering tree that stood over 10 zhang tall. Unlike before, with this single blow, the tree trunk, a full yard wide, collapsed in an instant. In a moment, dust filled the air, completely obscuring Xiao Yun's figure. Ding. Detected host muscle movement, gained 0.005 gene strength increase, return on investment results in a 50 gene strength increase. The system's cold mechanical voice resounded once more, but to Xiao Yun's ears, it sounded like heavenly music. Continue. He swallowed another body refinement pill, his form surged upward, charging into the midst of countless ironwoods. Bang. Another axe strike. A robust ironwood fell, stirring up endless dust. In just half an hour of this frenzied onslaught, hundreds of colossal trees crashed down. With each strike, Xiao Yun's strength continued to surge dramatically. Chapter 3. The Crumbling Lu Bo, 230 million gene of strength. The following day, as dawn broke, gazing at the nearly all-felled ironwood forest, a white-haired elder found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion. Amidst the numerous ironwoods, Xiao Yun sleepily opened his eyes, glancing at the distant elder and casually waved his hand. Elder Lu, you have arrived. Lu Bo, one of the stewards responsible for assigning tasks to the outer disciples, and also the overseer of the ironwood forest, was naturally well known to Xiao Yun. Moreover, the two shared a certain camaraderie. After all, without Lu Bo, Xiao Yun would never have been able to continuously chop down ironwood for an entire year, honing his skills in the process. However, upon encountering Xiao Yun, Lu Bo was struck as if he had seen a ghost, rendered speechless and standing frozen in place, his face awash with shock as he gazed upon Xiao Yun. Who dared to fell my entire ironwood forest? After a prolonged silence, he finally let out a furious roar, his face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging alarmingly on his forehead. Here lay nearly 10,000 ironwood trees, each requiring immense effort to fell. Yet now they all lay toppled. How could this be? Lu Bo's heart ached as though it were bleeding. This forest had been planted by his great-grandfather, passed down through generations, having endured the test of over 1,000 years. The ancient trees deep within, some a millennium old, were beyond even his strength as a divine mansion realm expert to destroy. Who did this? Who indeed? In the next moment, Lu Bo unleashed another thunderous roar towards the heavens. The sound reverberated, shaking the surroundings. This scene left the disciples of various sects passing by utterly dumbfounded, some unable to comprehend the situation. What was happening? The esteemed steward of the divine mansion realm was behaving as if he had lost his sanity. Steward Lu, the task you assigned me was to fell these ironwoods, wasn't he it? Xiao Yun scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke. I seem to have overexerted myself yesterday and accidentally finished them all. Are there any other ironwood forests? Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's mouth twitched, his complexion alternating between green and purple, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. A mere servant disciple with a cultivation of only the 3rd layer of body refinement. Tell me you finished felling these ironwoods in a single night. And you did it by accident. In the next moment, Lu Bo was so incensed that he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood and fainted on the spot. After transporting Lu Bo to the sect's infirmary, Xiao Yun sighed with relief. This old man, though a strong expert in the divine mansion realm, had a physique that was truly too frail. He merely felled a few trees and was driven to fainting by anger. As Xiao Yun walked along the main road of the sect, he pondered this in his heart. Just then, isn't that Xiao Yun? 3 burly men dressed in outer sect disciple garb, with fierce and menacing expressions, blocked Xiao Yun's path. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened slightly. After a night of frenzied tree felling, his strength had surged to a staggering 23 million pounds. This amount was already a full 2,300 times the limit of an ordinary person's body refinement. Dealing with a few outer sect disciples at the Spirit Sea realm would be a mere flick of his fingers, prompting them to beg for their lives. However, such a clutch scenario could hardly occur within the Xianyang sect. Virtue was the foremost requirement for disciples admitted into the Xianyang sect. Once one entered the sect, they were all family, meant to support one another and not engage in oppression or infighting. Yet now, the 3 ruffians before him seemed to harbor ill intentions. Oh, you recognize me? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. Of course, junior brother Zhao's name is known by all in the Xianyang sect. The leading man grinned ominously, reaching towards his storage pouch as if to retrieve a weapon. The atmosphere grew tense. Xiao Yun also readied himself for an immediate counterattack. Should they dare to strike, he would undoubtedly suppress them with overwhelming force. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yun's expression froze entirely. Junior brother Xiao, this is a spirit weapon we commissioned for you at the artifact refining hall. We 3 brothers have always admired your diligence and bravery in cultivation. We hope you won't find it lacking. What he produced was a pitch-black great sword, which he handed to Xiao Yun with a grin. Xiao Yun felt a warmth in his heart, wanting to refuse, but the man insisted on pressing it into his hands before swiftly turning to leave. Junior brother Xiao, you must reach the 7th layer of body refinement. Don't let them send you down the mountain. Their voices, filled with anticipation, echoed behind them. Rest assured, watching their figures gradually disappear, Xiao Yun smiled broadly, his eyes slightly moist. How wonderful it was to join the Xianyang sect. Ding. Congratulations to the host on acquiring a high-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon. You may choose to receive it in a quantity of 10,000 times or a quality of 10,000 times. In the next moment, upon catching the pitch-black great sword, the system's voice reverberated in his ears. 10,000 times. 10,000 times quality? Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the system provided him with 2 options. Yet after a moment's thought, he realized that even possessing 10,000 spirit weapons would not significantly enhance his strength. System, I choose 10,000 times quality. With that, Xiao Yun silently made his choice to amplify the quality. Ding. Quality amplification of 10,000 times completed. Congratulations, host. On acquiring a low-grade heavenly tier spirit weapon, it is now ready for naming. Buzzing. At that moment, the pitch-black great sword in his hand began to shimmer with numerous dark red patterns. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily intense edge seemed ready to burst forth. Xiao Yun even felt that his hands gripping the sword had become immensely heavy. That sword, which previously weighed only 100 pounds, now likely exceeded a staggering 100,000 pounds. Name it. Lifting the great sword, which weighed 100,000 pounds. Xiao Yun found it felt as light as a feather in his grasp. Then let it be named Dark Pursuit. Gazing at the shadowy blade, his eyes sparkled as he softly declared, Dark Pursuit. With a single strike, it brings forth darkness to the world. As a low-grade heavenly tier spirit weapon, it fully deserved such a name. Chapter 4. Chu Yun's Gift, a high-grade heavenly tier martial technique. Ding. Low-grade heavenly tier spirit weapon Dark Pursuit named successfully. Ding. The system space has now been activated, possessing infinite capacity to perfectly store all of the host's belongings. The system's voice resounded once more, bringing Xiao Yun immense joy. His current storage pouch was nearing its limit, and the emergence of the system space was like a timely rain on parched earth. Buzzing. With a mere thought, Dark Pursuit along with the items from his previous 2 storage pouches were instantly transferred into the system space. The space within seemed boundless, as if it could encompass an entire world. Host, Xiao Yun. Cultivation, 10th layer of body refinement, 23 million pounds of strength, upper limit 100 million pounds. Talent, mediocre. Cultivation method, none, can cultivate after sensing spiritual energy. Martial technique, Spirit Resonance Fist, low-grade yellow tier, minor achievement. Items, 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, 150,000 body refinement pills, 30,000 chi gathering pills. After examining his current status panel, Xiao Yun casually took out a dozen body refinement pills, chewing on them like candy. Ding. Detected that the host has consumed body refinement pills. Medicinal power converted, resulting in a 5-pound increase in strength, with a 10,000-fold return yielding a 50,000-pound increase in strength. Ding. Detected that the host has consumed body refinement pills. Medicinal power converted, resulting in a 4-pound increase in strength, with a 10,000-fold return yielding a 40,000-pound increase in strength. However, in the present day, Xiao Yun's physique has become entirely acclimated to the potency of the body refining pill. Even with the effect of a 10,000-fold return, he could only attain a strength increase of several tens of thousands of pounds. Moreover, the rate of this growth continues to decline. The Scripture Pavilion. Soon, Xiao Yun arrived at his destination, the only scripture pavilion within the Xianyang Sect, a repository of countless techniques and martial arts, housing powerful secret texts and the insights left by the sages of past generations. Xiao Yun. As soon as Xiao Yun stepped into the scripture pavilion, a voice of surprise rang out. Sister Chu? Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Yun turned to look. Before him stood a tall woman in a white dress, her skin as fair as snow, with delicate brows and starry eyes. Although she may not be stunningly beautiful, she possessed a charm that grew more captivating the longer one looked, exuding an aura of comfort. Her name was Chu Yun, a prominent figure among the outer disciples of the Xianyang Sect, boasting strength at the first level of the spirit transformation realm, and was revered as the eldest sister among the outer sect. Chu Yun was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, frequently assisting the sect's miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples. In the past, Xiao Yun had also received her help. Junior brother Xiao, what brings you here? Have you broken through? Seeing Xiao Yun unexpectedly appear before the scripture pavilion, Chu Yun's expression momentarily froze. Miscellaneous disciples were only allowed to enter the scripture pavilion to select techniques upon reaching the 7th level of body refining. Chu Yun recalled that just a month ago, Xiao Yun's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of body refining. How could he possibly have advanced to the 7th level in such a short span of time? Just lucky, Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying her query. Congratulations, junior brother Xiao. Oh, if you were to be sent down the mountain, I would surely be lonely. Hearing this, Chu Yun's eyes brightened, and she patted her chest, appearing visibly relieved. Achieving a breakthrough to the 7th level of body refining within a month indicated that Xiao Yun must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. However, she had no intention of prying into his secrets. She was genuinely happy for him. Ahem. At her words, Xiao Yun couldn't help but cough awkwardly, scratching his head. Sister, please do not jest. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave and enter the scripture pavilion. Wait. Noticing Xiao Yun's intent to leave, Chu Yun quickly called out to him and pulled him aside, speaking in a somewhat mysterious tone. Junior brother Xiao? This is a martial technique I unexpectedly obtained during my last trip down the mountain, the Xiantier middle grade, breaking force palm. Xiao Yun produced a worn ancient book and handed it to Xiao Yun. This technique is incredibly fierce, its power comparable to an ordinary Xianxiaaudiobooks upper-grade martial art. However, as it conflicts with my own cultivation method, Azure Water Heaven Decision, I am gifting it to you. Sister, this gift is too precious. I cannot possibly accept it. Xiao Yun replied, momentarily stunned by Xiao Yun's words. A Xianxiaaudiobooks middle-grade martial technique. That is a treasure worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. We have only met a few times. How could I accept such a generous gift? Xiao Yun gently waved her hand, speaking softly, Junior brother Xiao. There is no need for such formalities. This is a congratulatory gift from me. I hope to see you in the outer sect soon. But Xiao, if you say another word, I might just become unhappy. Xiao Yun interjected, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully as she feigned annoyance. Alas, since you insist, I shall graciously accept. Xiao Yun sighed in resignation, ultimately extending his hand to receive the martial technique gifted by Xiao Yun. That's more like it. Seeing Xiao Yun relent, Xiao Yun's expression softened, and she let out a light hum. Hee, Junior brother Xiao, I shall not accompany you any further. With that, Xiao Yun winked at Xiao Yun and gracefully departed. Thank you, sister. Watching her retreating figure, a gentle smile graced Xiao Yun's lips as he murmured, this kindness, I, Xiao Yun, shall repay in the future. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Xianxiaaudiobooks middle-grade martial technique Breaking Force Palm. Quality enhanced by 10,000 times, elevating Breaking Force Palm to the Heaven Tier Upper Grade. Heaven Tier Upper Grade. In the next moment, upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yun's body trembled with exhilaration. Even among the Xianyang sect, the most prestigious martial arts barely reached the lower tier of Heaven Tier. A Heaven Tier Upper Grade martial technique could incite bloodshed even within a vast imperial dynasty. At that moment, Xiao Yun's heart raced with excitement. Fortunately, he was within the Xianyang sect. Even if someone discovered the true tier of the Breaking Force Palm and the Shadows of the Dark, they would hardly covet it. However, outside the sect, there were bound to be those willing to take risks. After all, the allure of Heaven Tier items was overwhelming, and once targeted, trouble would surely follow. Thus, Xiao Yun made a decisive resolution. In the time ahead, I must strive to elevate my strength as much as possible. Currently, with 2,300,000 pounds of power, I may not be safe. Only by reaching 100 million pounds of strength, or even ascending to the Spirit Sea realm, the Spirit Transformation realm, or even the Divine Palace realm, can I truly secure my position. First, let me explore the Scripture Pavilion. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yun's figure flickered as he entered the Scripture Pavilion. Chapter 5. Unveiling Strength, Sweeping the Scripture Pavilion. Name, Xiao Yun. Gender, a male. You are a miscellaneous disciple, and your cultivation has reached the 7th level of body refining? Inside the Scripture Pavilion, an elderly man with gray hair sat behind the counter, slowly perusing a book. Upon noticing Xiao Yun's arrival, he merely cast a disinterested glance and casually inquired. Yes. Nodding, Xiao Yun responded. Smash. Then let this elder verify your strength. Upon receiving Xiao Yun's affirmative response, the old man closed the book and leaned forward, rummaging through something. After a brief moment, the old man produced a spirit tool resembling a bronze mirror, blowing off the dust. Buzz. Instantly, the spirit tool floated up on its own, coming to rest before Xiao Yun. Ahem. Yawn. Strike that thing with a punch. If your strength is not above 7,000 pounds, then you should obediently roll back. The old man, seemingly choked by the dust, coughed a few times and suddenly yawned. Waving a hand at Xiao Yun, the Xianxiaaudiobooks lower grade strength measuring mirror could accurately gauge one's power by absorbing the force exerted. All right. Xiao Yun offered no further words. Stepping forward to the position indicated by the old man, clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! Instantly, the entire Scripture Pavilion trembled violently, drawing the curious gazes of many disciples inside. Oh no, I forgot to hold back. Xiao Yun inwardly lamented, inadvertently unleashing his full strength. Crack, crack. The measuring mirror emitted blinding white light as its cracks multiplied. Finally, boom. With a muffled sound, it shattered into pieces. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder guarding the Scripture Pavilion nearly had his eyes pop out in sheer astonishment. The strength measuring mirror had been shattered by someone. Could it truly bear a force exceeding 10 million pounds? The elder hastily approached, gazing at the utterly shattered force measurement device on the ground, feeling as though his entire worldview was about to be irrevocably overturned. There was not a trace of true essence or spiritual energy. This meant that the blow was entirely incited by pure physical strength. Could it be that this humble disciple before him was a disguised, ancient, ferocious beast in human form? The elder suddenly turned his gaze towards Xiao Yun, his eyes widening in astonishment. After a brief examination, he found no anomalous aura emanating from the latter. May I inquire, elder, if I am permitted to select a technique? Upon noticing the old man's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Yun felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly gestured towards the inner sanctum of the scripture pavilion, eagerly inquiring. "Ah, yes." The elder snapped back to reality, momentarily taken aback before responding. "You may enter the first and second floors, selecting 1 technique and 3 martial arts. They must be returned within a month." Though he was astonished, he did not impose any difficulties upon Xiao Yun. He promptly pointed towards the nearby staircase and spoke. "Thank you, elder." Gratefully, Xiao Yun clasped his fists and swiftly made his way to the second floor. However, after he left, the elder remained as if he had seen a ghost, picking up a shard of the force measurement device, muttering to himself in utter confusion. How is this possible? This little fellow clearly has no spiritual fluctuations, yet his physical body is terrifyingly strong. Could he be some kind of primal divine body? The first and second floors of the scripture pavilion housed only the most rudimentary techniques and martial arts of the profound low grade. Xiao Yun surveyed his surroundings and casually picked up a technique. Profound low-grade flame fire decision. Yet the moment he opened it, a notification rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the profound low-grade flame fire decision. Its quality has been amplified 10,000-fold, elevating it to the heavenly low grade. Suddenly, the heavenly low-grade flame fire decision manifested in Xiao Yun's mind, leaving him astonished. Incredible. Merely by partially perusing the techniques and martial arts within the scripture pavilion, he had already reaped such significant benefits. In an instant, Xiao Yun gazed at the vast scripture pavilion, excitement coursing through him, practically yearning to empty the entire place. Techniques and martial arts of the yellow and profound low grades? In his eyes, they were treasures of at least earth grade and above. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the profound low-grade martial art, absolute star step. Its quality has been amplified 10,000-fold, elevating it to the heavenly low grade. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the profound low-grade martial art, shattered ice finger. Its quality has been amplified 10,000-fold, elevating it to the heavenly low grade. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the yellow high-grade martial art, flowing wind sword technique. Its quality has been amplified 10,000-fold, elevating it to the earth high grade. Xiao Yun feverishly scanned through one technique after another, merely opening each one for a fleeting moment before setting it down again. Yet the system's notifications echoed in his mind incessantly. Under the 10,000-fold amplification, yellow grade transformed into earth grade, profound grade into heavenly grade. Within a mere hour, Xiao Yun possessed hundreds of heavenly grade techniques and martial arts, and over 1,000 earth grade ones. The entirety of the first and second floors of the scripture pavilion had been completely ravaged by him. However, the other disciples in the scripture pavilion regarded him with a mixture of concern and sympathy. Some outer sect disciples who recognized Xiao Yun shook their heads and sighed. Alas, junior brother Xiao is so diligent, yet he cannot receive the corresponding rewards. Today, his entry into the scripture pavilion must be a special exception granted by Elder Jiang. If I were in his shoes, I would surely succumb to madness. Seemingly aware of the gazes upon him, Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he hastily selected a few techniques and martial arts, returning to the elder from earlier. The elder glanced at the techniques and martial arts Xiao Yun had chosen, offering no commentary but narrowing his eyes, scrutinizing him intently. He appeared to be mulling over something. "You may leave. Ensure you return in a month." After a moment, he slowly spoke, tossing a jade token to Xiao Yun. "Thank you, elder." Receiving the jade token, Xiao Yun took a deep breath and quickly departed the scripture pavilion. He understood that today, having inadvertently exposed his strength, would likely arouse the suspicions of many powerful figures within the sect. However, having come this far, all he could do was observe how things unfolded. What he needed to do now was to enhance his own strength and test the effects of the 10,000-fold returns on the cultivation of techniques and martial arts. Chapter 6. Heavenly Dragon 100 Battle Technique. Threefold Physical Strength. As night fell, moonlight bathed the earth, and stars dotted the sky. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged on the stone bed, his eyes closed, a subtle joy radiating from his brow. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing a wisp of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. The returns have been amplified 10,000-fold, granting you a myriad of spiritual energy. The system's voice resonated in his mind. After 17 long years, Xiao Yun finally sensed and absorbed the spiritual energy pervading the heavens and earth, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. With a 10,000-fold return, a single wisp of spiritual energy had surged into a myriad, filling every corner of Xiao Yun's being. Following the nourishment of this energy, his physical strength surged once more. Ding. Detecting spiritual energy nurturing the host's body, strength increased by 10 pounds. Returns amplified 10,000-fold, resulting in 100,000 pounds of strength increase. Ding. Detecting spiritual energy nurturing the host's body, strength increased by 20 pounds. Returns amplified 10,000-fold, resulting in a 200,000 pounds of strength increase. Almost every moment. From the instant the spiritual energy entered his body, the system's notifications rang out incessantly, causing Xiao Yun's smile to grow ever broader. The 10,000-fold return was simply a cheat for cultivation, utilizing spiritual energy to nourish his body, within merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. His physical strength had surged by a full 1,000,000 pounds. It is known that the limit strength of an ordinary cultivator in the body refinement stage barely reaches 10,000 pounds. Yet Xiao Yun, after just the time of a stick of incense, had attained 100 times the physical strength of an ordinary person. This was the power of spiritual energy. Xiao Yun directed several strands of spiritual energy into his right palm. In an instant, he could distinctly feel the significant enhancement of his strength. Originally over 20 million pounds of power, with the aid of spiritual energy, it could even reach a staggering 40 million pounds. Even the simple application of spiritual energy could double his strength, if he were to master those high-tier martial arts that nearly perfectly harness spiritual energy. To what heights could my power ascend? Dismissing the spiritual energy from his palm, Xiao Yun couldn't help but let his eyes flicker with intrigue, pondering to himself. No wonder the body refinement 7th layer is such a crucial watershed. The capabilities of spiritual energy far surpass those of ordinary physical martial techniques. And once the spiritual sea is condensed and one ascends to the spirit transformation realm, the refined spiritual energy within a cultivator's body will be further enhanced and compressed, transforming into true essence. At that stage, a strong individual possessing true essence could even briefly stand firm in midair without relying on a flying sword. Yet for the current Xiao Yun, reaching the spirit transformation realm still lay a considerable distance away. Although the ordinary spirit transformation practitioners may no longer be his match, it is imperative that I choose a martial technique. Xiao Yun delved into his mind's sea, as if entering a grand hall constructed from memories. Within, all the martial arts and techniques he had acquired from the hidden scriptures floated serenely. Martial skills could be cultivated in multiples, yet it was advisable to select but one technique, harmonizing with one's innate powers to unleash its utmost potential. Should one attempt to practice conflicting techniques, it would likely result in adverse effects, or even lead to madness. The Heavenly Dragon's 100 Battles technique, a mid-tier heavenly skill. The Thundercloud technique, a low-tier heavenly skill. The Ice Sealing art, a mid-tier heavenly skill. Ultimately, after a period of contemplation and assessment, Xiao Yun identified 3 techniques. The Heavenly Dragon's 100 Battles technique could transform spiritual energy into a formidable dragon essence, growing ever more valiant in battle, comprising 9 stages, and at its pinnacle, could even allow one to embody a heavenly dragon and soar through the skies. The Thundercloud technique necessitated exposure to heavenly thunder for cultivation, and when perfected, allowed one to summon thunder with every motion, unmatched in offense. The Ice Sealing art could convert spiritual energy into an icy chill that freezes all, when mastered. Could encapsulate vast territories in ice with but a thought. Each of these techniques possessed unique merits, all being precious heavenly skills. Were they to be revealed to the world, countless practitioners would undoubtedly flock to seize them, leading to rivers of blood. While the Thundercloud technique wielded terrifying power, its cultivation conditions were exceedingly stringent. And within the Xinjiang sect, it was nearly impossible to summon heavenly thunder. As for the Ice Sealing art, it seemed misaligned with my power characteristics. After some deliberation, Xiao Yun swiftly determined his choice of technique, the Heavenly Dragon's 100 Battles technique. Although this technique imposed rigorous requirements on the physical body, Xiao Yun's physique now rivaled that of a humanoid dragon. Cultivating this technique would undoubtedly amplify his strength once more. Buzzing. Soon, Xiao Yun followed the spiritual energy circulation method recorded in the Heavenly Dragon's 100 Battles technique, channeling it throughout his body, cleansing every corner of his being. Although he could not yet condense true essence, merely reaching the first stage of the technique sufficed. After all, even at the first stage, he would gain nearly 3-fold power. Combined with Xiao Yun's current immense strength, it was truly terrifying. A humanoid beast, capable of shattering mountains with a single strike. At that moment, even describing his power in such terms would not be an exaggeration. Ding. The host has entered the Heavenly Dragon's 100 Battles technique. Proficiency has received a 10,000-fold enhancement, successfully advancing to the first stage. Just as Xiao Yun had anticipated, merely half an hour passed before the system's voice resonated once more. The Heavenly Dragon's 100 Battles technique had successfully advanced to the first stage. Roar. Instantly, it felt as if a heavenly dragon roared within him, and his exterior shimmered with countless illusory dragon scales, making him appear as though a true dragon had descended. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming power erupted from every pore, stirring a tempest within the courtyard. Such terrifying strength. Sensing the surging power within, Xiao Yun could not help but gasp. Originally, his strength was approximately 25 million pounds. Yet now, under the enhancement of the first stage of the Heavenly Dragon's 100 Battles technique, it had reached a staggering 75 million pounds. 75 million pounds. Even a young true dragon would find it difficult to attain such terrifying heights. His current physique could indeed be regarded as a humanoid beast. Gazing at his arm covered in illusory dragon scales, Xiao Yun murmured to himself, thoroughly satisfied. In the future, once he reached the limit of body refinement, even without employing any martial techniques, his base strength could reach an astonishing 300 million pounds. What divine realm or unified realm practitioner could withstand such power? Now is truly the time to elevate my strength. After fully experiencing his newfound power, Xiao Yun sank back into his mind's sea, observing the densely clustered high-tier martial techniques. He smirked. Chapter 7. The Surge of Strength in Xiao Yun. Visitors from the Thunder Heaven Sect. The Thunderfire Sword Technique, a low-tier heavenly martial art. Cultivated. The Dragon Shadow Step, a low-tier heavenly movement technique. Cultivated. The Heavenly Destruction Palm, a high-tier earthly martial art, with an impressive name. Yes, cultivated as well. Throughout the night, Xiao Yun frantically cultivated all the martial techniques, and the system's notifications resounded continuously, almost never ceasing. Ding. The host has cultivated the martial technique Thunderfire Sword Technique. Proficiency has received a 10,000-fold enhancement, reaching perfection. Ding. The host has cultivated the martial technique Breaking Wave Palm. Proficiency has received a 10,000-fold enhancement, reaching perfection. Ding. The host has cultivated the movement technique Dragon Shadow Step. Proficiency has received a 10,000-fold enhancement, reaching perfection. Finally, as dawn broke on the second day, Xiao Yun ceased his cultivation. He exhaled deeply. Though he had not slept a wink, his spirit was remarkably vibrant. Now, I have perfectly mastered 170 low-tier heavenly martial techniques and over 400 earthly martial techniques. Combined with my current physical strength, aside from the legendary celestial beings, I am nearly qualified to sweep aside all adversaries. He mused, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After conducting some tests, if he were to fully unleash the perfected Breaking Wave Palm, his 75 million pounds of strength could instantly transform into nearly 300 million pounds of immense power. 300 million pounds, equivalent to a terrifying weight of 15,000 tons, akin to that of a colossal aircraft carrier. The Breaking Wave Palm he executed now would strike down with the force of an aircraft carrier, obliterating even a small mountain. Moreover, this was not even the limit of his current strength. Should Xiao Yun wield the Zhuan, executing the various sword techniques he had learned, having mastered no fewer than 10 high-tier sword techniques, he had now consolidated his sword intent, dramatically increasing his might. With a full-powered strike, he could likely rival a celestial being's attack. I must be the strongest body refinement practitioner in history, he pondered, resting his chin in contemplation, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Whoosh. Suddenly, a group of Xianyang Sect disciples soared past overhead, capturing Xiao Yun's attention. Their demeanor was markedly anxious, as if something urgent had transpired. Observing this, Xiao Yun's brow furrowed, and he promptly followed in the direction of the disciples. Bang! Ugh! Meanwhile, on the outer arena of the Xianyang Sect, a haughty young man casually struck, sending a slender black-robed boy staggering back several steps, blood trickling from his lips. Is this all the Xianyang Sect can muster? Huh. A mere third-tier spirit transformation practitioner unable to best a junior in the Spirit Sea realm? What a disgrace. Ha! The young man, adorned in a robe of deep violet, was surrounded by flickering purple lightning, creating an appearance both fearsome and sinister. Relying merely on the physique of the purple sun thunder, you are nothing but a worthless pawn that we can easily crush. A glimmer of rage flashed across the face of the young man in black robes. He was named Chu Tianhai, the current second seat of the outer sect of the Xianyang Sect, with a cultivation level reaching the third stage of the spirit transformation realm, making him nearly the strongest among the outer sect. Yet, who could have imagined that today he would be defeated by a mere practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm? Unaware of the impending doom. Upon hearing this, the young man let out a cold laugh and lifted his foot to kick towards Chu Tianhai, declaring, "Kneel before me." He was Yi Ju, one of the core disciples of the Thunder Heaven Sect. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, his physique, ranked 782nd on the Wanti list, allowed him to easily battle above his level and maintain the upper hand. Boom. In an instant, his body was enveloped in crackling purple lightning, emanating a terrifying force of destruction. Despite Chu Tianhai's utmost efforts to resist, it was of no avail. He was merely a mortal body. If struck by this blow, his life would be in grave danger. Enough. Just as the terrifying force of the kick was about to descend, a clear and imposing shout suddenly erupted. Following this, an overwhelming aura surged forth. In that moment, it felt as if Yi Ju was submerged in a vast ocean of spiritual energy, utterly unable to move. You people of the Thunder Heaven Sect have gone too far. The newcomer was a robust middle-aged man, his presence as formidable as the sea, vast and profound. The moment he appeared, the terrifying pressure caused Yi Ju's knees to buckle, nearly collapsing him to the ground. Huh, Wu Zhan, bullying my disciple, what kind of skill is that? But soon, all the pressure dissipated, and a calm voice echoed. Then, a slightly stooped figure slowly walked into the training arena. His features were kind, yet at this moment, they radiated a sharpness that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Clad in a simple long robe, he appeared unremarkable, yet anyone who dared to meet his gaze would find themselves overwhelmed with dread. Master. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing elder, Yi Ju immediately bowed, displaying utmost respect. Gu Wuming, the seventh elder of the Thunder Heaven Sect, a genuine powerhouse of the celestial realm, was also Yi Ju's mentor. Standing opposite Gu Wuming was the imposing middle-aged man, Wu Zhan, an inner sect elder of the Xianyang sect, equally powerful as Gu Wuming. Both the Thunder Heaven Sect and the Xianyang sect resided within the Dainichi Empire, and although they appeared harmonious on the surface, fierce rivalry brewed beneath, with long-standing grievances simmering. Today, Gu Wuming had come to the Xianyang sect for a significant discussion, and his disciple Yi Ju's actions were certainly conducted at his behest. Gu Wuming, do you think my Xianyang sect is without defenders? Upon witnessing Chu Tianhai nearly lose his life, Wu Zhan's expression darkened to the extreme as he coldly rebuked. His temperament was fiercely protective, and he was exceedingly irritable. Had anything happened to any disciple of the Xianyang sect today, Yi Ju would have surely met a dire end. Wu Zhan, this is merely a sparring session between juniors. If one is injured, it is simply a matter of skill not being up to par. Moreover, my disciple is merely at the Spirit Sea realm, while his opponent is at a significantly higher cultivation level. Gu Wuming replied coolly. Yet the underlying sarcasm and disdain in his tone could not be concealed. A practitioner of the spirit transformation realm unable to defeat one of the Spirit Sea realm? You dare to seek an explanation from me? How utterly laughable. Chapter 8. A Finger's Crush, the enraged Gu Wuming. In the next moment, Gu Wuming shook his head, surveying the disciples of the Xianyang sect with a mocking expression. Your disciples of the Xianyang sect have indeed become increasingly ridiculous. You, damned old man. What did you say? Let go. I want to make that Yi Ju kneel and beg for mercy. At once, provoked by Gu Wuming's taunts, the outer sect disciples erupted in fury, shouting in unison. Yet, Wu Zhan remained silent, merely clenching his fists tightly, his gaze narrowed. The current outer sect disciples were all mere mortal bodies. Most inner sect disciples had reached at least the 5th stage of the spirit transformation realm, far surpassing Yi Ju. Indeed, the vast outer sect of the Xianyang sect was unable to produce even a single disciple capable of defeating him. Who else? Xianyang sect's outer sect? It might as well be renamed the Xianyang sect of worthless. With Gu Wuming backing him, Yi Ju became increasingly arrogant on the arena, continuously taunting the disciples below, exuding an air of disdain for all. Observing his haughty demeanor, the outer sect disciples were filled with righteous indignation, yearning to rush onto the stage and tear him apart. Yet, the power of the Purple Sun Thunder was simply too terrifying. Even the second strongest, Chu Tianhai, had fallen victim to him. Despite their anger, they were utterly powerless. Oh, you are quite arrogant? At that moment, a dispassionate voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, the previously noisy arena fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wu Zhan furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his gaze towards the source of the voice. There, at the back of the arena, a young man dressed in a gray long robe, with a handsome countenance, walked forward with deliberate steps. Wherever he went, all the outer sect disciples made way for him, not daring to obstruct his path. Buzzing, most terrifyingly, with each step he took, the entire training ground seemed to tremble, as if it could scarcely bear the weight of his presence. This robe? He is a mere servant disciple. Wu Zhan was taken aback, but upon seeing the gray robe, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Such formidable physical strength. Among the servant disciples, there exists such a prodigy? His pupils constricted violently, almost unable to believe the scene before him. Yet, that young man's cultivation was ultimately only at the 10th stage of the body refinement realm. Facing Yi Ju, who was at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm and had initially grasped the Purple Sun Thunder, relying solely on physical strength would likely be futile. Wu Zhan's thoughts raced, contemplating various possibilities. Is that junior brother Xiao? At that moment, Xiao Yun among the crowd immediately recognized the identity of the young man, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of panic. Junior brother Xiao, this is not the time to show off. You could die. Junior brother Xiao, quickly come down. Do not be reckless. Xiao Yun anxiously called out to Xiao Yun on the arena, her face etched with concern. With only the third stage of body refinement, how could Xiao Yun possibly be a match for Yiju? One blow from the latter could easily injure him severely or even kill him on the spot. Sister Chu, there is no need for concern. He is merely an arrogant little rodent, not worth my attention. However, upon hearing Chu Yun's cries, Xiao Yun merely glanced sideways, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips as he stepped towards Yi Ju's opposing side. Servant disciple of the Xianyang sect, Xiao Yun, please enlighten me. Xiao Yun extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. He appeared composed and graceful, akin to a young noble from a prestigious family. A servant disciple? Ha! Upon hearing these words, Yi Ju was momentarily taken aback, only to burst into a resounding laugh that echoed against the heavens. His laughter was rife with disdain and an overwhelming sense of mockery. The surrounding outer sect disciples exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions tinged with deep concern as they gazed upon Xiao Yun in the arena. A mere servant disciple at the body refining stage? What audacity possessed you to ascend the stage? Have you truly forsaken your life? Suddenly, the disciples' eyes gleamed with a fierce crimson hue. Although Xiao Yun's actions appeared foolish, he was the only one among them who dared to confront that madman head-on. Despite being merely a servant disciple, despite possessing only the cultivation of the body refining stage, how could I be such a coward? How could I allow junior brother Xiao to stand upon the platform alone? No matter the cost, I cannot permit him to perish there today. They raged internally, chastising their own cowardice, with some even making to ascend the stage to rescue him. Yet, just then, Wu Zhan exuded a sudden pressure that brought the crowd to a momentary calm. He turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun, inexplicably sensing a depth to this young man that was unfathomable. Perhaps he truly possessed the means to triumph over his opponent? You all may watch with ease. Should any misfortune arise, even if it costs this elder his life, I shall not allow this brave soul, who has taken the stage, to fall today. Remember the pride and creed of our Xianyang sect. Fear not the strong. Fear not death. Wu Zhan's eyes blazed as he spoke in a solemn tone, a tremendous force of true essence quietly emanating from him. In an instant, the clamor surrounding the arena fell silent, all outer sect disciples standing in solemnity. Indeed, even if Yi Ju were formidable, they should not cower in fear. The creed and pride of the Xianyang sect forbade anyone from trampling upon it, even unto death. Ha ha, fear not death? You are all nothing but a bunch of spineless wretches. Just watch, as this pitiful servant disciple meets his end at my hands. Yi Ju sneered with arrogance, deliberately emphasizing the term servant with endless scorn and derision. Watch closely. This is the power of the purple sun thunder body. How could a mere mortal body contend with thunder? Yi Ju's form hovered slightly above the ground, a flickering purple lightning illuminating the space within 3 inches of him, dazzling and unmatched in its dominance. In the next moment, he leaped fiercely, aiming a devastating punch at Xiao Yun, unleashing a thunderous roar that tore through the very air. How feeble! However, Xiao Yun, situated at the receiving end, merely curled his lip in disdain and casually pointed a finger. Earth-tier high-grade martial technique, shattered cloud finger. Boom. That seemingly unremarkable gesture instantly transformed into the force of a mountain descending, sweeping across the arena with overwhelming might. Under that single finger, the ferocious lightning was obliterated, and the residual force propelled directly into Yi Ju. PFF. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Yi Ju was sent flying for dozens of yards, crashing heavily outside the arena, his entire dantian of vivid crimson. In an instant, his spiritual sea collapsed, the essence dissipating. Yi Ju was rendered crippled. Juer, I shall kill you. Kill you. This unforeseen finger strike left Gu Wuming powerless to intervene, forced to watch as his beloved disciple's dantian shattered, reducing him to a mere shell. He could hardly fathom that a mere servant disciple of the Xianyang sect could unleash such terrifying power. With a single finger, he vanquished his foe, crushing all opposition. The force contained within that finger had likely reached the level of divine abode. Whoosh! In a flash, Gu Wuming's fury erupted, his eyes bloodshot, his form moving like lightning. He charged toward Xiao Yun on the stage. He sought vengeance for his disciple, to slay that underhanded wretch. Chapter 9. A retreat before heaven's might. The summons of the Xianyang elder. Gu Wuming. Upon witnessing Gu Wuming's movement, Wu Zhan's heart raced. He intended to intervene, but it was too late. Gu Wuming's speed was blinding, too swift for him to obstruct. A celestial being could traverse 1,000 miles in an instant. In the mere flicker of lightning, Gu Wuming reached Xiao Yun's side. his face contorted as he unleashed a palm strike. No! Wu Zhan roared in agony, his form flickering as he attempted to thwart Gu Wuming's attack. Yet atop the arena, Xiao Yun suddenly wore a chilling smile. His eyes radiated an icy coldness. Roar! In that moment, several dragon roars reverberated, shaking the very void. Shattering force palm. He thrust his right palm forward, gathering boundless spiritual energy into a colossal azure-black palm imprint. The entirety of his strength surging forth to meet Gu Wuming's strike head-on. This was Xiao Yun's true full-force attack, the power contained within surpassing 300 million pounds. Even a small mountain would be crushed beneath it. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as two completely disparate forces collided violently, unleashing a tempestuous storm. The entire martial arena was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust. Countless outer sect disciples hurriedly retreated, their faces painted with sheer horror as they beheld the unfolding spectacle on the stage. Wu Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, I am not mistaken? That servant disciple actually withstood a direct assault from a celestial being. Very well, Xianyang Sect, I shall remember this grudge. To disguise an elder as a servant disciple is a despicable ploy. Bah! Soon, amidst the swirling dust, Gu Wuming emerged in a disheveled state, dragging the unconscious Yi Zhu with him, muttering curses under his breath before hastily departing the confines of the Xianyang Sect. This time, he conceded defeat. That powerful figure disguised as a servant disciple nearly shattered his insides, leaving him gravely injured. Should he continue to entangle himself, he might find it impossible to leave this place today. Whoosh! The multitude of disciples, along with Wu Zhan, gazed in stunned silence at the retreating Gu Wuming, then turned their eyes to the unscathed Xiao Yun standing in the center of the arena. In this era, could a body-refining stage disciple truly confront a celestial being? Their worldview shattered completely. It turned out that even the body-refining stage could reach such terrifying heights. Truly, it was a spectacle of horror. Cough, cough. However, in reality, Xiao Yun atop the arena was not entirely unscathed. The chasm between the celestial being and the body-refining stage was akin to heaven and earth. Even with his physical strength being thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary person, coupled with the formidable enhancement from the Heavenly Dragon 100 Battles technique and the terrifying power of the Shattering Force Palm, he had barely managed to withstand Gu Wuming's furious strike. Ultimately, the true force that landed upon him was but a fraction of 1%. Yet, judging by Gu Wuming's expression, he too had likely sustained some injuries. High attack, low defense. For a fleeting moment, the term flashed through Xiao Yun's mind. The speed of celestial beings was terrifying beyond measure, their true essence capable of shattering mountains and severing rivers. Yet, their physical bodies seemed far weaker than he had imagined. However, upon further reflection, Xiao Yun found solace. Above the body refinement realm, once a cultivator reaches the spiritual sea realm, their primary objective becomes the refinement of spiritual energy, the condensation and compression of true essence. Except for body cultivators, ordinary practitioners often possess relatively frail physiques. After the brief clash just now, Xiao Yun had garnered a rough estimate of Gu Wuming's physical strength. 70. No, it should be around 80,000 pounds. The limit of body refinement is approximately 80 times that strength, but in comparison to his current might of 75 million pounds, bolstered by the Heavenly Dragon 100 battle technique, it was undeniably akin to a small fry before a giant. Entirely different tiers. Therefore, although Gu Wuming was a formidable celestial being, should he engage Xiao Yun in close combat, he might indeed not stand a chance against him. If Xiao Yun were to seize an opportunity, that mere 80,000 pounds of physical strength would undoubtedly be easily torn apart. Xiao Yun exhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of blood and energy within him. Indeed, his earlier actions could be deemed audacious, even reckless, as he had chosen to confront a celestial being head-on. A misstep could have led to dire consequences. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious. He had also gained a genuine understanding of the disparity in his current power. Beneath the celestial realm, he was invincible. Yet, among those celestial beings who underestimated him, there were also those capable of fierce combat. Xiao Shidi. At that moment, a slightly anxious female voice rang out. Before Xiao Yun could turn, he felt a warm softness behind him. It was Chu Yun. How could you be so foolish? To choose to confront a celestial being directly? Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, tears glistened at the corners of Chu Yun's eyes, her delicate face pale, as she tightly embraced Xiao Yun, seemingly fearful of his disappearance. The moment she saw him ascend the arena, genuine worry had gripped her heart. Hey, Chu Shiji, I'm blessed with a robust fate, Xiao Yun chuckled, scratching his head with a somewhat innocent demeanor. Humph. With a light huff, Chu Yun released her hold on the young man, wiping away her tear stains, restoring her usual composure. At that moment, Wu Zhan also ascended the arena, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he stared at Xiao Yun, rendered momentarily speechless. Elder Wu. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiao Yun offered a slight bow, harboring a fondness for this passionate elder. Buzz. Just as Wu Zhan was about to speak, his communication jade talisman suddenly emitted a persistent buzzing. Zongzhu. Sensing the aura of the communicator, Wu Zhan quickly gathered his focus. After a brief moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze slightly intense, and stated, Xiao Yun, come with me. The Zongzhu wishes to converse with you. The Zongzhu? Xiao Yun was taken aback. The Zongzhu of the Xianyang sect was a terrifying power beyond the celestial realm. Within the Daylight Empire, he was revered as the Xianyang Venerable, having condensed his own domain of law, possessing capabilities that reached the heavens and the earth. It was precisely due to the presence of the Xianyang Venerable that the Lei Tian sect and the Daylight Empire dared not provoke the Xianyang sect. Now, this legendary figure who had survived for 6 centuries wished to meet him. What could be the reason? Could it be that after witnessing his extraordinary prowess, he sought to usurp his body? To challenge a celestial being in body refinement was indeed an unprecedented feat. The hidden opportunities within him would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of any strong individual. But the Xianyang sect was different. 3,000 years ago, upon the founding of the Xianyang sect by the first generation of Xianyang Venerable, the first prohibition of the sect was, under no circumstances shall one target, suspect, kill, frame, seize, betray, or harm a fellow sect member. Violators shall face the extraction of their soul token and be subjected to extreme punishment. Even the pillars of the sect, the Zongzhu, or elders, were no exceptions. Furthermore, the first test for entering the sect was to assess a person's character, whether one is kind-hearted, upright, or harbors ulterior motives. Should they fail, even if they possessed a sacred body or divine physique, they would forever be barred from entering the Xianyang sect. Xiao Yun had entered the Xianyang sect by virtue of his exemplary character. During the 3 years he had been a mere servant disciple, not a single core disciple, inner disciple, elder, or steward had looked down upon him. On the contrary, they had all extended their support, wishing for him to become even more exceptional. Each individual possessed a heart of sincerity. Each was humble and orderly, treating others with tolerance, devoid of arrogance. This was the essence of the Xianyang sect, and such a sect would never commit the heinous acts that violate their prohibitions. Chapter 10. The Sealing of the Demon Path. The Crisis 3 years hence. Xiao Yun? I know you might be pondering something, Wu Zhan remarked. Observing Xiao Yun lost in thought, with a wry smile, he continued, rest assured. Even if the Zongzhu were on the brink of death and in desperate need of a mortal host to prolong his life, he would unhesitatingly choose to perish rather than resort to any despicable act. To become the Zongzhu of our Xianyang sect, character, aptitude, and strength are all indispensable. If one's character is flawed, no matter how formidable their strength or how high their merits, they could never secure the position of Zongzhu. Do you believe that a figure who has held the position of Zongzhu for 500 years, recognized and revered by countless elders and generations of disciples, would engage in the actions you suspect? Wu Zhan's eyes shimmered as he recounted the past. He reminisced about the days when he was merely an orphan displaced by war. He had witnessed the darkness of humanity and the cruelty of the world. But on that fateful night, amidst the flurries of snow, the Xianyang Zongzhu had brought forth the only light in his life. Despite being a mere mortal, filthy and devoid of cultivation, the exalted Zongzhu, who had reached the heights of a venerable, had selflessly saved him and taken him in as a disciple of the Xianyang sect, illuminating his world. Through the years, whenever he gazed at the night sky in the depths of night, he would always recall those moments, the benevolent visage of the Xianyang Zongzhu, the compassionate gaze filled with affection, and the gentle words of concern that he had etched in his memory, for which he remained eternally grateful. Elder Wu, please lead the way. Hearing Wu Zhan's heartfelt and sincere words, Xiao Yun was moved. He nodded firmly in agreement. Indeed, he could hardly believe that the legendary Xianyang Venerable, known for his benevolence and righteousness, would commit acts that violate the sect's prohibitions. Very well, follow me. Wu Zhan nodded slightly, then took the lead, stepping away. Observing this, Xiao Yun hurriedly followed suit. Xianyang Hall, situated atop the peak of the Xianyang sect. The grand palace loomed amidst swirling clouds and mist, resembling an ethereal abode, captivating and transcendent. Xiao Yun, the Zongzhu has been awaiting you in the main hall for some time. Wu Zhan, standing at the entrance of the hall, informed Xiao Yun before turning to leave. Xiao Yun remained standing in place, momentarily lost in thought. Exhale. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and slowly pushed open the grand doors. With a thunderous sound, the interior of the hall was illuminated with brilliant lights, casting a radiant glow all around. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze, observing the hall's simple yet ancient decor. At its center stood a sandalwood table, upon which rested 2 cups of fragrant tea, One had long since cooled, while the other, a steaming cup of white tea, still held a trace of warmth. A solitary figure sat quietly at the table. "Greetings, esteemed Sect Master." Xiao Yun bowed respectfully before the elderly man clad in plain robes, whose serene countenance exuded a sense of calm. Even in days gone by, the Sect Master of the Xianyang sect had been the person he admired most. Despite the ravages of time, the Sect Master retained a heart that was pure and unblemished. "Xiao Yun, please take a seat," the Sect Master said, his warm smile reminiscent of an ordinary elder. Gesturing for Xiao Yun to sit, Xiao Yun slowly complied, glancing at the steaming cup of tea before turning his attention to the Sect Master, whose cup was ice cold. "Having cooled long ago, Master, allow me to brew you another pot," Xiao Yun said instinctively, rising to discard the cold tea. "Little one, I have grown old," the Sect Master replied softly, gazing at the chilled tea, and he sighed deeply. What does it matter to drink a pot of cold tea? Xiao Yun's movements froze momentarily as he absorbed the weight of those words. After a brief silence, he still filled a cup with hot tea. "Master, how can that be? Your lifespan can extend for a millennium. You are barely 600 years old." Once the cup was full, Xiao Yun gently reassured him, "Your lifespan is still very long." "Ha ha," the Sect Master shook his head, but in the next moment, his vital energy surged, sealing off the entire Xianyang hall. He then slowly removed his robes, revealing a frail and emaciated figure. Gasp! In an instant, Xiao Yun inhaled sharply. There, upon the old man's hunched form, was a gaping abyss at his chest, resembling a black chasm. From within that pitch-black void, dark energies swirled, devouring life itself. An aura of sheer terror emanated from it, sending chills down Xiao Yun's spine. With just one glance, Xiao Yun could ascertain that the Sect Master's internal organs had completely decayed, nearing death. If it were not for the formidable vitality of a revered master sustaining him, he would have surely perished long ago. What? Xiao Yun's heart raced with shock, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The Sect Master was the foremost figure of the Great Sun Empire. Who could have inflicted such grievous wounds upon him? "Little one, I have but 3 years left to live." The Sect Master donned his robes again, lifting the cup of hot tea to his lips, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. "This injury was sustained 7 years ago when I ventured deep into a forbidden realm of demonic paths. Who could have imagined that beneath the Great Sun Empire lay a seal containing 1,000,000 demon cultivators, along with a sovereign-level demon lord?" His expression darkened, his voice low, imbued with both helplessness and rage. A sovereign? At this revelation, Xiao Yun's entire being trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the Sect Master. A sealed demon sovereign? It was known that within the entire Great Sun Empire, there were scarcely a handful of cultivators who had reached the revered level. And a sovereign? To achieve that status, one must traverse the 9 realms, surpassing even the esteemed. Such beings were titans of existence, capable of obliterating nations with a mere sweep of their hands, shaking the heavens with a single utterance. In the eyes of a sovereign, the vast Great Sun Empire was no more than a swarm of ants. This meant that when the demon sovereign broke free, if neither he nor the Great Sun Empire could muster a force potent enough to contend with it, then true calamity would descend, and all life would be extinguished. "I have lost all hope," the Sect Master continued, his somber tone resonating with despair. "But suddenly, your situation is different. To temper the body to battle against heavenly beings? What an extraordinary feat, what unparalleled glory. Even the young deities of myth could not transcend such a multitude of cultivation tiers. Yet you, Xiao Yun, you have accomplished it, possessing nearly 80 million pounds of physical strength at the mere tempering stage." He gazed at Xiao Yun, his eyes filled with growing fervor. "I am unworthy to be your master, nor is there anyone in the entire Great Sun Empire. But from this day forth, you shall become the holy son of the Xianyang sect, with a status only below that of the Sect Master. The sect shall provide you with all that you require, and all you must do is cough, cough." Suddenly, the Sect Master was overtaken by a violent fit of coughing, spewing forth a torrent of black blood that corroded the very ground beneath him. "Master!" Xiao Yun rushed to support the elderly man, his heart brimming with concern. "Do not worry, I am not yet at death's door." The Sect Master waved a hand, halting Xiao Yun's attempts to assist him. "What you need to do is to strive with all your might to grow. When that demon lord awakens, you must save all living beings. Now, I have used secret methods, exhausting half of my life's essence to reinforce the seal. Within 3 years, there should be no problems." The Sect Master's gaze was piercing, each word seemingly etched into Xiao Yun's mind. 3 years? To grow strong enough to contend with that demon sovereign? Xiao Yun chuckled wryly, realizing the daunting nature of this task, one that would prove nearly impossible for any prodigy. Yet, possessing the tenfold return system set him apart. In merely 2 days, he had ascended from a weak tempering stage practitioner to a being capable of rivaling heavenly entities. In 3 years, if he were to reach the maximum enhancement of the divine abode realm or the unification realm, then contending with a sovereign would not be out of reach. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun turned his gaze back to the slightly hunched old man. For 5 centuries, this venerable elder had upheld the entirety of the Xianyang sect, protecting the millions of citizens of the Great Sun Empire and instilling fear in countless demonic sects. Now he was risking his very life to deepen the seal. Master. At last, Xiao Yun nodded solemnly, affirming, regardless of the circumstances, I am a member of the Xianyang sect. When the demons come to attack, I will defend the sect and safeguard the dawn of all beings. I shall not waver. Chapter 11. The Gift from the Sect Master, the Ancient Flame Dragon Body. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's resolute declaration, the sect master could not help but laugh heartily. Good child, you are indeed one of us from the Xianyang sect. With that, he presented a medallion and a spatial ring. This is the Xianyang token. Upon showing this token, you shall see me. From this moment forth, you are the holy son of Xianyang, your status only beneath that of the sect master. As for the items within this spatial ring, they are essential provisions for your journey of cultivation. Accepting the Xianyang token and the spatial ring from the sect master, Xiao Yun's heart swelled, and his eyes reddened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 superior spirit stones, with a return on investment of 10,000-fold, resulting in a staggering 1 billion superior spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood essence of the 7th-tier demon beast, the burning heaven flame dragon, with a return of 10,000-fold yielding 10,000 drops of blood essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 7th-tier heavenly material, the soul lotus, with a return of 10,000-fold yielding 10,000 soul lotuses. The voice of the system resounded continuously. Even more terrifying was the fact that, under such a 10,000-fold amplification, the space of the Qinkuan ring, roughly the size of a small town, was utterly filled. A veritable ocean of riches. Each item bestowed upon Xiao Yun by the master of Xianyang was of utmost rarity and extraordinary value, especially that blood essence of the burning heaven flame dragon. The life force contained within just a single drop far surpassed Xiao Yun's current understanding, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. A 7th-tier demon beast represents a terrifying existence at the level of a revered master. Furthermore, that soul lotus, a 7th-tier heavenly material, requires a millennium to mature. In this instance, the master seems to have entrusted his years of accumulated wealth to him. Xiao Yun trembled slightly but could not help but bow deeply before the elderly figure, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, master. No need for such formalities. Master Xianyang waved his hand, swiftly restoring his amiable smile. Go now, my child. Strive diligently in your training and aspire to ascend among the ranks of the powerful. Yes, master. Xiao Yun slowly rose to his feet, taking a deep breath, gazing at the elderly man, whose face was pale, yet still bore a look of satisfaction. He sighed inwardly. Master, I shall not disappoint your trust. I will ensure that you do not fall in 3 years. As dusk descended, within Xiao Yun's small courtyard, shortly after his departure from the Xianyang Hall, several elders collectively announced Xiao Yun's status as the Holy Son, propelling him to the forefront of all disciples within the Xianyang sect. In response, a few formidable core disciples expressed their discontent. However, upon learning of his remarkable feat of repelling a celestial being, they felt a chill run down their spines. A monster indeed, withstanding a celestial being in the body-refining realm. Even in dreams, such absurdity seemed improbable. In an instant, even the current eldest disciple of the Xianyang sect, Lu Ran, who had reached the 5th layer of the divine mansion realm, had to concede that Xiao Yun truly possessed the qualifications to be the Holy Son. Compared to him, they were merely prodigies among mortals, and Xiao Yun was the genuine dragon soaring through the heavens, incomparable to their existence. As night fell, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged upon the stone bed. He focused his mind, channeling the heavenly dragon 100 battle technique, as wisps of pale blue spiritual radiance emerged around him. Roar! In the depths of reality, it seemed as if the sound of a dragon's roar resonated through the void. The heavenly dragon 100 battle technique was indeed profound. After a considerable time, Xiao Yun opened his eyes, murmuring softly. As he mastered the technique further, he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within him transforming, gradually approaching a liquid state. Ultimately, it seemed as though a dragon vein would form within his body, nurturing a tremendous force. This transformation stirred Xiao Yun's emotions. He eagerly anticipated the moment he stepped into the spirit sea realm, when the spiritual energy in his dantian would converge into an ocean. What kind of immense power would he unleash? Exhaling the stagnant air from his chest, Xiao Yun's gaze flickered as he retrieved a drop of blood essence sealed within jade from the Qinquan ring. The blood essence of the burning heaven flame dragon. Legend holds that a single drop can grant a mortal a trace of true dragon bloodline, bestowing them with the might of a dragon's physique. If he were to harness the power of the dragon's body, combined with the heavenly dragon 100 battle technique, his physical strength would undoubtedly surge by at least 3 to 5 times. In such a case, even when facing a celestial being once more, he would harbor no fear, regardless of their full strength. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Yun's aura surged dramatically, his entire being seeming to transform into a furnace. The moment the drop of blood essence entered his body, it boiled violently like heated oil. Xiao Yun's entire form turned crimson as blood coursed through his veins, writhing like earthworms, even emitting cracking sounds. At this moment, Xiao Yun felt as if a blazing sun resided within him, the blood essence of a 7th-tier demon beast, equivalent to the revered burning heaven flame dragon, was not something an ordinary body refining realm cultivator could refine, had it not been for Xiao Yun's extraordinarily powerful physique. Thousands of times beyond the norm, he would have likely exploded by now. Yet even so, he endured in human agony, his visage contorted in pain. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun did not relent. He forcibly suppressed the torment and, with every ounce of his strength, guided the ferocious and abundant power of the blood essence to spread throughout his limbs and bones. Crack, crack. His bones emitted sharp sounds. His muscles and tendons underwent a qualitative transformation under this torrent of power. Every inch of flesh seemed to radiate with golden light, translucent and resplendent. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully refined the blood essence of the 7th-tier demon beast, the burning heaven flame dragon, successfully obtaining 1/10,000th of the true dragon bloodline, with a return of 10,000-fold yielding a complete true dragon bloodline. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the imperial tier physique, the ancient flame dragon body. Ding. The limit of the body refining realm has changed, now at 1 billion pounds of strength. So powerful, so powerful. Feeling the overwhelming terror of his current physique, Xiao Yun felt his blood boil, nearly bursting into a shout. This was an indescribable exhilaration and a refreshing liberation. Limitless strength, 1 billion pounds, coupled with the amplification from the heavenly dragon 100 battle technique that amounted to a colossal 30 billion pounds of force. A terrifying strength of 150,000 tons. Each strike felt as though it could topple mountains. Exhilarating. Xiao Yun was overjoyed. The blood essence of the burning heaven flame dragon was indeed an extraordinary treasure. With the system's myriad amplifications, it felt as if he had activated a cheat. The originally 1/10,000th true dragon physique had transformed directly into a pure-blood dragon body. The ancient flame dragon body. I recall that it ranks fourth on the 10,000 bodies list, a terrifying physique. Legend speaks of the unparalleled bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. The ancient flame dragon. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Yun seemed to realize something, his mind jolting. The pure true dragon bloodline. Did that not signify that he was no longer merely human? Chapter 12. The Gift of Talent. The Arrival of Yi Xiao. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human. Ancient flame dragon clan, pure blood. Cultivation, body refining realm. 10th layer, 45 million pounds. Limit 1 billion pounds. Talent, exceptional. Physique, ancient flame dragon body. Imperial tier physique, supreme ancestral bloodline. Cultivation technique, heavenly dragon 100 battle technique. Heavenly tier. Mid-grade, current first layer. Physical strength amplification 30x, equivalent to 13.5 billion pounds of strength. Martial skills, breaking the barrier palm, heavenly tier, upper grade, perfected. Starry step, heavenly tier. Lower grade, perfected. Thunderfire sword technique, heavenly tier, lower grade, perfected. Items, 1 billion superior spirit stones, 15 billion medium spirit stones, 300 billion inferior spirit stones, 9,999 drops of burning heaven flame dragon blood essence, 10,000 soul lotuses. In an instant, the magnificent system panel reappeared within Xiao Yun's mind. He was both human and dragon. Gazing at the racial category, Xiao Yun's expression flickered with a hint of peculiarity, yet his heart felt a subtle relief. He certainly did not wish to be regarded as a formidable entity of the demon race, only to be besieged by countless cultivators in the future. Half human, half dragon? At the very least, it was preferable to completely losing his humanity and transforming into a demon. Moreover, under the influence of the ancient flame dragon physique, both his strength and talents had undergone a tremendous metamorphosis. Even his physical form had experienced earth-shattering modifications. With a mere flick of his hand, Xiao Yun summoned the ethereal essence of the world, which converged directly into his palm, transforming into a terrifying scarlet flame. The temperature produced was so intense that it caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. Commanding the dragon flame. Was this the bloodline divine ability of the ancient flame dragon lineage? Xiao Yun mused, as countless memories of inheritance flooded his mind after acquiring the ancient flame dragon body. Among them, several innate divine abilities were undoubtedly awe-inspiring in power. However, as a mere body refinement practitioner, Xiao Yun could only gather this most ordinary dragon flame, unable to wield those terrifying abilities capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth. Nevertheless, even this dragon flame was an exceedingly fearsome existence. Xiao Yun could distinctly sense that the core temperature of this crimson flame likely exceeded 1 million degrees. 1 million degrees. Even the most resilient metals would vaporize in an instant before it, let alone ordinary cultivators at the Divine Mansion realm, the Unity realm, or even those at the Celestial realm. Unless one possessed an extraordinarily high resistance to flames, once approached, there would be no escape from the fate of incineration. A trump card. This power of dragon flame could undoubtedly serve as Xiao Yun's secret weapon. After all, who could have imagined that a seemingly unremarkable human harbored within him the most pure bloodline of this world, akin to that of the legendary ancient flame dragon emperor? A true primordial dragon. Thankfully, no abnormalities had occurred. Xiao Yun produced a copper mirror, scrutinizing his current visage. Though he now possessed the pure bloodline of a true dragon, his appearance remained unchanged, save for the faint glimmer of scarlet gold within his pupils. In terms of aura, he still exuded the essence of a pure human. Xiao Yun understood that this must be the effect of the system. His ancient flame dragon body was perhaps fundamentally different from the physique recorded in the 10,000 body rankings. He was still at the 10th level of body refinement, far from the ultimate strength of 1 billion pounds. After a moment, Xiao Yun retrieved a soul lotus from his spatial ring, contemplating silently, dim yet resplendent. It was undeniable that the soul lotus was indeed a treasure of extraordinary caliber. Once refined, it could cause the cultivator's spiritual power to soar exponentially. Moreover, under the system's 1,000-fold enhancement, its effects would reach terrifying heights. However, its side effects were equally formidable. If not awakened promptly after refining it within the body, the soul would fall into a profoundly deep slumber. This slumber could last anywhere from 3 to 5 years, or even stretch to 100 or 1,000 years. There was even a possibility of permanently losing one's consciousness, becoming a true living dead, according to the inheritance memories of the ancient flame dragon lineage. Upon reaching the spiritual sea realm, one could condense a dragon soul, resulting in an exponential increase in spiritual power. At that time, refining the soul lotus would not be out of the question. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with contemplation, yet after careful consideration, he opted not to take this risk. After all, there remained merely 3 short years until the awakening of the demon lord. If he were to fall into slumber as a consequence, the only fate awaiting the Xianyang sect would be annihilation. 45 million pounds of strength? His current physical power was still far from sufficient. Cultivation. He must reach the pinnacle of body refinement in the shortest time possible. Xiao Yun spoke to himself, and in the next moment, hundreds of spirit stones emanating rich celestial energy appeared around him. High-quality spirit stones. Even high-level celestial experts would consider using them for cultivation in extravagant luxury. One high-quality spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and one mid-grade spirit stone equated to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just a single high-quality spirit stone equated to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The outer disciples of the Xianyang sect received merely 5 low-grade spirit stones as resources each month. Inner disciples received 500 low-grade spirit stones. Even the core disciples, of the highest status, could only obtain 5 mid-grade spirit stones issued by the sect each month. Perhaps even Xiao Yun himself was unaware that the 100 million high-quality spirit stones he possessed could easily purchase the entirety of the Great Sun Empire. Buzzing. The dense and pure spiritual energy continuously emanated from the hundreds of high-quality spirit stones, which Xiao Yun refined, nourishing every corner of his body. If a high-level celestial, or even a revered elder were to witness this scene, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood, cursing Xiao Yun's prodigal behavior. Nourishing one's body with high-quality spirit stones? Had he gone mad? During this period, 99% of the spiritual energy would dissipate, wasted for naught. Even a prince of an empire would not dare to squander resources in such a manner. Ding. Detected a large amount of spiritual energy nourishing the host's body. Strength increased by 100 pounds, with a 10,000-fold return, resulting in a strength increase of 1 million pounds. Ding. Detected a large amount of spiritual energy nourishing the host's body. Strength increased by 80 pounds, with a 10,000-fold return, resulting in a strength increase of 800,000 pounds. At this moment, while simultaneously utilizing the spiritual energy to nourish his body and listening to the system's melodious upgrade notifications, Xiao Yun could not help but feel a surge of joy. Truly, high-quality spirit stones were unparalleled in efficacy compared to low-grade spirit stones. In merely half an hour, his physical strength had already surpassed the 8 million pound barrier, and with a threefold amplification of power, he possessed an astonishing force of 2 billion pounds. Not enough. He remained unsatisfied. 8 million pounds, though considerable, still fell short of the ultimate limit of 1 billion pounds. What he truly sought was the genuine pinnacle of body refinement. 1 billion pounds. Boom. The vast and pure spiritual energy surged towards Xiao Yun once more. The following day, as noon approached, an unusual visitor arrived at Xiao Yun's small courtyard. Clad in black, his countenance was cold and severe. He resembled an unparalleled sword, sharp to the extreme. It was none other than Yi Xiao, the second-ranked core disciple of the Xianyang Sect, a renowned battle maniac within the sect. He relished challenging powerful opponents and would almost daily seek out duels. The former top disciple of the Tian sect, a direct disciple of the sect's leader, had been defeated by Yi Xiao with a single sword strike, resulting in the shattering of his Dao heart. Consequently, the relationship between the Tian sect and the Xianyang sect deteriorated rapidly, escalating their conflict. However, Yi Xiao paid no heed to the sect's disputes. He cared only for strength. Moreover, the old ancestor of Tian was merely a defeated opponent of the sect leader. What was there to fear? At this moment, Yi Xiao stood with his eyes slightly closed, silently positioned at the entrance of the courtyard. A chilling aura quietly expanded. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained engrossed in his cultivation, and upon sensing this frigid presence, he slowly opened his eyes. The scarlet gold dragon pupils flickered momentarily. After a night of cultivation, having refined hundreds of high-quality spirit stones, his current physical strength has reached an astonishingly formidable figure. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, pureblood ancient flame dragon of the human clan. Cultivation, 10th level of body refinement, 500 million pounds of strength, with a maximum limit of 1 billion pounds. Talent, superior quality. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, imperial grade physique. Supreme ancestral lineage. Technique, heavenly dragon 100 battles art, heavenly grade, mid-tier, currently at the first level, enhancing physical strength by 30 times. Equating to 1.5 billion pounds of power. Martial skills, breaking the barrier palm, heavenly grade, upper tier, perfected. Star step, heavenly grade, lower tier, perfected. Thunderfire sword technique, heavenly grade. Lower tier, perfected. Items, 99, 999, 533 high-grade spirit stones, 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, 300 billion low-grade spirit stones, 999 essence blood of the flame dragon, 10,000 soul lotus. After casually reviewing the current system panel, Xiao Yun revealed a hint of satisfaction. 500 million pounds of pure strength. With a threefold enhancement, it reaches a staggering 1.5 billion pounds. The limit of the body refinement realm is now drawing ever closer, already surpassing half. Brother Xiao Yun, core disciple Yi Xiao requests a duel. Outside, Yi Xiao's voice resonated, causing Xiao Yun to pause momentarily. Yi Xiao? The infamous battle maniac who has caused endless headaches for the sect? He has come to challenge me? Crack. Shortly after, the door swung open. Xiao Yun stepped out, walking directly towards Yi Xiao. His expression was gentle, a smile gracing his lips, as if he held no animosity towards this individual with whom he was about to engage in combat. However, in Yi Xiao's eyes, the perception was entirely different. It was as if he could see a colossal, crimson gold dragon overshadowing the very sky behind Xiao Yun. An overwhelming presence. A terrifying force. Yi Xiao felt as though he were witnessing a scene of the heavens and earth being consumed by flames, where that monstrous dragon required but a glance to obliterate him and the entire Xianyang sect in an instant. Brother Yi? Noticing Yi Xiao's pale complexion and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Xiao Yun's brow furrowed as he softly inquired. Huff, huff. This call snapped Yi Xiao back from his endless horror-filled imagination, leaving him gasping for breath. Why, you are Brother Xiao, the Holy Son Xiao? Yi Xiao's voice trembled slightly. His gaze fixated on Xiao Yun, betraying a hint of fear. The status of this Holy Son was undoubtedly extraordinary. The rumors of him repelling a celestial-level expert in the body refinement realm were likely not mere fabrications. Indeed, it is I. Brother Yi has traveled a long distance to seek a spar with me? Xiao Yun smiled, his interest in Yi Xiao piqued. This individual, merely 21 years of age, had already reached the third level of the Divine Mansion realm and could be considered a remarkable talent within the Xianyang sect. A spar? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes brightened slightly, eager to agree. Yet, recalling that world-destroying crimson gold dragon, its terrifying gaze that nearly eclipsed the entire sky, he hesitated. His strength was undeniable. In the past, among all the disciples of the Xianyang sect, aside from the senior brother Lu Ran, he was the strongest. Even some peak Divine Mansion Realm Sect elders were no match for him. In countless battles, he had never felt fear, yet now, facing Xiao Yun, an inexplicable timidity crept upon him. Damn it! Suddenly, Xiao cursed inwardly. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly suppressed the fear rising from within, resolutely lifting his head. Yes, I indeed wish to exchange a few moves with you, brother. I hope you will oblige. Xiao's forehead glistened with sweat. Although Xiao Yun's cultivation was merely at the 10th level of body refinement, he understood that the other's strength was undoubtedly far superior to his own. His keen instincts, honed through countless battles, made him acutely aware of this fact. Thus, even knowing defeat was certain, he still yearned to try, to see how this brother Xiao, possessing only the body refinement realm, would defeat him. Very well. Since brother Yi has expressed such intent, let us step outside for a demonstration. Xiao Yun replied with a calm smile, not refusing the challenge. He then gestured towards the distant martial arts arena, inviting him to proceed. Of course, friendship was paramount. With competition coming second, Xiao nodded in agreement, making his way towards the arena as well. The martial arts arena was expansive, spanning 1,000 feet, with numerous platforms where disciples were engaged in sparring. Upon noticing the arrival of Xiao Yun and Xiao, many observing disciples gasped in astonishment and hurriedly made way. Oh, the battle maniac Xiao has indeed sought out Xiao Yun. Haha, Jingshan, you were thoroughly defeated by Xiao last time. Bah, had I not been injured by that red savage lion, I would not have lost. Among them were several core disciples who had long been aware of the news. Conversing while casting glances at the approaching Xiao Yun, their eyes shimmering. As rumored, this newly appointed Holy Son possessed merely the 10th level of body refinement. The chief core disciple, Lu Ran, rested his chin on his hand, watching with great interest. Xiao's strength was nearly on par with his own. But did this Holy Son Xiao truly possess the power to repel celestial-level experts, as the rumors suggested? He was highly anticipating this battle. Both of you, remember to pull your punches. Do not genuinely threaten each other's lives, or the sect will impose severe penalties. At the center of one platform, an elder stood, tasked with overseeing the duel. Disciples obey. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yun and Xiao cupped their fists in salute. Then let the duel commence. The elder surveyed the two before declaring the start of the match. Brother Xiao, please make the first move. Xiao's gaze was intense, appearing exceedingly solemn. Although he knew this battle was destined for defeat, he still hoped to elevate himself through combat. Constant fighting, gaining experience, this was his path of cultivation. He firmly believed that only through relentless battles could one achieve true strength. Chapter 14. Defeating Xiao, Tier 6 Task. Oh, hearing Xiao's words, Xiao Yun smiled nonchalantly. Though Xiao was at the 3rd level of the Divine Mansion Realm, he could contend with typical peak Divine Mansion Realm experts. Moreover, he possessed the physique of the virtual spirit sword body, ranked 663 on the 10,000 bodies list, making it effortless for him to learn any sword technique and even condense sword intent. Yet, to Xiao Yun in his current state, he was simply far too weak. In truth, far too weak. If Xiao Yun unleashed his full power, he could crush him in an instant. He wouldn't even have the time to execute a sword technique or manifest sword intent. He would need to restrain his strength, allowing Xiao to lose without it being too embarrassing. Xiao Yun mused, gradually advancing towards Xiao step by step. Brother Yi, be careful. He then offered a gentle reminder. Yes, please be cautious as well, brother. In this battle, I shall give it my all. Xiao replied, slowly drawing his long sword from behind, its sharpness radiating coldness. That is brother Xiao's frostblade. It is a low-grade earth-tier spirit weapon of exceptional quality. It is said that senior brother Xiao, wielding the frosty sword, once defeated a formidable demon practitioner of the Unity realm. What a staggering feat. Indeed, it is hardly surprising, given that you have not witnessed the moment when Saint Sun Xiao Yun retreated from the elder of the Thunder Heaven sect. Upon the unsheathing of this sword, the onlookers erupted into fervent discussion. Particularly, the newly inducted disciples felt their blood boil with anticipation for the ensuing battle. Boom. Just as the crowd held its breath, Xiao Yun finally took to the air. He did not brandish any weapon. Instead, he propelled himself forward using sheer physical prowess, hurtling towards Xiao. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, a torrent of energy spiraling wildly. Xiao Yun's speed was astonishing, even creating a sonic boom, so swift that it was barely perceptible to the naked eye. Bang! In a flash of lightning, Xiao swung his sword, retreating with great urgency, narrowly evading the overwhelming assault. The blade collided forcefully with Xiao Yun's arm, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, sparks flying as the air crackled with energy. Gasp! Xiao found himself at the edge of the arena, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing violently. How fast? Had this been a true battle of life and death, he would have surely perished on the spot. The spectators gasped collectively, especially the core disciples who had previously engaged with Yi Xiao, their hearts trembling. To withstand such a strike with nary a scratch. Xiao Yun, could he possibly be a monster? Brother Lu, if you were to engage Xiao Yun, what are your chances of victory? A young woman in a purple dress asked, astonished, turning to Lu Ran beside her. Me? Huh. At her inquiry, Lu Ran shook his head, confirming his earlier suspicions. The chasm between them and Xiao Yun was as vast as the skies and the earth, utterly incomparable. 0. In his presence, I possess no hope of winning. Beneath the heavens, he is invincible. What? Upon hearing Lu Ran's assessment, the young woman's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across her beautiful eyes. Is what Brother Lu said true? She sought confirmation once more, unable to comprehend. Indeed, Lu Ran affirmed her query, his expression turning solemn. His physical strength is likely in the tens of millions of pounds. Tens of millions. The young woman's mind went blank, utterly stunned. A physical strength of tens of millions? Even Lu Ran, of the 5th layer of the Divine Palace realm, possessed only about 300,000 pounds of strength. Even her master, the 3rd elder of the Xianyang sect, a peak celestial level powerhouse, could only muster a few million pounds. Yet this mere body refinement realm, Xiao Yun has achieved tens of millions. The young woman was filled with trepidation, scarcely daring to ponder further. If a body refinement realm practitioner is this formidable, how powerful would Xiao Yun be upon reaching the Spirit Sea realm, the Transformation realm, or even the same Divine Palace realm as them? Your speed is somewhat lacking. On the arena, Xiao Yun, with a demeanor as relaxed as a leisurely stroll, advanced toward Yi Xiao in an instant, delivering a sweeping punch. Boom! The dull thud resounded throughout the arena, a chaotic wave of energy radiating outward. Puff! Yi Xiao had no time to evade. He braced himself against Xiao Yun's punch with his sword, yet was still sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. In a dire state. Brother Yi, I concede. With a swift victory, Xiao Yun stepped down from the arena, extending a hand towards Yi Xiao. You are too strong. Almost a monster. Yi Xiao managed a bitter smile upon witnessing this, grasping Xiao Yun's large hand. The two exchanged pleasantries and exited the martial arena together, their relationship having grown considerably amicable through the battle. In the mission hall, after bidding farewell to Yi Xiao, Xiao Yun arrived at the busiest place in the Xianyang sect, the mission hall. Countless disciples moved in and out, either submitting tasks or searching for opportunities. A 6th-tier mission, slay the 6th-tier beast, the Golden Sky Lion King. Reward, 100,000 Sect contributions, 30 pounds of the 6th-tier treasure, purple spirit liquid. Xiao Yun picked up the mission at the top, the alarming words 9 deaths nearly consuming the entire page. 6th-tier missions were typically reserved for elders of the celestial realm. The Golden Sky Lion King possessed the strength to slay a celestial-level practitioner of the 3rd layer, hence the generous reward, yet it was fraught with peril. Even a moment's negligence could lead to demise. 100,000 Sect contributions would suffice to exchange for a plethora of Sect treasures. While the purple spirit liquid was an exceptional substance for body refinement, when used in a medicinal bath, it could significantly enhance the physical strength of the practitioner. With marked effects. Though I am now a saint's son with abundant resources, this reward offers little value. However, if I remain cooped up within the sect, I shall likely reap no benefits when facing the demonic sovereign in the future. It would be far better to venture out and gain experience. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he resolved to take on the Golden Sky Lion King as his training objective, although he currently possessed great treasures, making him a target for those with ill intentions. Only through such perilous trials could he truly advance swiftly. To possess strength without the ability to wield it flexibly is akin to gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well, forever unable to glimpse the outside world. One cannot become a true powerhouse this way. Soon enough, after some contemplation, Xiao Yun ultimately chose this seemingly perilous mission. What of a 6th-tier beast? In light of his current strength and the ancient flame dragon body, it remains utterly unworthy of contention. Saint Son, are you certain you wish to accept this mission? However, upon registration, the elder presiding over the mission hall furrowed his brow, his gaze toward Xiao Yun filled with astonishment. A 6th-tier mission is meant for those powerful enough in the celestial realm. Has Xiao Yun lost his senses to dare accept such a daunting task? Indeed. As the saint's son, I possess the right to accept any sect mission. Xiao Yun nodded, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Absolutely not. You, in an instant. The elder abruptly stood, poised to scold him. Yet, in the next moment, an ancient voice resonated in his mind. Grant him his wish. Master. The elder of the mission hall was taken aback. Quickly, as if he had come to an understanding, he raised no further objections, though his brow remained furrowed as he regarded Xiao Yun. Very well, I hope you return alive from this endeavor. After a pause, the elder sighed lightly, ultimately permitting Xiao Yun to take on the mission. Thank you, elder. In response, Xiao Yun offered a slight bow, then took the mission paper and departed. Chapter 15. The Falling Sky Mountain Range, the arrogant son of the king. Falling Sky Mountain Range. In a quaint town at the edge of the mountain range. Waiter, bring me 5 pounds of fine beef and 2 ounces of wine. Upon entering a tavern, Xiao Yun called out directly, "Please wait a moment." The waiter swiftly dashed off to prepare, and shortly after, returned with a jug of strong liquor, 5 plates of sauced beef, and a dish of peanuts. Xiao Yun wasted no time, eagerly grabbing his chopsticks and indulging in a hearty feast. The beef was cooked to perfection, with a harmonious balance of fat and lean meat, melting tenderly in the mouth, offering an exquisite and unique taste that tantalized the palate. Previously, after accepting the 6th-tier Sect mission, he had directly utilized the teleportation array of the Xianyang Sect to arrive at the mission's target location, Mount Luotian, one of the 3 perilous sites of the Great Sun Dynasty. It is rumored that deep within lies an 8th-tier demon emperor, a being comparable to the human sovereigns. For thousands of years, no one has dared to venture deeply into its depths. The target of Xiao Yun's mission, the Golden Sky Lion King, is situated in the mid-level region of Mount Luotian, where 6th and even 7th-tier demon beasts roam, making it exceedingly dangerous. Gulp. After several rounds of wine and savoring the meat, Xiao Yun set down his utensils, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and wore a contented expression. Delightful. Such flavorsome dishes are a rarity within the Xianyang sect, where one merely sustains themselves with pills like the feeding pill, which hardly qualifies as enjoyment. It had been a long time since Xiao Yun had savored a proper meal, and he naturally felt nostalgic. Oh, a person from the Xianyang sect? Just as Xiao Yun was about to leave after laying down a spirit stone, a voice, cold and indifferent, rang out from behind. A young man clad in purple, accompanied by 2 guards, approached leisurely. This man appeared to be around 20, handsome and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, particularly with his eyes that seemed to pierce through illusions and delve into one's very soul. His countenance was exceptionally stern, and even his breath subtly radiated a chill that compelled one to instinctively retreat. Esteemed guest, please, take a seat. The innkeeper, upon seeing this individual, dared not show any negligence and hurriedly bowed to welcome him. Did I allow you to speak, mortal? However, the enthusiasm he received was met with the man's icy reprimand, followed by an overwhelming aura of frigid pressure. The intensity of this pressure was such that it was beyond the capability of an ordinary person to withstand. In an instant, the innkeeper found himself kneeling on the ground, veins bulging, his face flushed. A divine mansion realm expert? Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he discerned the level of this pressure's power. Moreover, the man's behavior displeased him greatly. A mere mortal? And yet, he dares to look down upon others with such arrogance? With a mere gesture, he could take another's life? Truly insufferable. Does he truly believe himself to be a deity of lofty stature? Boom. In an instant, Xiao Yun struck the air with his palm, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the very atmosphere to shatter. The resulting shockwave forced the young man in purple to stagger back several steps. Thank you, esteemed guest, for your timely assistance. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura enveloping the innkeeper dissipated. He hastily bowed in gratitude to Xiao Yun before scurrying to the back. Haha. I have long heard that the Xianyang sect is filled with self-proclaimed virtuous gentlemen. Today's encounter is indeed extraordinary. The purple-clad youth, though forced back, displayed no hint of anger. Instead, he let out a sinister laugh. Just as his words fell, his 2 guards stepped forward, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixed their gaze upon Xiao Yun. Both guards had reached the pinnacle of unity, just a hair's breadth away from transcending to the celestial realm. Get out of my way. Do not obstruct my path. Witnessing this, the chill in Xiao Yun's brow intensified. His mood had been thoroughly soured by these loathsome individuals. Heh, a mere outer disciple of the Xianyang sect dares to speak to me in such a manner? You too, cripple his dantian, break his limbs, and toss him into Mount Luotian. The purple-clad youth's expression turned icy as he coldly commanded. He was Lin Feng, the scion of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the Great Sun Dynasty. Though not as powerful as the imperial family, the Lin family was still a formidable force within the Great Sun Dynasty. His father was a king-level celestial strongman known as the Wind Sovereign, a legendary figure who had once single-handedly slain 1,000,000 troops on the battlefield. Thus, he had developed an arrogant and overbearing disposition from a young age, treating others with disdain as if they were beneath him. In his eyes, Xiao Yun was nothing more than an ant, daring to defy him. At your command. Young master. Kid, this is simply your misfortune. When you descend to hell, do not blame us. The 2 guards grinned wickedly at Lin Feng's orders, stepping forward, their true essence surging. In the next moment, they flickered and appeared by Xiao Yun's side, seeking death. Seeing the purple-clad youth's attitude, which had escalated to wanting to take his life, Xiao Yun could no longer contain his fury. He was unaware of why the other party harbored such animosity towards the Xianyang sect, but now that the mask had been torn, he would teach them a harsh lesson. Bang! In an instant, Xiao Yun's fist collided with the two guards. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out. Following this, two agonizing screams echoed throughout the tavern. The two guards were sent flying backward, their chests caved in, blood spewing from their mouths. Evidently gravely injured and devoid of any combat capability. What? Witnessing this scene, the cultivators covertly observing in the tavern gasped in shock, their pupils contracting. Two peak unity experts were sent flying with a single blow? And that disciple of the Xianyang sect possessed merely the cultivation of the 10th layer of body refinement. Clearly, he was concealing his true prowess. This, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at Xiao Yun. Who on earth are you? He never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary outer disciple of the Xianyang sect would possess such formidable strength. It was known that those two guards were peak unity experts, and when working in tandem, they could even contend with a half-step celestial being. Yet before this man, they had been severely injured with merely a single strike, rendered incapable of further battle. Terrifying. The figure before him was likely one of the true prodigies of the Xianyang sect. Otherwise, how could he possess such might? Lin Feng's mind raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Though he was typically arrogant, he was no fool. What? Are you afraid now? Seeing this, Xiao Yun offered a cold smile, slowly advancing towards him. The faint aura of the ancient flame dragon clan began to manifest, deep and profound. It seemed that today, his choice to don the outward garb of an outer disciple of the Xianyang sect to maintain a low profile had drawn him into this predicament. Had he been clad in the attire of a core disciple, would the other party dare to act so recklessly? Esteemed sir, let this matter end here. Just as Xiao Yun was about to approach, unexpectedly, an elder in a black robe appeared beside Lin Feng. His face was ghastly, with several deep scars crisscrossing, presenting a truly horrifying visage, akin to a repulsive centipede. Most peculiarly, his eyes were a deep green, resembling those of a venomous snake, exuding an aura of danger. A celestial being. With a mere glance, Xiao Yun could ascertain the truth. This black-robed elder was indeed a genuine celestial powerhouse. And moreover, this is not merely an ordinary low-tier celestial being. Chapter 16. Confronting the Venomous Heart Marquis, the true purpose of the demon crystal. Xiao Yun's gaze flickered, and he felt a twinge of difficulty within his heart. It is essential to understand that among the celestial beings, there are three major tiers. The ordinary celestial beings, ranked from 1 to 10, are referred to as common celestials, occupying the lowest position among the three tiers. The elite within the 10th rank of celestial beings are known as marquis-level celestials, each possessing combat prowess 3 to 5 times greater than that of ordinary celestials at the 10th rank, their strength reaching an unimaginable peak. As for the most formidable among the three tiers, they are the true invincible beings of the celestial realm. They have genuinely reached the utmost limit of the celestial realm, even surpassing it, and are revered as king-level celestials. Lin Tian's father, the Wind King, is indeed a true invincible being of the celestial realm, possessing astonishing combat capability. The disparity between him and an ordinary celestial is likely 100-fold. Previously, Gawuming of the Thunder Heaven sect was merely at the 7th stage of the celestial realm, placing him in the first tier of common celestials, utterly incomparable to the mysterious elder who has suddenly appeared before him. I, the Venomous Heart Marquis, hope that my young friend can grant me a small favor and let this matter pass, the black-robed elder stated nonchalantly. As if he had not regarded Xiao Yun at all, his tone commanding and indisputable. The Venomous Heart Marquis. Hiss. The esteemed Venomous Heart Marquis is actually the protector of the young master of the Lin family? Truly, the Lin family is remarkable, and the esteemed Wind King is indeed worthy of his title. Instantly, the onlookers within the tavern could not help but inhale sharply. The Venomous Heart Marquis is considered a legendary figure within the Great Sun Empire. Although his direct combat ability may be somewhat lacking, his mastery of poison is extraordinarily fearsome. Every drop of blood within his body is laced with deadly venom. Should even the slightest drop touch an ordinary 10th rank celestial, they would be swiftly eroded. 3 years ago, in the main city of the rival nation, the Dawnlight Dynasty, the Venomous Heart Marquis poisoned to death a staggering 800,000 people. 800,000. In just a single day, they all turned to putrid flesh, leaving not a single corpse behind. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the Venomous Heart Marquis. Although he is merely a marquis-level celestial, even some king-level powerhouses dare not provoke him lightly. However, upon learning of this elder's identity, Xiao Yun could not help but smile faintly. This individual is renowned for his poison techniques, capable of exterminating even ordinary king-level celestials. Yet before his nearly immune ancient flame dragon physique, he is rendered utterly ineffective. If a confrontation were to ensue, this Marquis-level celestial may not necessarily be his match. However, should he defeat the venomous Heart Marquis today, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar. Countless powerful individuals would suspect him of possessing extraordinary treasures, thereby making him a target of many, embroiled in considerable trouble. Reflecting upon this, Xiao Yun could not help but sigh inwardly, then cast a cold glance at Lin Tian. Striding out of the tavern with purpose, though his current strength is formidable, if he were to truly attract the attention of someone like the Wind King, he would likely be unable to escape calamity. What he needs now is to lie low and cultivate in obscurity. Thus, he had no choice but to choose to avoid the spotlight. Huff. Only after Xiao Yun had departed did Lin Feng finally exhale deeply. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, akin to surviving a calamity. The oppressive atmosphere moments ago had made it difficult for him to breathe, nearly choking him. Had it not been for the appearance of the venomous Heart Marquis, the disciples of the Xianyang sect might have acted recklessly. Lin Feng, your father has returned. Come with me back to the royal manor, the venomous Heart Marquis said, turning to Lin Tian with a cold voice after watching Xiao Yun leave. The time for play has ended. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression immediately changed. Over the years, each time his father, the Wind King, returned from the battlefield, he would invariably mete out a severe lesson to him. All of this was due to his penchant for indulgence and neglect of his cultivation. Come, let us return to the royal manor. In the next moment, the pale-faced Lin Tian was seized by the venomous Heart Marquis and vanished from sight. 3 days later, in the outer region of the Falling Sky mountain range, boom, boom, the thunderous sound erupted continuously, reverberating throughout the area. Roar. Within a lush grove, a colossal black ape roared mightily, its presence overwhelming. Standing 6 zhang tall, its robust legs pounded the earth, stirring up clouds of dust and sending surrounding vegetation flying. At its chest, a crimson scale gleamed ominously, radiating an otherworldly luster. Unexpectedly, I have encountered a newly ascended 6th-tier crimson scale giant ape in this outer area of the Falling Sky mountain range. Boom, boom. Xiao Yun, resembling a humanoid beast, directly engaged the giant ape in fierce combat. The terrifying force he unleashed rendered the giant ape unable to withstand the assault, causing it to retreat step by step. Within mere moments, it was covered in wounds, blood flowing freely. Finally, the giant ape could bear no more, howling in fury towards the heavens before turning to flee. You wretched beast, do not escape. Seeing this, a cold glint flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes. He forcefully stomped the ground, and his weapon, the Shadow Chaser, instantly unsheathed. Swish. The sword light flickered, the dark blade slicing through the void, trailing a shadowy aura. A howl of despair and terror suddenly erupted, mixed with hopelessness. The giant ape's massive head flew into the air, its hot blood spilling onto the ground. With a thunderous crash, its 100,000-pound body slowly collapsed, never to make a sound again. Xiao Yun sheathed his sword, then approached the carcass of the giant ape, his spiritual energy surging as he collected a crimson crystal material. This was the demon crystal of the crimson scale giant ape, containing an incredibly violent demonic energy. If detonated, it could rival the full force of a 10th rank celestial. A 6th-tier demon crystal. Gazing at the crimson demon crystal in his palm, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. The human race is unable to absorb and refine the pure demonic energy within demon crystals. If they were to forcibly draw it into their bodies, they would be swept away by the violent power, leading to their immediate demise. Thus, demon crystals are primarily used to affix to various weapons, or often utilized as trump cards to be detonated. Yet Xiao Yun is different. Though he is human, he is also a member of the ancient Flame Dragon clan. The ancient Flame Dragon clan is among the highest bloodlines of the demon race. Absorbing and refining the power of this demon crystal is as simple as breathing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 6th-tier lower-level demon crystal from the Crimson Scale Giant Ape, yielding a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 Crimson Scale Giant Ape demon crystals. Soon, the voice of the system echoed. The other 999 6th-tier demon crystals appeared within the system space. Ahead lies the mid-level region of the Falling Sky mountain range. For today, I shall pause and refine this 6th-tier demon crystal. Xiao Yun gazed at the mountain range ahead, murmuring to himself. After 3 days of sweeping through demon beasts and refining demon crystals, his fundamental strength has reached a staggering 900 million pounds. Coupled with the tripling enhancement of the Heavenly Dragon battle technique, it reaches a terrifying 27 billion pounds. Ordinary 6th-tier demon beasts are as fragile as clay dogs before him. Chapter 17. 100 million Titan strength, annihilating the 5 great demonic celestials. This night, I shall truly attain the limit of physical refinement. Basic physical strength of 1 billion pounds. Seeking a secluded cave, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, closed his eyes in focus, and began to refine the sixth-tier demon crystal in his hand. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, an immense and formidable force surged forth. A brilliant crimson radiance erupted from Xiao Yun's body. As the ancient flame dragon's body violently devoured and refined, that overwhelming power merged into his skin and blood, continuously augmenting his physical strength. Boom. Suddenly, every sinew and bone in Xiao Yun's body resonated, akin to a thunderous explosion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining a sixth-tier lower beast crystal. Physical strength has increased by 150,000 gene, yielding a tenfold return of 1.5 billion gene growth. Ding. The host's current physical strength has reached its limit and cannot be further enhanced. An astonishing force of 1 billion gene. Xiao Yun's eyes abruptly opened, shimmering with two brilliant golden glimmers. At this moment, relying solely on his physical prowess, he exuded an overwhelming might that could easily crush ordinary celestial-level beings. Truly, the ancient flame dragon body is remarkable, Xiao Yun murmured. The typical human limit for body refinement hovers around 10,000 gene, even with a tenfold amplification. One would only possess a mere 100 million gene. Yet this ancient flame dragon body effortlessly attained a tenfold increase over the ordinary limit. Moreover, should Xiao Yun truly manifest his dragon form, his strength could potentially experience another tenfold enhancement. 100 billion in strength? Merely contemplating such a terrifying power made Xiao Yun's heart race fervently. This constituted a genuine might of 500,000 tons. With one strike, he could likely obliterate anything within 1,000 meters. At this moment, he truly possessed the strength to rival celestial-level kings. Xiao Yun smiled, feeling as though the entire world had become considerably clearer. In this instant, his confidence swelled. Even if the Wind Sovereign were to descend, he would dare to engage in battle. The following day, within the mid-region of the Falling Sky mountain range, whoosh, Xiao Yun's figure flickered, leaping and bounding among countless colossal trees with astonishing speed. This was indeed the territory of the Golden Sky Lion King, as mentioned in the mission. But why can I sense no traces of any sixth-tier beasts? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with perplexity. Logically, beasts are highly sensitive to their territories, especially the stronger beasts, who guard their domains with utmost vigilance. Should an outsider intrude, they would launch an immediate attack. The Golden Sky Lion King's realm spanned thousands of miles, with even the most feeble beasts daring not to approach. Yet, having journeyed since dawn, Xiao Yun had yet to detect any presence of sixth-tier beasts. Abruptly, he halted, as if catching sight of something, his pupils narrowing. Have you prepared the sacrificial offerings for the beast? From afar, several figures clad in black robes loomed in the void, gazing down below. Naturally, we are prepared. Once we present it to the demon sovereign, we shall undoubtedly receive abundant rewards. At that time, a group of black-clad figures sneered coldly. They all exuded an eerie presence, emanating a heavy aura of death. Demon cultivators. Xiao Yun activated a spiritual treasure from his Qinquan ring, completely concealing his own aura. Hiding atop a massive tree, his expression darkening. With a single glance, he recognized the identities of these black-robed figures. They were the despicable traitors of humanity. Cruel demon cultivators known for slaughtering innocents. Demon cultivators dare to tread upon the Falling Sky mountain range. Xiao Yun clenched his fists, a blaze of fury igniting in his eyes. The Xianyang sect has historically been irreconcilable with demon cultivators. Any encounter with those of the demonic path warrants execution. A year ago, an elder of the celestial realm, who shared a close bond with Xiao Yun, was brutally slain by demon cultivators, his features mutilated and skin flayed, discarded at the foot of the Xianyang sect. Crack. As memories of that horrific scene resurfaced, Xiao Yun's nails dug painfully into his flesh, crimson blood oozing forth. Although he was not the elder's disciple, he had benefited greatly from his kindness. This grudge must be avenged. Since I have encountered them, how could I allow them to leave alive? These demon cultivators deserve death. Xiao Yun's eyes turned icy as he concealed himself while still eavesdropping on the conversation among the demon cultivators. 3,000 maidens as bait, along with 500 infant hearts. And the Golden Sky Lion King, possessing a trace of ancestral bloodline, should allow the demon sovereign to fully restore his injuries, perhaps even advance further, right? At that time, what is the solitary star sovereign to him? One sword could annihilate him. Within the Great Sun Empire, aside from that old fool Xianyang, who could possibly stand against the demon sovereign? It is said that the Xianyang sovereign is nearing the end of his life. When that time comes, the entire Great Sun Empire shall fall under the demon sovereign's dominion. A cacophony of sinister laughter echoed through the heavens. Upon hearing such words, Xiao Yun's fury intensified further. 3,000 maidens? 500 infant hearts? These damned demon cultivators are utterly insane. Demon disciples. At last, Xiao Yun's eyes turned blood red, his murderous intent laid bare. Whoosh. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Swish. In an instant, he charged towards the group of demon cultivators. The demon cultivators were initially taken aback, then swiftly turned to look. A youngling concealing his cultivation? Hee. A prey delivered right to our doorstep. One among them sneered chillingly. Little brat, kneel and submit, or else. Uffed. However, before his words could finish, Xiao Yun had already reached his side, the dark longsword slicing through the air with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing, piercing through his chest. Gurgle. A spray of crimson blood erupted. The demon cultivator's mouth opened as if to speak, his gaze vacant, his form plummeting to the ground. Demon 3. You seek death. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the other 4 demon cultivators erupted in fury, bellowing in unison, their dark true essence surging. All 5 were formidable beings at the celestial level, with the leader having already advanced to the level of a marquis. Boom. For streams of dark energy suddenly flickered, moving too swiftly for the naked eye to perceive, all converging upon Xiao Yun. In their eyes, someone capable of slaying a 9th-tier celestial with a single strike undoubtedly possessed marquis-level combat strength, perhaps even surpassing that of an ordinary marquis. Without hesitation, the 4 unleashed a relentless assault. Yet, in the face of their joint attack, Xiao Yun remained calm, devoid of any panic. Just as the 4 were about to close in, a scarlet golden fire lotus manifested in his palm. Dragon flame, go! Xiao Yun flicked his fingers, and the fire lotus shot forth in an instant. The searing heat warped the air around it. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the fire lotus detonated. Temperatures soaring to millions of degrees erupted, transforming into countless surging crimson flames, enveloping the 4 demon celestials. In an instant, piercing screams echoed. However, they lasted but a fleeting moment before silence reigned once more. The 4 demon celestials, including the leading marquis, were utterly incinerated into ashes, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 18. The Blood-Refining Demon Sovereign. The power of the dragon flame appears to far exceed my previous estimations. Xiao Yun, with an icy demeanor, cast a cold glance downward as he sheathed his Zhuhan long sword. The dragon flame he had compressed multiple times before erupted with a terrifying force that exceeded all prior encounters. Regrettably, their storage rings had been incinerated along with them, including the corpse of the Golden Sky Lion King, which lay within. Shaking his head with a hint of sorrow, Xiao Yun turned to leave the Falling Sky mountain range. At that moment, a raspy, deep voice, reminiscent of metal grinding, echoed from the spot where the 5 had perished. Hehe, young one. You possess remarkable courage to slay my 5 servants. Who? Xiao Yun dared not hesitate, abruptly lifting his gaze. Before him stood a towering figure, nearly 10 feet tall. A white-haired man riddled with dozens of blood holes, emerging from the void. His blood-red eyes resembled those of the Grim Reaper, filled with a thirst for blood and madness. You. Xiao Yun's brow furrowed, swiftly realizing that the man before him was somewhat illusory, not a corporeal being. I am the blood-refining demon sovereign, one of the 10 demon sovereigns of the 7 Fiends' demon palace. The blood-refining demon sovereign grinned menacingly, an overwhelming stench of blood wafting from him. As if an ocean of blood manifested behind him, boundless and terrifying. Though merely a fragment of his will, he still possessed an alarming strength, nearing the realm of the king-level celestial. Even a peak marquis-level celestial would be crushed under his might. The blood-refining demon sovereign. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically. This was a true sovereign-level demon cultivator who had battled the master of the Xianyang sect decades ago, ultimately retreating in defeat. Young man, do you understand? For today's blood sacrifice, I have prepared for years. 8 altars have been completed, and only the essence blood of the Golden Sky Lion King remains for perfection. This would restore my injuries and even elevate me to the 4th stage of sovereignty. However, the blood-refining demon sovereign's gaze grew increasingly crimson. Your unexpected interference has thwarted my grand design. To find another beast like the Golden Sky Lion King, imbued with ancestral blood, is akin to reaching for the heavens. As he spoke, his body trembled, and his blood-red essence surged violently, a ravenous desire to consume flesh and drink blood emanating from him. The Golden Sky Lion King possessed a trace of the ancient fierce beast's bloodline. By employing the secret blood sacrifice technique, the blood-refining demon sovereign could evolve, advancing further in sovereignty, and perhaps even attain the status of a saint. This was a coveted opportunity that countless cultivators dreamt of, yet it had slipped through his fingers because of this young man. Even summoning this fragment of his will had come too late. His 5 celestial servants had been reduced to ashes in an instant. including the Golden Sky Lion King within the spatial ring. Damn it! The blood-refining demon sovereign, drenched in blood, appeared as though he had emerged from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of sheer horror. Without the source blood of the fierce beast, I shall make you the coarse sacrifice offered to me. Suddenly, he extended his hand, grasping the air, and an immense force enveloped Xiao Yun entirely. Get lost! Xiao Yun roared, veins bulging on his right fist as he swung with ferocious strength. Boom! A colossal force equivalent to 30 billion pounds erupted instantaneously. The very space trembled, and a terrifying gust of wind swept through, tossing aside large fragments of stone and vegetation. What? The blood-refining demon sovereign's heart raced in shock as he hurriedly retreated, evading the dreadful wave of power. He had seldom encountered such sheer, unadulterated strength, reminiscent of legendary primal beasts, containing unimaginable might. Bang! As he withdrew, the ground where he had stood was left with a massive, gaping pit. What a tyrannical force! The blood-refining demon sovereign's blood-red eyes narrowed, feeling a sense of dread. Is it possible that this young man possesses some unique constitution? Otherwise, how could he wield such terrifying power? Perhaps using him as the core of the blood sacrifice would yield even better results than the source blood of the fierce beast. As this thought raced through his mind, the blood-refining demon sovereign's expression suddenly transformed into one of intense excitement, his eyes ablaze with greed and desire. Blood condensation technique. Explode. He swiftly formed a seal with one hand and bellowed with fervor. In an instant, the remnants of blood swirling around him converged into a brilliant, dazzling crimson light, hurtling toward Xiao Yun. So fast. In the blink of an eye, the blood droplets were mere inches from Xiao Yun, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. This is bad. I cannot evade. Xiao Yun's face changed drastically, yet he could only watch helplessly as the blood orb drew nearer. The blood-refining demon sovereign's attack was too fierce. He had no time to resist. In that critical moment, Xiao Yun's entire skin transformed into dragon scales, morphing him into a half-human, half-dragon form. The bloodline of the ancient flame dragon clan awakened for the first time. Boom! The next moment, the blood orb exploded, and an endless crimson tide engulfed Xiao Yun, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Ha ha! Before my heavenly grade divine ability blood secret, you are merely flailing in a dying struggle. The blood-refining demon sovereign stood 100 meters away, a mocking glint in his blood-red eyes. He held immense confidence in this divine ability, almost certain that Xiao Yun was doomed to perish. Though this incarnation could not employ the sovereign's exclusive domain powers with the blood secret divine ability, even a king-level celestial could be obliterated if caught off guard. Now, it's time to collect the source blood within your body. The blood-refining demon sovereign produced a small jade vial, inhaling deeply, and slowly extended his right hand toward the center of the explosion. This was a low-grade earth-tier spiritual treasure, the blood-gathering bottle, capable of storing essence blood and source blood. Even if the opponent were to be reduced to minuscule fragments, the bottle could capture every drop. After several moments of collecting, not a single drop of blood had converged toward the blood-gathering bottle. The blood-refining demon sovereign frowned slightly and directly probed with his divine sense, yet he could find no trace of Xiao Yun whatsoever. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. In an instant, the blood-refining demon sovereign froze, then erupted in furious rage. He actually escaped. Boom! His blood-red eyes flared with a fierce light, brimming with murderous intent, causing the very forest beneath him to tremble violently. A dignified sovereign had failed to capture even a mere celestial-level youth? Heh, young man, I. The blood-refining demon sovereign's cold voice trailed off as he gazed into the distance. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated. A vast and overwhelming pressure surged forth, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed like a dragon's cry, sweeping across hundreds of miles. Chapter 19. The true dragon emerges, a million-zhang spiritual sea. Boom! In an instant, the wind howled and lightning flashed. The world darkened ominously, and amidst a cataclysmic bolt of thunder, the blood-refining demon sovereign caught sight of a blurred human figure. Roar! An earth-shattering, deafening roar reverberated through the void, as if an unfathomable force tore at the ground, causing the mountains to tremble. The Dragon Clan. At this moment, the blood-refining demon sovereign finally beheld the figure in the distance, instantly struck with an overwhelming terror. What appeared to be a humanoid silhouette was, in fact, a fearsome true dragon, measuring several hundred zhang in length and radiating a brilliant golden hue. It coiled majestically in the sky, casting a shadow over the heavens, with each scale seemingly forged from gold, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. Surrounding its form was an unparalleled flame, capable of incinerating all that exists and devouring the world in its fury. How could a true dragon appear in the falling sky mountain range? Upon witnessing the shadow obscuring the sun, the blood-refining demon sovereign could no longer concern himself with the fate of Xiao Yun, exclaiming in alarm, "The true dragon, the pinnacle of bloodlines among demonic beasts. Once a pureblood true dragon reaches maturity, it possesses terrifying power rivaling that of human sovereigns. Even a juvenile true dragon at the celestial level can easily rend apart human dignitaries. The chasm in life levels is an absolute obliteration. Flee." With this thought, the blood-refining demon sovereign immediately activated his movement technique, his speed surging to its peak. This incarnation contained a portion of his true power. Should he perish here, it would inflict a grievous blow upon his true self. Boom. However, in the next instant, as he leaped into the void, a blazing red-golden flame shot across the sky, descending with lethal intent upon him. Damn it! Why is this true dragon targeting me? The blood-refining demon sovereign was paralyzed with fear, unable to leap away. Blood gushed from his body as he desperately attempted to withstand the searing flame. But how formidable was that dragon flame, released from the true dragon's body? Its might had surged over tenfold. How could he hope to resist it? No. His will was swiftly consumed within the red-golden dragon flame, and the blood-refining demon sovereign's unwilling wails abruptly ceased, his existence annihilated in an instant. Meanwhile, a myriad of miles away, within a blood-red great hall, the true form of the blood-refining demon sovereign, seated in a blood pool for cultivation, suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his visage as pale as death. Damn it! My will incarnation has been destroyed. Who could it be? The blood-refining demon sovereign's expression twisted with rage. He had dispatched this incarnation for merely half an hour, yet it had been utterly obliterated. This filled him with immense fury. Regardless of who you are, if you dare to disrupt my grand scheme and oppose the Seven Fiends' demonic palace, you shall meet your demise. Within a valley of the falling sky mountain range, as the red-golden true dragon vanished, Xiao Yun's figure re-emerged, collapsing to the ground, his aura weak. The consumption required to transform into a dragon's form was indeed staggering. Lying on the ground, Xiao Yun gasped for breath, acutely aware of the nearly depleted spiritual energy within his Tanyan, and he could only manage a bitter smile. First transforming into the ancient flame dragon's body, then unleashing that true dragon flame, had drained every last thread of spiritual energy from his body, leaving nothing behind. However, the power exhibited by that ancient flame dragon form was exceptionally gratifying. The strength of 10 billion corporeal power, amplified thrice, reached 300 billion. While the might of the dragon flame surged several times over, one breath of dragon flame obliterated the blood-refining demon sovereign's incarnation, comparable to a king-level celestial. Once I ascend to the spirit sea realm, I shall possess an immense reservoir of spiritual energy to sustain my powers. Xiao Yun's injuries were not severe, and he quickly rose to his feet, greedily absorbing the pure spiritual energy from a high-grade spiritual stone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing a strand of pure spiritual energy, yielding a 10,000-fold return and acquiring 10,000 strands of heavenly spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing a strand of pure spiritual energy, yielding a 10,000-fold return and acquiring 10,000 strands of heavenly spiritual energy. In mere moments, the spiritual energy within his body surged once more, bringing Xiao Yun a profound sense of relief. Simultaneously, the bottleneck of his body refinement realm began to loosen. A breakthrough was imminent. Xiao Yun hurriedly took out a formation plate, activating it to conceal his aura, preventing any prying eyes from discovering his presence. This was one of the Earth-level spiritual artifacts gifted by the Sect leader, possessing formidable stealth capabilities sufficient to shield him from the perception of beings below the sovereign level. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius erupted, surging into Xiao Yun's body like a tidal wave, with the torrent of spiritual energy washing over him. Xiao Yun's already formidable physique grew even more powerful, transcending the realm of 10 billion strength. His Dantian, the gathering place for all spiritual energy, appeared to transform into a true ocean of spiritual energy, continuously expanding and growing. In just a short time, it had already reached several thousand zhang in diameter. It is worth noting that ordinary human cultivators can typically only accumulate a spiritual sea of up to 100 zhang in the spirit sea realm. Even those prodigies with exceptional physiques can barely reach 300 or 400 zhang. After all, the larger the spiritual sea, the more spiritual energy the Dantian can accommodate. Unlike the differences within the body refinement realm, the difference in total spiritual energy between 100 zhang and 1,000 zhang spiritual sea is far more than tenfold. Yet Xiao Yun had completely shattered this limit. His spiritual sea was still expanding. 100,000 zhang, 200,000 zhang, 500,000 zhang, 700,000 zhang. In less than an hour, the original diameter of his spiritual sea had surged several dozen times. The total spiritual energy it could contain had reached 1,000,000,000 times that of an ordinary person. Truly astounding. The capabilities of the system were indeed tyrannical. Such a straightforward and brutal approach. While the common limit is 100 zhang spiritual sea, my spiritual sea, after a 10,000-fold amplification, is a full million zhang. The disparity is far beyond 10,000 times. Finally, when the spiritual sea reached 1,000,000 zhang, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep as the starry sky. If the number of spiritual threads the body refinement realm could accommodate was likened to a droplet of water, then the total spiritual energy within him now resembled a true ocean, a genuine sea of spiritual energy. An almost inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy fortified his body, meridians, and acupoints, facilitating continuous transformation. His foundation grew ever more solid, his depth increasingly profound. Now, the greatest harvest from this breakthrough into the spirit sea realm awaited. Xiao Yun closed his eyes once again, and a mysterious, profound wave emanated from within him, gradually melding into his sea of consciousness. It was time to condense the dragon soul. Chapter 20. Condensing the dragon soul, millionfold soul power. Buzz. In an instant, Xiao Yun's consciousness immersed in his sea of consciousness, only to suddenly discover he had arrived in a peculiar realm. Here, the stars flowed, myriad laws intertwined, and an immense, magnificent aura enveloped the space. Within the mortal realm, there exists such a pure-blooded little creature? The grandeur reverberated like celestial music, as vast as an ocean's roar. The indifferent voice sent a shiver through Xiao Yun's heart. He raised his gaze to see a colossal dragon figure towering over billions of miles, standing in the boundless void. It was shrouded in chaotic mist, its form indistinct, appearing both real and ethereal, resembling an eternal sun suspended in the heavens. "I bow to you, elder." Xiao Yun hastily bowed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. A hint of approval seeped through the indifferent tone, as the towering dragon figure slowly extended a claw, comparable in size to a star, pointing towards Xiao Yun. Roar. Completely involuntarily, Xiao Yun transformed into a dragon form, releasing a mighty dragon roar. Buzz. In the next instant, an inexplicable force descended upon him, causing his soul to continuously transcend and transform, ultimately manifesting as a hazy dragon spirit. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully condensing the dragon spirit. Your soul's power has increased 100-fold, yielding a 10,000-fold return, resulting in a million-fold augmentation of soul power. Boom. At that moment, as the system's voice echoed, Xiao Yun's dragon form surged in an explosive growth, expanding to a staggering height of 1,000 zhang, and then again, soaring to an astonishing 5,000 zhang. With a whoosh, a terrifying pressure erupted, engulfing this illusory realm. The colossal body of the ancient flame dragon continued to grow, 10,000 zhang, 30,000 zhang, 50,000 zhang, until it reached a full 100,000 zhang, nearly obscuring the vast sky for 100 miles, before finally coming to a halt. This breathtaking scene compelled the formidable dragon shadow, high above in the 9 heavens, to cast a glance downward. It was unexpected that such an unparalleled prodigy would emerge in this mortal realm. A million-fold increase in dragon spirit power. Such a gift was something I never possessed in my youth. This aptitude is more than sufficient for you to rise in this mortal world. I, the primordial dragon lord, hope to catch a glimpse of your figure in the chaotic universe one day. Strive on, little one. As those deep murmurs faded, the immense and majestic dragon shadow gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained entranced by the overwhelming surge of soul power. As he began to regain his senses, disbelief etched across his face. 100,000 zhang. The true dragon form, forged purely from soul power, had reached a staggering 100,000 zhang. Such terrifying soul strength could likely rival that of a high-tier sovereign. Within the cave, Xiao Yun's true self opened his eyes, which sparkled with divine brilliance. In that moment, he felt an illusion of omnipotence. It was as if with a mere thought, he could obliterate the 1,000-mile mountain range and subdue all adversaries. This sensation was extraordinary, as if his soul had transformed into a true corporeal form, with every gesture capable of unleashing incredible combat prowess. The combination of both was utterly unmatched. This power was no less than that of an ordinary sovereign. Clenching his fist slightly, Xiao Yun reveled in the immense soul power coursing through his body, exhilaration swelling within him. Boom. In an instant, he soared into the air. With just a flicker of thought, a distant hill towering hundreds of zhang was reduced to dust, clouds of debris filling the sky. How swift. Is this the might of soul power? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yun's expression shifted in astonishment, marveling at the sheer terror of soul power. It erupted instantaneously, without any forewarning. Ordinary celestial beings would find it nearly impossible to resist, and in the blink of an eye, they would meet their demise at his hands. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human ancient flame dragon clan, pure blood. Cultivation, Soul Sea realm, 10th level, 100,000-zhang Soul Sea. Physical strength, 1.5 billion gene, transformed into ancient flame dragon clan, achieving a 10-fold increase, reaching 150 billion gene. Soul cultivation, sovereign 6th level, million-fold increase. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, imperial rank physique, supreme ancestry. Technique, heavenly dragon battle art, heavenly rank, mid-tier, currently at 2nd level. Physical strength increase of 60x, equating to 90 billion gene of power. Martial skills, breaking the chi palm, heavenly rank, upper tier, perfected. Stellar steps, heavenly rank, lower tier, perfected. Thunderfire sword technique, heavenly rank, lower tier, perfected. Items, 100 million high-grade spirit stones, 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, 300 billion low-grade spirit stones. 9999 burning heaven flame dragon essence blood, 10,000 soul lotus. 2nd level heavenly dragon battle art, 90 billion gene of power. Moreover, this dragon spirit power is equivalent to the soul cultivation of a sovereign 6th level. Upon reviewing his current system panel, Xiao Yun was utterly astounded. Previously, his soul had been his greatest weakness, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. If he encountered a celestial being proficient in soul attacks, he would have been utterly defenseless. Yet now, even at merely the 10th level of the Soul Sea realm, he possessed soul power comparable to that of a sovereign 6th level expert, capable of slaying a king with a single thought. Such terror, he had underestimated the might of this dragon spirit. A million-fold enhancement of the soul truly reached the pinnacle of horror. Furthermore, as his cultivation continued to ascend, this dragon spirit power would only grow, reaching an exceedingly terrifying level. However, just what kind of existence was that primordial dragon lord? Suddenly, Xiao Yun recalled the supreme being that had manifested in the dragon spirit space. The dragon spirit form, towering billions of miles high, gazed at him with eyes that seemed to witness the birth and demise of infinite worlds. Even the legendary ancient flame dragon emperor paled in comparison, being a mere fraction of its grandeur. It appeared that this world was far more expansive than he had imagined. The chaotic universe? Could it be an existence beyond the Tanyan continent? Xiao Yun's gaze flickered, his expression tinged with confusion, yet he did not dwell on it excessively. Such matters were beyond his current reach. It was time to depart. The blood-refining demon lord would not rest easy and might personally come to this falling sky mountain range. Xiao Yun took a moment to survey the surroundings, then inhaled deeply. Although he currently harbored no fear of the blood-refining demon lord, if that being insisted on pursuing him and unleashed domain powers, he too would find himself embroiled in a bitter battle. Therefore, lingering was unwise. Onward. In the next moment, Xiao Yun ascended, propelled by his soul power, shooting forth into the sky. Chapter 21. Zhou Tong's Demise, the Wrath of Xiao Yun. On the other side, outside the mission hall of the Xianyang sect, nearly 100 disciples stood with grim expressions, gazing at the corpses covered by white cloth on the ground, their eyes filled with anguish. Among them, an elderly man with hair as white as snow slowly bent down and unveiled a section of the cloth. Beneath it lay a young girl whose neck was nearly severed, her face contorted in a mask of pain and despair. Judging by her age, she was barely in her 20s, yet she had met a tragic end. Her heart had been ruthlessly extracted, the crimson blood staining her entire visage, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing. Junior Sisterly. Upon witnessing the girl's gruesome fate, several disciples in white robes were overwhelmed with sorrow and fury, their fists clenched, unleashing a chorus of mournful cries. The crowd's expressions reflected profound desolation. Li Qingyu, once the lively and whimsical little junior sister of the outer sect, known for her infectious laughter, had unexpectedly suffered such a calamity today. Many outer sect disciples wept silently, their fists nearly crushed with rage. Sigh. The elderly man gently closed the girl's eyes, which had been filled with boundless despair, and let out a long sigh. These individuals had been slain by demonic cultivators during a sect mission. The practitioners of the demonic path truly deserved condemnation. His heart brimmed with fury as he continued to inspect the remaining corpses. Before long, as the identities of the corpses were revealed, anguished howls erupted once more. It was Wu Wenhao, brother Wu, and sister Wang, junior sister Lu, Zhao Feng, Songjia, Linhai Qintao. One by one, the identities of the corpses were unveiled, and all disciples found their eyes reddened with rage, teeth gritted. These were all outer sect disciples of the Xianyang sect, young and brimming with potential for the future. Now, however, they have all met a tragic end here. which is utterly infuriating, igniting an intense hatred within me towards those demonic cultivators. What has transpired? At this moment, Xiao Yun finally returned to the Xinjiang sect, pushing his way through the crowd. As he drew near, he was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming, acrid scent of blood, causing him to frown slightly. How could there be such a stench of blood within the sect? What on earth is happening? Xiao Yun hurried to the forefront, and his gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies arrayed upon the ground, sending tremors through his spirit. This is, however, upon recognizing one of the corpses and its familiar visage, his pupils constricted violently. No, brother Zhou Tong. A thunderous roar echoed in Xiao Yun's mind as he cried out in despair. The figure lying on the ground was none other than his close comrade, brother Zhou Tong. At this moment, his limbs had been severed, and his chest was deeply caved in. His eyes were wide open, filled with immense pain and terror, refusing to close. Zhou Tong. In an instant, Xiao Yun trembled uncontrollably, his eyes turning crimson. It's me, your brother has returned. Wake up, please wake up. I have a spirit jade fruit that can restore severed limbs. You must swallow it, quickly. He shakily produced a translucent spirit fruit, bringing it to Zhou Tong's already desiccated and pallid lips, urgently calling out. The spirit jade fruit, a 6th-tier celestial treasure, can completely heal any injury as long as there remains a breath of life. Yet, no matter how he urged, Zhou Tong's pale pupils showed no sign of change, only a profound silence. No, no, no. Xiao Yun forcefully shoved the spirit jade fruit into Zhou Tong's mouth, kneeling down, cradling his mangled body in profound sorrow. Hello. I am Zhou Tong. Are you here for the Xinjiang sect's entrance examination as well? Xiao Yun, I have broken through to the spirit sea realm. Here, take these body refinement pills. I will wait for you in the outer sect. Keep pushing forward. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Zhou Tong, will always protect you. Even after you descend the mountain. The image of Zhou Tong, smiling warmly, flooded Xiao Yun's mind like a tidal wave. Xiao Yun sat there in a daze, oblivious to the spirit jade fruit rolling away, murmuring to himself, Brother Zhou, why? Why? Our agreement has yet to be fulfilled. His voice was low, resembling a fevered dream, barely audible. Sigh. The bond between Xiao Shengzi and Zhou Tong was exceedingly strong. With Zhou Tong's demise, he likely suffered a significant blow. Observing Xiao Yun's state, the surrounding disciples shook their heads in sorrow for him. After all, their relationship was evident, and seeing Xiao Yun in such a state was truly heart-wrenching. Xiao Shengzi, may you find peace in your grief. After a long while, a white-haired elder gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Xiao Yun's form trembled slightly before he slowly rose. At that moment, however, a chilling aura of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Elder, who was responsible for Zhou Tong's death, for the deaths of my fellow disciples. He clenched his fists tightly, a terrifying aura erupting from him, causing the temperature around them to plummet. This time, he would no longer conceal any of his power. Upon witnessing the surging momentum emanating from Xiao Yun, the white-haired elder was taken aback, shaking his head and speaking in a low voice. The Ghostly Men Sect. The Ghostly Men Sect, one of the 4 demonic sects of the Great Sun Empire, its ancestral figure has ascended to the realm of the respected, and it commands 6 royal celestial beings. Such strength is indeed formidable, rivaling the righteous factions like the Thundersky Sect. Second only to the Great Sun Empire and the Xinjiang Sect, a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, today's incident is not the first of its kind. Even though the sect master of Xinjiang harbors intentions to annihilate the Ghostly Men Sect, he is nearing his end and must guard against the seal of the demonic sovereign, leaving him no time to attend to this matter. The Ghostly Men Sect? Ha, splendid. Xiao Yun's eyes burned crimson, and his chilling voice reverberated through the air. A colossal surge of spiritual power seemed to materialize, soaring upwards and tearing through the layers of clouds. Boom. In an instant, a tempest arose, sending sand and stone flying. Xiao Yun, do not act impulsively. The white-haired elder felt a sudden pang of alarm and hastily cautioned. The Ghostly Men Sect is deeply rooted. Even if your strength is formidable, rivaling that of a royal celestial being, it is not something you can confront. Rest assured, I have my own measures. However, Xiao Yun paid him no heed, speaking coldly. Brother Zhou, please wait a moment. Once I have vanquished those scoundrels, I shall join you for a drink. Boom. In the next instant, before the white-haired elder could intervene, Xiao Yun's figure surged upward, hurtling forth at a terrifying speed, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Chapter 22. The Path of Choice of the Shadow King. Xiao Yun arrives. The Ghostly Men Sect. The mountains stretched endlessly, majestic and imposing. Resembling a primordial beast sprawled across the earth. Dozens of palaces belonging to the Ghostly Men Sect loomed in the air, emanating an eerie, sinister glow, enveloping the entire mountain range in a chilling atmosphere of death and slaughter. Within one of the dark ancient palaces, the abode of the Shadow King, one of the 6 royal protectors of the ghostly Min sect. You say you have slain over a dozen outer disciples of the Xianyang sect, and that you have tortured them to death? In the pitch-black hall, a figure cloaked in black robes sat upon the throne. A small snake of crimson and black coiled around its shoulder, flicking its scarlet tongue, its slit-like eyes shimmering with a bloodthirsty gleam, fixated intently on a young man before him. This young man, slender and clad in white robes, resembled a scholarly individual with a refined and elegant appearance. His features like a painting. He was none other than Zhao Tianming, the chief disciple of the Shadow King, known as the Bloodhand of Ghosts. Reporting to my master, I indeed killed several disciples of the Xianyang sect. Zhao Tianming bowed respectfully, speaking with deference, but it was by no means torture. For most, I merely extracted their hearts and severed their life veins. Only that foolish girl enjoyed a brief moment of my subordinate's grace. His tone was calm, and his expression was disturbingly indifferent, as if recounting an ordinary occurrence. The name Bloodhand of Ghosts attested to the depths of his cruelty. Foolish. At these words, the Shadow King's anger flared, and he raised his hand, striking Zhao Tianming to the ground. Bam! Zhao Tianming staggered back several steps, crashing to the floor, a look of pain flashing across his face. Yet he dared not reveal it, instead rising to kneel and imploring, "Please, master, enlighten me. What grave error have I committed?" His gaze quickly regained composure, as if he was accustomed to the Shadow King's lashings and punishments. What error? The Shadow King's eyes were icy, filled with murderous intent. In this demonic sect, the law of the jungle prevails. Only power governs all. Though Zhao Tianming is his direct disciple, should he truly provoke his ire, he would not hesitate to kill him. The sect master has decreed that there must be no conflict with the Xianyang sect. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. You neglect your cultivation within the sect, opting instead to venture out to kill, targeting the outer disciples of the Xianyang sect. This is tantamount to courting death. The Shadow King's voice grew increasingly frigid, the royal pressure permeating the surroundings, nearly shattering the entire hall. Do you understand? Even though the master of the Xianyang sect is gravely injured and not to be feared, however, within the Xianyang sect, there still exist 2 venerable elders of the esteemed rank. In addition, the 12 core elders of the Xianyang sect are all of the same royal-level celestial beings as myself. Should we truly provoke them, my ghostly underworld sect would undoubtedly face catastrophic ruin. The Shadow King slowly seated himself, his tone gravely serious. You have truly stirred up trouble this time. Upon hearing the term venerable, even the typically indifferent Zhao Tianming turned pale, a wave of apprehension washing over him. No matter how formidable a royal-level powerhouse may be, they are still merely celestial beings. In comparison to the venerable ones who have begun to touch the essence of fundamental laws and consolidate their domains, they are but fireflies against the full moon. It can even be said that they are of entirely different concepts. Once a domain manifests, even 1,000 royal-level beings working in unison would struggle to escape annihilation. Moreover, the venerable of the ghostly underworld sect currently stationed here is merely at the initial stage of venerable rank and is no match for the 2 seasoned venerables of the Xianyang sect. If we truly anger those 2 ancient monsters of the Xianyang sect, it would undoubtedly result in a calamity of epic proportions. As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. What should the disciple of my master do? After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter a strained question, seeking counsel from the Shadow King. What should you do? Bang! The Shadow King scoffed, casually tossing a dagger that landed at Zhao Tianming's feet. Having taken a life, you must naturally bear the consequences. Take your own life before me. I shall send your head to the foot of the Xianyang sect, as an explanation to them. The somber voice echoed throughout the grand hall, and Zhao Tianming's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes wide in disbelief. Master, are you truly asking me to die? What do you think? The Shadow King's gaze was frigid, looking down upon Zhao Tianming. You, with merely the cultivation of the divine mansion realm, dare to slaughter disciples of the Xianyang sect so recklessly? If it were only 2 or 3 lives, it might have been excusable. But 13. You have wiped out 2 entire teams from the sect. The Xianyang sect will not let this transgression go unpunished. You must pay with your life as restitution. If you do not die, then who shall? The Shadow King's words grew increasingly frigid, culminating in a roar that echoed like a wailing specter from the abyss. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianming trembled, a deep-seated resentment etching itself across his face. How ruthless! He fully understood that he had likely become a forsaken pawn of the sect, with no path to survival. This is the realm of the devilish sect. This is the world where the weak are devoured by the strong. If only he possessed the power, would he be so ruthlessly coerced? Suddenly, he laughed maniacally towards the heavens, appearing as if he had lost his sanity. I refuse to accept this. You are nothing but a group of cowards. just because you have slain a dozen outer disciples. You are so eager to sever ties with me and push me into the abyss. The ghostly underworld sect? Merely a congregation of timid wastrels. If I were a venerable, I would surely rip out your hearts, sever your veins, and shatter your corpses into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Tianming's countenance twisted grotesquely. His features contorted in madness as he raved. Heh, struggling in the face of death? The Shadow King regarded Zhao Tianming's cries with indifference. Then allow me to send you on your final journey. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from the Shadow King, transforming into a tidal wave that swept in all directions. In a heartbeat, the entire grand hall groaned, the walls cracked, and the structure trembled. No, Zhao Tianming's anguished wail pierced the air. He felt as though his very being was on the verge of exploding, every inch of flesh and blood within him boiling and bursting. It was as if he were plunged into a cauldron of oil. Even if I descend into hell, I shall not let any of you go unpunished. With a frenzied roar, the body beneath Zhao Tianming's head shattered explosively. Subsequently, the divine mansion he had consolidated also erupted with a thunderous crash. The formidable ghostly blood hand Zhao Tianming thus fell. Bang! With a muffled thud, the head filled with endless resentment rolled to the ground, its eyes wide open, forever unclosed in death. Humph! My foolish disciple. The Shadow King snorted coldly, casually placing the head into a box, which he handed to an elderly servant beside him. Do you have any idea how much effort and cost I have expended over the years to cultivate him? I had intended to wait until he advanced to the celestial realm before casting him into the shattered body cauldron, to grind his flesh and soul into nutrients that would assist my breakthrough into royal rank. Yet, I never imagined this would occur. The Shadow King stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the dusky landscape outside the hall, his eyes flickering slightly. In his view, so-called disciples were merely fodder for power, akin to livestock raised for slaughter, simply things to be disposed of at will. The notion of affection had never existed. Send this head to the Xianyang sect. Additionally, eliminate the more than 20 individuals who accompanied Zhao Tianming. The Shadow King's voice was chillingly detached, as though he were discussing a trivial matter such as dining. As one of the demonic path's tyrants, he certainly understood the principles of sacrifice. For him, only power was eternal. As for everything else, it was merely ephemeral. As you command. The elderly servant nodded in compliance. Yet, just as he was about to depart. Boom. Chapter 23. A solo infiltration of the ghostly underworld sect, the three great royal guardians. A thunderous roar reverberated through the void, like the sound of 1,000 thunderclaps. The deafening noise caused the elderly servant to freeze in place. The Shadow King's brow furrowed as he swiftly ascended into the air above the grand hall. Boom. In the distance, a terrifying crimson-golden blaze illuminated the entire sky, as if a brilliant sun were plummeting from the heavens. It resembled the arrival of the apocalypse. What? The Shadow King gazed up, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. In his line of sight, endless crimson flames surged and roiled, the searing heat distorting the very fabric of the void. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Countless powerful members of the ghostly underworld sect soared into the sky, cries of alarm echoing. Damn it! The Shadow King's expression turned ashen, fury boiling within him. How many years had it been? How dare anyone attack the ghostly underworld sect? They were truly seeking death. At all costs, slay every last attacker. A furious roar reverberated throughout the entire sect. The Shadow King was genuinely enraged at this moment. Meanwhile, 342. Xiao Yun gazed expressionlessly at the remnants of the Xianming sect's grand hall, reduced to ashes, softly uttering a number, his demeanor eerily calm. One person? A presumptuous boy. Daring to infiltrate the ghostly underworld sect alone and kill so many of my disciples. Seeking death, indeed. In the distance, a towering giant bellowed. His frame as imposing as an iron tower, exuding a terrifying and fierce aura. He was unmistakably one of the elders of the ghostly underworld sect, known as the Iron Bear Marquis. Hee, what a handsome young man. Would you like to become my personal pet? A sultry, feminine voice echoed from another direction, as several purple silks fluttered, revealing a graceful and alluring figure, an enchanting woman. She was clad only in purple silks, exposing large swathes of her alluring form. Her snow-white skin enough to stir the passions of any man. Lady Lingmei, as the Iron Bear Duke prepared to launch an assault on Xiao Yun, the arrival of the woman caused him to halt abruptly. He bowed his head respectfully, beads of cold sweat glistening upon his brow. The alluring Lingmei Wang, a being of equal rank to the Shadow King, was renowned for her dual cultivation methods and her terrifying illusions and mental enchantments. Beneath her command were 3 king-level servants, each ensnared by her endless allure, willingly devoted to her as their sovereign. With a soft, melodic laugh, Lingmei Wang responded to the Iron Bear Duke's address. Little bear, why the tension? Are you worried that your sister might snatch away your prey? Her voice was sweet and bewitching, capable of luring one into a trance, making escape nearly impossible. Yet the Iron Bear Duke trembled at her words, sweat pouring from his forehead as he stammered. This subordinate dares not. Despite being a peak Duke-level powerhouse, he felt utterly insignificant in the presence of Ling Mei Wang. A mere misstep could lead him to be enchanted into becoming her thrall, losing his self-identity and becoming nothing more than a soulless puppet. Ling Mei Wang chuckled again, her charm intensifying, while the Iron Bear Duke kept his head bowed, shaking in trepidation. Kill that little brat. His gaze disturbs me, she said after a long pause, her voice ethereal yet tinged with a hint of cruelty. At once, the Iron Bear Duke's heart leaped with joy as he complied, swiftly traversing the void towards Xiao Yun. In an instant, he appeared before Xiao Yun. With his peak Duke-level strength, he covered the distance of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye, akin to teleportation. Die, he howled, an ominous grin spreading across his face as his palm, the size of a large leaf, descended like a blade. Boom. In that moment, true essence erupted, and the winds howled. The Iron Bear Duke was a genuine peak Duke-level warrior, having reached this level several decades prior. He held no fear even for someone like the Poison Heart Duke, a mere junior of the Spirit Sea realm, regardless of how much power he concealed, was destined to perish. Poor little thing, Ling Mei Wang giggled from afar, seemingly anticipating the gruesome sight of Xiao Yun's demise. Yet, the very next moment, her laughter was abruptly silenced, her beautiful face marred by shock and disbelief. Boom. A tempest of flames erupted, surging wildly like a tidal wave, engulfing the scene and obscuring half the sky. All things vanished, leaving only the surging sea of flames. So scorching, even from 1,000 feet away. Ling Mei Wang felt an unbearable heat and hastily retreated. Do you dare to kill me? From within the infinite flames, Xiao Yun emerged, holding what was left of a body nearly turned to ash, stepping forth slowly. Are you worthy? His expression was frigid, his white garments stained with blood, his eyes like cold stars, enveloped in boundless blazing dragon flames. He resembled a deity born of fire, intent on incinerating the world and judging the sins of all. The Iron Bear Duke has fallen? Ling Mei Wang's gaze trembled as she beheld the inferno, tumultuous waves surging within her heart. That was a peak Duke-level powerhouse. Even she could not annihilate him with a single strike. Yet this Spirit Sea realm youth had accomplished it. How much power has he concealed? Master, be cautious. In an instant, the 3 king-level servants under Ling Mei Wang soared into the void, positioning themselves before her, their eyes fixed on Xiao Yun with grave concern. Ling Mei Wang, what is the situation? The next moment, 2 more king-level guardians rushed in, standing around Ling Mei Wang. They were the Crushing Mountain King and the Puppet King. The former was known for his terrifying strength, each strike akin to a mountain-esque crushing descent, while the latter was a rare corpse manipulator, capable of resurrecting the dead as mindless killing machines. Both were immensely powerful, rivaling the Wind King known to Xiao Yun, each stained with the blood of countless victims. Ah, you clever little brat. Upon seeing her 2 guardians arrive, Ling Mei Wang chuckled softly, casually tossing her hair aside to reveal her ample bosom, her tone slightly icy. What is your purpose in attacking my ghostly demon's sect while concealing your true power to the Spirit Sea realm? Purpose? A sinister smile curled at the corner of Xiao Yun's lips as he coldly replied, to annihilate your ghostly demon's sect. Not a single one shall remain. Boom. That declaration reverberated like thunder, plunging the surroundings into silence. Both the onlookers from the ghostly demon's sect and Ling Mei Wang's guardians were rendered speechless. Annihilate my ghostly demon's sect? Just you alone? The Puppet King, frail and wrapped in bandages with only his arms exposed, burst into boisterous laughter. A mere boy too afraid to reveal his true strength dares to proclaim the destruction of my ghostly demon's sect? What a joke. Truly a grand jest. I bang. However, before the Puppet King could finish his derisive laughter, a chilling sound of flesh and blood exploding echoed through the air. Splat. In an instant. Even the Crushing Mountain King, positioned closest, had no time to react. The Puppet King's body suddenly burst apart, blooming like a blood flower. Crimson mist spreading and saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. The Puppet King had fallen. Chapter 24, Slaughter of Chickens and Dogs. Decapitation of the 3 Great Guardians. There was no warning, no fluctuation of true essence or spiritual energy. The Puppet King, a standout among the king-level beings, had fallen just like that? How could this be possible? The Crushing Mountain King felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils contracting. Ling Mei Wang, retreat. He shouted, leaping backward in a desperate attempt to distance himself from Xiao Yun. Yet, it was too late. With a mere wave of his hand, Xiao Yun unleashed countless invisible soul blades, sweeping through the air like a stunning phoenix, piercing through the Crushing Mountain King in an instant. Splat! The crushing Mountain King was cleaved in two, blood scattering through the sky. Even his very soul was violently shattered, forever deprived of reincarnation. Before Xiao Yun, whose soul cultivation rivaled that of a sixth-level exalted being, slaying these two peak dukes was as effortless as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Master, retreat quickly. The three king-level servants under Ling Mei Wang were shaken to their core, their faces pale with dread. What manner of power was this? In mere moments, he had slain two peak duke-level warriors, leaving no room for resistance whatsoever. It was utterly terrifying. Escape? Xiao Yun's voice was cold, resounding like thunder. Boom. An immense force of soul energy coalesced like an ocean, within which a true dragon roared and surged, vast and imposing, as if it were a prison. In an instant, boundless power enveloped the area, completely locking onto Ling Mei Wang. Protect the master. We will self-destruct. We shall self-destruct at once. The three king-level servants were utterly terrified, shouting in desperation. They understood that relying on themselves alone would never suffice to withstand the tide of that soul ocean. In an instant, the trio soared into the air, simultaneously detonating their king-level celestial powers in a desperate attempt to obstruct Xiao Yun, hoping to secure a slender chance of survival for the Ling Mei King. Flee! The Ling Mei King, without the slightest hesitation, let out a delicate cry, her boundless purple silks swirling around her as if they were sentient, propelling her speed to new heights. Ah, you brat. Prepare to fall alongside us. The three king-level servants moved with an astonishing velocity, fueled by the ultimate power derived from burning their very lives. Self-detonation? Absurd. Xiao Yun shook his head, his sleeves fluttering, unleashing a formidable and inscrutable soul force that surged forth. Suddenly, the three found themselves plunged into an infinite abyss of darkness. Roar! Before them loomed a colossal true dragon, far mightier than the vastness of the galaxy. The dragon reared its majestic head and roared, an overwhelming pressure cascading down upon them, shattering their very souls. No! With a chilling cry, the three king-level servants erupted into a gruesome spectacle, their forms disintegrating into a shower of blood and flesh, leaving no trace behind. This was the power of the dragon's soul suppression. Once ensnared in the realm of soul illusions, there was no escape from the fate of soul annihilation. Boom. Meanwhile, the Ling Mei King's figure had already dashed thousands of miles away, while beyond the confines of the ghostly underworld sect, her body enveloped in purple silks, hastening northward. You are doomed, brat. The expression on the Ling Mei King's delicate face darkened ominously, her heart consumed by rage and hatred. Those three king-level servants were formidable beings she had spent decades ensnaring, and now, in a single day, they had been annihilated. That brat must have reached the threshold of a half-step honored one. Although he had yet to touch the source laws, his power and soul were nearly on par, truly attaining the level of an honored one. After soaring nearly 7,000 miles, the true essence within the Ling Mei King's body was nearly depleted, rendering her unable to sustain her flight. Thus, she came to a halt, turning back to gaze at the now invisible ghostly underworld sect. A venomous resentment flickered across her beautiful visage. No matter what, as long as he is not an honored one, he cannot possibly contend with the sect master. Having slain two of our sect's guardians, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Her voice was chilling, imbued with an icy malice. With two of the 6 guardians of the ghostly underworld sect fallen, the sect master would never let this go unpunished. Once the ghostly underworld honored one intervened, it would be the end for that brat. Buzz. However, at that moment, a sudden low hum resonated. A sense of alarm surged within the Ling Mei King as she abruptly raised her gaze. To her astonishment, the very heavens surrounding her were being torn asunder, the world rapidly shifting back to the interior of the ghostly underworld sect. 100 miles ahead, Xiao Yun wore a mocking expression, looking down upon her from a position of superiority. Everything had transpired far too bizarrely. She had evidently escaped thousands of miles away. Why had she returned to her original position? Could it be that she had been ensnared within his illusions all along? At this realization, the Ling Mei King's face turned pale, her heart plummeting to the depths of despair. How powerful must his illusionary arts be? His soul cultivation was nearing the level of an honored one. To draw her into an illusion without her knowledge would require a soul cultivation at least above the 3rd level of an honored one, capable of absolute soul suppression. Above the 3rd level of an honored one, the sect master of the ghostly underworld was merely at the initial stage of an honored one, far from reaching such heights. Could it be that he was a true honored one? No, it is impossible. The Ling Mei King's thoughts raced, unwilling to accept the judgment she had just made. Yet the evidence lay stark before her, leaving her no room for disbelief. This seemingly frail youth possessed an unfathomable strength that was terrifying beyond belief. Regardless of whether he had attained the status of an honored one or not, his soul power, even at the third level, could sweep aside all king-level celestial beings, rivaling even true honored ones. Oh, have you finally realized that you are trapped in an illusion? Noticing the change in the Lingmei King's demeanor, Xiao Yun offered a detached smile, slowly extending his right hand to point at her. Alas, it is already too late. Buzzing. In the blink of an eye, an invisible wave of soul energy spread, sweeping across the vast firmament like a tidal wave. At that moment, the Lingmei King felt an icy grip of terror, a profound sense of impending death rising from the depths of her soul. "Sectmaster, save me!" she screamed desperately, frantically urging her purple silks to flee, attempting to evade the terrifying wave of soul energy. Yet, it was futile. The wave moved with the speed of thunder, silently passing over the Lingmei King, causing her body to tremble violently, coming to a halt mid-air. Within the depths of her pupils, an endless abyss of despair and terror flooded her mind. Splurt. In the next instant, blood gushed forth. The Lingmei King's entire body suddenly stiffened, and then, starting from her brow, cracks began to form, ultimately exploding into countless fine, shimmering scarlet particles that scattered across the heavens. In that moment, her soul was utterly obliterated, erased from existence. Thus, the formidable sorceress of the ghostly underworld sect, the Lingmei King, who had dominated the Great Sun Empire for a century, was utterly vanquished. After observing for so long, were you truly waiting for me to take action? Following the annihilation of the Lingmei King with a mere gesture, Xiao Yun's expression remained as impassive as ever, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. Come forth. Chapter 25. The Dark Laws, the Realm of Ghostly Underworld. Haha, your soul perception is indeed keen. In the next moment, a raspy, sinister laughter echoed. Following this, an elder cloaked in tattered black robes, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura, stepped into the air, hovering in the void. His gaze was shrouded in darkness, his entire being enveloped in a thick mist of deathly silence. It was faintly discernible that his body was ensnared by numerous dark chains, binding him like a prisoner. Whoosh. Honored one. Sectmaster. At that moment, several figures rushed forth, all displaying utmost reverence towards the elder in the black robe. Leading them were the remaining 3 king-level guardians of the ghostly underworld sect, the Shadow King, the Ghost Slayer King, and the Poison Sting King. Among them, the Shadow King was the foremost of the 6 guardians, rumored to have reached the half-step honored one realm, merely a step away from true honored status. Within the ghostly underworld sect, beneath the ghostly underworld honored one, he was the absolute strongest. In the span of a mere incense stick, 3 of our sect's guardians have fallen. The Shadow King's gaze toward Xiao Yun grew increasingly grave, his heart filled with inexplicable shock. Not to mention the Demon Puppet King and the Crushing Mountain King, he knew better than anyone the prowess of the Lingmei King. Even an ordinary honored one would find it exceedingly difficult to slay her without deploying their domain. Yet, before this individual, the Lingmei King was utterly toyed with, devoid of any means of resistance. Such a formidable being is a rarity in the entire Great Sun Empire. The ghostly underworld honored one. Upon witnessing the appearance of the elder in the black robe, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, his tone calm. I thought you would wait until the entire sect was annihilated before showing yourself. You dare to disrespect the honored one. Instantly, Xiao Yun's mocking and disdainful words ignited the fury of the Shadow King and the others, who erupted in outrage. How brazen! Before a true honored one, he dared to speak so insolently. Did he truly believe that having slain the Lingmei King and her companions was enough to challenge the authority of an honored one? Haha, what a sharp-tongued little fellow. Although you have displayed power comparable to that of a venerable being, I have yet to perceive any trace of primal laws emanating from you. Upon hearing these words, the ghostly underworld sovereign exhibited no signs of anger. Rather, he spoke in a tone that was both languorous and profound, his gaze piercing. Your true cultivation level is undoubtedly beneath that of a sovereign. Indeed, it appears to be so. At this revelation, the Shadow King and his companions felt a slight alleviation of their anxiety. They had harbored doubts about whether their opponent was truly a sovereign, capable of wielding such formidable power. However, it now seemed evident that regardless of his strength, without stepping into the sovereign realm and lacking the augmentation of the domain of laws, he could never be compared to the ghostly underworld sovereign. In that moment, the trepidation and fear that had gripped the trio diminished significantly, as if they had come to a consensus that Xiao Yun was surely no match for the ghostly underworld sovereign. Level of cultivation? Indeed, my current cultivation is merely at the 10th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Hearing the ghostly underworld sovereign's words, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh. However, to deal with you, the 10th stage of the Spirit Sea realm is already more than sufficient. His voice was soft, yet the confidence and dominance embedded within his words resonated like the thunderous toll of a great bell, reverberating in the ears of all present and shaking their very souls. The 10th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Are we to be regarded as fools? At that instant, the irascible poison spike king let out a cold laugh, fully convinced that this was Xiao Yun's mockery of them. To slay a sovereign-level celestial with the Spirit Sea realm? Such a feat spanned an entire 4 major realms, and the strength of Ling Mei Wang and his 2 companions far surpassed that of ordinary celestials by 100-fold. Absurd. Even the legendary juvenile deities could not accomplish such a feat. You are overly arrogant, little one. The ghostly underworld sovereign shook his head, a sinister grin slowly spreading across his face as he ominously declared, "Your strength is indeed extraordinary, but alas, you have encountered a true sovereign." With that, the domain of the ghostly underworld was unleashed. Boom. As the words left his lips, an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy erupted forth. In an instant, the surrounding void twisted violently, transforming into an obscured realm of chaos and darkness. Threads of black light flickered within the chaos, intertwining to form countless grotesque and sinister ghostly visages. The power of the domain of laws. Upon making his move, the ghostly underworld sovereign summoned forth his most powerful trump card, the domain of the ghostly underworld. Within this realm, myriad spirits wailed, and vengeful spirits soared into the heavens, rendering one incapable of resisting or escaping, as if plunged into the true underworld, unable to struggle. In the blink of an eye, an expanse of 300 miles was completely shrouded. The boundless darkness and chilling atmosphere overwhelmed everyone, inducing profound heart palpitations. The power of the dark laws seemed capable of devouring everything, intent on dragging all life into the abyss of hell. Although the ghostly underworld sovereign had only begun to grasp the superficial aspects of the dark laws, there might remain terrifyingly formidable. One misstep could lead even a sovereign to their demise. The dark laws. Is this truly the power of the laws? I must, in the future, comprehend these dark laws. The Shadow King and his companions trembled, their eyes brimming with insatiable fervor and yearning. The dark laws. A peculiar law that diverges from the fundamental primal laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, representing the utmost destruction and devourment. Its peak power is surpassed only by the 2 supreme laws of time and space, far exceeding that of ordinary primal laws. The domain of laws. Is this the true essence of the domain's power? Immersed in this endless realm of darkness, Xiao Yun displayed a hint of gravity in his expression. He could sense the inexorable encroachment of the dark laws, akin to parasites seeking to penetrate his flesh and soul, devouring his essence and gnawing at the core of his being, gradually leading him towards weakness and death. Grant. The ghostly underworld sovereign laughed heartily, and in the midst of his exultation, his form began to swell, rising dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal figure nearly 1,000 feet tall. Boom. The black mist surrounding him surged violently, morphing into serpentine shadows that hissed and roared, further amplifying his already overwhelming aura. How do you find my ghostly form? The ghostly underworld sovereign towered like a mountain, his eyes blood-red, exuding an intense aura of death, resembling a true king of the underworld. Ridiculous. Yet Xiao Yun merely cast a dispassionate glance his way, uttering 2 words, seeking death. At this, the ghostly underworld sovereign's pupils constricted, a murderous intent igniting within him. This arrogant youth dared to be so brazen while ensconced within his domain. If so, let him witness what true despair entails. With that thought in mind, the ghostly underworld sovereign abruptly lifted his right foot and brought it crashing down upon the void. The next moment, boom, a thunderous impact resonated, causing the entire ghostly underworld sect to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Crack. Under the astonished gaze of the Shadow King and the other 2 sovereign guardians, an enormous leg formed purely from dark energy materialized, crashing down like a celestial pillar. That scene was akin to a colossal deity of darkness descending, nearly freezing their hearts in terror. Chapter 26. 9 billion tons of power, the fall of a sovereign. The ground quaked, and dust swirled. The disciples within the ghostly underworld sect trembled, their faces as pale as parchment. The intensity of this battle was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even at a distance of 1,000 miles, they struggled to breathe, as though facing suffocation. Has he fallen? The Shadow King's gaze quivered, murmuring to himself. He thought, if I were struck by that blow, I would likely be reduced to ashes on the spot. Is this the true power of our sect master? Meanwhile, the other 2 sovereign guardians trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with terror. It was too horrifying. Before the true domain of laws, they were but mere ants. Arrogant little one, do not be foolish in your next life. Watching his dark stomp unleashed, the ghostly underworld sovereign's gaze grew increasingly frigid. This strike. Even ordinary sovereigns would not dare to withstand head-on, let alone a mere junior who had yet to enter the sovereign realm. Even the most powerful celestial would be obliterated in an instant. The power of a sovereign is this limited? However, just as the ghostly underworld sovereign prepared to retract the domain and conclude this battle, a voice, cold and indifferent, suddenly echoed through the dissipating dust, laced with disappointment and disdain. The ghostly underworld sovereign's gaze sharpened. The next moment, as the dust settled, everyone finally discerned the scene within. Xiao Yun stood proudly in the void, surrounded by blazing golden divine flames, resembling a deity, his aura vast and formidable. Behind him, it seemed as though a radiant sun hung in the heavens, shining with the brilliance of a star, illuminating the entire realm of the ghostly underworld. He is not dead? Upon witnessing this, the ghostly underworld sovereign's brow furrowed, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. This young man could withstand his domain of the ghostly underworld. Was it his inherent power? Gazing at the crimson golden divine flames enveloping Xiao Yun, the ghostly underworld sovereign's heart trembled, as if he had contemplated a certain possibility. The Wan Tian ranking places the Wanyan divine body at an astounding 89th position. Those who possess this body are enveloped from birth in a unique celestial fire, enabling them to effortlessly refine various formidable flames. The limits achievable at each realm are a staggering tenfold that of an ordinary person, with the prowess exhibited when combined with the celestial fire soaring to 100 times or more. That crimson golden flame must undoubtedly be a manifestation of some extraordinary heavenly fire. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the eyes of the ghostly Ming sovereign. If I could possess this Wanyan divine body, the attainment of sagehood would be but a matter of time. Seize him. I must capture that young man alive and then usurp his body. Who would have thought that within the Dairi dynasty, a prodigy endowed with a divine body could emerge? Haha, this is a grand opportunity for me, ghostly Ming. Once I obtain this Wanyan divine body, I shall undergo a transformation, and from this day forth, I will roam freely across several dynasties. Even in the face of the 7 fiends of the demon hall, I shall harbor no fear. Young man, you are impressive. With this thought, the ghostly Ming sovereign could not help but reveal a sinister smile. Would you care to become my disciple? In the future, you shall be the leader of my ghostly Ming sect. He spoke, his tone laced with seduction. Rest assured, as long as you agree to be my disciple, I guarantee not only your life, but also immense fortune. Oh, a hint of derision flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Is this what you call recruitment? Regrettably, I have no desire to be a disciple of a corpse. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yun's figure surged upward, moving with unparalleled speed. His velocity was so extraordinary that to the onlookers, it seemed as though he had instantaneously appeared before the ghostly Ming sovereign. Perish! Xiao Yun's fist descended with tremendous force. His form dwarfed before the sovereign's towering 1,000-foot visage, yet exuding an unyielding dominance, as if it could shake the very heavens. This punch appeared deceptively ordinary, devoid of any profound essence or martial technique enhancement. Everything seemed so mundane yet distinct, yet to the ghostly Ming sovereign, it resembled a cataclysmic flood, an earth-shattering calamity. Utterly unavoidable. His pupils contracted sharply, an abyss of terror surfacing within his gaze. He yearned to resist, to evade, yet it was already too late. Bang! In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, deafening to the ears. A staggering force of 90 billion pounds, equivalent to 450,000 tons, comparable to the combined weight of 45 aircraft carriers, was unleashed. At this moment, even the void itself twisted and warped under the sheer magnitude of this terrifying power. In the face of such overwhelming force, even a mighty mountain would be obliterated in an instant. Though the ghostly Ming sovereign was a being of unparalleled might, bolstered by his formidable corporeal form, even he could scarcely fathom the level of strength he now confronted. It was a power capable of rivaling ferocious beasts, sufficient to clash with heavenly-grade spirit weapons. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly Ming sovereign's towering form shattered explosively, dispersing into a tempest of dark essence. His corporeal body teetered on the brink of death, every bone fracturing, blood surging forth. Boom. But this moment was not yet concluded. The relentless force continued to churn within him, tearing apart his meridians, shattering his bones, and ravaging his organs, inflicting agonizing torment upon him, driving him to the brink of madness. No. Bang. Ultimately, amidst his desperate wails, the entirety of the ghostly Ming sovereign's being disintegrated, transforming into a cloud of sanguine mist. Buzzing. In the next moment, his remnants of a soul surged from the blood mist, frantically fleeing into the distance, seeking to escape Xiao Yun's grasp. Die. Yet how could Xiao Yun allow him to escape so easily? With but a thought, an endless surge of dragon soul power barreled forth, utterly crushing him into obliteration, leaving no chance for revival. Thus, one of the prominent figures of the Dari dynasty, the illustrious ghostly Ming sovereign, met his demise. This, the Sect master, a sovereign has fallen? Witnessing the ghostly Ming sovereign being slain in an instant by Xiao Yun, the Shadow King and his companions stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. How is this possible? A true sovereign, even among the elite of the Dari dynasty, ranked within the top 10. Just like that, he perished. Moreover, he was slain by someone they deemed merely a celestial realm cultivator. This was beyond their comprehension, utterly shocking. This is bad. The Sect master has fallen. We must flee. At that moment, someone shouted. Instantly, the many ghostly Ming sect cultivators who had been spectating the battle froze, then hurriedly retreated, eager to distance themselves from the ghostly Ming sect's vicinity. The very being who had slain their sect master had previously declared intentions to annihilate the entire ghostly Ming sect. Not a single soul spared. If they did not flee now, when would they escape? The Shadow King and his companions did not hesitate, abandoning thoughts of their subordinates and disciples in the ghostly Ming sect, turning to flee. A being capable of effortlessly slaying the ghostly Ming sovereign posed a threat they could not hope to contend with, even if they banded together. Chapter 27, Annihilation of the Sect. Now, do you comprehend the necessity of flight? Xiao Yun's gaze was cold and merciless, his dragon soul power sweeping across the battlefield, swiftly ensnaring hundreds of miles in a soul prison, confining all within the ghostly Ming sect. Should anyone dare to breach the prison's boundaries, their souls would be instantaneously extinguished, meeting an untimely demise. To flee was to court death. What is this? No. In an instant, many who had approached the boundary were obliterated, their souls vanishing with a scream, their bodies plummeting into the void, devoid of any trace of life. Even some celestial realm cultivators, in their frantic bid for escape, inadvertently broke the boundary and perished. Shadow King, what on earth should we do? Remaining here spells death. To flee is also a path to demise. What must we do to find a glimmer of hope? At the Shadow King's side, the ghostly Kill King trembled upon witnessing dozens of ghostly Ming sect cultivators perish upon touching the boundary, his voice quivering. A soul domain spanning hundreds of miles. Death awaits if one departs the boundary? What manner of technique is this? And how has that young man become so formidable? His heart raced with fear, his body chilled to the bone. What sort of monster is this? Humph. Hearing the urgent voices of his companions, the Shadow King's expression fluctuated between despair and determination. Before he gritted his teeth, we must engage him in conversation. We must ascertain the reasons behind the disaster that has befallen the ghostly Ming sect. With that, the Shadow King abruptly turned, soaring to a distance of 10 miles from Xiao Yun. Clasping his hands in a respectful bow, he addressed him earnestly. Your strength is terrifying. Your methods divine. I am truly in awe. At this moment, his tone was laden with respect, his demeanor humble, as he prepared to lower himself in supplication. After all, should they refuse to yield, a dead end awaited them. Are you preparing to deliver your last words? Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yun's expression remained chillingly frigid, exuding an aura of lethal intent so thick it felt almost tangible, no matter the circumstance. He was resolute in ensuring that not a single member of the ghostly underworld sect would escape his wrath today. The blood of his fallen brothers could only be avenged with a deluge of blood, 100-fold, 1,000,000-fold. Final words? The Shadow King was momentarily taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, he quickly inhaled deeply, suppressing the dread swelling within him, and inquired, Your Excellency, even in death, I, the Shadow King, seek clarity. When did my ghostly underworld sect offend you? At this, Xiao Yun's smile grew even more frigid and foreboding. He had not donned the robes of the Xianyang sect's disciples today, for he wished to spare the garments from the taint of the filthy blood of these demonic cultivators. Thus, he merely draped on a long robe, allowing it to soak up the impending bloodshed. Offend? I, Xiao Yun, am the holy son of the Xianyang sect, the eldest brother of all disciples. I would also like to inquire, what grievance did my brother Zhou Tong and my 10 or more junior brothers and sisters have with your ghostly underworld sect that warranted their brutal extermination? Each word was pronounced with a chilling clarity, his murderous intent surging like a tidal wave. His voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. Roar. The terrifying dragon soul seemed to take on a corporeal form, roaring wildly around him, shaking the very heavens and earth. The name of the Xianyang sect? Upon hearing this sect's name, the Shadow King and his companion were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically, their hearts plummeting into despair. It is that vile disciple. In an instant, he recalled the disciple Zhao Tianming, whom he had slain, his entire body trembling violently, nearly unable to stand. "Your holy son, today I have slain that heinous murderer. His head is here for your inspection." The Shadow King swallowed hard, his face a mask of terror, cautiously presenting a storage bag to Xiao Yun. At this moment, his heart was awash with regret and resentment. Why? Why had he taken in Zhao Tianming? This wretched disciple. Now, this fool had brought calamity upon them, dragging the entire ghostly underworld sect into the mire. Murderer? Xiao Yun's gaze was icy as he casually summoned the storage bag, probing its contents. Within lay the head of Zhao Tianming, staring vacantly, unblinking. Yet, after merely a fleeting glance, Xiao Yun crushed the storage bag, along with Zhao Tianming's head, into oblivion. What significance does this hold? My brother is already dead. Even if I were to annihilate your entire clan, it would not quell my fury by even a fraction. You shall all accompany him to the grave. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Yun abruptly raised his hand, unleashing an endless torrent of crimson golden dragon flames that roared through the heavens, condensing into exquisite, resplendent fire lotuses. Each fire lotus contained an immense power of dragon flames, and once dozens of them erupted, they could incinerate mountains and boil seas, utterly devastating a radius of hundreds of miles. The spiritual energy required to continuously release dragon flames and condense fire lotuses was colossal. When Xiao Yun was in the body refinement realm, even with tens of thousands of strands of spiritual energy, he could only condense no more than 3. Yet now, having truly ascended to the spirit sea realm, with a vast internal spirit sea spanning a full million-zhang in diameter, he was finally able to unleash dragon flames freely and refine fire lotuses. In an instant, a myriad of fiery red lotuses blossomed in the void, spreading in all directions. The overwhelming might of the dragon flames swept through, instilling terror in the hearts of all present, their fear reaching a crescendo. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Only when the fire lotuses blanketed a radius of 10,000 zhang did Xiao Yun gradually cease his movements. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze filled with profound disdain and indifference as he coldly intoned, "Explode." Boom. In an instant, within a radius of hundreds of miles, the heavens and earth roiled as the dragon flames surged. The sight of nearly 100,000 fire lotuses detonating was a spectacle of unimaginable terror. In mere moments, everything seemed to transform into a brilliant crimson hue, leaving naught but the searing, endless dragon flames in the celestial expanse. Sizzling. The sound of the void being scorched echoed repeatedly as temperatures skyrocketed, breaking through tens of thousands of degrees, evaporating countless weak disciples of the ghostly underworld sect into mere ashes. But this was merely the beginning. Boom. Like a colossal pillar of crimson gold, the boundless dragon flames pierced through the heavens and earth, making the entirety of the Daylight Empire visible. In an instant, the 3 members of the Shadow King had yet to even utter a scream before being obliterated into nothingness, their very souls being utterly vaporized. No one could escape, nor could anyone be spared. In but a brief moment, the myriad of demonic cultivators within the ghostly underworld sect were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. A mushroom cloud towering hundreds of thousands of feet ascended into the sky, obscuring half the heavens, lingering long after. The demonic sect that had stood for a millennium was thus reduced to dust. Chapter 28. The Name of the Flame God King, Master of the 7 Demons. 3 days later, in the span of merely 3 days, news of the ghostly underworld sect's annihilation swept through the Daylight Empire like a tempest. The ghostly underworld sect, one of the 4 demonic sects of the Daylight Empire, dominantly situated in the north, with a long-standing heritage, and whose sect leader was a true powerhouse commanding the domain of law, was utterly unanticipated to be reduced to mere history under the blinding pillar of fire in a single day. The ghostly underworld sect was vanquished by one man. Eyewitness accounts confirmed that he did not wield any law power, and his true essence power did not appear to belong to the realm of the respected. This implied that the ghostly underworld sect had likely been obliterated by a being at the heavenly human realm, the strongest individual overseeing the Daylight royal family. The solitary Star Elder had even witnessed the destruction of the ghostly underworld sect firsthand. Merely discussing this matter caused his brow to furrow deeply, his heart filled with trepidation. At that time, he happened to be traversing the outskirts of the ghostly underworld sect and witnessed the explosive moment of the endless fire lotuses. The overwhelming power contained within even left him feeling inexplicably shaken. Were such power to erupt within the Imperial City, it was likely that the entire Daylight Imperial City would be reduced to ashes in an instant. This power was truly astonishing. What was even more terrifying was that the opponent was merely a being below the rank of the respected. If he were to break through to the respected realm and comprehend the law of fire, how dreadfully fearsome would he become? The solitary Star Elder could scarcely bear to contemplate it. Flame God King. Those countless powerful individuals who had witnessed the horrifying pillar of fire reverently referred to him as the Flame God King, bestowing upon him the title of God to signify his overwhelming and majestic might. Flame God King. Within the Seven Demons Hall, the Daylight Empire's branch, the blood-refining demon sovereign sat upon a dark throne, his gaze as icy as the void. The ghostly underworld Sect was one of his subordinate forces in the Seven Demons Hall, yet it had been obliterated by this Flame God King? To slay a respected being? It seemed this individual must be a super prodigy hailing from some imperial family or sacred ground. Send out the orders. All members of the Seven Demons Hall are strictly forbidden from provoking the Flame God King. I, along with the esteemed lords, have successfully located the site of the Demon Lord seal. In approximately 1 year, we shall assist the Demon Lord in breaking free from his confinement. At that time, the million-strong warriors of the Seven Evil Demon Hall shall emerge, and the Seven Evil Demon Lord will once again walk among us. What are mere figures like the Flame God King, the Xianyang Sect, or even this Great Sun Dynasty? But trivial obstacles to be swept aside with a mere flick of the fingers. Humph. Upon this thought, the blood-refining demon sovereign's face broke into a chilling smile. The Seven Evil Demon Hall is a formidable powerhouse that spans several dynasties, boasting an extraordinary foundation and immense strength. Currently, the Demon Hall is home to 10 esteemed lords, 300 kings, and thousands of marquises. Merely within the branch stationed in the Great Sun Dynasty, there exists one of his esteemed lords, over 20 powerful kings, and his demonic followers exceed several 100,000. Yet, all of this is merely the tip of the iceberg of the true strength of the Seven Evil Demon Hall. A millennium ago, the true master of the Demon Hall, the Seven Evil Demon Lord, along with 1 million demonic powerhouses, was sealed away by an unparalleled saint after slaughtering 3 dynasties, imprisoned somewhere within this Great Sun Dynasty. Since then, the Seven Evil Demon Hall has suffered grievous wounds, with the remaining sovereign-level powerhouses dwindling to less than 1, thus facing relentless suppression from numerous righteous sects, leading to its gradual decline. Now, we have finally discovered the location of the seal that binds the Seven Evil Demon Lord. Astonishingly, we have found that after a millennium of wear, the saint's seal is on the verge of collapse. Even the strength of these lower-tier esteemed lords can cause it to loosen. If left unattended, it shall inevitably shatter and release him within 3 years. However, should all 10 lords join forces to break the seal, the time required for the Demon Lord's escape can be reduced to less than a year. Once the Seven Evil Demon Lord emerges from his seal, this Great Sun Dynasty shall become the first nation to offer sacrifices to the Demon Lord. I recall that the Demon Lord's cultivation has reached the pinnacle level of the sovereign. The blood-refining demon sovereign mused inwardly, growing increasingly exhilarated with each thought. The pinnacle sovereign. That is a terrifying existence that he can only look up to. Even within a single empire, such a figure is undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse, a titan among men. If the Demon Lord successfully breaks free, we shall be the true heroes and will undoubtedly be showered with boundless favor. With the Demon Lord's return, the Seven Evil Demon Hall shall surely reclaim its former glory, and I, in due course, may even ascend to the level of sovereign. The fervor in the blood-refining demon sovereign's eyes intensified, yearning to break the seal immediately and rescue the Seven Evil Demon Lord. In accordance with the demon sovereign's decree, at this moment, the many demonic powerhouses below responded with utmost reverence. Upon hearing the title of the Demon Lord, their eyes gleamed with fervor. Meanwhile, at the Xianyang Sect, on the returning burial peak, the delicate rain fell incessantly, enveloping the land in a veil of desolation, stirring a tinge of sorrow within one's heart. The returning burial peak, towering 1,000 feet high, serves as a cemetery for the sect's disciples, housing countless unfortunate prodigies who met untimely ends. At this moment, beside an inconspicuous gravestone, stood a youth clad in white, pouring a cup of fine wine onto the ground, his expression complex and pained. Zhou Tong, I have avenged you. All those from the ghost underworld sect have accompanied you to the grave. The youth is none other than Xiao Yun, who softly murmured, then gradually knelt down, gazing at the inscription carved upon the gravestone. Grave of Zhou Tong, the 237th disciple of the Xianyang sect. Xiao Yun took a sip of the clear wine, a hint of a smile playing upon his lips as he seemed to recall something, revealing a gentle expression. Look, I have succeeded. You may rest in peace. The rain fell ever heavier, cascading down like pearls, soaking Xiao Yun completely, yet he remained blissfully unaware. He simply leaned quietly against the gravestone, silent and contemplative. Chapter 29. The Catastrophe of Demonic Seeds, the Manipulated Thunderous Azure Flood Dragon. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Xiao Yun, a voice, elegant and soft, broke the silence. Xiao Yun turned, his gaze falling upon the source of the voice, revealing none other than Luo Lingxue, one of the youngest core elders of the Xianyang sect. Clad in a simple yet elegant white palace gown, she exuded an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by mortal affairs. Just a glance left a lasting impression. Elder Luo. Xiao Yun slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Lingxue was once a treasured disciple of the Xianyang sect's master and was the most outstanding prodigy among the previous generation. Without exception, she entered the spirit sea at 14, attained spirit transformation at 15, and by the age of 19, had already reached the realm of the celestial. She is a genuine genius, possessing the ethereal body ranked 133rd on the 10,000 body list, with a cultivation speed that is astonishingly rapid. To this day, at just over 20 years old, Luo Lingxue has already earned the title of the Icefall King, a peak king revered throughout the dynasty. The term genius seems to pale in comparison when applied to her. Life cannot be revived. Xiao Yun, please accept my condolences. Luo Lingxue gracefully approached Xiao Yun, her voice a gentle whisper. While she offered comfort, her eyes also reflected a hint of sorrow. She had seen Zhou Tong in the outer sect and found him to be quite an intriguing youth. Such a pity. Thank you, Elder Luo, for your concern. May I inquire why you have come? Hearing Luo Lingxue's words of comfort, Xiao Yun forced a faint smile, tinged with bitterness. The death of Zhou Tong weighed heavily on his heart. In this world, he had no family, and Zhou Tong was akin to a true brother to him. He had previously planned to quietly bestow abundant resources and advanced techniques upon Zhou Tong upon his return to the sect, aiding him in ascending to greater heights. Alas, he would never have that chance again. Yes, the sect master is gathering you, me, and the other core elders. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue nodded, then sighed softly. If all goes as expected, it is regarding the catastrophe of the demonic seeds. Demonic seeds? Xiao Yun felt a shiver run through him. These are malevolent entities formed from boundless resentment and malice. Once any living being is invaded by them, they nearly lose all rationality, descending into a frenzy of slaughter. It is said that a 7th-tier demon lord has been manipulated by the demonic seeds and has led a beast tide to annihilate 3 cities. A staggering 1 million human lives have been lost, with less than 1 in 1,000 managing to survive. Luo Lingxue's brows furrowed, and a flicker of anger crossed her exquisite face as she spoke of this matter. In just a few days, 1 million lives have been taken by the beasts, dying unjustly. How could she not be enraged? 1 million. Xiao Yun's heart trembled, a wave of coldness washing over him. The strength of a demon lord is sufficient to rival that of an esteemed lord. Under the control of the demonic seeds, they have been reduced to monsters driven solely by bloodlust. This is a true catastrophe. If left unchecked, even more innocent lives may fall victim. Is the sect master preparing to summon us to suppress it? Xiao Yun could not help but inquire. Indeed, Luo Lingxue nodded gently. We shall proceed to the Xianyang Hall immediately to discuss countermeasures. Though she is a core elder, she too has no effective solutions for this dire situation. After all, the power of a 7th-tier demon lord is comparable to that of a high-tier venerable. Unless the Grand Elder and the sect master intervene, it is nearly impossible for them to contend against such might. The enemy this time is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun nodded, rising to follow Luo Lingxue as they soared into the distance. Sect master, are you certain that the 7th-tier demon lord manipulated by the demonic seed is the thunderclap Xuanjiao? In the Xianyang Hall, numerous elders had gathered. At this moment, as if grasping some crucial information, a blue-robed elder's expression shifted dramatically, unable to restrain a gasp of astonishment. Absolutely certain. The Xianyang sect master replied gravely, nodding his head and stating, this news has been conveyed by Zhan Run, a powerful figure from the Great Sun Empire that rules over the 32 cities in the south, and it cannot be false. As these words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The thunderclap Xuanjiao, a race within the demon clan renowned for its formidable combat prowess. They are naturally favored by thunder and lightning, possessing a resilient physique and unparalleled defense, capable of summoning storms of lightning to annihilate all adversaries. Even a venerable from a certain realm must approach with utmost caution when facing a 6th-tier thunderclap Xuanjiao, exerting all their strength in the confrontation. Yet now, a 7th-tier thunderclap Xuanjiao, enhanced by the laws of lightning, has emerged. How could this not astonish everyone present? Indeed, a tinge of trepidation stirred within their hearts. Crack. Master, I have brought Xiao Yun. Just as the assembly fell into silence, the doors of the Xianyang Hall swung open unexpectedly, and a melodious female voice resonated from without. Xiao Yun and Luo Lingxue slowly entered the hall. Greetings, sect master and esteemed elders. Upon seeing everyone, Xiao Yun immediately clasped his hands in salute. Ha! The Flame God King has arrived. The moment Wu Zhan, a robust figure, noticed Xiao Yun's entrance, he sprang to his feet, advancing to greet him. Can the thunderclap Xuanjiao fight beyond its tier? Haha, our sect's holy son, Xiao Yun, is none other than the Flame God King, renowned throughout the Great Sun Empire for his prowess in slaying venerables. At the mention of this title, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. In recent days, he had paid little attention to news from the outside world and was thus unfamiliar with this appellation. The Holy Sun is the Flame God King. Many elders who were unacquainted with Xiao Yun revealed expressions of astonishment, their gazes converging upon him. Who is the Flame God King? He is a ruthless figure who single-handedly annihilated the entire ghostly Nether sect and even blasted the earth into a massive pit spanning 100 miles. Even a ghostly Nether venerable could not withstand a single encounter with him, unable to make a dent even while utilizing their domain. Such an extraordinary individual is actually Xiao Yun. In an instant, all eyes were filled with questions and disbelief. When did a disciple of our Xianyang sect attain the strength to slay venerables? This surpassed the comprehension of all present. There is no doubt. Xiao Yun is indeed the so-called Flame God King, and the ghostly Nether sect was obliterated by his wrath. The Xianyang sect master smiled warmly, his expression imbued with admiration. Xiao Yun, please take a seat. He gestured towards an empty spot, inviting Xiao Yun to sit. Yes. Acknowledging this, Xiao Yun inclined his hand slightly and settled down. Hiss. The realization that the Flame God King is a disciple of our Xianyang sect. If the Flame God King intervenes, this calamity wrought by the demonic seed could undoubtedly be turned to our advantage. Upon hearing the sect master's introduction, everyone inhaled sharply. They silently speculated. Perhaps the Flame God King truly possesses the power to slay the thunderclap Xuanjiao? Chapter 30, Soul Blade's Secret Tome. 7th Tier Demon Lord, Thunderclap, Xuanjiao. It commands a beast tide numbering in the millions, with no fewer than 10 demon kings reaching the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Should they breach the central region of the Great Sun Empire, the consequences would be unimaginable. Quickly, the discussions prompted by Xiao Yun's arrival subsided. The meeting in the Xianyang Hall continued, with the Grand Elder first voicing the collective concern. The southern regions are vast and sparsely populated, with great distances separating the cities. Thus, even though the beast tide has rampaged for several days, it has only managed to breach 3 cities. However, if the beast tide continues its advance across the southern lands, it will inevitably reach the central area, where the population is densest within the empire. At that point, rivers of blood will flow, and the number of casualties could easily reach the millions. This is beyond doubt. A gray-robed elder nodded gravely. He was the second core elder of the Xianyang sect, a being of half-step venerable caliber. We must slay it within the southern domain. Once the demon lord falls, the beast tide will dissipate. His eyes narrowed, carrying a weight of seriousness. I have just received word that the Great Sun Empire has dispatched the Lone Star Venerable and 10 kings to provide assistance. At that time, our sect's powerful ones will only need to rendezvous with them. As for the candidates we dispatch, I urge the sect master to make a decision swiftly. Lone Star Venerable. 10 kings. The Xianyang sect master's gaze flickered, seemingly deep in thought. The strength of the Lone Star Venerable reaches the 4th tier of venerable status, and the laws of the stars he commands are immensely powerful. Decades ago, he even forced one of the 7 Fiends Demon Hall's masters, the blood-refining Demon Venerable, to the brink of despair. Although the latter ultimately escaped, he suffered irreparable injuries. As a guardian of the Great Sun Royal clan, the Lone Star Venerable would never act lightly unless in a critical situation. Given the present circumstances, it appears that this calamity wrought by the demonic seed is far from simple. Brother, it seems you will need to take action personally this time. With this thought, the Xianyang sect master turned to another side, where an elegant elder clad in white was seated. His hair was grizzled, and his gaze appeared murky, reminiscent of a withering candle in its last moments. Yet, a faint white radiance surrounded him, enveloping him in an ethereal mist, making him seem extraordinary. Xiao Yun had never seen this individual within the sect, and felt a hint of confusion upon sensing his profound aura. Xiao Yun. This is the Grand Elder of our Xianyang sect, named Su Yuan, known outside as the Returning Saint Venerable. The Grand Elder's strength is second only to the sect master, having reached the 7th tier of venerable status. In an instant, as if sensing the confusion on Xiao Yun's face, Wu Zhan, who sat beside him, quietly explained the elder's background. So, he is the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately felt a surge of respect. A 7th tier venerable. He is undoubtedly a being far more powerful than the ghostly Nether Venerable. Within the Great Sun Empire, he truly stands at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, capable of looking down upon all others. Even in his human form, Xiao Yun feared he could not match him. Very well. The voice of the returning Saint Venerable resonated as if echoing through the heavens, vast and incomprehensible, imparting a grand illusion. Furthermore, the Xianyang sect master nodded slightly and then addressed the formidable members of the sect present in the hall. Let it be decided that our sect's 2nd, 4th, 7th, and 8th core elders, along with Luo Lingxue, Xiao Yun, and 20 elders at the celestial realm, will proceed to the south to intercept the thunderclap Xuanjiao. Ensure that this calamity of demonic seeds is quelled swiftly. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing in the ears of every individual present. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. Prepare yourselves accordingly. Yes, the multitude of formidable figures from various sects, including Xiao Yun, responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yun exited the grand hall, preparing to re-enter the sutra repository. In the uppermost region of the sutra repository, it was rumored that there existed but a single tome of celestial tier techniques from the Xianyang sect. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that this was merely a deliberate ruse. Xiao Yun surveyed the volumes arrayed upon the jade platform, each evidently surpassing the celestial tier in quality. He soon picked up one to examine, a low-grade celestial technique, the wind gale formula. It could condense a true essence akin to the swiftness and sharpness of wind, mastering the myriad winds of heaven and earth. A practitioner who reached the pinnacle could slice through mountains with a single gust. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the low-grade celestial technique wind gale formula, which has undergone a 10,000-fold enhancement, transforming into the low-grade imperial technique wind breath extinction formula. Beep. Host. Please note that the low-grade imperial technique wind breath extinction formula requires a comprehension of the wind laws at the 9th level or above as a prerequisite for successful cultivation. The system's voice echoed within his mind. All the knowledge of the imperial technique wind breath extinction formula was indelibly etched into Xiao Yun's consciousness, as though branded upon his very soul, never to be forgotten. Was this the might of imperial tier techniques? After absorbing the vast reservoir of information, Xiao Yun could not help but display a look of astonishment, his spirit profoundly shaken. The mastery of wind breath extinction formula could annihilate territories as vast as the Day Emperor dynasty in a single thought. Even a mere fraction of its power could reduce 100,000 miles of land to ashes. Its might was truly terrifying. No wonder it was an imperial tier technique. Regrettably, he had yet to condense true essence. How could he contemplate comprehending the laws? With a sigh, Xiao Yun shook his head in bitterness. The demands of this imperial technique were exceedingly stringent. Unless he achieved the revered realm, he would be unable to even begin. Yet, the revered realm was not so easily attained. Currently, he was merely at the spirit sea level, although his strength could rival that of a revered one. The reality of reaching that realm remained distant. Suddenly, while perusing the techniques, Xiao Yun's gaze fell upon a tattered ancient parchment made of sheepskin. He promptly picked it up. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the high-grade Imperial Soul Secret Tome Soul Blade. Extremely incomplete, with the option to restore it to perfect condition through a 10,000-fold enhancement. A Soul Secret Tome. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. This did not require comprehension of the laws as a prerequisite. Restoration. He quickly murmured to himself and issued a command to the system. Choosing to restore, this foundational grade tome was elevated to the status of a high-grade Imperial Soul Secret. Moreover, Xiao Yun contemplated privately, should the Soul Blade be restored to completeness and then undergo a 10,000-fold enhancement, what terrifying tier would it reach? Beyond the Imperial tier, perhaps to the Divine tier? Chapter 31, Ninefold Soul Enhancement, Soul Cultivation Source. Beep. Restoration complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the low-grade Divine Soul Secret Tome Soul Blade. Wait a moment. Low-grade Divine? Xiao Yun was initially taken aback, then his heart raced fervently. Divine tier. It was indeed Divine tier. The system's restoration had elevated the rank of this Soul Secret technique to the Divine tier. How could he contain his excitement? This surpassed all techniques within the Tianyuan continent, ascending above the Imperial tier to the pinnacle of secret tomes. Buzzing. Soon, a deluge of information regarding Soul Blade flooded into Xiao Yun's mind, prompting him to gasp in awe. The Soul Blade secret technique is divided into 7 tiers. Each tier inherently possesses over 10,000 soul attack techniques. Each peak capability comparable to, if not exceeding, that of the Imperial tier. The first tier, Blade Mastery, requires the soul power of the celestial realm at minimum, capable of augmenting all soul energies by 9-fold, while commanding 9,999 blades for assault. The second tier, Void Shatter, requires the soul power of the Monarch realm, excluding soul blade enhancements, augmenting soul power by 18-fold, capable of transforming soul into blade, shattering the void. The third tier, Heaven Sealing, requires soul power of the Sage realm, augmenting soul power by 36-fold, capable of transforming soul power into a heavenly prison, sealing all in a single thought. As for the fourth tier, Returning Blade, the fifth tier, Soul Burial, and the ultimate completion of the seventh tier, Annihilation of the Gods. These were realms far beyond Xiao Yun's current grasp. The sheer might exhibited by just the first three tiers left him astounded. The first tier alone could achieve a myriad of uses, with a ninefold soul enhancement while enabling the command of countless blades for lethal assaults, significantly boosting combat strength. And these were merely the basic realms. Should Soul Blade reach completion, it could confer an astonishing 576-fold enhancement to soul power, a concept nearly unfathomable. Although the Dragon Soul's enhancement reached a millionfold, that only pertained to nearly non-existent soul cultivation. In contrast, Soul Blade's enhancement would directly impact his complete soul power, and would also grow alongside Xiao Yun's own soul cultivation. At the revered level, soul cultivation could achieve a ninefold enhancement. The Monarch could achieve 18-fold. Upon reaching the Sage level, it would yield an entire 36-fold, commanding nearly 10,000 blades. In the face of the impending tide of beasts, it was nothing short of a weapon of slaughter. Xiao Yun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with fervor. With only a few hours until departure, he must swiftly grasp the first tier of Soul Blade. As for the blades, he glanced over at the system's storage space, where countless spiritual artifacts obtained from the obliteration of the Ghost Ming sect lay tucked away in a corner. The majority had undergone a 10,000-fold enhancement, reaching celestial and even sacred tiers. A smaller portion had been enhanced in quantity, which Xiao Yun intended to distribute to the sect leader for the benefit of the myriad disciples of the Xinxiang sect. Over 350,000 artifacts at the profound and earthly tiers? That would certainly suffice. Xiao Yun nodded to himself and then departed the sutra repository. Returning to his small courtyard, he still possessed a plethora of soul-related heavenly treasures, the Fate's Soul Lotus, in addition to the ninefold soul enhancement from the first tier of Soul Blade. To what level could his soul cultivation ascend? The following day, as dawn broke, whoosh, whoosh, in the skies above the Xinxiang sect, dozens of powerful figures soared through the air, their speed causing the numerous disciples below to gaze in astonishment. It was the core elders. The Holy Son and Senior Brother had also arrived. Why had the elders gathered here? Most of these disciples were unaware of the demonic seed calamity in the south, and thus, they were filled with curiosity and speculation. Are you all prepared? The second core elder scanned the crowd, his expression grave. As we venture south, we cannot predict who may fall to the demon lord and the beast tide, so we must act with utmost caution. Second elder, rest assured, we have long since made our preparations. We shall undoubtedly obliterate the beast tide and save the countless innocent lives. A voice rang out from a celestial realm intersect elder, spoken with solemnity. Xiao Yun, what troubles you? At that moment, Luo Lingxue glanced at Xiao Yun beside her and noticed that he seemed lost in thought, prompting her to call out softly. I am fine. After a brief moment, Xiao Yun regained his awareness, his demeanor transformed, and a surge of excitement illuminated his eyes. With over a dozen soul lotuses, and after being amplified by the system a myriad of times, his soul cultivation surged dramatically, nearly reaching the terrifying realm of a fourth transformation sovereign. Most importantly, he had perfectly mastered the first layer of Soul Blade along with the plethora of offensive secret techniques it contained. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, Ancient Flame Dragon Clan, Pure Blood. Cultivation, 10th layer of Spirit Sea Realm, a million-zhang Spirit Sea. Physical strength, 2 billion pounds, transformed into Ancient Flame Dragon Clan, achieving a 10-fold increase. Reaching 200 billion pounds, currently has reached the limit of the Spirit Sea Realm, unable to further elevate. Soul Cultivation, 4th Transformation Sovereign. Physique, Ancient Flame Dragon Body, Imperial Grade Physique, Supreme Ancestral Vein. Technique, Heavenly Dragon 100 Battles Technique, Heavenly Grade Mid-Tier, currently at the second layer, amplifying physical strength 60x, equating to 12 billion pounds of strength. Soul Technique, Soul Blade, Divine Grade Low Tier, amplifying soul strength 9-fold, reaching the level of the 6th Transformation Sovereign. Martial Skills, Fallen Spirit Seal, Holy Grade Upper Tier, Perfected, Tier Soul, Holy Grade Mid-Tier, Perfected, Breaking Gang Palm, Heavenly Grade Upper Tier, Perfected. Items, 1 billion Superior Spirit Stones, 3,000 Heavenly Grade Spirit Artifacts, 50,000 Earth Grade Spirit Artifacts, 99.99 Burning Heaven Flame Dragon Essence Blood. With a cursory glance at his current system panel, Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile faintly. The 7th tier Demon Sovereign, the thunderous Xianxiao, in the face of his amplified soul cultivation, now reaching the level of a 6th Transformation Sovereign. What waves could it possibly stir? Slaying the Demon Sovereign and causing the beast tide to collapse? No. This horde had mercilessly slaughtered 100,000 human lives. I, Xiao Yun, will spare not a single one. Chapter 32. A convergence of powerhouses, 3 sovereigns. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Daylight Empire, Baishan City stood magnificently, built upon several mountain ranges, occupying an expanse of 4,000 miles. As one of the foremost cities in the south, Baishan City boasted a population exceeding 10 million, governed by the formidable Tai Long Ho, the Baron of Iron Dragon, known as Wang Gang. Whoosh. On an ordinary day, the bustling and vibrant Baishan City was now shrouded in an eerie silence. In the sky above, numerous powerful figures could be seen soaring towards this location, exuding an overwhelming aura. Boom. Soon, the void trembled as waves of immense, unyielding energy surged forth. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man clad in a silver robe. His eyes swirling with starlight, a colossal sword slung across his back, radiating an aura of sharpness. He was none other than the guardian of the Daylight Empire, the Stellar Sovereign, who had stood sentinel over the realm for centuries. Beside the Stellar Sovereign, more than a dozen sovereign-level powerhouses, including the Southern Lord, the Blade of Decapitation King, had gathered. The number of barons and ordinary celestial realm experts swelled to an astonishing count of several hundred. Heavens! The imperial family has mobilized such a multitude of powerful beings. The Stellar Sovereign. I never anticipated this esteemed figure would personally grace us with his presence. It is truly terrifying. I have never witnessed such an assembly of sovereign-level powerhouses. As they beheld the formidable figures descending from the sky, the countless inhabitants of Baishan City were struck with an indescribable awe. The Daylight Empire had undoubtedly dispatched a significant portion of its might, potent enough to sweep aside demonic sects like the ghostly underworld Sect with ease. Baron Wang Gang of Baishan City pays respects to the esteemed sovereign. Upon witnessing the arrival of numerous powerhouses, Tai Long Ho hastily advanced, bowing respectfully. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. After all, each sovereign-level individual present far surpassed his status as a mere city lord, figures he could only look up to in everyday life. Now, 11 barons had gathered, including the legendary Stellar Sovereign. Such beings are true powerhouses, their strength unfathomable, possessing the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Few can be found throughout the Daylight Empire. In his mind, Tai Long Ho felt an increasing sense of trepidation and reverence. A mere gesture from them could easily crush him countless times. The Stellar Sovereign responded indifferently, then turned his gaze towards the distance. A serene stillness enveloped the area, devoid of any anomalies. Boom. At that moment, a multitude of figures burst forth from the void, including 3 massive spirit ships measuring 100 meters in length. It is the Thunder Sky Sect. A sovereign-level figure's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself. 4 factions are involved in this calamity of demonic seeds. The Daylight Empire, along with the righteous 3 sects, the Xianyang Sect, the Thunder Sky Sect, and the Xianxia Sect. Each faction has dispatched a significant number of powerful experts, vowing to dismantle the beast tide and slay the thunderous Xianxiao, now under the control of the demonic seeds. Luchin of the Thunder Sky Sect pays respects to the Stellar Sovereign. Soon, a figure emerged from the spirit ship, leading the charge towards the Stellar Sovereign to pay his respects. It was none other than Lu Chun, the Vice Sovereign of the Thunder Sky Sect. Has your ancestor not come? The Stellar Sovereign furrowed his brow, speaking in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face revealed a bitter smile. Esteemed Sovereign, our ancestor is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 4th transformation sovereign realm, hence unable to attend. The 4th transformation? That old fellow isn't perhaps cowardly. Hiding away in the sect, is he? After all, he possesses the longevity body, with a lifespan tenfold that of an ordinary person, having lived nearly 2,000 years. He surely dreads the thought of death. As Lu Chun divulged this, the Stellar Sovereign let out a cold chuckle, evidently harboring some discord with the ancestor of the Thunder Sky Sect. Lu Chun opened his mouth, ultimately finding it unwise to argue back. The ancestor of the Thunder Sky Sect possessed a physique ranked 281st on the 10,000 bodies list, the everlasting spirit body. While an ordinary person entering the sovereign realm might enjoy a lifespan of 1,000 years, the ancestor of the Thunder Sky Sect would see 10,000 years. However, conversely, his cultivation speed would be significantly slower than that of others. Thus, even after cultivating for 2,000 years, he, despite being the oldest oddity in the Daylight Empire, had only barely attained the 3rd transformation sovereign realm. Stellar, it has been a long time. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, an exquisitely luxurious carriage approached from the distance, coming to a halt in midair. The Xianxia Sect. Upon seeing the distinctive emblem on the carriage, Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The master of the Xianxia Sect, also known as the Xianxia Sovereign, with a cultivation level reaching the 6th transformation sovereign realm, She is a true peak powerhouse, one whom even the imperial family regards with utmost caution, reluctant to provoke lightly. Soon, from the floating carriage, a slender leg as fair as pure jade extended first, captivating the gaze of all. Accompanied by a waft of ethereal fragrance, an unparalleled beauty stepped forth. Clad in a flowing red gown, her figure graceful, with long black hair cascading down her shoulders, she radiated an unparalleled brilliance. It was none other than Yun Xianxia, the master of the Xianxia sect. Though she appeared to possess the visage of a woman in her 20s, she had already surpassed the 5-century mark in age. Xianxia. Upon witnessing the arrival of the master of the Xianxia sect, the stellar sovereign's expression grew slightly complex, as if filled with nostalgia. He once shared a bond of companionship with the former, together enduring countless trials of life and death, and relishing nearly a century of blissful moments. Alas, their fate took a tragic turn when they ventured into a secluded realm, facing a dire situation where the revered lone star chose to escape, callously abandoning the master of Xianxia. Ultimately, while the master of Xianxia survived, the rift in their relationship had irrevocably widened. For over 300 years, they did not communicate. It was only when calamity struck that they found themselves reunited, yet they were now like strangers. I must apologize for the events of that time. The revered lone star murmured, his gaze lowered, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. At that moment, I had no other choice. The past is behind us, and I do not seek your forgiveness. With that, he averted his eyes, unable to meet the gaze of the master of Xianxia. For all these years, he had harbored guilt, unable to forget, too afraid to face her. Heh, the master of Xianxia chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on it. The events of that year had long since become an untouchable wound in her life. Chapter 33. The Beast Tide Erupts, an Unexpected Assault. Yes, the people of Xianyang sect have also arrived. Could that presence belong to the revered returning sage? After a moment's contemplation, the revered lone star's eyes brightened as he gazed towards a certain spot in the sky. Whoosh! Dozens of figures approached, all clad in white robes, each exuding an immense aura, unmistakably the formidable warriors of Xianyang sect. Among them, an elder with silver hair emanated an enigmatic depth, the revered returning sage. He was one of the esteemed elders of Xianyang sect, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, his cultivation reaching the 7th layer of the revered realm, surpassing even the master of Xianxia. 3 revered ones. At that moment, Xiao Yun surveyed the revered lone star and the master of Xianxia, his eyes flickering slightly. 1 at the 4th layer of the revered realm, and 2 at the 7th. These 3 powerful beings should be more than sufficient to suppress that thunderous abyssal flood dragon. My lords, according to the trajectory of the beast tide, they will reach Baishan City in less than an hour. Scouts have reported that the number of beasts has already exceeded hundreds of millions. The voice of Iron Dragon Marquis was filled with urgency. Hundreds of millions of beasts. This number had vastly surpassed their previous estimates. Even with numerous strong allies arriving today, he felt a gnawing anxiety. My lords, can we truly withstand the beast tide? We must act decisively. Immediately set up the grand formation. Go. Roar. Upon hearing this, the revered lone star shifted his gaze, intent on commanding the mighty warriors to prepare for battle. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from afar. Instantly, clouds of dust billowed, sweeping across the land. Where it passed, grass and trees were reduced to dust, and stones scattered everywhere. The guards atop the city walls squinted to catch a glimpse of the chaos, only to see, amidst the dust, countless ferocious beasts swarming like a locust horde. Enemy attack. Buzz. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the colossal city defense formation was activated, endless runes swirling into life. In an instant, it shone brilliantly, enveloping Baishan City and forming an impregnable barrier. In the distant sky, an endless array of avian beasts obscured the heavens, their piercing cries resonating through the air. The bloodthirsty creatures, even from afar, radiated a violent and savage aura. At that moment, the entire Baishan City trembled. Countless ordinary citizens were rendered paralyzed by fear. Damn it! How could they arrive so swiftly? The revered lone star bellowed, his powerful aura bursting forth, embodying both divinity and demonhood. From where do these beasts come? How is this so different from our expectations? Roar. The beasts continued to multiply, rapidly closing in on the city gates. A multitude of crimson eyes, filled with a chilling murderous intent, fixated on the city's protective formation. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, enormous beasts relentlessly charged against the formation. Even as they were turned to blood and mud by the defenses, the beasts behind them pressed on fearlessly, intent on breaching the defenses and annihilating the human inhabitants within. Damnable beasts. My lords, follow me to slay the enemy. This city must not fall. The revered lone star's expression was as dark as water, and with a leap, he soared into the air, wielding a colossal sword, striking down into the dense horde of beasts. Boom! In an instant, blood splattered as nearly 1,000 beasts were obliterated in a single stroke. Kill. We must not let them breach the formation. The myriad of powerful warriors from the Daesun dynasty also roared in unison, showcasing their formidable abilities. Waves of sword lights, blade glimmers, palm imprints, and fist strikes tore through the air, crashing into the beast horde. A torrential rain of blood and gore ensued, as vast numbers of beasts were slain, turning into mere flesh and blood. Yet their numbers were utterly terrifying, akin to a tsunami, crashing wave after wave against the defenses. The fallen beasts were merely a drop in the ocean of their numbers. Contrary to the intelligence received, this first wave of the beast tide alone likely numbered in the hundreds of millions. The powerful figures from the three major sects also joined the fray. Xiao Yun looked down upon the scene, observing the beast tide that resembled a black ocean, muttering to himself. Yet amidst it all, he failed to detect the presence of the thunderous abyssal flood dragon. Only 7 6th-tier beast kings commanded the endless horde, inciting a frenzy among countless beasts. However, no matter how numerous they were, before me, they were utterly insignificant. Buzz, Xiao Yun whispered to himself, and in an instant, thousands of blades manifested around him, swirling like a tempest, wreaking havoc in all directions. Each blade glimmered with a cold light, sharp enough to pierce through the very fabric of space itself. Go! In the blink of an eye, he extended a finger and suddenly pointed downward. Boom! Thousands of blades soared, carrying a chilling intent of slaughter, crashing down upon the beast army like a torrential storm. Swish! In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of beasts were shredded into blood mist. Puff! 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 Countless blades pierced through a beast, then shot out again, mercilessly reaping the lives of innumerable creatures. In just a heartbeat, tens of thousands of beasts perished. Xianyang Sect? But why have I never seen this powerful individual before? The scene of Xiao Yun commanding the myriad blades to massacre the beasts caught the attention of the revered lone star not far away. His gaze sharpened, a hint of confusion crossing his face, yet he did not linger on it. After all, the most pressing matter was to resist the beast tide and ultimately eliminate the thunderous abyssal flood dragon. Too slow, too slow. Though the rain of blades could slay tens of thousands of beasts in a moment, Xiao Yun remained dissatisfied, his brow furrowed. Roar! He gazed into the distance at a colossal serpent, 100 feet long, one of the 6th-tier beast kings commanding the tide, a venomous creature known as the bloodbound serpent. Peak of the 6th tier? I can kill it in an instant. Annihilate. Xiao Yun sneered, and with a thought, a torrent of soul power surged forth. In an instant, the bloodbound serpent king trembled violently, its surface erupting with a myriad of cracks. In the scarlet pupils of the serpent, an overwhelming hue of terror was vividly apparent. Bang! In the next moment, a deep, resounding explosion echoed, and the colossal form of the blood serpent king erupted into a shower of crimson, staining the surrounding beasts in a sanguine hue. A single thought traversed 1,000 miles. In an instant, it decimated a pinnacle 6th-tier beast, an entity equivalent to the peak of human kings. Comparable to the soul cultivation of a 6th transformation venerable, it had propelled Xiao Yun into a realm beyond the mundane, truly reaching a realm of unfathomable terror. Chapter 34, The Unexpected Turn. Roar! Sensing the abrupt demise of the Blood Serpent King, several 6th-tier demon kings unleashed a collective roar, their bloodthirsty and savage gazes fixated on Xiao Yun, wishing to consume him whole. Oh, do you wish for death? A slight smirk graced Xiao Yun's lips, revealing a hint of mockery. In the next moment, myriad sword blades soared into the air, converging at a single point, then whirling like a tornado, radiating a terrifying brilliance. Boom! The multitude of blades spun wildly, reaching an extreme velocity in an instant, as if to rend space itself and obliterate everything in their path. Subsequently, amid the astonished gazes of countless powerful beings, the tempest of blades descended mercilessly upon the tide of beasts below. Splat! Chunks of flesh and blood were sent splattering through the air. This was nothing short of a massacre. The storm of blades swept through like a meat grinder, rampaging and wreaking havoc as countless beasts cried out in anguish, their blood and entrails flying. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000,000 beasts perished beneath the endless blades. Human, a gigantic crimson golden tiger, its size rivaling that of a mountain and its aura approaching the 7th tier, roared fiercely and charged at Xiao Yun, who stood amidst the void. Its body shimmered with a resplendent metallic sheen, appearing as though clad in golden armor, exuding an extraordinary aura. Foolish creature. Yet, in the face of the imposing crimson golden tiger, Xiao Yun cast a dispassionate glance, raising his arm lightly. Boom! Several dragon flame lotuses instantaneously coalesced, bursting forth into a blazing red radiance. In the next moment, an endless torrent of crimson flames erupted, enveloping the crimson golden tiger and reducing it to ashes. He is the Flame God King. What terrifying flames! That beast, nearly equivalent to a venerable without a domain, was instantly incinerated. The title of strongest king was truly well-deserved. Witnessing this scene, the hundreds of powerful beings present could not help but swallow hard, their expressions frozen in shock. Is this truly the Flame God King? The one rumored to annihilate entire sects alone? Indeed, a terror of unimaginable proportions. At this moment, many kings felt a profound sense of defeat. Though they too were kings, the chasm between them and the Flame God King was simply too vast, too unfathomable. Even the distant leader of the Cloudy Mist sect displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. I never anticipated that the Flame God King was a member of the Xianyang sect. The 10th level of the Spirit Sea? No. He must be concealing his true cultivation somehow. Even if I faced him directly, I would not dare to be remiss. Furthermore, I sensed an intense aura of danger emanating from his presence. Boom. The storm of blades continued to whirl, treating the massive tide of beasts as mere livestock in a slaughterhouse, killing indiscriminately. 1 million, 10 million, 30 million. In just a brief moment, nearly a third of the vast battlefield transformed into a sea of crimson, the corpses of the beasts piled high like small mountains. A single person slaying an entire tide of beasts. What an awe-inspiring display of power. Gazing at the figure hovering in the sky, commanding the storm of blades to decimate the beasts, Luo Lingxue and the second elder of the Xianyang sect exchanged glances of horror, their eyes filled with shock. Especially the second elder, whose mind was rendered blank in that instant. Others may have been unaware, but he and the sect leader understood Xiao Yun's true cultivation all too well. Despite appearing as he did, he was merely at the 10th level of the Spirit Sea. The 10th level of the Spirit Sea. Yet he could slaughter 6th-tier pinnacle demon kings, akin to pigs and dogs. What a notion. It was utterly unfathomable. Ah, venerable Lord, save us. However, just as everyone was in awe of Xiao Yun's unparalleled ferocity, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air, jolting everyone back to reality. Following that scream, they beheld a royal king being torn apart by a claw, blood gushing forth. Humans taste delicious. In an instant, his remains were consumed. His voice abruptly silenced. It was a monstrous black eagle, its form grotesque, with wings spanning hundreds of feet. Its body resembled steel, its dark feathers glinting with a cold light, and blood dripped from its razor-sharp beak, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Is this the heavenly dark falcon? 7th tier. How could there be a second 7th-tier beast? When did it arrive? The venerable star frowned, his expression darkening considerably. The heavenly dark falcon, a terrifying beast renowned for its unparalleled speed, having reached the 7th tier and capable of wielding the laws of wind, its velocity unparalleled, rendering even some high-ranking venerables unable to catch up. Xiao Yun, let us three join forces. We must utilize our domains to subdue this heavenly dark falcon, or we shall have no opportunity to slay it. The venerable star's face turned solemn as he spoke in a low voice. The speed of the heavenly dark falcon was simply too swift. If they could not subdue it in a single strike, it would undoubtedly escape. At that point, attempting to kill it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All right, the leader of the Cloudy Mist sect nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly. Although the heavenly dark falcon was powerful, she harbored no excessive fear. After all, she and the venerable Xiao were both solidly 7th-tier venerables. And with the 3rd-tier venerable star joining them, could they not handle a mere 7th-tier beast? Unless it had reached the mid-7th tier, akin to a human venerable of the 9th level. Otherwise, it would not leave here alive today. Cackling, humans, you will all perish. In an instant, before the three could even act, the heavenly dark falcon let out a sinister laugh, its deep, resonant roar echoing throughout the realm. It then flapped its wings violently, transforming into a streak of black lightning and lunging toward the lowest-ranked venerable star. The intelligence of the heavenly dark falcon was no less than that of a human. Thus it chose to target the weakest. And as it turned out, its judgment was indeed correct. With a single flap of its wings, its speed surged several-fold, appearing before the venerable star in the blink of an eye. Not good. Activate the star domain. The venerable star's pupils constricted sharply as he hastily summoned his domain, surrounding space with countless starlit glimmers, as if transforming the heavens into a vast starry river. Human, too late. The heavenly dark falcon's wings flapped, a glimmer of cunning triumph flashing in its eyes. Brother, kill him. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded, accompanied by a clear and melodious cry. A third pitch-black heavenly dark falcon emerged from the void behind the venerable star. Its speed was so extreme that it transcended the limits of the naked eye. vanishing in an instant. What? A third seventh-tier beast. The countenance of the Lord of Xianxia transformed dramatically, his spirit quaking in trepidation. He could scarcely fathom that behind the venerable Guxing lay yet another formidable seventh-order celestial shadow falcon. No. Just as the anguished cries of the venerable Guxing echoed, the sudden emergence of the black celestial shadow falcon severed his head with a sweep of its wings. The body fell apart, blood splattering the scene. Chapter 35, Shredding Souls. Instantaneously slaying a seventh-order demon lord. A dignified venerable was thus violently dispatched, meeting his demise on the spot. The numerous powerhouses of the royal faction were left in a stupor, a chill rising from their very feet. The mere presence of a seventh-order demon lord was enough to instill dread, yet now two had appeared. This was nothing short of a nightmare. In an instant, panic engulfed everyone present. Unlike the human race, demon beasts inherently possessed an immensely powerful physique, coupled with a long lifespan and astonishing combat instincts. Even a newly ascended seventh-order demon beast could rival human powerhouses at the fourth or fifth order. At this moment, aside from the yet-to-appear thunderous Xuanjiao, the presence of two seventh-order demon beasts, both of the highest caliber, was already evident. Die, you pitiful human ants! Accompanied by a chilling, eerie shriek, the second celestial shadow falcon lunged downward, targeting the powerhouses of the Thunder Heaven sect. Lacking a venerable's protection, should they be ensnared by this demon lord, their fate would be sealed. Damn it! Flee! Flee immediately! In an instant, the Thunder Heaven sect's powerhouses were filled with dread, retreating in wild abandon. Witnessing this, the mockery and bloodlust in the falcon's eyes intensified. It appeared to toy with the Thunder Heaven sect's members like a hawk pursuing its prey. Run, run! My pitiful little insects! You cannot escape! Ha ha ha! The laughter of the celestial shadow falcon echoed like an incantation, piercing the hearts of the Thunder Heaven sect's powerhouses with terror. Beast, how dare you! Both Venerable Guixing and the Lord of Xianxia roared in unison, yet were thwarted by the other celestial shadow falcon, unable to extricate themselves. Just as the falcon was about to commence its massacre, a thunderous boom erupted, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Boom! In the next moment, the massive form of the celestial shadow falcon was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a towering mountain, which crumbled into dust. This was instantly. Both Venerable Guixing and the Lord of Xianxia stood frozen in shock, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Damnable alien beast! Accompanied by a chilling growl, a figure clad in white emerged from the shroud of smoke. He appeared quite youthful, around 18 or 19 years of age. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an air of elegance and grace. His pristine white robe seemed untouched by dust. Most strikingly, a few glimmers of crimson gold dragon scales adorned his arms, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. The celestial shadow falcon, measuring hundreds of feet in length with scales as tough as black iron, had been sent flying by a single strike. What kind of power and martial prowess was this? Xiao Yun, at this moment, upon clearly seeing the visage of the individual, even Venerable Guixing, the esteemed elder of Xianyang sect who had reigned for centuries, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. The celestial shadow falcon that had slain Venerable Guixing possessed strength that likely matched his own. Yet Xiao Yun had effortlessly sent it flying 100 miles with merely the might of his flesh. How was this even conceivable? In that instant, Venerable Guixing couldn't help but curse internally, his face a mask of incredulity. How old could Xiao Yun be? Moreover, his junior, the Lord of Xianyang sect, had informed him that Xiao Yun could contend with the celestial realm at the body refinement stage, and now at the spirit sea stage, he could even slay a venerable. Initially, Venerable Guixing had dismissed this as a jest. Yet now, this absurdity, akin to a tale from the heavens, appeared to be true. Damnable human, I shall devour you. I shall devour you whole. The celestial shadow falcon soared out from the collapsed mountain, its scales shattered and red feathers scattered, a picture of utter disarray. It roared in fury, its crimson gaze flashing with ferocity and brutality. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the celestial shadow falcon flapped its wings violently, conjuring countless dark blue wind blades out of thin air. Boom. The overwhelming onslaught of wind blades descended with blinding speed, capable of slaying beings akin to the ghostly dark venerable. Not good. Its comprehension of the wind principle has reached at least 10%. Venerable Guixing's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of apprehension and concern crossing his eyes. Typically, those newly entering the venerable realm possess only a minuscule comprehension of the fundamental principles, merely a fraction of a percent. Yet, 10% comprehension signified that the celestial shadow falcon's strength was already nearing that of a ninth-order venerable. Such an existence was beyond his capability to confront. A slight misstep could lead to an untimely demise. What kind of being had triggered this beast tide? Xiao Yun, be careful. Amidst the swirling thoughts, Venerable Guixing urgently cautioned Xiao Yun. Should Xiao Yun fall beneath the wind blades, this battle would be a total failure. By the time the thunderous Xuanjiao arrived, they would have no means to retaliate. At that moment, the entire Daylight Empire would likely be in peril. However, in the face of those terrifying wind blades, Xiao Yun suddenly let out a cold laugh, showing no sign of fear. Roar! The soul power reaching the 6th turn venerable level surged, transforming into a colossal dragon that obscured the heavens. In an instant, the multitude of wind blades scattered and disintegrated. What? How is this possible? As they beheld the vanquished storm of wind blades, Venerable Guixing and the Lord of Yunxia's pupils widened in shock, their hearts roiling with turmoil. Soul-rend. Yet, Xiao Yun's next action left them utterly stunned, rendered speechless for an extended period. The sacred class Soul's secret technique, Soul-rend. Originating from the Soul Blade Compendium, this soul attack technique, once unleashed, allows a strand of soul power to invade the opponent's sea of consciousness, tearing their soul apart from within. All forms of soul defense would be reduced by 90%. In an instant, Xiao Yun lightly waved his right hand, and a terrifying wave of soul pressure emanated from his being. What did this human intend to do? The celestial shadow falcon sensed the vast and unfathomable soul aura, and for some reason, a twinge of fear arose within its heart. This sensation was deeply vexing. How could a mere human ant instill such anxiety in it? Boom. The next moment, the massive body of the celestial shadow falcon, which had been momentarily stunned, plummeted violently to the ground. It hadn't even comprehended what had transpired, and its soul within the sea of consciousness had been torn to shreds in an instant. A single strike, and even a 7th-order celestial shadow falcon had met its demise before it could react. Chapter 36. The beast tide presses in, the demon seed emerges. Such is the terrifying nature of the secret arts of the soul. Were it not for the soul-related treasures suppressing the depths of the sea of consciousness, one would be utterly defenseless and incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. Brother. On the other side, the Tianming falcon let out a mournful cry, frantically assaulting, only to be met with an opportunity seized by the two esteemed figures of the Return to Sage realm, their combined powers crushing it on the spot. After accomplishing this, both the Sage of Return and the Master of Yunxia took a deep breath, their gazes turning towards Xiao Yun with an expression of profound dread. As their hearts surged with tumultuous waves, the power Xiao Yun had just displayed transcended their wildest imaginations. This relatively weaker Tianming falcon had required their joint efforts just to find an opening to slay, whereas Xiao Yun had merely used a single punch to severely injure it. And then, employing an unknown secret technique, obliterated its very soul. In total, it had taken no more than 2 moves. Terrifying. It was utterly horrifying. Such means could scarcely be matched, even by the former master of the Xianyang sect. Master, what manner of prodigy is this fellow? One member of the Yunxiao sect was left utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly with eyes wide in shock. He too was a king. Yet how could the disparity with this flame god king be so vast, akin to that between man and dog? It was simply incomprehensible. Boom. The master of Yunxia smiled wryly, about to speak, when suddenly, the heavens erupted with earth-shattering thunderous roars. Roar. In the next moment, accompanied by endless beastly howls, the ground shook violently beneath them. It felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. The very heavens were about to collapse. In an instant, the slightly relaxed hearts of the crowd tensed anew, all gazing upwards with grave expressions. Indeed, the beast tide they had just faced was merely the prologue. The true calamity was yet to descend. Crack! Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed. Amidst the dark clouds, they could faintly discern the soaring celestial dragon, alongside a vast multitude of birds that blotted out the sun, spanning 1,000 miles. It was the violent thunder serpent. The Sage of Return gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with trepidation. The number of the second wave of beast tide was likely in the hundreds of millions. Damn it, what are we to do? Upon hearing the words of the Sage of Return, countless cultivators turned pale, their eyes reflecting deep despair. Hundreds of millions. The previous beast tide had been close to 100 million, which had already caused the fall of a venerable figure and nearly shattered the protective array of Baishan City. Now, facing a force several times larger, how could they possibly resist? Though the Flame God King was formidable, even he would eventually be exhausted before such overwhelming numbers. The slaughter would be unending, utterly inexhaustible. The heavens sought to annihilate Baishan City and extinguish my great Sun dynasty. Thud. Gazing at the endless beast tide advancing like a black sea in the distance, a commander of the godly palace realm atop the city walls felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground, his complexion ashen. The defenders of Baishan City numbered merely over 300,000. Faced with this horde of hundreds of times their number, what could they use to resist? What could they do to survive? In an instant, The atmosphere within Baishan City descended into a profound silence. Each heart brimmed with intense despair. Even the Sage of Return and the Master of Yunxiao wore grim expressions, their spirits sinking to the depths. Before this scene, they too felt utterly powerless. Was Baishan City destined to fall today? Caw! With a piercing, high-pitched cry, the Avian Legion drew ever closer, now just 100 zhang away in a matter of moments. Yet whoosh! The endless, terrifying storm of blades reappeared, mercilessly shredding 1,000,000 birds into blood mist, vanishing into the ether. In the void, a somewhat slender figure stood before the gates of Baishan City. Today, unless I perish, you shall not set foot in Baishan City, even half a step. Xiao Yun roared, brandishing his sword, his robes billowing as if stirred by a wind that did not exist. His handsome and resolute visage bore no trace of fear. Attempting to overwhelm with numbers? Very well, let us see how long my vast sea of consciousness can sustain my slaughter. Let the flames consume all, he whispered to himself. His left hand gesturing, summoning forth one fire lotus after another, blooming in the air. One after another. In an instant, the sky transformed into a realm of fiery crimson. The fire lotuses spiraled and intertwined, emanating a heat so terrifying it seemed to incinerate everything in existence. Such a rich power of vitality. These flames rivaled the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth. I shall have him become my servant. Thunder, crush him to the brink of breath. Meanwhile, on the other side, the violent thunder serpent, coiled in the void with a length of several thousand zhang, was stirred by an ancient voice within its mind, tinged with excitement. It was the mastermind behind this beast tide. By chance, it had consumed the remnants of a saint's soul, thus gaining self-awareness as a demon seed. Yes, my supreme master. The violent thunder serpent lowered its massive head, its large vertical pupils fixating on Xiao Yun, its fangs bared in a menacing display, exuding a hint of cruelty. Boom! Before Baishan City, as the endless fire lotuses erupted in waves, the immense army of beasts was unable to approach even a fraction. As soon as they neared the 600-li perimeter of Baishan City, they would be incinerated by the dragon flames, reduced to ashes. Come, come! And Xiao Yun grew ever more valiant in battle. Even after unleashing over 1,000,000 fire lotuses, the toll on his sea of consciousness was but a mere fraction. Boom! Humanity. Suddenly, as if the very heavens were being torn asunder, the colossal violent thunder serpent slowly descended, only to continuously shrink, transforming into a burly, bald giant standing before Baishan City. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from this towering figure, even Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. The power of this violent thunder serpent likely reached the level of an ordinary first transition venerable. It seemed they had been concealing their strength, waiting for the moment to strike with lethal intent. And the demon seed that triggered this beast tide and commanded the violent thunder serpent was certainly not simple. It had likely attained a certain level of intelligence. Various speculations floated through Xiao Yun's mind, and a grave expression crossed his eyes. A demon seed with intelligence. Such an existence, if left to continue its growth, would likely transform into a true demon, with unimaginable consequences. A true demon. That is the ultimate form of a demon seed. Xiao Yun had once read in an ancient tome that, legend has it, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there existed a true demon named the Calamity Emperor, a being that had truly caused the fall of several great emperors and the annihilation of 3 ancient nations. In the end, it was only through the intervention of the celestial sovereign, who wielded the power of the heavenly path, that this scourge upon humanity was finally slain. Chapter 37. 2 Great Demon Lords, the 10,000 Poison Flower. Humanity, under the supreme mantle of the Void Demon Crown, has decided to grant you one final opportunity. I bow before the magnificent Void Demon Crown and devote your entire strength to serve him for eternity. 2. I shall annihilate the entire city, commanding the beast tide to slaughter every human, and thereafter, you shall be forcibly transformed into a servant of my lord. The bald giant spoke coldly, his voice emanating an air of authority that resonated like thunder across the heavens and the earth, causing the boundless beast tide to bow in submission, as if paying homage to their sovereign. Chuckling, the master offers you a chance to surrender. This is indeed your supreme honor. Pitiful humans, why do you not hasten to kneel in gratitude? Boom. Suddenly, the ground erupted, accompanied by a soft, seductive laughter, as a grotesquely twisted giant flower burst forth from the depths below. This colossal bloom, towering hundreds of feet, was enveloped in a crimson mist. With a rustle, the enormous petals unfurled, revealing within its core a stunningly beautiful maiden, completely unclad, her skin as fair as snow. Her flowing emerald hair danced in the air, and her eyes sparkled as if a myriad of blossoms were blooming within them, an astonishing beauty beyond compare. In an instant, Upon inhaling the intoxicating crimson mist, the guards atop the city walls became entranced, utterly captivated by the maiden's captivating visage. Such fragrance. Beautiful maiden, allow me to kiss you. Not merely the ordinary soldiers, but even the celestial and divine leaders appeared dazed, nearly ready to leap from the city walls into the embrace of the giant flower. Disperse. Xiao Yun's countenance turned cold as the sky was filled with roaring dragon flames, instantly incinerating the encroaching crimson mist and allowing the onlookers to regain some semblance of clarity. This is the enchanting flower demon. The return to sanctity elder approached Xiao Yun, his expression grim. We're in deep trouble, aside from the thunderous, mysterious flood dragon. This demonic seed commands an enchanting flower demon of the demon sovereign level. Enchanting flower demon? Xiao Yun felt a spark of confusion. He had never heard of such a beast and was entirely unaware of its capabilities. The return to sanctity elder explained. The enchanting flower demon is an exceptionally unique race. A spirit born from the essence of flora, inherently possessing alluring powers. Once one inhales its fragrant aroma, they become ensnared in a mirage of desire, willingly succumbing to its consumption. Furthermore, the most terrifying aspect of the enchanting flower demon is not its charm, but its poison. The elder paused, seemingly recalling a past event, his eyes flashing with fear and apprehension. It possesses over 10,000 kinds of deadly toxins, each capable of easily taking the life of a sovereign. Even a mere touch would paralyze the body, rendering it immobile. Poison, you say? In response, Xiao Yun merely smiled faintly. What of 10,000 deadly toxins? His ancient dragon body is impervious to any poison. Should any potent toxin enter his form, it would be incinerated by the searing dragon blood coursing through him, leaving not a trace. In that case, I shall slay this beast first. With this thought, Xiao Yun's icy gaze fell upon the giant flower, its tendrils thrashing wildly. The corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. A mere demonic seed dares to proclaim itself as the void demon? Do you think that with just these two laughable beasts, you can bring about my downfall? His words were indifferent, yet imbued with an overwhelming, chilling dominance. Those who insult the master shall die. In an instant, the bald giant, transformed from the thunderous, mysterious flood dragon, erupted in fury, crackling with lightning. Meanwhile, the beautiful maiden within the giant flower donned an expression of utter malice, her sharp, piercing voice erupting. Kill him. Annihilate all humans. In a heartbeat. The endless beast tides surged into chaos once more, with the thunderous, mysterious flood dragon dashing like lightning towards Xiao Yun. Demonic seed? I shall inevitably become a true demon in the future. If you refuse to become my servant, then perish. The self-proclaimed void demon roared incessantly. Although it had devoured a fragment of a holy being's soul, it had not truly transcended the bounds of a demonic seed. Its heart was filled with boundless rage and bloodlust, easily provoked into a furious frenzy. Boom, boom. The sound of sonic booms reverberated through the void, akin to muffled thunder exploding, shaking the very air. The thunderous, mysterious flood dragon, moving with the speed of lightning, rapidly closed in on Xiao Yun's side. Its enormous palm, like a giant fan, wielding the force of 1,000 thunders, struck down with tremendous force. Boom. The winds howled, a ferocious tempest ensued. Within that strike lay the weight of a mountain, its terrifying momentum causing the very fabric of the void to tremble, as if it might fissure in unseen ways. Yet, amidst the storm, Xiao Yun remained remarkably calm, as though the preceding strike had been naught but an illusion. The thunderous, mysterious flood dragon's right palm remained pressed against Xiao Yun's shoulder, exerting immense force. Its face contorted with rage, billions of pounds of power surged forth. Yet it all vanished without a trace, as if a stone cast into the sea, not even causing Xiao Yun to budge an inch. How is this possible? This scene caused the thunderous, mysterious flood dragon's expression to change dramatically. Boom. However, before it could act further, Xiao Yun retaliated with a punch. A vast wave of energy rippled through the void. Boom. The bald giant was instantly sent flying like a cannonball, crushing thousands of beasts beneath him, leaving a chasm dozens of miles long gouged into the earth. Hiss. Witnessing this, all the soldiers atop the city walls gasped in shock, their faces pale with astonishment. To withstand a blow from the thunderous, mysterious flood dragon without a scratch, and even send it flying dozens of miles away, is the Flame God King not some ancient beast transformed? Die. Yet before the crowd could fully digest their astonishment, the enchanting flower demon summoned thousands of tendrils to ensnare him. Each vine bore sharp thorns, harboring potent toxins. For an ordinary sovereign, being tainted by such toxins would mean certain death. How absurd. Even if you inundate me with toxins, what of it? It remains utterly ineffective. In response, Xiao Yun merely lifted his foot and stomped down, summoning an endless torrent of dragon flames from the void, roaring to life. Boom. The intensity of the flames exceeded everyone's expectations, sweeping away all in their path, unstoppable. In an instant, the myriad of vines were set ablaze. However, I detest those who resort to poison, so I shall be the first to incinerate you to ashes. Chapter 38. Incinerating the Flower Demon, the Demonic Seed in Rage. Xiao Yun's eyes were devoid of emotion as he stepped forward, charging toward the towering giant flower. Swish. His steps appeared slow, yet in truth, he moved with unparalleled speed. Utilizing dozens of heavenly-grade techniques in rapid succession, he swiftly arrived above the enchanting flower demoness core, delivering a crushing palm strike. Die. Crack. Before the palm imprint could descend, the breathtaking naked maiden within the giant flower sensed an earth-shattering threat. Her pupils dilated in terror, yet she had no time to react. Boom. Under the oppressive force akin to mountains collapsing, her body exploded like a watermelon, showering the surroundings with a torrent of foul, crimson liquid. It hurts. Amidst a haze of scarlet smoke, an eerie cacophony of dissonant voices reverberated, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. Before them, a colossal flower swayed incessantly, its myriad of tendrils writhing to reveal countless grotesque, sinister faces. Human, I shall slay you. The flower writhed, its myriad visages contorting with hatred, fury, and anguish manifesting vividly. The bizarre voices echoed once more, and then the endless tendrils surged violently, transforming into a torrential storm of poisonous needles, enveloping Xiao Yun entirely. The sharpness of those poison needles could rend gold and tear stone. A single drop of their lethal venom was sufficient to corrode iron and dissolve flesh. Is this your true form? How grotesquely hideous. Xiao Yun shook his head, his gaze suffused with palpable disdain. Die. Boom. In the next moment, an infinite blaze of dragon fire erupted. The entire colossal flower, along with a radius of dozens of miles, was engulfed in a relentless inferno. It was as if the obliteration of the ghostly underworld sect was being replayed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the extreme temperatures reaching millions of degrees, those tendrils could not withstand even a fleeting moment, disintegrating into pitch-black ashes. The wails of the poisonous flower demon were hauntingly piercing. Ultimately, even the roots entrenched deep in the earth were utterly annihilated within the raging sea of flames. As the blazing inferno gradually subsided, the heavens regained their clarity. Is it dead? On the city walls, countless powerful figures stood in stunned silence. That was the poisonous flower demon, one of the terrifying creatures capable of wielding myriad poisons. Yet, before this flame god king, it appeared as feeble as an ant. Like an ordinary plant, it was ruthlessly reduced to ash. Clap, clap. Meanwhile, the revered Guotian could not suppress his applause. Flame god king Xiao Yun, impressive, truly impressive. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head. His gaze towards Xiao Yun increasingly filled with admiration and respect. One man against a million beasts. One fire incinerating the poisonous flower demon. The title of Flame God King is indeed well-deserved. After merely 40 years of seclusion, I never anticipated such a prodigious talent emerging from our Xianyang sect. Junior brother, it seems the title of the strongest in the Great Sun Dynasty is about to change hands. At this moment, Guotian's expression was devoid of the earlier gravity and concern. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. To him, Xiao Yun's current strength far surpassed his own and even the respected Xianxia, exceeding even his junior brother, the Xianyang sect master who had reached the 9th level of the revered realm. Aside from that ancient figure within the imperial city, Xiao Yun was undoubtedly the foremost individual of the Great Sun Dynasty. There could be no doubt. In his youth, Guotian had journeyed through various empires and was well aware that each held its share of extraordinary talents and formidable physiques. For them, fighting beyond their ranks was merely commonplace. However, even the most powerful geniuses among them, when compared to Xiao Yun, were akin to fireflies against the bright moon, an insurmountable chasm, utterly immeasurable. This child is destined to become a peak powerhouse in the future. It is not impossible for him to ascend to the rank of emperor and become a master of the heavenly Tao. As this thought crossed his mind, Guotian felt an indescribable excitement. The vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent was teeming with clans, and his Xianyang sect was merely an inconspicuous minor force within it. Yet, should Xiao Yun achieve the status of an emperor, or even a master of the heavenly Tao in the future, the position of the entire Xianyang sect would undoubtedly rise, catapulting it into the ranks of the continent's elite powers. You have slain my most beloved servant. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled with boundless rage resonated throughout the universe, abruptly interrupting Guotian's reverie. Following the sound, he beheld the thunderous black flood dragon, now reverted to its true form, soaring through the void, casting its gaze upon the world below. Its eyes were frigid, a murderous intent radiating from it, as if the very mountains and rivers trembled in response. At this moment, the will of the thunderous black flood dragon had been usurped by the empty demon, and upon witnessing the poisonous flower demon being reduced to ashes, it was consumed by an unparalleled fury, nearly obliterating all reason. That had been its first servant since its inception. It had devoted itself wholeheartedly, painstakingly nurturing it, expending countless resources and lives to elevate the poisonous flower demon to the mid-7th tier, possessing the terrifying capability to poison beings of the 9th level of the revered realm. Even this thunderous black flood dragon had relied on that formidable poison to successfully enslave it. Originally, the empty demon had anticipated the poisonous flower demon would break through to the 8th tier, acquiring the terrifying power to poison sovereigns, and then, with the aid of its myriad poisons, annihilate all humans in this region. It sought to absorb their boundless resentment, thereby solidifying its demonic form and transforming into a true demon. A true demon. Even a newly born true demon was a terrifying entity that even sages would flee from. All demonic progenies sought that singular step after their birth. But now, damn it, damn it, damn it, controlled by the empty demon, the thunderous black flood dragon roared skyward, lamenting in despair. Yet no matter how it howled, no matter how furious it became, that flower demon could never be reborn. It was utterly obliterated. The path to becoming a true demon had been irrevocably severed by that human. As this realization struck, the thunderous black flood dragon's eyes turned a fiery crimson. Cursed human. In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, the massive body of the thunderous black flood dragon suddenly expanded several times. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the sun. Amidst the flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, it resembled a colossal thunder dragon descending upon the earth, stirring the tempest. Buzz. The crimson dark demonic aura surged violently, filling the void, constantly wrapping around the thunderous black flood dragon's body, causing its aura to swell uncontrollably, rapidly surging to a level comparable to a 3rd-tier revered being. Boom. The deep blue lightning became tainted with demonic energy, transforming into a blood-red hue that enveloped the heavens. Chapter 39. The Sword of the Demon's Grave. At last, it has revealed itself. Gazing upon the thunderous black flood dragon, bathed in blood lightning as if a god or demon had descended, Xiao Yun's eyes remained tranquil. With a casual wave, he commanded countless sword blades to array into formation, spanning across the sky. Swish. Under the onslaught of infinite sharp sword energy, it seemed as though even space itself would be cleaved asunder. At this moment, the thunderous black flood dragon had succumbed to the possession of the demonic progeny, its cultivation, physique, and soul all receiving tremendous enhancements, rivaling the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Yet, would Xiao Yun cower in fear? Rather, he was eager to discover the limits of his current strength. Human, prepare to die. The thunderous voice reverberated across the vast sky as the immense, boundless dragon body surged upward, summoning a storm of blood lightning to strike down. At that moment, the very fabric of heaven and earth seemed to fracture, leaving the leader of the Xianxia sect in awe, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. The countless other powerful beings were engulfed in terror. Even from 1,000 miles away, the power within that blood lightning sent shivers down their spines. It was enough to instill dread. Should the thunder descend, it would likely claim the lives of millions within Baishan City. Come forth. However, in the face of the cataclysmic blood thunder sea, Xiao Yun displayed no semblance of fear. Rather, his eyes shimmered with brilliance. He raised the dark bane longsword aloft, causing the myriad blades in the void to tremble in unison. The essence of the sword, an inexhaustible torrent of sword intent. At that moment, the countless swords within a radius of 10,000 miles resonated with the tremors, as if they were all striving to pierce the heavens and penetrate the clouds. The cries of swords reverberated through the cosmos. The garments surrounding Xiao Yun rustled ominously under the explosive force of this terrifying sword intent. Having perfected hundreds of celestial-grade sword techniques, he successfully amalgamated the quintessence of all sword arts, forging a blade that truly belonged to him. At this instant, the myriad swords resonated in harmony. Clang. Countless blades quivered in unison, coalescing into a formidable sword aura capable of rending the firmament and obliterating the earth. The sword intent surged toward the skies, relentless and overwhelming. This strike was named. Time seemed to slow down to an unfathomable degree. A smile graced Xiao Yun's lips as he lifted the longsword high and uttered softly, "Burial of demons." No sooner had the words left his lips than a myriad of sword energies erupted, unleashing an explosion of dazzling brilliance that illuminated the heavens and shrouded the entire Baishan City. It was akin to a divine miracle, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Even from tens of thousands of miles away, countless powerful beings were struck by an indescribable shock upon witnessing this moment of radiant sword light. Boom! With a single sword strike, the void shattered, and the blood thunder dissipated. Terrifying spatial turbulence raged uncontrollably, transforming vast areas of the sky into a pitch-black abyss. As if the apocalypse had descended, the once mighty blood thunder sea was instantly shattered. The sword aura obliterated all in its path, hurtling toward the violent thunder xianxiao with a deafening roar. In that instant, all observers felt their hearts tighten, their pupils constrict, and their hearts seemed on the verge of halting. The might of this display was nothing short of invincible. The sky demon controlling the violent thunder xianxiao sensed an overwhelming crisis at that moment, a chill running down his spine. Instinctively, he summoned all his power and unleashed his most potent techniques. Bang! In an instant, bolts of lightning erupted. 9 ferocious thunder dragons emerged from the void, exuding an unmatched malevolence as they roared toward the sword aura. But boom! In the blink of an eye, the 9 thunder dragons were annihilated into nothingness, shredded by the sword aura, unable to withstand even the slightest resistance. This is impossible, the sky demon roared internally, scarcely able to believe the scene before him. The violent thunder xianxiao, a being of the 3rd transformations level, was utterly incapable of hindering such a terrifying sword strike. With a swift motion, the dreadful sword aura descended upon the violent thunder xianxiao's massive form. In that moment, an endless torrent of blood erupted. The colossal body of the violent thunder xianxiao disintegrated layer by layer, instantaneously transforming into countless severed limbs and shattered remains. Blood gushed forth, saturating the air with a horrific stench. Even at the 3rd transformation level, it was slain by a single strike, leaving not a trace behind. Splash! Blood rained down, drenching the earth. Gulp! Upon witnessing this scene, the master of Yunxia could not help but swallow hard, his legs trembling violently from sheer shock. That was equivalent to a 3rd transformation powerhouse, the violent thunder xianxiao, a terrifying existence nearly unmatched throughout the Great Sun Dynasty. Yet, before the Flame God King, it was still cleaved in two by a single sword. Do not provoke the Xianyang Sect. One must never provoke the Xianyang Sect. The deputy master of the Thunder Heaven Sect trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. As he recalled the countless provocations he had previously tolerated from his sect against the Xianyang Sect, his complexion turned as pale as a ghost. His Thunder Heaven Sect was nothing but a mere clown. The Xianyang Sect had ignored them simply because they did not wish to waste time. Otherwise, with this sword alone, they could obliterate the entire Thunder Heaven Sect. Upon returning to the sect, I must personally go to the Xianyang Sect to apologize. He murmured to himself, feeling a chill envelop his heart. The Xianyang Sect was far too terrifying. No, amidst the flesh and remnants, the sky demon's venomous roar suddenly erupted. Human, you have slain all my servants. I shall not let this matter rest. Today, you have triumphed. Haha. But you will never truly kill me. As he spoke, he let out a maniacal laugh and instantly transformed into a streak of dark light, rapidly fleeing into the distance. Although he had lost all his servants, his true demonic form still possessed a soul power nearing the 4th transformation, making his escape effortless. Escape? Xiao Yun shook his head, his expression indifferent as he took deliberate steps into the void. Since I have come this far, retreat is not an option. Dragon soul suppression. Roar. As the words fell, an incredibly deep and resounding dragon roar suddenly reverberated. In the next moment, a colossal illusory dragon, stretching tens of thousands of feet, materialized, raising its head and roaring furiously, shaking the heavens. This dragon was a blazing crimson, and as it writhed and coiled, it conjured a tempest that swept across the realms. With this roar, the myriad beasts lamented, trembling and prostrating themselves. Dragon soul, suppression, and overwhelming pressure. The sky demon seemed frozen in the void, unable to move under the infinite weight of soul pressure, feeling as if a mountain were crushing him, rendering any attempt to advance a mere fantasy. Even his very soul seemed to endure an unbearable compaction. Fear and despair filled the sky demon's slightly ethereal eyes, yet before he could react, he beheld Xiao Yun's sword edge flash, descending toward him. The blade harbored countless soul-piercing powers. No, I refuse to accept this. Arg! Boom! With a single strike, the sky demon's true form instantly erupted, subsequently disintegrating into endless pure soul essence. Chapter 40. The Emperor's 4th level soul, crushing millions of beasts. Most of this soul essence originated from the fragment of the Saint's soul consumed by the sky demon, and now it all belonged to Xiao Yun. The illusory giant dragon opened its mouth wide, devouring all the soul essence in one gulp. Instantly, the system's notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining the 9th grade saint, fragment, soul essence, receiving a 10,000-fold amplification reward. Buzzing. The already boundlessly pure soul essence, akin to a vast lake, surged 1,000-fold as it began to be refined by Xiao Yun, transforming into an ocean, a boundless sea composed entirely of soul essence. To have fortuitously consumed a saint's fragment of a soul, this demonic seed's luck was truly extraordinary, truly worthy of being a saint. Even a mere fragment of a soul contained such immense power. Even without the amplification, it was likely stronger than the soul essence of an ordinary emperor. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he felt a rush of exhilaration. Boom. The dragon's soul voraciously consumed and refined the ocean of soul essence. Akin to a whale swallowing its prey, thoroughly absorbing vast amounts of soul essence into its being. Crack. As the vast reservoir of soul essence was refined, the corporeal form of the dragon's soul became increasingly solidified, with glimmering runes faintly shimmering upon each crimson golden scale. Its power surged uncontrollably. 5th tier sovereign, 6th tier sovereign, 9th tier sovereign, 1st level of the Imperial Master Realm. Boom. At the moment of ascension into the Imperial Master Realm, an invisible storm erupted. SSSSS. The tempest raged. Even from 1,000 miles away, countless beasts, driven to madness by the fall of the violent, thunderous serpent, froze in place. Subsequently, their forms shattered violently, dispersing into a sanguine mist. Imperial Master. A thrill coursed through Xiao Yun's heart as he sensed the terrifying soul power that could now effortlessly envelop a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Yet, it was still insufficient. He urged himself onward. He shook his head and quickened his pace, continuing to refine the ocean of souls. 2nd tier Imperial Master, 3rd tier Imperial Master. Until he reached the 4th tier of the Imperial Master Realm, Xiao Yun suddenly realized that his soul felt as if it might detach from his corporeal form, becoming increasingly unwieldy. What was happening? A frown creased Xiao Yun's brow, perplexed. Under the vast perception of his soul, he swiftly found the answer. The vast disparity between his physical cultivation and soul cultivation was so immense that his body had reached the limit of accommodating the soul's power. Had he not continued to forcefully break through, it could have led to the gradual collapse of his body, or even the separation of body and soul, rendering him incapable of re-entering this corporeal vessel. After all, Xiao Yun's true cultivation level was barely at the 10th level of the Soul Sea. The chasm between the Soul Sea realm and the Imperial Master realm spanned thousands of times. Even with the system's tenfold enhancement, it remained insufficient. Indeed, it was still too forced. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. Since the Celestial Realm, the gaps between each major realm had grown as vast as a chasm. To genuinely attain the status of Imperial Master, one must gain recognition from a source of fundamental laws and truly comprehend the mysteries of those laws. The Saint Realm, however, was terrifying to the utmost. Entering the Saint Realm meant becoming truly extraordinary. A complete rebirth, possessing a lifespan of 128,000 years, powerful beyond measure, akin to divine beings. Although the Imperial Master and Saint realms were merely one tier apart, the chasm between them was nearly insurmountable. Even tens of thousands of 9th-tier Imperial Masters could not forge a single saint. At this moment, even though Xiao Yun's soul cultivation had broken through to the 4th tier of the Imperial Master realm, the true essence of the soul he had refined was still but a mere fraction of the ocean of souls, scarcely worth mentioning. This strand of the saint's essence, after being amplified tenfold, likely possessed a total power that was not inferior to its original master, that fallen 9th-tier saint. If Xiao Yun could completely refine it, his soul cultivation would effortlessly ascend to the saint realm. Alas, the ocean of souls had been recognized by the system as something he had already refined. Thus he could no longer reap the tenfold benefits. Indeed. Were it otherwise, it would have been a billionfold gain. Sealing away that ocean of souls, Xiao Yun stood up, yet his thoughts continued to swirl. If I were to break through to the spirit transformation realm, the limit of my soul cultivation would likely be 9th-tier Imperial Master. However, for now, I could indeed begin cultivating the second layer of the Soul Blade's secret tome. Fragmenting void. His gaze drifted, casually surveying the completely shattered beast army, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Currently, the 4 great demon lords commanding the beast tide had all perished. The remaining hundreds of millions of beasts were thoroughly fragmented, fleeing like lost dogs. Since you dared to invade, what use is your life to me? Xiao Yun chuckled coldly, his gaze suddenly turning frigid. Die. Roar. In the next moment, a wave of soul pressure erupted from his entire being, transforming into a rolling tide that spread outward. Like the sound of celestial bells, the very mountains trembled. Boom, boom, boom. The surge of soul waves enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles in an instant. In a heartbeat, Millions, tens of millions. Even hundreds of millions of beasts were crushed underfoot, their carcasses strewn across the land, a scene of utter devastation. In just a brief moment, the once dense tide of beasts was forcibly reduced by Xiao Yun by 7 or 8 parts. The remaining tens of millions of beasts were now utterly panicked, fleeing for their lives. Yet, these low-tier 6th-stage minions could not possibly escape from Xiao Yun's grasp. Annihilate, with merely a flick of his finger. The overwhelming soul power transformed into countless towering mountains, utterly crushing all remaining beasts. Not a single carcass was left behind. The terror of a 4th-tier Imperial Master's soul cultivation was unfathomable. Lord Yan, the God King, has become even stronger? On the other side, the guards in Baishan City were utterly dumbfounded, gazing in awe at the young figure suspended in midair, resembling a deity. They were overwhelmed with shock. Hundreds of millions of beasts had simply vanished? We have won. Lord Yan, the God King. Soon, a wave of jubilation surged through their hearts, and they began to fervently shout towards Xiao Yun, their voices hoarse with excitement. This cataclysmic battle, from an initial disadvantage to ultimate victory, had relied almost entirely upon Lord Yan. Were it not for his heroic intervention, Baishan City would have long since fallen. Thank you, Lord Yan. I shall erect a statue in your honor, ensuring that Baishan City remembers your grace for eternity. The Iron Dragon Marquis knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. As the Lord of Baishan City, he had witnessed the entire course of the battle, and his gratitude towards Xiao Yun was beyond words. Observing all of this, Xiao Yun merely smiled faintly, nodding towards everyone. Let us depart. The matter is settled, and we must return to the sect. He then called upon the members of the Xianyang sect, soaring towards the direction of their sect. Chapter 41. The Nine Heavens Divine Sword. The following day, the news of the victory in battle spread rapidly throughout the entire Daylight Empire. While the fall of the Lone Star Sovereign was indeed tragic, what captivated attention most was the unparalleled might of the God King Yan and his seemingly invincible stance. Among the beast tide, 3 of the 4 7th-tier demon lords had been slain by him. The Thunderous Serpent, the Poisonous Flower Demon, and the Celestial Shadow Falcon, whose power rivaled that of high-tier sovereigns, were all vanquished by the God King Yan alone, even as hundreds of millions of beasts were mercilessly slaughtered by him. What sheer power! What utter dominance! In an instant, the entire empire erupted in fervor, all warriors left speechless in shock. The name of the God King Yan resounded, overshadowing all others and ascending to the pinnacle. He was the true foremost figure of the Daylight Empire, unmatched and unshakable. Meanwhile, within the Xuanwu Empire, at the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, occasionally, the sound of swords rang out, echoing heavenward, as if capable of tearing apart the very skies. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, one of the 3 great sacred lands of the Xuanwu Empire, is said to be home to numerous holy kings, towering above countless empires and dynasties. Even the sovereign of the Xuanwu Empire holds it in considerable reverence. At this moment, deep within the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, boom! In the void, a long sword, resplendent and crystalline, lay poised amidst the heavens and earth, radiating an infinite brilliance. This sword, known as Jiutian, is a treasure that has been passed down through the holy land of swordsmanship for 1,000,000 years. Legend has it that it hails from beyond the Tianyuan continent, possessing the power to sever all things, its might immeasurable. In the primordial era, it was even the sword of a quasi-emperor, belonging to the first holy master of the holy land of swordsmanship, the sword Emperor Chunemo. Alas, since the time of Chunemo, 1,000,000 years have elapsed, and only a scarce few have been able to claim Jiutian as their own. Some even speculate whether this sword would forever remain dormant in the depths of the Holy Land, with no one to resurrect it into the world again. Yet on this day, this divine weapon, which had slumbered for 1,000,000 years yet remained dazzlingly brilliant, began to emit a soft hum, gradually drifting away from the earthly realm. It seemed to seek a master, or perhaps to search for something. Suddenly, the void distorted, and a tall man clad in white robes appeared, standing firm in the air. Who could evoke a resonance from the ancestral sword? His aura was as profound as an abyss, reminiscent of a true deity descending, causing the very laws of the universe to emit a faint murmur. This man was none other than the current holy master of the sword, an unparalleled existence standing at the pinnacle of the Holy King realm. The holy master of the sword remained silent for a long while, the brilliance in his eyes flickering. Abruptly, he extended his right hand, grasping the Jiutian sword from afar. Clang! In an instant, an endless chorus of sword cries erupted, and Jiutian began to struggle violently. Boom! Despite the holy master of the sword being at the pinnacle of the Holy King realm, mere inches from the quasi-emperor, he was nonetheless forcefully repelled. Jiutian, what do you wish to do? Even after being cast aside, the holy master's expression remained unchanged, His interest peaked as he inquired. Over the millennia, how many countless attempts had he made to have Zhou Tian acknowledge him as its master? Yet each time, he was met with outright rejection. This time was no exception. Clang. Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, Zhou Tian's cries intensified, as if attempting to convey something. Are you saying that your true master has arrived? The Holy Master's gaze sharpened slightly, for he discerned Zhou Tian's meaning from its melody. Soon, a smile graced his lips as he shook his head lightly. I never expected that after pursuing you for 10,000 years, I would be outdone by this unexpected newcomer. Sigh. The Holy Master of the Sword felt a sense of melancholy and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Buzz. At that moment, Zhou Tian emitted a series of sword cries, seemingly indicating, the sycophant has no resolution. You might as well seek another sword. Cough, cough. A shadow crossed the Holy Master's face, yet he could not suppress a chuckle as he scolded. Zhou Tian, do you dare to mock me? I, Jun Wuhui, have traversed the sword path for millennia, yet I have never encountered anyone whose sword talent could rival mine. At 3 years old, I comprehended the sword. By 5, I cultivated sword intent. At 9, I could challenge those beyond my rank purely through swordsmanship. By 12, I entered the realm of the human, and at 16, I stood as a revered master. Now, after practicing for 10,000 years, I have grasped the fundamental laws of the sword, and my realm in the sword has reached the 9th level. I am eager to see what kind of unparalleled prodigy your chosen master truly is. The Holy Master of the Sword seemed almost envious as he recounted his illustrious accomplishments. As he spoke, Zhou Tian appeared to respond, trembling slightly, releasing bursts of sword light. This was a sign of acknowledgement. A glimmer of joy flickered in the Holy Master's eyes. However, as he perceived the message Zhou Tian conveyed, he instantly froze. It felt as though he had been struck hard in the chest, a sense of frustration overwhelming him. He, the illustrious Holy Master of the Sword, an invincible existence beneath the quasi-emperor, once ranked among the top 10 prodigies of the entire Tianyuan continent, was being labeled as trash by a sword. The Holy Master opened his mouth, yet was left shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, while his sword talent was nothing short of formidable, and he possessed the formidable Tai Su sword body, ranked 36th on the 10,000 bodies list, he still fell short when compared to his predecessor. The founding figure of the Holy Land of Swordsmanship, the man known as the Sword Emperor Chun Mo. The Sword Emperor Chun Mo was a true legendary swordsman. He had no special physique. In his youth, he was merely a slave in a death arena, relying solely on a tattered sword. He triumphed in 999 life and death battles, ultimately winning his freedom. One man, one sword. He swept through the entire Tianyuan continent, deemed invincible among the younger generation. Upon acquiring Zhou Tian, he even wounded an emperor with his quasi-emperor strength, shocking the entire continent. Alas, he ultimately met his demise. After entering a secret realm of void. A millennium passed, yet only Zhou Tian emerged from the depths. The imprint of his soul had long since been obliterated. Chapter 42. A gift from Xiao Yun, 17th Core Elder. After the fall of the Sword Emperor Chun Mo, Zhou Tian became a sword without a master. Strong figures from across the Tianyuan continent flocked to it, all eager to claim it, yet each ultimately failed. Even a Sword Emperor's appearance could not alter the outcome. Buzz. Zhou Tian trembled slightly in the void, seemingly lamenting for its original master. The Holy Master of the Sword sighed within, having grown up hearing tales of the Sword Emperor Chun Mo. His yearning for Zhou Tian far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. In his youth, his greatest dream was to wield a sword like the Sword Emperor Chun Mo, to sever the heavens. Yet, alas, 1,000,000 years had passed, and Zhou Tian still refused to acknowledge him as its master, or perhaps, he simply felt unworthy of it. So be it. The Holy Master of the Sword took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart. He raised his gaze to the heavens, murmuring, since you do not wish to acknowledge me as your master, then guide me instead. After 1,000,000 years of silence, it is time for you to awaken. I shall personally venture forth to witness whether this individual possesses a demeanor akin to that of our ancestor. His voice resonated, tinged with a hint of wistfulness and edged with a sharp intensity. Buzz. As the Holy Master spoke, Zhou Tian quivered, its sword tip rotating, slowly pointing toward a direction. It was none other than the Great Sun Empire, located billions of miles away from the Xuanwu Empire. At the Xianyang Sect, in the main hall, Xiao Yun, as the master of the Xianyang Sect, officially appoint you as the 17th Core Elder of our sect. Of course, this is merely a nominal position. The Xianyang Sect shall never become a shackle for you. Whatever you wish to pursue, feel free to do so. I only hope that in the future, should our sect encounter a crisis, you will remember your old ties and extend a helping hand. Haha. In the center of the hall, the master of the Xianyang Sect gazed intently at the white-clad youth standing below, his murky eyes filled with satisfaction and admiration. The master is too kind. This is merely my duty as a disciple. Were it not for the Xianyang sect, I might have starved to death on some street corner. How could I have reached this day? Xiao Yun bowed respectfully, his expression devoid of any arrogance. In response, many high-ranking members within the hall nodded in agreement. Increasingly pleased with Xiao Yun, one individual rose, stroking his beard with a smile. Come, let us raise a toast to Elder Xiao. It is solely due to Elder Xiao's efforts that we have been able to withstand this calamity brought forth by the demonic seed. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the grand hall raised their cups in celebration. Elder Xiao's decisive actions in vanquishing the demonic seed were indeed monumental. On behalf of the Xianyang sect and the countless common folk, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Elder Xiao. The sect leader of Xianyang even lifted his wine cup, solemnly expressing his thanks. Elder Xiao quickly waved his hand, humbly replying, "This is but a trivial accomplishment. It is nothing to be concerned about, sect leader. Furthermore, I have some gifts for everyone here, as a token of my appreciation." With that, Elder Xiao waved his right hand. In an instant, dozens of jade slips soared into the air, hovering above the gathered crowd. Each jade slip radiated a brilliant light, clearly containing precious tomes of techniques. Heavenly rank. So many heavenly rank techniques. The venerable Gui Sheng, casually probing one, was immediately rendered speechless. As a 7th-tier venerable, his experience was remarkable. After just a brief examination, he discovered that the techniques contained within those jade slips were all at least of the low-grade heavenly rank. There was even one that was an extremely rare holy-grade technique. Elder Xiao Yu. Shu. The crowd was stirred, about to speak, but Elder Xiao suddenly raised his index finger, signaling for silence. He then produced more than 10 storage rings, placing them before the sect leader of Xianyang. The Xianyang sect has aided me greatly. I cannot forget their kindness. Today, these are merely a small gesture of my gratitude. I hope the sect leader and esteemed elders will graciously accept them. Elder Xiao smiled faintly. Ever since the fall of Zhou Tong, he had been contemplating how to provide resources for the sect to aid the rapid advancement of many disciples. In his eyes, the Xianyang sect was practically destitute. The resources he possessed alone were already 1,000 or 10,000 times that of the entire sect. Producing over 30 heavenly ranked tomes and a holy grade technique posed no burden for Elder Xiao. Rather, he felt that his current resources were exceedingly abundant. Each time he utilized them, he could achieve a 10,000-fold enhancement, and most heavenly materials and treasures became saturated after just one use, rendering them ineffective thereafter. Hence, Elder Xiao chose to allocate 1% of his resources to the Xianyang sect for development, viewing it as an investment in the disciples of the sect. The sect leader of Xianyang picked up a storage ring and was instantly taken aback by the wealth contained within. Spirit stones and medicinal pills piled high, a multitude of heavenly materials and treasures, and an overwhelming number of high-tier spiritual artifacts filled the entire storage ring, their value beyond measure. He opened his mouth, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Elder Xiao, are you certain that all these items are truly for the sect?" Although the Xianyang sect is a top-tier force within the Great Sun Dynasty, it was inconceivable that they could possess such a vast amount of resources. Just this single storage ring likely surpassed the entire current worth of the Xianyang sect. Elder Zhao's generosity made him feel as if he were dreaming. The Xianyang sect has bestowed upon me the gift of teaching. How can I remain indifferent? Elder Xiao nodded, a carefree smile gracing his lips. He understood that the resources of the Xianyang sect had been severely lacking in recent years, particularly for the cultivation of core disciples. Nevertheless, even after he became the Holy Son, the sect leader had still entrusted him with the majority of the resources, including those heavenly materials he had personally collected. Thus, Elder Xiao felt compelled to act in this manner. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Having once been a denizen of the Blue Star, he naturally understood this principle. Good. Hearing this, the sect leader's eyes reddened, repeatedly expressing his approval. With these resources, it would be a tremendous boon for both the sect's disciples and elders. The rise of the Xianyang sect would surely no longer be a distant dream. Elder Xiao, on behalf of everyone in the Xianyang sect, I thank you. Taking a deep breath, the sect leader solemnly bowed in gratitude. Simultaneously, everyone in the grand hall rose in unison, bowing together. Such a great favor would be forever etched in their hearts. Sect leader, you are too kind. Elder Xiao quickly helped the sect leader to his feet, smiling. I still need to enter seclusion for a few days, so I shall take my leave for now. With that, he bid farewell, leaving behind the higher-ups of the sect in animated discussion regarding the distribution of these substantial cultivation resources. Chapter 43, The World-Burning Divine Art. Advancing into the Spirit Transformation Realm. Soon, the new basic resource distribution for the Xianyang sect was finalized. Originally, outer disciples received only 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. Now, they would receive 50, an immediate 10-fold increase. Inner disciples saw their allocation rise from 500 low-grade spirit stones to 5 medium-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The increase was consistent with that of the outer disciples. Additionally, inner disciples could now choose a single mysterious grade spiritual artifact for free. As for the core disciples, the increase in resources was even more astonishing. Each month, their spirit stone allocation soared from 5 medium-grade spirit stones to 500, a staggering 100-fold increase. Furthermore, they could select a ground-tier spiritual artifact at will and choose from a heavenly rank technique or martial art, even applying for the issuance of heavenly materials and treasures monthly. Such treatment was nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling that of some super sects. Lastly, even the resources for the miscellaneous disciples saw a substantial increase. Body-tempering pills were boosted tenfold, and completing tasks could even yield medicinal bath elixirs. Before long, upon the official announcement of the resource enhancements, the entire sect erupted in excitement. All disciples cheered and rejoiced, their faces flushed with exhilaration, especially those core disciples who, despite their exceptional talents, had previously lacked cultivation resources, were now overjoyed. Their reverence and gratitude towards the sect reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the architect of all this, Elder Xiao, remained blissfully unaware, immersed entirely in his cultivation. Host, Xiao Yun, race, human, ancient flame dragon clan, divine blood. Cultivation level, spirit sea realm. 10th layer, 1 million-zhang spirit sea. Physical strength, for billion-zhang, transformed into ancient flame dragon clan, achieving a 10-fold increase. Capable of reaching 400 billion-zhang. Currently at the limit of the spirit sea realm, unable to advance further. Soul cultivation level, Emperor realm, 4th layer heaven. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, divine grade physique, supreme ancestral bloodline. Technique, heavenly dragon 100 battle art, heavenly grade, middle tier, currently at the 2nd layer, physical strength enhancement 60x, equating to 240 billion-zhang. Soul technique, soul blade, divine grade, lower tier, 9-fold enhancement of soul power, reaching the Emperor realm, 6th layer heaven. Martial skills, demonic burial, self-created by the host, currently unranked, soul shattering seal, holy grade, upper tier, perfected, soul tier, holy grade, middle tier, perfected. Talent divine art, world burning. Basic physical strength of 4 billion-zhang. After enhancement, it reaches a staggering 240 billion-zhang. Upon absorbing several hundred drops of the burning heaven flame dragon's essence blood, Xiao Yun's ancient flame dragon body underwent a profound transformation. Beyond the surge of physical prowess, he discerned a truly terrifying divine ability from a fragment of obscure ancestral memories, world incineration, a formidable power capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. Even the current Xiao Yun, should he attempt to unleash it, would exhaust the entirety of his vast spiritual sea. Its might was unfathomably dreadful, enough to send shivers down Xiao Yun's spine. He could distinctly sense that should he release world incineration at his current level, an entire expanse of 100,000 miles would be reduced to nothingness. Life itself would be powerless to resist, mountains would be instantaneously obliterated, and the earth would collapse into a bottomless abyss. It is noteworthy that even after Xiao Yun's enhancement through the soul blade, his soul cultivation at the 6th level of the sovereign realm could barely encompass 60,000 miles. Yet, with merely this world incineration, he could incinerate 100,000 miles of terrain with his 10th level spiritual sea cultivation. How powerful was this? It was simply beyond comprehension, truly defying the heavens. This innate divine ability could potentially slay a sovereign. Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming sense of dread and whispered to himself, if the spiritual sea realm was already this formidable, how terrifying would the power of world incineration become once he reached the spirit transformation realm, compressing the spiritual energy into true essence and significantly enhancing its quality. Could it obliterate 1,000,000 miles of territory? Uncontrollably, Xiao Yun recalled the nuclear bombs known to him in his previous life. Yet, even the most potent nuclear weapon would pale in comparison to world incineration. The domain of the Great Sun Empire spanned merely 70,000 miles. And if he were to break through to the spirit transformation realm, would a mere snap suffice to flatten the entire Great Sun Empire? Hiss. Contemplating this, even Xiao Yun's resilient spirit could not help but draw in a sharp breath, feeling an inexplicable shock. This was a trump card, an absolute trump card. Although the consumption of world incineration was frightfully immense, nearly draining all his inner strength, its power was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Even if his opponent's cultivation were dozens of times superior, Xiao Yun would dare to gamble his life on it, for he was confident that he could ensure the opponent's demise beneath world incineration while emerging unscathed. As a member of the ancient Flame Dragon clan, endowed with divine blood, Xiao Yun was now genuinely immune to any flames, suffering not a shred of harm. World incineration was no exception. Crack. Just as Xiao Yun was lost in thought, his spiritual sea within began to boil violently, as if gathering into one place, transforming into pure true essence. A breakthrough was imminent. Elation surged within Xiao Yun. His cultivation was finally about to coalesce into the spirit transformation realm. The spirit transformation realm was where a true powerhouse could stand alone within the great Sun Empire. He could only wonder how fearsome his newfound power in the spirit transformation realm would be. Boom. The spiritual sea within him roared like a tempestuous ocean, boiling with fervent energy. The abundant spiritual energy surged wildly. Simultaneously, he produced several top-grade spiritual stones, continuously absorbing the energy within them to complete his final accumulation. A quarter hour, half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. After nearly an hour, Xiao Yun finally refined the tumultuous spiritual energy within his spiritual sea. Boom. In the next moment, he felt a tremendous rumble within his body, akin to thunderclaps. An indescribable, peculiar wave of energy suddenly spread out. Buzz. The spiritual energy continued to coalesce and compress, ultimately transforming into countless petite crimson golden dragon shadows that encircled Xiao Yun, roaring and writhing. Generally, the quality of true essence condensed by ordinary individuals fluctuates between 3 to 9 times. Upon entering the spirit transformation realm, the spiritual sea typically shrinks by about half, only to expand again after reaching the second level of spirit transformation. Yet Xiao Yun roared, with a single strand of true essence. Its power was akin to that of a 6th-tier demon beast, possessing a tangible might that roared forth. His crimson golden dragon-shaped true essence had achieved an unprecedented quality of 90,000 times. Boom. Moreover, as all the spiritual energy transformed into true essence, Xiao Yun's spiritual sea showed no signs of shrinking. In fact, it expanded once more, reaching a staggering 3 million-zhang. Chapter 44. The Power of Shattering Illusions. The Divine Wilderness Empire, in turmoil. In an instant, an unparalleled sense of strength coursed through Xiao Yun's entire being. Although his physical power remained unchanged, the might bestowed by his true essence had surged to a terrifying degree. 90,000 times the power of true essence. Merely a single burst of this power could rival the explosive force of a celestial being. Furthermore, with a spiritual sea spanning 3 million-zhang, the true essence within him was nearly boundless, vast, and imposing like the ocean. From the perspective of the total capacity for true essence, he had already surpassed the limits of many sovereign realm powerhouses. In the next moment, crack! Xiao Yun's entire body erupted in a symphony of cracking bones. Faint echoes of dragon roars resonating through him. The Heavenly Dragon 100 Battles technique had directly advanced to the third layer. The amplification of his physical strength surged again, reaching an astonishing 12 times. His original foundational strength of 4 billion jin instantly soared to a staggering 480 billion jin. 480 billion jin. This translated to a terrifying force of 24 million tons. At present, Xiao Yun could likely crush a towering peak with a mere flick of his wrist. Moreover, when combined with countless martial arts techniques, even sovereign realm powerhouses would hardly dare to confront him head-on. Buzz. In that moment, accompanied by endless waves of spiritual energy, Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he opened them wide. Huff. The second layer of the Soul Blade's secret art, shattering illusions, had also successfully advanced. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human, ancient flame dragon clan, divine blood. Cultivation, spirit transformation realm, 10th level, 90,000 times quality true essence, 3 million-zhang spiritual sea. Physical strength, 4 billion jin, transforming into ancient flame dragon clan grants a 10-fold increase, reaching 480 billion jin. Soul cultivation, sovereign realm, 4th level. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, divine grade physique, supreme ancestor bloodline. Technique, Heavenly Dragon 100 Battles technique, heavenly grade, current 3rd layer, physical strength increase of 120x, equating to 480 billion jin. Soul technique, Soul Blade, divine grade, lower tier, 18-fold soul power increase, reaching sovereign realm, 7th level. Martial arts, burial of demons, created by the host, currently unranked. Spirit descent seal, holy grade, upper tier, perfected. Soul rending, holy grade, middle tier, perfected. Talented divine ability, world incineration. Once again surveying his current system panel, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Xiao Yun's lips. The soul cultivation of the 4th level of the sovereign realm. While it may seem only a small step beyond the previous 6th level, Xiao Yun was acutely aware that the disparity between them was indeed more than doubled. The 6th level was ultimately merely a mid-tier standard of a realm. It was only beyond the 7th level that one truly entered the latter stages. Within just a single minor realm, a vast chasm had formed, akin to a watershed. Not to mention, upon successfully arriving at the Shattered Void realm, the greatest gain was not merely the enhancement of his soul, but also the absolute mastery over his soul's power. Boom. In an instant, as Xiao Yun's thoughts stirred, a towering giant mountain, located 20,000 miles from the Xinjiang Sect, was utterly crushed by his spiritual pressure. Moreover now, as long as one remained within the scope of his soul perception, even the most minute movement would be precisely detected, unless the opponent concealed themselves extraordinarily well. Evasion from his awareness was nearly impossible. Buzzing, Xiao Yun's fingers danced, conjuring hundreds of ethereal soul blades, their chilling sharpness sending shivers down one's spine. Conceal, he whispered. And in a heartbeat, all the soul blades vanished mysteriously, flawlessly merging into the very fabric of space. Invisible to the naked eye and exceedingly difficult to perceive with the soul, even within the jurisdiction of a venerable master, they could completely remain hidden, traversing the void. If employed for assassination, they would be utterly perfect. A subtle smile curved upon Xiao Yun's lips. These soul blades, if wielded to strike down an enemy, would be nearly impossible to defend against. Even a sovereign-level powerhouse would find themselves at their mercy. However, this was not yet the pinnacle of my current soul cultivation. Upon advancing into the spirit transformation realm, my inherent soul prowess should reach the 9th level of sovereign rank. At that time, combined with an 18-fold enhancement of my soul, I would be formidable indeed. Yet, Xiao Yun soon shook his head, immersing himself once more in his cultivation. The ocean of soul essence sealed within him awaited further refinement. Meanwhile, above the void of the imperial capital in the divine wilderness empire, buzzing, the heavenly sword sovereign, clad in a white robe, tore through the void. Gazing indifferently down at the majestic city below, as if searching for something, his brow slightly furrowed. He advanced in the direction indicated by the 9 heavens. And only upon reaching this point did the 9 heavens exhibit a modicum of response. The divine wilderness empire, one of the lower empires of the Tianyuan continent, was merely a speck compared to the Xuanwu Empire, which boasted 3 sacred lands. He was familiar with the strongest figure in this nation, the heavenly sword sovereign, who was merely a first-grade saint, a foe easily dispatched with a single sword strike. Clang. The 9 heavens, standing in the void, seemed to sense something, issuing a near-jubilant sword cry. Whoosh. Simultaneously, numerous powerful individuals within the imperial capital felt the arrival of the heavenly sword sovereign, as if soaring upwards, including the current emperor of the divine wilderness empire. Welcome to the divine wilderness empire, esteemed elder. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The emperor, a middle-aged man of striking countenance and extraordinary demeanor, could not help but shiver slightly, his face paling as he respectfully inquired in the presence of the boundless sword might emanating from the heavenly sword sovereign. A formidable presence. The man before him was undoubtedly a terrifyingly supreme powerhouse. Even the might of their ancestors' saints paled in comparison to even a fraction of his power. Instantly, the divine wilderness emperor's heart swelled with a growing reverence towards the heavenly sword sovereign. Though he ruled over millions of miles of territory as the emperor of the divine wilderness empire, in the presence of such true strength, he felt as insignificant as an ant, even akin to dust. There is no need for such tension. However, faced with the trepidation of the divine wilderness empire's populace, the heavenly sword sovereign merely waved his hand, calmly stating, I harbor no ill intent. I am the sovereign of the heavenly sword sacred land, here solely to seek a new master for my ancestral sword. The heavenly sword sacred land, the sovereign. Upon hearing this, the divine wilderness emperor was left momentarily dumbfounded, and the courtiers and guards beside him widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. Who in the world did not know of the heavenly sword sacred land? With its ancient lineage and formidable power, its ancestors had even grievously wounded a great emperor in the past. To this day, even those supreme sects with emperors in residence dared not provoke the heavenly sword sacred land lightly. How could such a colossal figure's sovereign suddenly descend upon the divine wilderness empire? It is the honor of the divine wilderness empire to receive you, sovereign. The emperor, Li Su, quickly regained his composure after a brief stupor, bowing deeply and lowering his posture, not daring to show even the slightest hint of disrespect. After all, whether in strength or standing, the chasm between him and the heavenly sword sovereign was insurmountably vast. In response to the divine wilderness emperor's bow, the heavenly sword sovereign merely acknowledged with a slight nod, his gaze then falling upon the grand and magnificent imperial palace below. Summon all the swordsmanship prodigies within your empire. If chosen by the 9 heavens, they shall receive a truly unparalleled opportunity. As soon as his words fell, an uproar erupted within the imperial palace below. The name of the Nine Heavens divine sword was well known, likened to an unparalleled imperial weapon, a divine treasure from beyond the heavens. Could it be that the divine wilderness empire would give rise to a swordsmanship genius as extraordinary as the Ink Sword Emperor, one who would overshadow the world? In an instant, the imperial capital trembled. Countless swordsmanship prodigies were nearly driven to madness with excitement, flocking towards the imperial palace. Chapter 45. The Sword Intense Ninth Layer. Soon. 3 days had passed. Boom. Inside the imperial palace, a youth unleashed boundless sword shadows, dazzling silver light causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. The youth was only at the peak of the unification realm, yet his mastery of swordsmanship was undeniably terrifying, making it difficult for even ordinary noble celestial beings to rival him. Sovereign, how does my Tianlan sword technique fare? After a while, he finally ceased swinging his sword. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked towards the heavenly sword sovereign. Not bad. The heavenly sword sovereign nodded slightly, a hint of approval glimmering in his gaze. At merely 15 years of age, you have reached the second level of sword intent. After speaking, he glanced at the 9 heavens beside him, but the latter remained unresponsive, just as he had for 3 consecutive days. Unfortunately, the 9 heavens has not recognized you. The heavenly sword sovereign shook his head, yet there was no surprise evident in his eyes. What? Why is this so, sovereign? Hearing this, the youth's expression fell into a daze. Confusion etched upon his face as he involuntarily shouted. He was not merely the #1 swordsmanship prodigy of the divine wilderness empire. He was renowned across the surrounding 7 empires and countless dynasties, gifted beyond measure, attracting the attention of millions. Even among the young generation of the entire Tianyuan continent, he was among the elite. Why? Boom. Yet, the heavenly sword sovereign's gaze turned slightly cold, a piercing sword intent pressure enveloping the youth in an instant, causing him to tremble violently. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his hair standing on end, chilled to the bone. Junior, do you think you have the right to shout before me? Compared to others over the past 3 days, you indeed stand out. However, at 15, you have only reached the second level of sword intent. Do you know that I reached the 4th level of sword intent at merely 9 years of age? Individuals like you are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. The words echoed through the void. The heavenly sword sovereign stood with hands behind his back, looking down upon the youth, seemingly mocking, yet also filled with disdain. Nonetheless, even so, I have not granted the qualification for 9 heavens to recognize a master. How could you dare to presume? Do you still hold any hope? The Lord of the Heavenly Sword slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. Over the span of countless millennia, he had encountered far too many proud geniuses like this one, although he had praised the youth with a remark of approval. In comparison to the myriad of prodigious talents within the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, he was still vastly outmatched. With a snap, the oppressive sword intent dissipated in an instant. The young man trembled, collapsing to his knees, no longer daring to utter a word. Was this to be the last of them? Subsequently, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword inquired of the ancestor of the divine wilderness empire, who had awakened from his death-like slumber 3 days prior, having sensed the Lord's arrival. In those 3 days, he had summoned all the swordsmanship geniuses to gather. Indeed, this Su Wen should be the most gifted sword genius of our divine wilderness empire. Sensing the Lord's subtle pressure, the ancestor of the divine wilderness felt a shiver run through him. How could he afford to be negligent? He hurriedly spoke. Haha, Jiutian, it seems your master is not present here. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword chuckled, casting his gaze towards the long sword that hovered at his side. Buzz. Jiutian emitted a melodious hum, then continued to point in the direction it had indicated earlier, seemingly conveying to the Lord of the Heavenly Sword that its master must be in some region ahead. If they were to continue forward, they would soon reach the Northern Luo Empire, the Void Mountain Empire, the Ice Phoenix Empire, and the Sun Emperor dynasty. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword retrieved a map, scrutinizing it closely. Upon observing the Sun Emperor dynasty, which lay almost at the farthest end, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. A mere dynasty? Never mind. It is best to focus on exploring these 3 major empires. How could a trivial land like a dynasty possibly give rise to an existence worthy of Jiutian recognizing a master? Buzz. In no time, the man and his sword tore through the void once more, leaving behind a hall filled with silent onlookers. Yawn. Meanwhile, within the Xianyang sect, Xiao Yun could not suppress a yawn, rubbing his nose. For the past few days, he had felt an unsettling sensation, as if being scrutinized, which greatly irked him. Yet, no matter how he sensed it, he could find no anomalies. Could it merely be an illusion? Unable to fathom it, Xiao Yun decided to relinquish his thoughts and continued to refine his sword techniques. Slicing. In an instant, he unleashed 100,000 strikes. Now, Xiao Yun's mastery of swordsmanship had reached an entirely new pinnacle, with each strike containing unfathomable power, concealing endless lethality. According to the majority of texts, my sword intent level must have already ascended to the 8th tier. Xiao Yun's figure moved like a phantom, his hands continuously executing countless sword maneuvers. The sword light cascading like mercury spilling across the ground, illuminating all directions. Bang! Each thrust shattered the void. Yet, Xiao Yun's gaze remained exceedingly calm, and he was still not satisfied. Boom! Finally, after executing the 30 millionth strike, the sword intent he wielded seemed to undergo an instantaneous transformation. As a sword was unleashed, it appeared to provoke no ripples in the surroundings. However, Xiao Yun was acutely aware that the countless microscopic particles suspended in the void had been cleaved asunder by that very strike. Ding! Detection of the host practicing swordsmanship. Swordsmanship mastery has received a 10,000-fold return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the elevation of sword intent level, now reaching the 9th tier. With the system's notifications echoing in his mind, a faint smile graced Xiao Yun's lips. Sword intent at the 9th tier. One step further, and it could transform the sword into a domain, potentially crafting a world of swords at its peak. After further refining the essence of his soul, his current soul cultivation had successfully reached the 9th tier of the sovereign realm. However, even with the 18-fold amplification from Soulblade, he still could not break through to the saint level. After all, the advancement to the saint realm was exceedingly formidable. Even at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, the distance to truly stepping into the saint level was still immense. Xiao Yun estimated that the disparity in soul power alone might exceed several thousand times. Now, possessing 9th tier sword intent, he was undoubtedly far more powerful. If he were to unleash the burial of demons again, he could likely annihilate formidable beings at the mid to late stages of the sovereign realm with ease. Chapter 46, Judgment. Huff. Casting aside distractions, Xiao Yun exhaled a breath of turbid air, retracting the sharp sword energy emanating from his body. Just in time, he would utilize the remnants of the 3 major demonic sects to offer a tribute to his sword. Xiao Yun murmured, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Among the 4 major demonic sects of the Sun Emperor dynasty, aside from the ghostly Abyss sect, which he had already obliterated, there remained the 7 Fiends Demon Hall branch, the Corpse Refining sect, and the Evil Heaven sect. All 3 were heinous and unforgivable scoundrels. The countless innocent lives and righteous cultivators that had perished at their hands were impossible to quantify. Speaking of which, one of the masters of the 7 Fiends Demon Hall, the blood-refining demon lord, had once crossed paths with me. Xiao Yun rested his chin in contemplation. In the past, during his time in the Falling Sky mountain range, he had slain an avatar of the blood-refining demon lord who would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Today, Xiao Yun intended to personally pay him a visit and send him to the afterlife. A group of individuals who had not even reached the 9th tier of the sovereign realm. In the face of his current strength, they were utterly insignificant. Meanwhile, at the branch of the 7 Fiends Demon Hall, as the leading force of the demonic path within the Sun Emperor dynasty, the 7 Fiends Demon Hall was notorious among the major dynasties. Its disciples were unruly, vicious, and devoid of any morality or boundaries. Today, however, the usually bustling branch, teeming with demonic cultivators, was eerily quiet. Within the sect, merely 100 figures flitted about, creating an exceedingly strange atmosphere. Whoosh! Just then, a shadow darted in. Swish! A man clad in black, exuding an overwhelming scent of blood, approached, sending chills down spines. Guardian, you have finally returned. Upon the arrival of the man, the guards who had been standing by immediately bowed in reverence, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. This man, known as the Blood Luo Elder, was the foremost protector of the Qing Xin dynasty branch, wielding 2nd-tier mastery and possessing a top-tier secret treasure, the Blood Sea Banner. The Blood Luo Elder slowly took his seat, his gaze frigid. There are 10 months remaining before the Demon Lord returns to this realm. During this period, we must act with caution and avoid unnecessary conflicts, especially with the Xianyang sect. If we were to draw the attention of the Flame God King, the consequences would be unfathomable. Upon hearing this, the crowd below nodded in agreement, their hearts heavy. Guardian, most of the powerful figures from our branch have already proceeded to the Demon Lord's seal location, with only about 1,000 remaining in the hall. We naturally dare not instigate trouble, but what if someone were to come and bully us? A cautious elder in black robes inquired. Humph. At these words, a ruthless expression surfaced on the Blood Luo Elder's face as he sneered. This hall still has this guardian stationed. If they seek their own demise, I will ensure they find no way back. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming demonic aura surged like a tidal wave, shaking the entire demon hall. For a moment, everyone bowed their heads, rendered speechless. Yet at that moment, a dispassionate voice suddenly rang out, akin to thunderclaps, causing all present to be utterly horrified. Rumor has it that the Seven Fiends Demon Hall possesses hundreds of thousands of demon disciples. Yet why are there only a mere 1,000 today? They raised their heads, gazing in the direction from whence the voice had come. There stood a tall and imposing figure, a youth clad in a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority that instilled a sense of dread without the need for anger. Most notably, his mere presence seemed to echo with the terrifying roar of flames, an endless inferno threatening to incinerate the void and consume all existence. Silence. In an instant, the entire demonic hall was enveloped in an eerie stillness, a hush so profound that not a single sound stirred. The gathered practitioners of dark arts trembled, bewildered by an inexplicable fear that gripped their hearts, unable to comprehend its source. Yet, the indescribable terror lingered, refusing to dissipate. After a prolonged silence, the Blood Luo elder seated at the dais finally regained his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed at Xiao Yun, his voice quivering. Flame God King? What do you intend to do? Once exuding an air of unassailable authority, this Blood Luo elder now resembled a frightened quail, shaking uncontrollably. Despite his cultivation at the second level of the elder rank, he felt utterly feeble before the Flame God King, who was rumored to have slain 3 great demon lords and annihilated an entire beast tide. Ah, so you are one who preys on the weak. Is this the manner of the Seven Fiends demonic hall? Observing the quaking Blood Luo elder, Xiao Yun's eyes glinted with a hint of derision. Buzz. He then raised his hand slightly, an invisible wave of soul energy enveloping the entire Seven Fiends demonic hall, severing all avenues of escape. Do not attempt to flee. You know the consequences. Xiao Yun slowly drew the dagger, Jian, from his back, its tip gliding across the faces of those present, a smirk curling at his lips. From this moment forth, I shall personally adjudicate the sins of each one of you, determining who deserves death and who may live. However, before that, his words resonated like a death knell, rendering the faces of all present pale, their legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. As sinners, you possess no right to stand. Kneel before me and accept your judgment. Boom. With Xiao Yun's proclamation, an overwhelming force descended, instantly toppling everyone to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull thuds echoed throughout the hall. The practitioners of dark arts collectively prostrated themselves, kneeling before Xiao Yun. Spare me, Flame God King. I have never killed anyone. I was merely forced into the Seven Fiends demonic hall. Please, have mercy. The hall reverberated with anguished cries, a chorus of desperation. Under the immense soul pressure exerted by Xiao Yun, they felt as though their very souls were being ground to dust, stripped of any will to resist. Most knelt, desperately banging their heads against the floor in supplication, while a few, with blood-red eyes, longed to see Xiao Yun torn to shreds. The Blood Luo elder was among them. He had come to realize that his life was no longer within his control. When he lifted his gaze to behold the profile of Xiao Yun, a surge of resentment welled within him. Judgment? What right do you have to judge? To slaughter those from the demonic path is merely to add to the cycle of killing. How are we any different? How are we different? In response, Xiao Yun stepped forward, looking down at the Blood Luo elder with cold detachment. Indeed, I am also a blood-soaked executioner, but what of it? His voice suddenly turned chillingly frigid. I kill only enemies, those who deserve to die. Yet you all indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, tormenting the mundane. Today, it is not merely about exterminating you all. To choose to judge you is already an act of immense mercy. Chapter 47, The Sin of Blood. Now, let this judgment commence with you. As he concluded, Xiao Yun abruptly extended his right hand, an inexhaustible torrent of soul power surging forth. In that instant, the Blood Luo elder's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. He could sense his soul being eroded and oppressed by a formidable force. Just as he attempted to voice a protest, he found himself unable to command any part of his body. It was as if both his body and soul no longer belonged to him. Confess your sins, Xiao Yun intoned coldly. His voice resonated like a demonic chant, causing the Blood Luo elder's heart to tremble violently. Soon, his gaze grew unfocused, as if he had lost consciousness, murmuring, at the age of 5. I committed my first murder. It was a young girl lost on the streets. Amused, I offered her food, brought her home, and allowed her to experience treatment she had never known. I felt such joy, joyful enough that at night, after gaining her trust, I slowly peeled her skin away, staining my clothes with her blood. To this day, I vividly remember the intoxicating taste of that blood. As he spoke, the Blood Luo elder's voice became increasingly ethereal, like a fevered dream, laced with an uncontrollable madness and brutality. Xiao Yun's gaze grew ever colder, and most absurdly, she was still uttering words of gratitude, calling out for her brother as she died. Huh, I skinned her alive, yet she did not perish right away. So I cast her into a pigsty, letting the famished pigs fight over her, devouring her flesh. The sound of flesh being consumed and bones being crushed was music to my ears. Hee. I revel in that sound. I adore that sensation. It is simply exquisite. The blood Luo elder appeared nearly deranged, each word spilling forth like the howls of a malevolent spirit. Under the onslaught of Xiao Yun's soul invasion, he involuntarily revealed his true nature. The very first sin ignited a blaze of fury within Xiao Yun's heart. And then, No need to continue. Just as the blood Luo elder attempted to speak further, he was cut off by Xiao Yun's decisive gesture. The judgment is concluded. I sentence you to death. With that, the chilling finality of the pronouncement echoed throughout the hall. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of sword light, the blood Luo elder's head soared into the air, hot blood gushing forth. Even in death, his face contorted in a grimace of rage. Flame God King, no? Get away. I do not require your judgment. In the next moment, upon witnessing the fall of the blood Luo elder, the many practitioners of dark arts within the hall were struck with sheer terror. Some even chose to flee, abandoning all else and turning to escape. As high-ranking members of the Seven Fiends demonic hall, they were all stained with blood, having committed countless unspeakable atrocities. If judged by the standards of the Flame God King, their fate was sealed. Bang, bang, bang. However, just as they soared into the void, they were crushed under an invisible force, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. Flee. Xiao Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of warmth, resembling a king of the underworld emerging from the depths of hell. Such a laughable endeavor. I warned you. Granting you judgment was my final act of mercy. Should my true killing intent manifest, it would take but a moment to obliterate this Seven Fiends demonic hall. Now, the judgment continues. His voice, chilling to the core, carried a tone of indifference and mockery, leaving the remaining practitioners of dark arts devoid of any hope. They all began to plead for mercy. Great Lord of Flames, spare me. I beseech you, grant me clemency. I am willing to confess all my transgressions, merely pleading for the preservation of my wretched life. In this very moment, a multitude of demonic cultivators are engulfed in remorse, realizing that had they foreseen such a fate, they would never have chosen to join the Hall of Seven Fiends, nor embrace the path of darkness. Yet now it is far too late. Speak another word, and you shall die. In response to the desperate pleas, Xiao Yun merely uttered a number with indifference, then, with a swift flick of his sleeve, directed his gaze towards a corpulent man. In an instant, a surge of soul power invaded once more. Speak of your sins. The rotund man hesitated momentarily, before, akin to the blood Luo elder, his gaze became glazed as he began to recount his vile deeds. His actions were exceedingly repugnant, inciting a profound fury within. This man took great pleasure in abducting young girls, imprisoning them, and torturing them to death for his own depraved enjoyment. Death penalty. Before he could finish his confession, Xiao Yun swiftly cleaved him in half with a single stroke of his sword, reducing his remains to mere pulp. Next, he then turned his gaze towards another demonic cultivator. This one was a king-level celestial, trembling and bowing repeatedly in supplication. Spare me. However, Xiao Yun paid him no heed, directly invading his soul to extract his confessions. Death penalty. Death penalty. Death penalty. The decree of judgment resonated throughout the hall, the stench of blood growing increasingly pungent. Soon, nearly an hour had passed. All 131 demonic cultivators in the hall had been reduced to scattered remnants. Without exception, they were all sentenced to death. Xiao Yun was not the least bit surprised. The newly initiated disciples of the demonic sect might have strayed unwittingly, bearing little sin. However, these individuals were high-ranking members, seasoned by tumultuous experiences, their hearts laden with malice, decisive in slaughter, having long extinguished any flicker of benevolence. They were all deserving of death. There remained 970 disciples. After a brief pause, Xiao Yun rose slowly. His soul fluctuations expanded, seizing control of the consciousness of all present, guiding them into a vast plaza. Here, he would render his final verdict. Chapter 48. Master of the Demon Hall? A single sword strike to slay. Half a day later. As dusk fell, Xiao Yun's judgment of the Hall of Seven Fiends was nearing its conclusion. At merely 20 years of age, he had already claimed the lives of 100 individuals? Death penalty. Lured into the Hall of Seven Fiends without any guilt? I declare you not guilty. In the plaza, Xiao Yun manifested dozens of soul avatars, each standing before the disciples of the Demon Hall, announcing the outcomes of their trials. Of the total 970 disciples, a staggering 860 were sentenced to death for their unforgivable crimes. Among the remaining 100, over 80 were marked with soul imprints, required to serve the Xianyang sect for a century to atone for their sins. In the end, the truly innocent numbered but a mere handful, primarily those who had lost their way and been deceived into joining the demonic sect. Whoosh! In the void. The Grand Elder of the Xianyang sect, upon receiving Xiao Yun's message, swiftly arrived at the scene. Gazing at the blood-soaked plaza, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had anticipated such a scenario, he could not help but feel a shock. In the span of half a day, the Hall of Seven Fiends, which had existed for nearly a millennium, had been utterly annihilated. The King of Flames had indeed risen with unyielding might. He sighed softly. Xiao Yun's strength was now overwhelmingly fearsome, and within the Great Sun Empire, no one could impede his progress. The remaining two demonic sects were bound to face calamity. Contemplating this, the Grand Elder's eyes reflected a hint of pity. Now that the Hall of Seven Fiends had been destroyed, Xiao Yun's next target would undoubtedly be the corpse-refining sect and the Evil Heaven sect. Yet, the most formidable among them was merely at the third tier of the Elder level, far from being a match for Xiao Yun's current prowess. At that moment, he was about to descend when a thunderous roar caught his attention. He looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Boom! An overwhelming demonic aura surged. A tremendous pressure dominating the scene. A figure loomed in the sky like a mountain, surrounded by a tempest of demonic flames, exuding an air of ancient majesty. This was none other than the master of the Hall of Seven Fiends, the Infernal Flame Elder, Jing Chun, a powerful being at the 8th tier of the Elder level. Upon sensing the fall of the Blood Luo Elder, the Infernal Flame Elder had immediately surged forth from his sealed domain. His expression was now darkened to the utmost degree. The Blood Luo Elder was his cherished disciple, hailed as one of the rare, demonic prodigies of a millennium. He had envisioned him as his successor, destined to become the right-hand man of the Demon Lord. Who could have imagined that he would meet such a tragic end within the Great Sun Empire? Damn it, you shall perish. The Infernal Flame Elder's fury erupted, howling towards the heavens. Instantly, tendrils of black smoke rose, transforming into a monstrous beast roaring in all directions. The infernal flames spread, seemingly intent on incinerating all. In a heartbeat, the sky darkened. Countless gigantic black skulls began to materialize amidst the swirling black mist. Crack, crack. A chilling, eerie sound echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all present. It was as though some terrifying entity was about to awaken. Xiao Yun, the Infernal Flame Elder, master of the Demon Hall of the Qing Xian Empire. At that moment, the Grand Elder could not help but warn Xiao Yun, his face etched with concern. This Infernal Flame Elder was notorious for his ferocity. He had once sacrificed 300,000 lives to forge boundless infernal flames, truly a deity of destruction. It was said that he had even slain beings at the 9th tier of the Elder level, his dread power unmatched. Oh, the Master? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. He had been seeking the remnants of the Hall of Seven Fiends, yet unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. In the next instant, boom, the Sword of Shadows was unsheathed. The formidable might of the 9th layer of sword intent erupted in an instant. A beam of sword light cleaved through the night, tearing the heavens apart, and instantaneously pierced through the grotesque skull formed from the black mist. You boy! The Infernal Flame Elder was about to speak. But in the next moment, crimson veins began to spread across his body, rapidly engulfing him in a matter of moments, rendering him a blood-soaked figure. This is... The Infernal Flame Elder gazed at his palm, his eyes momentarily blank. Boom! Without any warning, his body exploded, transforming into a mist of blood that dispersed with the wind. A single sword strike to slay. As a master of the Demon Hall, there was no need for further judgment, was there? Death is your ultimate destination. Xiao Yun withdrew his gaze, the Sword of Shadows returning slowly to its sheath. As he spoke softly to himself, in that moment, he resembled a divine sword deity, ethereal and unparalleled. In the cold glow of the sword, he vanquished all demons under heaven. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder could not help but draw a sharp breath, his countenance a portrait of astonishment. That single strike had occurred so swiftly that he had barely comprehended it. It was astonishingly fast, incomprehensibly swift. In an instant, the esteemed Mingyan Venerable had perished. It seemed that Xiao Yun's prowess had advanced yet again, far beyond the comparisons of your Grand Elder. Kindly escort these 80 individuals into the Xianyang sect. I have inscribed soul marks upon them. They must serve the Xianyang sect unconditionally for a century before they can regain their freedom. With these words uttered nonchalantly, Xiao Yun turned to depart. However, he paused momentarily, continuing, moreover, within the next 7 days, I shall pass judgment upon all demonic sects within the Great Sun Dynasty. Regardless of the outcomes, there shall no longer be any demonic sects within the Great Sun Dynasty after 7 days. With his declaration concluded, he strode away, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving the Grand Elder of the Xianyang sect in a prolonged state of bewilderment. To pass judgment upon all demonic sects of the Great Sun Dynasty? What audacity! Yet, in this moment, he possessed every right to do so. Even 3 years hence, should the legendary Seven Fiends Demon Lord re-emerge, it would be nigh impossible for him to challenge Xiao Yun in the slightest. However, the notion of no demonic sects remaining after 7 days sparked a faint smile upon the Grand Elder's lips, an enigmatic glimmer illuminating his murky gaze as he murmured, "Then we shall await the outcome with bated breath." Chapter 49. The Ultimate Objective, the Arrival of the Sword Saint. 6 days later, in the Ice Phoenix Empire. At the cold snow ice palace, towering ice mountains loomed amidst a snowy expanse, a pristine white shroud enveloping several grand palaces. The cold snow ice palace stood as a colossus within the Ice Phoenix Empire, its influence surpassing even that of the royal family, controlling the empire's resources and lifeblood. Within the Ice Phoenix Empire, the cold snow ice palace wielded an unparalleled authority, with none daring to defy it. Yet today, the palace mistress, Chu Qingwei, stood with a grave expression, bowing respectfully, scarcely daring to breathe. Before her stood a man clad in a silver-white robe, appearing to be in his 30s, with a demeanor that exuded an icy chill. His aura was as vast as an unfathomable ocean, deep and far-reaching. Even Chu Qingwei, a ninth-rank saint, felt diminutive and breathless in his presence. It was none other than the Sword Saint. Buzzing. At this moment, a young girl was relentlessly wielding her sword before him, the air itself tearing apart under her strikes, as if manifesting terrifying sword scars. Each blow contained the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth, enough to effortlessly annihilate a great city or subdue towering peaks. Even the Sword Saint couldn't help but have his eyes glimmer with interest at this display. Soon, the girl completed her demonstration of sword techniques. She lifted her exquisite face slightly, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with brilliance, only to dim soon after, for the 9 heavens had not responded. This signified her failure. However, applause erupted from the Sword Saint, who exclaimed, "Remarkable! I did not expect to find such a prodigious talent for the sword within a mid-tier empire." Ha ha ha, an 18-year-old at the 3rd stage of the Venerable Realm, with an understanding of sword intent at the 5th level. Although the 9 heavens did not choose to recognize you as its master, would you be willing to become a true disciple of my sacred ground? The Sword Saint rose, casting an appreciative glance at the girl. "True disciple, my lord." At this, Chu Qingwei gasped in astonishment. A true disciple represented the core of the sword's sacred ground, with the privilege to apprentice under a Saint King-level elder, granting numerous advantages and benefits. Being a true disciple of the sword's sacred ground was an opportunity coveted by countless individuals. "Master." The girl's eyes brightened slightly. Then she turned to Chu Qingwei, a questioning expression adorning her face. Seeing this, Chu Qingwei could not help but smile wryly. The girl, named Chu Yushi, was an orphan she had taken in 18 years prior. In Yushi's life, she played the dual roles of mentor and mother. Now, she yearned for Yushi to seize the opportunity to become a true disciple, yet she worried that if Yushi entered the sword's sacred ground, they may never meet again. "Yushi." Chu Qingwei gently caressed her soft hair, soothingly advising, "You possess extraordinary talent and exceptional swordsmanship. Since the Sword Saint has taken a liking to you, you should follow him without hesitation. Regardless of what happens, if you ever feel weary in the future, your master will always be here, waiting for your return home." Her tender words brought tears to Chu Yushi's eyes. In the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed, bowing to Chu Qingwei in farewell. "Take care, master." "Haha, little junior sister, do not forget us in the future. Be sure to cultivate diligently in the sacred ground, and take good care of yourself." Instantly, several disciples of the cold snow ice palace stepped forward to bid farewell to Chu Yushi, all with red-rimmed eyes, emotions swirling within. Yushi, witnessing this, Chu Qingwei felt a pang of sorrow. Chu Yushi nodded firmly, then turned to the Sword Saint. "My lord, Yushi is willing to follow you and become a disciple of the sacred ground." Her expression was resolute, her tone unwavering. "Very well," the Sword Saint replied, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded slightly. "Then come with me. Should we fail to locate the master of the 9 heavens, we shall return to the sacred ground." With that, the Sword Saint waved his sleeve. Boom. In an instant, an immense surge of sacred energy erupted, tearing apart the very fabric of space and creating a spatial tunnel. 9 heavens, where exactly is your master?" the Sword Saint inquired, casting a peculiar glance at the hovering 9 heavens. "None of the 3 great empires have caught your interest, and even this child, Yushi, is unworthy of your regard. The only destination left is the Great Sun Dynasty." The Sword Saint contemplated, realizing that amidst their journey, only Chu Yushi's talent had stood out, meriting her as a true disciple of his sacred ground. Yet, such swordsmanship still failed to win the approval of the 9 heavens. But in the next moment, The sword saint's expression shifted. The once silent nine heavens suddenly burst forth with brilliant radiance. Then, before the astonished gazes of everyone, it began to ascend slowly, ultimately hovering steadily in the void, pointing toward the direction of the great Sun dynasty. Are you implying that your master resides there? The sword saint was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion. The strongest individuals within the great Sun dynasty were merely at the 9th stage of the venerable realm. Logically, such a peripheral nation could hardly be expected to produce any extraordinary talents. Wait. Suddenly, the sword saint's pupils constricted, as if he recalled something. The dust-ink sword emperor had seemingly emerged from a small nation within an imperial dynasty in his youth. If that is the case, the great Sun dynasty may indeed harbor some remarkable individuals capable of resonating with the 9 heavens. With that thought, whoosh, the sword saint flicked his sleeves and, in an instant, vanished with Chu Yushi. Meanwhile, in the evil sky sect, within the vast sect, thousands of Xiao Yun's soul avatars were relentlessly executing judgments, eradicating all those steeped in grievous sins. A scene of bloodshed unfolded. The disciples and elders of the evil heaven sect have almost perished, their corpses strewn across the land. After nearly 7 days, Xiao Yun is on the verge of completing the judgment of the 2 great demonic sections. The corpse refining sect, with a total of 20,000 demonic cultivators, has over 19,000 condemned to death, while a mere 37 are deemed innocent. As for the evil heaven sect, which boasts a total of 80,000 demonic cultivators, to date, over 72,000 have been sentenced to death, leaving only 12 who are exonerated. Having witnessed the heinous transgressions confessed by over 100,000 demonic cultivators, Xiao Yun's heart trembles. These atrocities are beyond horrific, devoid of humanity. Some are even unworthy of being called human, deserving of eternal damnation in the depths of hell, especially within the evil heaven sect. They are nothing short of a congregation of utterly deranged, soulless fiends. Xiao Yun stands aloft in the void above the evil heaven sect, coldly surveying the bloody judgment unfolding below, his gaze dark and brooding. No sound escapes his lips. He merely observes in silence as the sinners confess their crimes, only to face execution thereafter. The chilling wails resound in all directions, sending shivers down the spine. Every minute, numerous disciples of the evil heaven sect are executed, their blood staining the earth crimson. Slaughtering the demonic sects? What a nostalgic thought. In my youth, I too indulged in such reckless abandon. However, suddenly, a hearty laughter reverberates through the void. Following this, an overwhelming pressure descends, seemingly more formidable than the wrath of the heavens. Chapter 50, The Sword That Cuts Through All. Boom. In an instant, the heavens tremble, the earth quakes, and the void shudders, as though the very firmament is about to collapse. Xiao Yun feels an involuntary shiver run through him, a reaction of primal fear and the tremors of his soul. A profound sense of impending danger wells up within him. Swish! He abruptly raises his head. Instantly, it appears as if he sees an endless sea of swords swirling above the firmament, akin to the Milky Way in its vastness. The soaring sword intent seems to encompass the laws that govern heaven and earth, shrouding the entire expanse of the continent, suppressing all as if it could crush billions of mountains in an instant. The sword energy traverses the 8 desolations and the 6 directions, unmatched in sharpness, piercing through everything. Even the faintest whisper of it is enough to annihilate numerous royal territories. This is the true realm of the sword, a powerful being, an unparalleled supreme being. In that moment, Xiao Yun cannot help but break into a cold sweat, his heart filled with trepidation. What kind of force is this? Just the aura alone evokes an irresistible feeling, making him feel as insignificant as an ant. At this moment, Xiao Yun feels as though he is but a solitary leaf upon a vast ocean, utterly diminutive, as if he could be overturned and devoured by a monstrous wave at any moment. It is too powerful, absolutely insurmountable. Even an existence at the saintly level pales in comparison to a fraction of this might. Clang! At this juncture, the sound of a sword ringing out pierces the air. The source of this overwhelming presence slowly manifests in the void, clad in white with flowing black hair, exuding an elegant and gentle demeanor. He is enveloped in a faint divine light and sword aura, resembling a celestial swordsman descending to the mortal realm. Though separated by a distance of 100 paces, Xiao Yun feels an illusion as if he is not facing a mere individual, but rather billions of divine swords capable of cleaving through the heavens. Beside him stands a petite maiden, her eyes gently closed, cradling a sword, her delicate face bearing an unusually frosty demeanor, appearing somewhat chillingly aloof. Yet, at this moment, the most captivating sight to Xiao Yun is not the supreme being resembling a celestial swordsman, nor the cold maiden holding the sword, but rather a long sword hovering beside them, continuously emitting a joyous ringing, as if celebrating. This long sword, measuring about 3 feet, glistens in a jade-like hue, its spine adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Yun envisions a cataclysmic explosion emanating from boundless darkness, followed by the birth of countless worlds and infinite universes. The rules and the Tao seem to take on a tangible form, manifesting before his eyes. Xiao Yun attempts to reach out to touch it, only to discover that what he can grasp is but a void. The mysterious jade long sword remains 100 paces away. I must possess that sword. For reasons unknown, a sudden surge of inexplicable urgency wells up within Xiao Yun. It feels as though something is calling to him from the depths of the cosmos, urging him to claim that mysterious long sword. This compels Xiao Yun's heart and mind to tremble violently. 9 heavens! You mean this little one is the master you have chosen? The man in white, resembling a celestial swordsman, regards Xiao Yun with keen interest, then glances at the 9 heavens sword beside him, a hint of astonishment gracing his voice. So young, yet he has reached the 9th level of sword intent. However, why is his cultivation merely at the spirit transformation stage? Yet, if one were to gauge the power within him, it is not less than that of an ordinary emperor. In an instant, the heavenly sword master has discerned Xiao Yun's situation, leaving Xiao Yun with a chilling sense of vulnerability, as if his very essence had been laid bare. This sensation is decidedly unsettling. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the 9 heavens sword beside the heavenly sword master seems unable to contain itself, rushing towards Xiao Yun, eager to become his destined sword. It has long yearned for something within the young man's being. However, in the next moment, the heavenly sword master abruptly extends his hand, seizing the 9 heavens sword. Clang, clang. The 9 heavens sword shrieks, struggling fiercely. Yet, the heavenly sword master's right hand remains as steadfast as a mountain, effortlessly maintaining its grip. At this moment, the gravity of his gaze intensifies, filled with seriousness and concern. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Sensing the unusual aura of the mysterious long sword, Xiao Yun cannot help but inquire, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He can vaguely sense that this sword possesses a certain wisdom, far beyond that of an ordinary object. Beep. Concept-level chaos treasure fragment detected. Host must acquire it immediately. If successfully obtained, the host's strength will increase significantly, and the system's functions will be further enhanced. Almost as soon as Xiao Yun's words escape his lips, a mechanical, electronic prompt from the system rings out. Chaos treasure. Hearing the system's words, Xiao Yun's pupils constrict. And it is concept level? Just what caliber of treasure is this? He cannot help but inquire further of the system, quickly receiving a response. Concept-level chaos treasure, a treasure on par with the primordial and Hongmeng levels. It is the most powerful, ancient, and fundamental treasure within the boundless multiverse. Note, the treasure fragment you have encountered contains the concept of severance. With a completeness of 1 in a million, in its complete form, it can sever all tangible and intangible entities, the roots of concepts, or even entities of eternal immortality. Not many words, and Xiao Yun swiftly finishes reading. Yet, he finds himself utterly dumbfounded, his mind buzzing with overwhelming waves of realization. A blade capable of severing all things? In a moment of reverie, Xiao Yun appeared to behold an immense sword that obscured the infinite starry river, slowly descending towards the vast cosmos. With a thunderous roar, the universe was cleaved asunder like a watermelon, transformed into an endless abyss of darkness. Although such a vision was exceedingly mad, Xiao Yun felt an unwavering certainty within. For this was the conclusion imparted by the system, the supreme treasure capable of severing eternity. Though it possessed merely 1/millionth of its completeness, once it fell into his hands, would it not amount to 1%? In its complete form, it could cut through all existence. Thus, that 1% should have no difficulty slicing through all things on this Tianyuan continent, should it? Chapter 51, Choice. Buzzing. At this moment, the 9 heavens sword sang ever more fervently, resonating through the cosmos, yearning to break free from the control of the sword sovereign. However, the sword sovereign merely chuckled lightly. Raising his right hand slightly, an overwhelming, boundless aura, akin to the might of an ocean engulfing the world, surged forth, instantly silencing the 9 heavens. After all, it was merely a sword without a master at this moment, possessing no capacity to resist before the resolute sword sovereign. Subsequently, the sword sovereign turned his gaze towards Xiao Yun, regarding him with the scrutiny of a rival, or perhaps a father-in-law assessing a prospective son-in-law, meticulously scanning him from head to toe. After a long while, he finally uttered a single phrase. What is your name? Xiao Yun felt a shiver under the sword sovereign's intense gaze. After a moment of silence, he hesitantly replied, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, are you perhaps from the Xiao family? Upon hearing this, the sword sovereign's brow furrowed slightly. After a brief contemplation, He continued, "Who is your father, and what is his relation to Xiao Tianzhan?" Upon detecting that Xiao Yun bore the essence of ninefold sword intent, the sword sovereign harbored some speculations, though he remained uncertain. The Xiao family, one of the ancient clans, had produced 3 emperors, and its current head, Xiao Tianzhan, had reached the 9th level of the semi-emperor stage, on the verge of stepping into the legendary realm of the emperors. Even in the sword sovereign's domain, due respect was owed to the members of the Xiao family. Could this youth named Xiao Yun be a young master of the Xiao family out on a training expedition? My father? Senior, I have been unaware of my parents' existence since birth, so how could I possibly have a father? Xiao Yun shook his head, offering a wry smile tinged with a hint of loss. When he traversed into this world, he was but an infant abandoned at an orphanage, utterly ignorant of the faces and names of his biological parents. To this day, he had never contemplated searching for his parents, as he felt no curiosity for those who had callously discarded him at birth. They simply were not worth his interest. An orphan, you say? The sword sovereign paused, gradually retracting the overwhelming aura he emanated, letting out a soft sigh. Your innate talent is indeed remarkable. At this moment, he genuinely felt a fondness for talent. An orphan from a sovereign dynasty had comprehended the ninefold sword intent at such a young age. This level of swordsmanship was unprecedented, even in his youth. He could only feel shame in comparison. No wonder. The sword sovereign glanced at the 9 heavens at his side, which seemed to sulk. Its blade turned away from him. This sight made him chuckle softly. Little fellow, your sword intent level is indeed ninefold? After a brief pause, the sword sovereign regained his seriousness, looking at the youth beside him, and asked gravely, ninefold? Upon hearing the sword sovereign's inquiry, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Yes, my sword intent is ninefold. As soon as he spoke, he produced a long knife. Buzzing. Instantly, boundless knife intent surged through the void. However, the knife intent is only at the 8-fold level. Following that, Xiao Yun retrieved a long spear. As for the spear intent, it stands at merely 6-fold. At this moment, he failed to notice the sword sovereign's eyes widening in disbelief upon witnessing the display of 8-fold knife intent and 6-fold spear intent. You actually mastered 3 weapon intents simultaneously. The sword sovereign was utterly stunned, his mouth agape in astonishment. How is this possible? At such a young age, to comprehend 9-fold sword intent, while simultaneously possessing 8-fold knife intent and 6-fold spear intent? Alas, I can only blame my usual laziness, always indulging in leisure, otherwise I would not have merely grasped these 3 realms. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Yun let out a gentle sigh, a profound melancholy reflected in his expression. Indeed, he had spent most of his time cultivating his physical and spiritual powers. These 3 weapon intents were merely pursuits during his leisure time. Under the magnified perception, this pace did indeed seem somewhat sluggish. Indulging in leisure? Merely 3? The sword sovereign was once again taken aback, an absurd sensation surging within him. You dare to call this laziness and leisure? In my youth, I must have trained until I was akin to a dog. In an instant, the sword sovereign felt an irate fire rising within him. This young man was indeed audacious. He must be properly reprimanded. Cough, cough, young man. I am the sovereign of the heavenly sword sanctuary. Furthermore, this is my sect's ancestral sword, the 9 heavens, a treasure divine weapon that can rival imperial arms. 1,000,000 years ago, our ancestor, the dusty ink sword emperor, wielded it to severely injure an emperor, staining it with endless imperial blood. The sword sovereign coughed lightly, and once more, a formidable aura surged forth, seemingly attempting to suppress Xiao Yun's arrogant heart. 9 heavens. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's gaze brightened as he regarded the crystalline longsword, his eyes shimmering with vibrant colors. Imperial arms? What rubbish! Even divine artifacts lack the qualification to carry its shoes. This is a true conceptual grade chaotic treasure, the supreme divine object within boundless worlds. However, even with the knowledge of the sword's true identity, Xiao Yun did not display excessive astonishment. He soon averted his gaze and spoke with an air of admiration. 9 heavens, what a splendid name. May I inquire, sovereign, what brings you here today? Although 9 heavens is a treasure of my sanctuary, for 1,000,000 years, no one has been able to claim it as their own. As a result, the sword has gathered dust for countless epochs, and today, nearly no one remembers the might of 9 heavens. The sword sovereign shook his head, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Oh, what is the reason for this? Hearing this, Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. The reason is simple. It is merely that 9 heavens is too proud. It hails from beyond the heavens, and perhaps looks down upon us mere mortals. The sword sovereign chuckled wryly, attempting to stroke 9 heavens at his side, only for the sword to evade him, completely ignoring his gesture. The sword's demeanor resembled that of a child who had been wronged. However, the next moment, the sword sovereign's tone abruptly shifted. his gaze fixed firmly upon Xiao Yun, imbued with a sense of gravity and expectation. After 1,000,000 years, today, it has chosen you. Xiao Yun. Chapter 52. The conditions to obtain 9 heavens. Whoosh. Whoosh. In that instant, upon hearing these words, the 9 heavens seemed to exult in jubilant celebration. Soaring across the firmament and unleashing countless delicate azure sword gleams. This spectacle appeared to commemorate the birth of a new sovereign, chosen by me. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such a rare treasure would actively seek to recognize him as its master. Could it be that it too had sensed the wondrous power of the system? This power could potentially amplify its integrity to such an extent that one day in the future, it might truly grasp the authority over the concept of severance. Thus, Xiao Yun found himself lost in contemplation. Judging by the sentience expressed by the 9 heavens, its sword spirit must possess an intellect that rivals that of ordinary beings, far surpassing that of any typical treasure. If, after 1,000-fold enhancement, it wished to break free from his control. A shiver ran down Xiao Yun's spine as he contemplated a certain possibility. A treasure of chaotic concepts, even with just 1% integrity, was beyond his current capabilities to fathom. If the sword spirit's power were to increase 1,000-fold, and it sought to usurp him, the thought sent chills through Xiao Yun, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Ding. Rest assured, host. Any entity that undergoes 1,000-fold return through the system can never escape your control unless permitted by you. At that moment, the mechanical, synthesized voice of the system abruptly resonated in his mind, alleviating Xiao Yun's concerns. The rank of 9 heavens was exceedingly high, far beyond the realm of the Tianyuan continent. Xiao Yun was acutely aware of his own limited means in the presence of such power, rendering him utterly defenseless. Therefore, he approached the situation with utmost caution, daring not to let his guard down. However, since this sword could be perfectly utilized after the system's enhancement, he felt less trepidation. Acquiring the 9 heavens would undoubtedly signify a monumental leap in his strength. Furthermore, it seemed the system could also attain a degree of improvement and fulfillment. Lord Saint, what is it that you desire? Upon this thought, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled as he turned to the heavenly sword Saint Lord, eager to discern his intentions. I can grant you the 9 heavens. The first words spoken by the other party filled Xiao Yun with immense delight. Yet, the heavenly sword Saint Lord continued. You must agree to several conditions. If fulfilled, the 9 heavens shall belong to you. Of course, should you refuse, Lord Saint, please do not hesitate to speak. As long as it does not involve heinous acts of evil, I shall do my utmost. Before he could finish, Xiao Yun could not restrain himself from interjecting. The value of the 9 heavens to him was immeasurable. He would risk everything for it. Haha. The heavenly sword Saint Lord, undeterred by the interruption, laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased. After a moment, he slowly stated, You are aware that the 9 heavens is the ancestral sword of my heavenly sword Holy Land, and naturally, I shall not allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, the first condition is to join my heavenly sword Holy Land and become a divine child of our sect. Of course, once you become a divine child, you may freely seek any powerful master within the heavenly sword Holy Land, including myself, or even the 3 quasi-emperors among our esteemed elders. Quasi-emperors. Xiao Yun was taken aback. He had certainly heard of the heavenly sword Holy Land's reputation. It was rumored to be a formidable force within the entire Tianyuan continent, boasting several peak saint kings as its guardians. Now, it seemed the 3 quasi-emperor elders were a testament to the Holy Land's might, far exceeding worldly expectations. Yet, he pondered, he was already an elder of a sect. Although joining the heavenly sword Holy Land was not out of the question, he was reluctant to abandon the Xianyang sect. After all, the Xianyang sect held a place in his heart akin to that of family, comprising those who had supported him and illuminated the world beyond its darkness and cruelty. He could not bear to forsake them. Furthermore, should he depart, the demonic sovereign seal beneath the Great Sun dynasty would undoubtedly escape after 3 years. What calamities and slaughter would befall the Xianyang sect then? Lost in deep conflict, Xiao Yun found himself unable to make a decision. Elder, I did not ask you to forsake that identity, nor to leave your current sect. The heavenly sword Saint Lord shook his head, seemingly divining Xiao Yun's thoughts. By joining my heavenly sword Holy Land, you shall be both a divine child of our sect and an elder of your current sect, enjoying the best of both worlds. Moreover, as your sect is the ancestral sect of the divine child, we shall send powerful guardians to protect and assist its growth. The heavenly sword Saint Lord gazed at the young man before him with keen appreciation, exclaiming, Xiao Yun, it appears you are indeed a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. I have not misjudged you. Rest assured, if there are any hidden dangers here, prior to your journey to the Holy Land, I shall address them all. Even if you wish to support someone as the sovereign of this dynasty, it is of no concern. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a warmth spread through him. Thank you, Lord Saint. In that case, I am willing to join the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Very well. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord smiled, glancing at the still aloof young woman beside him. The second condition shall be a test of your strength, to see if you are worthy of the title of Divine Child. Chu Yushi, you shall spar with Xiao Yun. Although he may appear to possess only the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, you need not hold back. Give it your all. Yes, Lord Saint. Upon hearing the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord's words, the young woman finally opened her eyes, which sparkled with intrigue like the cold moon. The sword intent of the spirit transformation realm at the 9th level? In terms of swordsmanship talent alone, it was indeed extraordinary, a rarity that emerged only once in millennia. However, her own strength was at the 3rd level of the venerable realm, and she could already wield the domain of the sword. The disparity between their realms was not merely a matter of hundreds or thousands of times. Chapter 53, The Strength Test of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord. Chu Yushi could not perceive Xiao Yun's true strength. While he was indeed a peerless genius at the 9th level of sword intent, she remained confident. Spirit transformation, divine abode, unity, heavenly being, venerable. The chasm between these realms was vast, and she was not a typical venerable. Possessing both the 5th level of sword intent and the domain of the sword, she had even defeated a 3rd level venerable. Furthermore, her physique ranked 94th on the 10,000 bodies list, a favored child of the spatial laws, simultaneously cultivating both the laws of space and sword. Thus, Chu Yushi could not fathom the possibility of being defeated by someone of merely the spirit transformation realm, even if he were recognized by the 9 heavens. Come, Xiao Yun, let me be your first opponent. Chu Yushi's voice was frigid, her aura radiating a brilliant white light, her presence growing ever more refined, akin to a divine sword unsheathed. However, Lord Saint, is it truly appropriate for you to have me bully a child? Gazing at the exceptionally beautiful yet somewhat dazed young girl, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and gently cautioned, You. Who are you calling a child? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yushi's face flushed suddenly, a mix of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. Although she had never left the cold snow ice palace, she was already 18 years old this year. She was no longer a child. How could she have been so foolish as to adopt the aloof and proud demeanor her senior brother had suggested, only to have someone dare to label her as a child? It was utterly infuriating. With a surge of anger, she declared, Iced Song's sword domain, activate. The more she thought about it, the more her cheeks burned with fury, and she immediately resolved to teach this audacious youth a lesson. In an instant, her entire being radiated an infinite brilliance of ice crystal sword light, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Above the firmament, boundless sword light converged, transforming into a chilling full moon that pressed down upon the void. Xiao Yun, I acknowledge your prowess. However, your cultivation. Chu Yushi unleashed the full force of her sword domain, an overwhelming might that surged forth like a tidal wave. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly froze. Her words cut short. How could this be? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yun had already appeared before her, a mere twig poised against her delicate, fair neck. Throughout this encounter, Chu Yushi had not caught even a glimpse of Xiao Yun's movements. It left her feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. Had she truly lost without even making a move? You have lost, Xiao Yun stated calmly, discarding the twig with a nonchalant demeanor. No, I have not lost. I can still fight. Chu Yushi retorted defiantly, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Yushi, stand down. You have indeed lost. The battles of the strong often transpire in the blink of an eye. The heavenly sword master spoke slowly, causing a tremor in Chu Yushi's heart. While she felt a sense of grievance, she also recognized that the master spoke the truth. Had Xiao Yun intended to kill her, she would have surely met her end in that very moment. That strike had been too swift. Yes, I understand, Chu Yushi sighed internally, bowing her head as she stepped aside, though her glare at Xiao Yun remained fierce. Very well. Yushi is a true disciple of the sacred land of my lineage. Yet her strength barely ranks in the lower middle among many true disciples. I had hoped to let other prodigious disciples spar with you. But there are no more disciples of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land present here. The Heavenly Sword Master shook his head helplessly, then raised his right hand, revealing an ancient long sword within his palm. Thus, I shall personally test you next. I will suppress my cultivation to the 1st level of the venerable realm. Unleash your full strength upon me. With that, the master swung his arm, and the ancient sword erupted with a blinding cold radiance, soaring through the air like a silver serpent in a wild dance. The sound of the sword rang out, echoing like thunder. In that moment, Xiao Yun felt an unprecedented sense of danger looming, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun wielded his sword, clashing fiercely with the Heavenly Sword Master's blade, producing a cacophony of metallic resonance. He quickly stepped back, only to find the heavenly sword master following closely, striking at him from an unexpected angle. With a powerful clash, Xiao Yun defended himself, but after only a brief moment, he was again forced to retreat several steps. Each strike from the heavenly sword master was swift and cunning, driving Xiao Yun back dozens of feet with every blow. In mere moments, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. How formidable! Xiao Yun thought in shock. The heavenly sword master's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the first level of the venerable realm, the master's mastery of the sword was terrifyingly unmatched, leaving him struggling to keep up. At this rate, he would surely be defeated within a few breaths. With this thought, Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed, and he swiftly altered his sword technique. The sword of demon burial sliced through the air in an instant. Boom! The heavens trembled as a torrent of sword light surged forth, sweeping toward the heavenly sword master with overwhelming ferocity. The sword energy was frigid, as if it could cleave through the heavens and annihilate demons. However, the heavenly sword master seemed to have anticipated this move. With a single tremor of his sword, he unleashed an unfathomable array of sword laws. In an instant, myriad swords resonated, transforming into a realm of swordsmanship. The laws of the sword surged forth, utterly shattering Xiao Yun's offensive. You have lost. The heavenly sword master smiled faintly. Then, like a mirage, appeared before Xiao Yun. But unexpectedly, Xiao Yun, acting on pure reflex, unleashed a punch that struck the master's left cheek, sending him flying like a cannonball. A force of 480 billion pounds erupted. Boom! The heavenly sword master crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and dust to rise. Master, are you all right? Xiao Yun was taken aback. It had all been a reflex. He couldn't control it. Cough, cough. I am fine. The heavenly sword master struggled to rise from the pit. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, there were no significant injuries visible, spitting out a bloodied tooth. He paused momentarily, then turned to regard Xiao Yun with a complex gaze. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall into silence. Chapter 54. Let me strike you first. Awkwardness. A deathly silence. Chu Yushi covered her mouth tightly with her small hand, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. The master has been struck? If any other disciples of the heavenly sword sacred land had been present, they would have surely been left in shock, jaws dropped. The illustrious leader of the heavenly sword sacred land, revered across the continent as the supreme sword saint. Once, he had slain 3 great demon race kings with a single stroke and had escaped from a quasi-demon emperor. Yet today, he had been soundly slapped in the face by a mere youth of the spirit transformation realm, losing a tooth in the process. In that moment, the heavenly sword master was also bewildered. He slowly picked up the tooth stained with faint golden holy blood, examining it from various angles, feeling as though his mind were in a whirl. This was not right. Although he had sealed his cultivation, his physical form remained that of a true holy king. A single drop of blood could suppress mountains and shatter rivers. Ordinary holy tier weapons could hardly harm him at all. Yet now, he had lost a tooth to that boy's punch, and it was his front tooth. Could it be that Xiao Yun was a disguised ancient ferocious beast? Otherwise, how could he possess such immense strength? The power contained within that punch must have reached at least hundreds of billions of pounds. In a moment of bewilderment, the heavenly sword master gazed at Xiao Yun, his thoughts racing. He then invoked the power of the laws of time, reversing the tooth to its state before it had been broken. Ah! Faced with the slightly resentful and questioning gaze of the heavenly sword sovereign, Xiao Yun awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled in embarrassment. That was an accident just now. However, esteemed sovereign, with your unparalleled strength, surely you wouldn't hold it against a junior like me. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Before the heavenly sword sovereign could speak, Xiao Yun adopted a humble demeanor, his face brimming with contrite smiles, even complimenting. Your teeth are of remarkable quality, capable of automatically restoring themselves. Upon hearing this, the heavenly sword sovereign's lips twitched, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Automatically restoring? That is the power of time's reversal, not some front teeth that can magically regenerate. Xiao Yun, suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the heavenly sword sovereign soared into the air, reappearing before Xiao Yun. However, at this moment, his gaze was unusually solemn and grave. No trace of demonic energy. Could it be that he possesses some kind of extraordinary constitution? The sovereign's eyes burned with intensity, scrutinizing Xiao Yun as if attempting to unravel his true nature. Yet, no matter how thoroughly he probed, he could find no clue. Xiao Yun, might you enlighten me about the nature of your constitution? What rank does it hold? After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke in a low voice, slowly inquiring. Esteemed sovereign, this. Hearing the other's question, Xiao Yun's gaze momentarily sharpened, revealing a hint of hesitation. Of course, it was not an act of pretentiousness. After all, The ancient flame dragon body ranks fourth on the list of supreme physiques, a terrifying existence that almost guarantees future emperorship. Most importantly, such a physique could only belong to a lineage of true dragons with the purest bloodline, near the ancestral level. For humans, apart from forcibly seizing it, there exists no other possibility. If he carelessly revealed this, inciting the sovereign-esque greed, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Thus, Xiao Yun hesitated. The heavenly sword sovereign fell into a brief silence, and after a moment, he sighed and said, "Very well, everyone has their own opportunities and secrets. I shall not force you, nor will I engage in such despicable acts as seizing a junior's fortune. If you are unwilling to speak, then let it be." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, esteemed sovereign." The heavenly sword sovereign shook his head with a light chuckle. "How could I sacrifice the greater for the lesser? If I were to drive away a talent with boundless potential like you, it would be quite unworthy. You have successfully passed my test. Henceforth, you are the divine son of my heavenly sword holy land." However, as he conveyed the news of Xiao Yun's true status as the divine son, the tone of the sovereign abruptly shifted, causing Xiao Yun's heart to skip a beat. But what is it? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Xiao Yun, an ominous feeling creeping in. "Allow me to strike you first." The heavenly sword sovereign's voice rang with a hint of mirth as he suddenly stepped forward, akin to an ancient deity descending upon the world, exuding immense authority. With a single punch, he aimed for Xiao Yun's right cheek. Bang! Wah! Xiao Yun had no time to react, only able to emit a series of incoherent cries before his body was sent flying, crashing into the mountains below. "Esteemed sovereign, you cannot bully the weak." After a moment, he staggered to his feet from the rubble, his face a comical patchwork of bruises, with his front teeth completely gone. "Ha ha ha!" From a distance, Chu Yushi could no longer contain herself, clutching her stomach and laughing uncontrollably. The previous gloom had dissipated entirely in that moment. This guy deserves it. How dare he shatter the sovereign's front teeth? He should repay with two. Look at his expression, ha! Indeed, in the cultivation world, such exchanges should be customary. Ha ha! The heavenly sword sovereign struggled to suppress his laughter, initially appearing calm as he nodded, but could no longer contain himself, joining Chu Yushi in hearty laughter. Strangely enough, seeing Xiao Yun in such a pitiful state with his shattered front teeth brought them both an inexplicable joy, a delightful sense of satisfaction. Chapter 55. Obtaining the Nine Heavens. The star devouring behemoth. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's face was as dark as a pot lid, his heart nearly spitting blood. "You, the esteemed master of a holy land, a supreme being at the pinnacle of the holy king level, actually ambushed me when I was unprepared. How shameless. Furthermore, this heavenly sword sovereign truly held a grudge. I merely acted out of reflex and struck him once. Such a lack of magnanimity. Does he not resemble a holy land master at all?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun brushed off his robes, deciding not to dwell on the pettiness of the sovereign. "Well, I am magnanimous and a good youth who respects his elders. What is there to argue over with such an old, stubborn child, thousands of years old, or even tens of thousands?" Immediately, Xiao Yun activated the formidable regenerative abilities of the ancient flame dragon body, allowing his two front teeth to grow back. With his expression returning to calm, he slowly addressed the heavenly sword sovereign. "Well, since you have struck, can the nine heavens now be bestowed upon me?" Instantly, the heavenly sword sovereign also gradually reined in his smile, a profound reluctance surfacing in his brow as he looked toward the nine heavens beside him, saying, "After 1,000,000 years, you shall once again have a master. I wonder if this young man can restore the glory of our ancestors." As soon as the words left his lips, the heavenly sword sovereign waved his hand, grasping the nine heavens. Virum. The nine heavens trembled slightly, but did not escape his grasp, its sword ringing out, as if bidding farewell to the heavenly sword sovereign. "Xiao Yun, there is one final condition." The heavenly sword sovereign approached Xiao Yun, standing merely 3 feet away, and spoke with a commanding tone. "Please, sovereign." Xiao Yun's expression grew serious, his gaze resolute. "I want you to take the nine heavens and represent the heavenly sword holy land to claim first place in the upcoming Tianyuan Grand Competition. Let the brilliance and renown of the nine heavens once again awe the entire continent." The voice of the heavenly sword sovereign was powerful and resolute, reverberating with authority. "Agreed." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun responded solemnly. The Tianyuan Grand Competition, as its name suggests, is the most grandiose contest of prodigies across the entire Tianyuan continent. It is held only once every 300 years, gathering nearly all the extraordinary talents of the continent to compete for rankings on the Tianyuan list. If one could place within the top 10, immense opportunities and fortunes would await, perhaps even being accepted as a disciple by a quasi-emperor. gaining access to imperial techniques and boundless resources, soaring to greatness. Should one rank among the top 3 or even take the crown, they would have a genuine chance to inherit the legacy of an emperor and attain the path of emperorship. The Tianyuan Grand Competition is the coveted stage of sanctity that countless prodigies dream of. Everyone desires to ascend to the pinnacle. Yet for Xiao Yun, they are merely a collection of geniuses, all of whom are at most a mere century old. No matter how astonishing they might be, they are utterly inconsequential before him. Rather, it is the sovereign who wishes to restore the 9 heavens' former glory. One must contemplate ways to avoid swiftly defeating the opponent, thus denying them even a fleeting chance to unleash their full potential. At this moment, upon witnessing Xiao Yun's poised demeanor, the heavenly sword sovereign nodded in satisfaction. Though you are undeniably formidable, do not underestimate the prodigious talents present in the heavenly source great competition. In my youth, I barely secured 5th place. In this era, the number of geniuses has surpassed all previous records. Do not let your guard down. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the eyes of the heavenly sword sovereign. As if recalling a time of glory, the younger generation shall heed your wisdom. Xiao Yun understood the gravity of the moment and bowed respectfully. Surpassing all before, he was eager to witness the true heights that unparalleled geniuses could attain in this world. Now, let us proceed. The heavenly sword sovereign inclined his head and raised the 9 heavens sword slowly, presenting it before Xiao Yun. The heavenly sword sacred land's 97th divine son, Xiao Yun, received the sword. With this proclamation, the air trembled, and an explosion of brilliant sword lights surged upward, piercing the heavens. The heavens echoed with thunderous roars. An extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Disciple present, Xiao Yun solemnly accepted the 9 heavens sword, speaking with gravity. The sword felt weighty in his hands, as if it bore the heft of countless tons, and he immediately sensed the boundless sharpness contained within. Merely holding it felt akin to confronting innumerable blades capable of cleaving the heavens and annihilating the earth. I, Jun Wuhui, the current sovereign of the heavenly sword sacred land, officially bestow upon you the ancestral sword, 9 heavens. May it accompany you in your conquests across the vast realms, shattering the skies. With a thought, the heavenly sword sovereign drew forth a drop of Xiao Yun's blood, letting it fall upon the blade. The sword hummed, resonating with a mighty pressure that enveloped the surroundings. A fierce brilliance erupted forth. Xiao Yun could not help but swing the sword toward the heavens, its edge cleaving through the clouds, allowing radiant sunlight to cascade down upon the earth. The ground beneath him cracked, dust swirling as vegetation was rent asunder. Waves of sword energy rampaged, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble violently. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the concept-level chaotic treasure, 9 heavens, fragment. Your gains have been amplified 10,000-fold, with completeness rising from 1/millionth to 100th. Ding! Due to the innate chaotic power, system functionalities have been slightly restored. Now, the host can freely select items with a 10,000-fold quality and quantity. Ding! The Chaotic Spirit Pet module has been activated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Chaotic Spirit Pet, Star Eater Behemoth. Note: the Chaotic Spirit Pet can rapidly enhance its strength by devouring vast amounts of heavenly materials, demonic crystals, and spirit stones, becoming an essential partner in the host's future cultivation journey. As the mechanical voice of the system resonated, the 9 heavens sword quivered slightly, its blade shimmering with faint azure patterns. Although its surface appeared largely unchanged, Xiao Yun understood that its true might was terrifyingly formidable. Should he truly unleash even a fraction of its power, he could effortlessly slay a saint. Moreover, should the blade's edge make contact, even an emperor would bleed, just as he had envisioned. In this realm of heavenly source, the 9 heavens, after a 10,000-fold amplification, was the genuine sword that could slay all. Despite the tremendous consumption, Xiao Yun was filled with exhilaration. Slaying saints, he had finally acquired the means to rival, even vanquish, a saint. Furthermore, the system could now autonomously select 10,000-fold quality and quantity, significantly enhancing the efficacy of certain heavenly materials. And what of the Star Eater Behemoth? Merely hearing its name suggested an aura of overwhelming dominance. Just as myriad thoughts flitted through Xiao Yun's mind, he suddenly heard a series of barks. Turning, he beheld a familiar, mischievous-looking creature at his feet, a black and white husky. In that instant, both he and the creature were momentarily stunned. This small beast, resembling a husky, was indeed the Star Eater Behemoth rewarded by the system. A wave of disbelief washed over Xiao Yun, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, the little creature struggled, barking in protest, but it was helplessly held by the nape of its neck. Ding! The Star Eater Behemoth is one of the supreme races in the chaotic universe. Its adult form feeding on stars and quasar-like continents, continuously evolving. They are the nightmares of countless worlds, earning the title of World Devourer. Though its juvenile form bears a resemblance to a husky, the host should not underestimate it. The system's cold synthetic voice delivered this unsettling information, leaving Xiao Yun astonished. To consume stars and entities akin to the heavenly source continent? He had not anticipated that this adorably foolish creature would grow to be so fearsome in adulthood. This little pup is the heavenly sword sovereign. Noticing the extraordinary nature of the star-eater behemoth in Xiao Yun's grasp, furrowed his brow. He had completely overlooked this small being's arrival. Lord Sovereign, I believe this should be my destined spirit beast. Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Given its inky black appearance, it shall henceforth be called Little Black. Bending down, he affectionately patted Little Black's head, eliciting a joyful yip from the creature, who began to lick Xiao Yun's palm. Very well, you may now enter my storage space. Feel free to eat and play. Xiao Yun clapped his hands and casually tossed Little Black into the system space. The Star-Eater behemoth required vast resources to grow, and given the immense bounty he currently possessed, it would be more than sufficient to nourish this little companion. After all, he had previously slain an astonishing army of over 300 million demon beasts, and with the subsequent return multiplied by 10,000. The number of demon crystals had surely reached a staggering 30 trillion. As for the other treasures acquired from rummaging through various demonic sects, such as heavenly materials and spiritual stones, they were piled high and countless. Xiao Yun, having become the master of the 9 heavens, it is time for you to return with me to the Holy Land. The heavenly sword Saint Lord remarked after Xiao Yun sheathed the 9 heavens. The youth's aptitude and potential were beyond doubt. With only about a month left until the next Heavenly Source Grand Competition, it was imperative to return to the Holy Land promptly to prepare for the event. All right, but before that, Xiao Yun nodded and proceeded to inform the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord about the demonic emperor sealed beneath the Great Sun Dynasty and the current condition of the Xianyang Sect Master. He intended to enlist the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord's aid to eliminate this hidden calamity within the dynasty. Haha, I thought it was some great demonic sage. A mere emperor-level demon cultivator is but an ant before me. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord smiled indifferently. Then his divine consciousness expanded to cover millions of miles, beginning the search for the location of the demonic seal. Found it. Soon, he discovered a shadowy place underground, nearly 1 million demonic followers congregating there. A luminous screen materialized in the void, displaying all scenes of that area. This is... Xiao Yun's gaze swept across the scene, quickly identifying a familiar figure. The blood-refining demon sovereign, a member of the 7 Fiends Demon Hall. It seemed these demons were eager to lift the seal here, and should they continue, the seal would be completely shattered within no more than 9 months. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord narrowed his eyes. Indeed, a being nearing the limits of an emperor is sealed within. Should he break free, it would spell true catastrophe for this dynasty. Lord Saint, please take action. These demons are from the 7 Fiends Demon Hall, all of them irredeemable and guilty of heinous crimes. Xiao Yun's gaze turned frigid, his tone solemn. He harbored no pity for these members of the 7 Fiends Demon Hall. Rather, he believed that exterminating them today would truly serve justice. Very well. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord nodded, and then raised his right palm slightly. Boom. Instantly, it felt as though the very power of the heavens was drawn forth. Winds howled, and torrential rains poured down. It was as if the apocalypse had descended. Accompanied by this terrifying celestial might, Xiao Yun was astonished to see, 100,000 miles away in the heavens, a colossal palm print, tangible and seemingly capable of overshadowing the entire Great Sun Dynasty. In the next moment, boom! A thunderous crash resounded as that almost tangible giant hand descended, directly suppressing the location of the seal. The piercing wails of agony erupted. In but an instant, everything was utterly obliterated. Whether it was the million demons from the 7 Fiends Demon Hall or the demon sovereign sealed within, none were spared as the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord annihilated them all with unfathomable power. Gulp. Gazing at the scene from afar, Xiao Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he knew the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord would undoubtedly act decisively to eradicate all the demons, he hadn't expected it to be executed with such swiftness and efficiency. It was simply overwhelming. What seals, what emperor-level power. Under a single palm, all was rendered void. Now, lead me to the Xianyang sect. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord's expression remained indifferent, as if he had merely crushed a few ants, showing no concern whatsoever. All right. Xiao Yun nodded, still somewhat dazed, his gaze lingering on the seal site 100,000 miles away. At that moment, it was an unfathomably dark abyss, almost several million miles deep. Even Xiao Yun's soul perception could not truly probe its depths. Chapter 57. Departure to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. At the main hall of the Xianyang sect. Sect Master, do you feel better? Xiao Yun asked softly, looking at the elderly man before him. After bringing the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord to the Xianyang sect, he had given him a drop of a colorless liquid contained within a jade vial. This was known as the Life Source Liquid, a treasure of superior holy grade capable of reviving the deceased and restoring flesh and bone. As long as the soul had not perished, it could heal all wounds and even reshape the body. According to the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, a single drop of this Life Source Liquid was worth several lower-tier empires. Of course, with Xiao Yun's assistance, he possessed a total of 999 drops of it. Henceforth, no matter how grievous the injury, he could restore himself at any time. Cough. Shortly after consuming the Life Source Liquid, the Xianyang sect master suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His complexion soon turned exceptionally rosy, as if he had rejuvenated by several hundred years, with life energy within him surging to its peak. Xiao Yun, what on earth is this? The Xianyang sect master stood up, incredulously sensing the darkness and corruption within him obliterated, shocked to an unimaginable degree. His lifespan had clearly been dwindling to just over 2 years. Yet after consuming this mysterious liquid, not only had his injuries healed, but his lifespan had also significantly increased. He even felt as though he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Boom. In an instant, a rumble echoed from within the Xianyang sect master's body. He had successfully transcended to the revered level. Sect master, congratulations. Xiao Yun smiled and offered his congratulations. He felt no surprise at the Xianyang sect master's breakthrough, for it was only natural. The sect master had been stagnant at the 9th level of revered for a century. Now, with the aid of the Life Source Liquid, a breakthrough was undoubtedly a matter of course. Xiao Yun, why would you not reserve such a treasure for yourself, but rather give it to an old man on the brink of death? However, the Xianyang sect master did not express any joy. Instead, he frowned, filled with confusion. Haha, this Life Source Liquid was bestowed upon you by me. And now that Xiao Yun is the son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, how could he lack such treasures? Before Xiao Yun could respond, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord stepped into the hall, chuckling as he spoke. He had taken a good look around the Xianyang sect, although it was merely a small sect. Its rules prioritizing virtue and lacking the oppression of the weak greatly pleased him. He was even contemplating whether to implement a similar system within the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Upon hearing this, the Xianyang sect master was taken aback, his pupils constricting to their utmost. When did Xiao Yun become the son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? Xiao Yun, who is this? The Xianyang sect master dared not delay, immediately casting an inquiring glance at Xiao Yun. It's nothing. He is merely the Saint Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Xiao Yun casually waved his hand, speaking with a nonchalant air. Upon hearing this, even the composed master of the Xianyang sect could not help but gasp in astonishment. Junior Li Xuani pays his respects to your holiness, he exclaimed, immediately bowing deeply. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. This was none other than the legendary Sword Saint of the Void, a terrifying existence nearly invincible at the Saint King level. That such a figure would deign to appear within his humble Xianyang sect was truly astonishing and left him trembling with fear. Rise, the Heavenly Sword Master said with a gentle smile, extending his hand to assist the Xianyang sect master to his feet. He held the Xianyang sect in high regard. Thank you, your holiness. The Xianyang sect master slowly stood up, still struggling to calm his racing thoughts. Xiao Yun, as the holy son of our sacred land, will accompany me today. Prior to our departure, I have already set up a sword formation within the Xianyang sect's territory to deter any malicious intent. Even a saint could be vanquished. Furthermore, Ying Qi, the Heavenly Sword Master continued, calling forth a towering figure clad in a purple robe, whose body was covered in fur and bore a pupil in the center of his forehead. At your command, Ying Qi knelt on one knee, his demeanor utterly respectful. From this moment forth, you shall be the guardian of the Xianyang sect. Should anyone dare to intrude, they shall be executed without mercy. The Heavenly Sword Master's tone was indifferent, yet his words were resolute, leaving no room for dissent. As you command. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed figure clasped his fists in salute and then vanished into the surrounding void. Ying Qi is one of my subordinates, hailing from the Three-Eyed Clan, with a cultivation level of 2nd stage Great Saint. Safeguarding your Xianyang sect will be more than sufficient. The Heavenly Sword Master then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun, sharing his plans. A great saint. In an instant, both Xiao Yun and the Xianyang sect master were struck with shock, their hearts racing with disbelief. What significance did being a great saint hold? Even in a mid-tier empire, such power was regarded as elite, capable of dominating the region. Above the saint level lies the great saint. A formidable being of this caliber could easily carve a name for themselves across the continent, earning the admiration of countless martial artists. And now, the guardian dispatched by the Heavenly Sword Master was a terrifying 2nd stage Great Saint, capable of obliterating an entire empire with a single blow. It seems you are quite astonished. Noticing the awe in their eyes, the Heavenly Sword Master chuckled lightly. Sipping from the tea on the table before continuing, Xiao Yun's current identity is that of the Holy Son of my Heavenly Sword's sacred land. As the ancestral sect of the Holy Sun, the Xianyang sect would surely attract trouble if targeted by those with ill intentions. However, with my servant stationed here, who would dare to act? Listening to the Heavenly Sword Master, Xiao Yun felt a warmth in his heart. This revered leader indeed held him in high esteem. Simply sending a second-stage great saint to guard the Xianyang sect was a gesture worthy of admiration. Thus, on behalf of the Xianyang sect, I express our heartfelt gratitude to your holiness. In the next moment, Xiao Yun rose and performed a deep bow, earnestly expressing his appreciation. This kindness he would forever cherish. Youth, I too am grateful to your holiness. The Xianyang sect master followed suit, bowing deeply, his sincerity palpable. Well, now that all matters are settled, Xiao Yun, you shall accompany me back to the Heavenly Sword's sacred land at once. The three supreme elders are eager to witness the new Holy Sun's prowess. The Heavenly Sword Master said with a smile, directing his gaze toward Xiao Yun. I am willing to accompany you, Xiao Yun replied, nodding in agreement. He then turned to bid farewell to the Xianyang sect master. Take care, sect master. Chapter 58, The 5 Domains of Tianyuan, The Curse of the Evil Emperor. One day later, in the central region of the eastern domain of the Tianyuan continent, whoosh, a spirit vessel, 1,000 feet long and gleaming silver, soared through the void like a celestial sword, moving at an incredible speed. At the bow of the ship, Xiao Yun and Chu Yushi sat cross-legged, quietly observing the luminous screen before them. The screen displayed the territorial divisions and power distributions across the entire Tianyuan continent, densely packed and nearly overflowing. Xiao Yun, Yushi, both of you hail from the borders of the eastern domain. There are surely many aspects of the current situation on the Tianyuan continent that remain unclear to you. As we have several hours until we reach the sacred land, I shall take this opportunity to enlighten you, treating it as a diversion, the Heavenly Sword Master stated, standing beside them with a serious expression, holding a dark ruler. Firstly, let me ask you, how vast is the Tianyuan continent? At this inquiry, both Xiao Yun and Chu Yushi fell silent, their minds racing to gather information about the Tianyuan continent. Though Chu Yushi was from a mid-tier empire, she had spent most of her life in the cold snow-ice palace, remaining largely ignorant of the outside world. Xiao Yun, having been confined to the Dari Empire, had scant knowledge of the continent beyond his limited view. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun shook his head. Chu Yushi mirrored his action, equally unaware of the true expanse of the Tianyuan continent. The Heavenly Sword Master shook his head, pointing at the screen with his dark ruler. The Tianyuan continent is likely far more immense than you can imagine. Since ancient times, it has been divided into 5 major regions. The Eastern Domain, led by the Wanshang Divine Sect, boasts a territory spanning billions of miles, ranking in the mid-tier among the 5 domains. The Northern Domain, dominated by the Tianzong Sea Palace, is under the rule of the Siren clan, with human beings holding a subordinate status. Its territory encompasses endless oceans, making it the most expansive of the 5 domains. The Western Domain, presided over by the Emperor Dragon Celestial Realm, is home to billions of dragons, with the 3 great dragon emperors renowned across the ages. The Southern Domain, however, was seized by the evil emperor 100,000 years ago, becoming a haven for demonic cultivators and endless demonic species. As for the final region, the Central Domain, the Heavenly Sword Master paused, directing his gaze toward the center of the continent. His eyes gleamed as if recalling something significant. The Central Domain is the supreme holy land jointly ruled by our human race and the Feathered Divine Clan. It harbors 9 ancient nations, alongside the ascending divine temple established by the current arbiter of heaven to suppress the myriad races of the continent, commanding immense authority. It is precisely due to these 9 ancient nations and the ascending divine temple that our human race holds its status as the supreme race today. Even the Dragon Clan dares not provoke us lightly, choosing to coexist peacefully. The ascending divine temple? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion crossing his features. He could not help but inquire, Your Holiness, is the current arbiter of heaven not the progenitor of the Qian Kuan ancient nation? The Master of the Void? The Master of the Void? The Heavenly Sword Master was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Yun to mention this figure so suddenly. After all, the Master of the Void had perished 200,000 years ago due to the death curse of the evil emperor, and the title of Arbiter of Heaven had been inherited by his disciple. Was the news within the empire truly so obscure? The Master of the Void had long since fallen. The current Arbiter of Heaven is his 37th disciple, a being with both feathered divine and human bloodlines. His name is Lord of the Brahma Heaven, possessing extraordinary power, truly the strongest in this era. Indeed, the forthcoming Tianyuan Grand Competition shall be held at the Ascending Heaven Temple. Should fortune favor you, you may behold the contemporary sovereign of the human and feathered deities. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword leisurely set down his measuring rod, took a casual sip of tea, and began to elucidate. The Master of the Void has actually perished? At this revelation, Xiao Yun's pupils contracted sharply, and a tumultuous wave surged within his heart. The one who wields the authority of the heavens is an embodiment of true invincibility in every era. Even the Tao of heaven is subject to their absolute dominion. Typically, the lifespan of an ordinary emperor does not exceed 1,024,000 years. In stark contrast, the lifespan of the sovereign of the heavens is genuinely immortal. Unless the Tao of heaven collapses and the world is annihilated, they remain in eternal and supreme existence. Historical records indicate that the Master of the Void has existed for nearly 30 million years, during which time 10 of his emperor-level disciples have fallen due to the passage of time. To think that such an ageless, deathless, and infinitely formidable figure has met their demise. This revelation left Xiao Yun utterly astonished. If this information had not come from the Lord of the Heavenly Sword, he would find it nearly impossible to believe. My lord, about the Master of the Void. Xiao Yun spoke with urgency, attempting to inquire further. Oh, the name of the Calamity Emperor. Surely you are aware of it. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword sighed, drained his cup of tea, and continued. He is the true source of calamity, possessing the power to obliterate the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. 3 of our 12 ancient kingdoms were utterly destroyed by him. In that battle, 8 emperors fell, and even the Master of the Void, upon his arrival, was cursed by the adversary before his demise. The curse decreed that as long as he lived, the human race would gradually wither away, ultimately leading to its extinction. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword closed his eyes, as if recalling that extremely brutal conflict. His voice was laden with profound sorrow and fury. Within a mere 30,000 years, 3 more of our human emperors have encountered strange misfortunes and met bizarre ends. The overall fortune of humanity has been in constant decline. Ultimately, the Master of the Void chose to self-destruct, bestowing the title of the Sovereign of the Heavens upon the current Lord of the Brahma. It is only today that the fortune of humanity has begun to ascend once more. The Lord of the Brahma has become the 6th Sovereign of the Heavens on the Tianyuan continent. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword's expression grew solemn as he recounted these events. Xiao Yun listened intently, but within his heart, a tempest of emotions swirled. The curse of the Calamity Emperor. As long as the Master of the Void lives, the human race shall gradually perish. What a malevolent curse. It is simply appalling. Xiao Yun could scarcely fathom the dire state humanity would be in had the Master of the Void not chosen to self-destruct. However, these were bygone days. I have lived but a mere 10,000 years, and these events from hundreds of thousands of years ago need not be revisited. The current Lord of the Brahma treats our kind with great benevolence, having inherited the legacy of his master, thus achieving today's prosperous scene. Having spoken, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword rose and gazed ahead. There stood a colossal sword, towering between heaven and earth. This gigantic sword, reaching an astonishing height of millions of miles, was deeply embedded in the clouds, emanating an aura of boundless grandeur, as if it were propping up the entire firmament. Surrounding it were tens of thousands of towering peaks resembling swords, radiating an unmatched sharpness and awe-inspiring presence. Countless figures clad in various robes traversed the skies on flying swords, appearing ethereal and divine, almost surreal. This is, gazing at the infinitely vast sword, akin to a divine artifact. Even Xiao Yun, who had encountered numerous treasures, could not help but be moved. Chu Yushi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth in astonishment. That sword is enormous. Seeing their astonished expressions, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword stroked his non-existent beard with a gentle smile. We have arrived at the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. Chapter 59. The Divine Fallen Heavenly Sword. The 6th Supreme Treasure. My lord, what is this sword? Chu Yushi inquired excitedly, her eyes sparkling with wonder. A sword stretching millions of miles. How magnificent. It is easily 100 times larger than the entire Cold Snow Palace. If someone could wield this sword, what a breathtaking spectacle it would create. It is the very source of our Heavenly Sword's sacred land's name, the Heavenly Sword itself. Legend has it that the Heavenly Sword is a divine artifact that fell from the heavens, having stood here since the ancient times, billions of years ago. Our Heavenly Sword's sacred land was established upon its foundation. Although our ancestors possessed extraordinary cultivation, none could even move it a fraction. Perhaps only a true deity could genuinely master this heavenly sword. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword smiled as he slowly elaborated on the sword's origins. As he concluded, he could not help but shake his head and chuckle. My lord, may I have the privilege of experiencing the majesty of the Heavenly Sword up close? In the next moment, Xiao Yun's eyes flickered with interest at the prospect. Of course, I would hope for you to become the master of the Heavenly Sword and truly wield this so-called divine sword. However, the likelihood of that is exceedingly low. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword replied softly, "This heavenly sword has stood here for countless eons, and throughout its long history, countless emperors, even those who wielded the power of the heavens, have come to attempt to subdue it. Alas, none have succeeded. They could not even budge it a single inch. Therefore, even though Xiao Yun has now become the new master of the nine heavens, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword does not harbor any belief that he could succeed." Whoosh! Xiao Yun moved with incredible speed, quickly leaping from the spirit vessel to a distance mere feet away from the heavenly sword. Upon viewing this incomprehensibly large sword up close, the shock it delivered was unparalleled. Just a single sword mark was as massive as a mountain range, filling his entire field of vision. Faintly, Xiao Yun could sense the sword's piercing sharpness, cold and chilling to the bone. He slowly approached and placed his right palm upon the immense sword. Beep. Detection of an ultra-tier artifact, the Divine Fallen Sword. Current status, belonging to a master. System unable to provide tenfold return. A belonging to a master? Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yun's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that this colossal sword was owned by someone. Moreover, its rank was indeed that of a genuine artifact. An ultra-tier artifact? Xiao Yun felt a twinge of caution. The owner of such a formidable artifact must possess an unimaginable level of power. He gazed towards the heavens, his thoughts racing. If the master of this sword were to descend upon the Tianyuan continent, though vast and boundless, it would likely be but a trivial existence easily obliterated by the divine being wielding a blade spanning millions of miles. Nevertheless, since this sword has been here for billions of years, its true master, even if not fallen, must be within some form of seal or slumber. For now, it poses little threat. With this thought, Xiao Yun felt significantly more at ease. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you within the sacred land." Just as Xiao Yun was about to return, a figure clad in dark robes and bearing a red face suddenly appeared in the void not far from him. At his waist hung a sword, his hands resting behind his back, and within the murky depths of his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered. After casting a glance at Xiao Yun, he immediately began to inquire. A formidable being of the Saint realm. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the elder, and a sense of alarm stirred within him. To encounter such a terrifying presence, a Saint realm expert, so casually in the heavenly sword sanctuary was utterly unexpected. What is this? Soon enough, the red-faced elder noticed the sword hovering beside Xiao Yun, which was none other than the ancestral sword of the heavenly sword sanctuary, the Jiutian. "Kid, how did Jiutian come to be in your possession?" In an instant, the elder's expression changed drastically as he bellowed in anger. Boom. The might of the Saint realm surged forth like a colossal tidal wave, sweeping across the expanse. The very fabric of the void began to fracture, dissolving into chaos and nothingness. A Saint King expert, undoubtedly akin to the heavenly sword master. A being of the Saint King realm. Xiao Yun felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily sought to clarify. "Elder Zhang, it's a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. However, before he could elaborate, the voice of the heavenly sword master echoed in his ears. "Heavenly master?" The red-faced elder paused, quickly realizing he must have misunderstood something, and retracted all his oppressive aura. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon Xiao Yun. He has successfully tamed Jiutian? After a while, he spoke in a low voice, his incredulity palpable. Naturally, given Jiutian's temperament, it would never willingly follow anyone else. Buzzing. As if responding to their conversation, Jiutian trembled slightly, swirling around Xiao Yun in joyous flight, as though proudly announcing its new master. This scene left the red-faced elder in stunned amazement. After a millennium, the ancestral sword Jiutian had finally found its second master. Your Highness the Son of God, I am truly remiss today. I present to you this heavenly concealment grass as a token of my apology." Moments later, the red-faced elder regained his composure. He promptly clasped his hands in a bow, a broad smile adorning his face as he approached, producing a palm-sized, vibrant green herb. The herb was translucent and seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, as if it could vanish into the void, exuding an aura of the mysterious. Consuming this item would completely conceal one's figure and aura for half an hour. Below the level of the quasi-emperor, none could detect it. It was an exceedingly rare treasure of concealment. At this juncture, the heavenly sword master also turned to Xiao Yun, indicating for him to accept it. Below the quasi-emperor, complete concealment. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened, and he accepted it without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the top-grade heavenly concealment grass, with the option to choose 10,000-fold quality and quantity. 10,000-fold quantity. Without much deliberation, Xiao Yun opted for the 10,000-fold quantity. After all, while selecting the 10,000-fold quality could render even beings above the emperor level undetectable, it would only yield a single herb, which would be of no use after its consumption. Conversely, the 10,000-fold quantity, albeit only evading detection below the quasi-emperor, would provide an abundance of resources, allowing Xiao Yun to seamlessly evade notice during the upcoming Heavenly Source Grand competition, enabling him to become the sixth player, undetected by others. Who could stand against an opponent who left no trace of their presence and was completely invisible? Chapter 60, The Elder's Summons, the Three Quasi-Emperors. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10,000 heavenly concealment grasses, now automatically stored in the system space. In the next moment, as the system's voice faded, a multitude of heavenly concealment grasses appeared within the system space. Buzzing. With a thought, Xiao Yun tossed the herb he held into the system space. In light of this, he expressed his gratitude to the elder. Not at all, today is on me. As the elder spoke, he was about to continue when a powerful, resonant voice erupted in his mind. What are you all dawdling about? Quickly bring the Son of God before us. The two old fellows, Ku Jin and Xian Kuei, can hardly wait, haha. Instantly, both the heavenly sword master and the red-faced elder's expressions shifted slightly, their demeanor tinged with respect. The owner of this voice was none other than one of the supreme elders of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, a transcendent being of the quasi-emperor level. Please wait. The three supreme elders. I will lead the way with Xiao Yun immediately. The heavenly sword master bowed slightly to the void, then took a deep breath. Turning to Xiao Yun, follow me. The supreme elders are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Additionally, Elder Zhang, there is a true disciple I found on this journey aboard my spirit vessel. Please take her to the sanctuary for arrangements. With that, he raised his right hand, grasping the air. Crack! With the sound of shattering void, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming surge of power envelop him from all directions. Without a moment's notice, he was whisked away, vanishing from his original location. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself before a grand and ancient hall. The hall towered 1,000 feet high, its entirety shrouded in a deep, dark hue. On the plaque above the entrance, the word Sword Heart were inscribed in a flowing script. A faint divine radiance flickered around it, reminiscent of a celestial palace, ethereal and inscrutable. Boom! As if sensing their arrival, the colossal doors of the hall, weighing thousands of pounds, swung open with a resounding crash, unleashing gusts of fierce wind that swept outward. An ancient and enduring aura of swordsmanship enveloped Xiao Yun, sending a tremor through his very soul. Step inside with me. The three elders are already waiting for you within. The heavenly sword master smiled. Taking the lead into the hall, Xiao Yun followed closely behind. As he entered, he felt an indescribable sharpness, as if it were about to assail him entirely. Looking around, he saw nearly 10,000 long swords lined along the vast sides of the hall, each of exquisite quality, their blades gleaming and captivating. Moreover, the most striking feature was the three thrones suspended above the hall. The three thrones, adorned in dark golden hues, radiated an invisible sharpness that made Xiao Yun's skin prickle uncomfortably. Upon those thrones sat figures of great significance. The figure on the far left was a diminutive, shriveled elder, his skin resembling the bark of a withered tree. Clad in gray linen garments, he bore a slender sword that appeared to be forged from ordinary ironwood, resembling an utterly unremarkable old man. Yet, his eyes sparkled with a chilling light, deterring anyone from meeting his gaze. His name was Chu Yeku, the third supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, known as the Old Sword of Decay, a veritable quasi-emperor of the 6th level. He had created the decaying sword technique, and every strike he delivered would siphon a significant portion of his foe's lifespans. To his right, however, sat a being that sent a shiver down Xiao Yun's spine. For it was not human at all. It was a massive humanoid figure, entirely black, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen. Standing at approximately 6 meters tall, its head resembled that of a grotesque insect, countless razor-sharp teeth glinting coldly, thirsting for blood. What astonished Xiao Yun the most was that within his body seemed to be concealed countless blades, or rather, every corner of his form was constructed from densely packed, minuscule sword edges. It was as if he were a human weapon, meticulously crafted solely for the purpose of slaughter. The Heart Puppet Sword Emperor, the most formidable puppet swordsman of the Heavenly Sword's sacred ground, a prodigious being who flawlessly melded the art of puppetry with the path of the sword. Although merely at the 5th level of the quasi-emperor realm, he commanded 3,333 heart sword puppets, each capable of unleashing power surpassing that of a 3rd-level quasi-emperor. It was precisely because of the Heart Puppet Sword Emperor that the Heavenly Sword's sacred ground could maintain its foothold in the Eastern domain. Even the myriad phenomena divine Sect dared not provoke them lightly. After all, the current emperors could no longer intervene in the internal conflicts of the human race. And possessing a full 3,000 quasi-emperor combatants, the Heavenly Sword's sacred ground was undoubtedly a terrifying existence. Even the supreme beings of the eastern domain had to tread cautiously around them. At the center, upon the dark golden throne, sat a robust elder with disheveled white hair, exuding an air of nonchalance and freedom. Despite his face being etched with wrinkles and his beard turning gray, it did not obscure his imposing and valiant demeanor. Especially when he opened his eyes, Xiao Yun seemed to hear the resounding clang of swords amidst a sea of corpses and blood beneath the sword mountain. What a pair of eyes they were, cold and devoid of emotion, cruel and frigid. An inexhaustible intent to kill surged skyward, threatening to tear asunder the heavens and obliterate all existence. That was none other than the most powerful individual of the heavenly sword's sacred ground in this era, the sword demon Shang, a peak figure who, following the dusty ink sword emperor, had trampled an entire epoch. He was a veritable madman and demon among swords. He once ventured alone into the sacred land of demons, and within merely 3 days, rivers of blood flowed as he slaughtered millions of demon cultivators. His temperament was eccentric, unafraid of anything in this world, daring even to confront an emperor. His life of slaughter was utterly terrifying. Thus, he earned the appellation of Sword Demon, becoming the source of nightmares for countless demon cultivators. Disciple Xiao Yun, having met the 3 esteemed elders, felt a tumult within yet maintained an expression of calm. Upon seeing the 3 in the span of a moment, he promptly bowed and greeted them respectfully. Who would have thought, in this era, that there truly existed someone capable of subduing the 9 heavens, Xiao Yun? You are quite remarkable. The sword demon spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, revealing a hint of profound admiration. Ha, indeed a fine junior. The withered sword elder spoke slowly, his voice raspy like the grating of metal. The heart puppet sword emperor's eyes flickered with crimson light, yet he merely nodded, offering no further comment. No regrets, you may withdraw. I wish to witness the unique qualities of this prodigy, who has compelled the 9 heavens to submit. Subsequently, the sword demon smiled, his pale golden pupils turning towards the heavenly sword master. I shall comply with the commands of the 3 esteemed elders. Upon hearing this, the heavenly sword master bowed in acknowledgement and began to retreat slowly towards the hall's exit. However, just as he was about to turn away, he cast a glance filled with a tinge of pity towards Xiao Yun, causing the latter's heart to tremble involuntarily. What does the esteemed elder wish from me? A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Xiao Yun as he gazed at the sword demon, who was drifting down from the throne. My name is Shang. You may call me the sword demon. Young one, I have taken a liking to you. If you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick, you may take me as your master. And if you cannot endure, Xiao Yun's heart quaked, forcing a smile onto his face that was more grotesque than tears. To battle a quasi-emperor at the spirit transformation realm, you are not even granting me a chance to use a cheat. Chapter 61. The sword demon is wounded. 2 quasi-emperor grade spiritual artifacts. Cannot endure? Then I shall forcibly take you as my disciple. Haha. The sword demon laughed heartily. At the same time, an ancient long sword, rusted and weathered, materialized in his hand. Rest assured, I shall not make it overly difficult for you. The duration of a single incense stick begins now. Boom. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the sword demon transformed into a flickering wisp of ethereal light, shooting forth with a speed so swift that Xiao Yun could scarcely perceive any trace. He could only barely catch a glimpse of a fleeting afterimage. Gravitational forces amplified 1,000-fold. Concurrently, the heart puppet sword emperor, seated upon the throne, spoke with an indifferent tone, slowly extending his right hand, sharp as a blade. In that instant, every fiber of flesh and every drop of blood within Xiao Yun felt a weight 1,000 times heavier. He could not help but let out a muffled groan. Whoosh. The afterimage was illusory, and at that moment, a sword edge abruptly materialized. The blade shimmered with a chilling radiance. Within the menacing edge lay an indescribable, terrifying might. Almost as the sword edge was about to strike down, Xiao Yun's muscles tensed violently, and his bones cracked as he swiftly maneuvered the 9 heavens to the side. Clang! The sharp sound of sword strikes erupted. Then bang, bang, bang. Under the immense gravity, the figures of Xiao Yun and the sword demon collided violently, the sounds of their blades clashing ringing incessantly. In every fleeting moment, they swung their swords hundreds of thousands of times, and Xiao Yun's strength, reaching an astonishing 400 billion pounds, was infused into each strike, causing the very space around them to groan and teeter on the brink of collapse. Gravity doubled 10,000-fold. At that moment, the heart puppet sword emperor, however, surged the gravity up another 10-fold. Caught off guard by the terrifying oppressive force, Xiao Yun could not help but spurt a mouthful of blood, giving the sword demon yet another opportunity. One sword, struck down, 9 heavens shall sever it. In an instant, Xiao Yun roared vehemently. His mind stirred, and the 9 heavens erupted with a thunderous roar, surging forth with boundless sharpness and the sound of thunder, boldly confronting the attack. Buzz! The sword's song trembled, akin to divine music. Boom! In a flash of lightning, the nine heavens collided fiercely with the sword demon's rusted sword. The next moment, boom! That rusted sword was unexpectedly cleaved in an instant, and the nine heavens, with unyielding momentum, crashed down upon the sword demon's chest. Uft! The sword demon was sent staggering back several steps, his garment shredding at the chest, revealing a ghastly wound, blood gushing forth. The sword demon, old man. This. In the blink of an eye, both the withered sword elder and the heart puppet sword emperor atop the throne stood abruptly. Their eyes reflected an overwhelming sense of disbelief and shock. The quasi-emperor at the 9th level, the sword demon, was actually wounded by a junior at the spirit transformation realm? Esteemed elder, are you alright? Upon witnessing the blood on the sword demon's chest, Xiao Yun too felt a flicker of astonishment within. Even though he had known beforehand the nine heavens possessed the power to cleave through all, to now truly injure a quasi-emperor was still an immense surprise. After all, that was an unparalleled powerhouse of the quasi-emperor realm, a terrifying existence far mightier than the heavenly sword master. Yet now, he had been wounded by none other than himself. The power of the nine heavens was simply too fearsome. Such a strike, if it landed upon an ordinary saint, would likely result in instant death. What a sharp sword! At this moment, the sword demon gazed somewhat dazedly at the wound on his chest, a deep-rooted astonishment flickering within his eyes. The might of the nine heavens in their offensive prowess far exceeded his prior estimations, rivaling even that of high-tier imperial weapons. No wonder his ancestors could rely on this sword to nearly slay that foreign emperor. Haha! In an instant, the sword demon, far from being enraged, broke into a smile, once again directing his gaze upon Xiao Yun. Indeed, you are truly a genius recognized by the nine heavens. To have injured this old man is commendable. You have triumphed. I acknowledge you as the son of the heavenly sword's sacred land, and my 7th direct disciple. Subsequently, regardless of Xiao Yun's willingness, the sword demon proclaimed his status as a direct disciple in a booming voice. Xiao Yun felt a twinge of helplessness but did not refuse. After all, who would turn down the backing of 3 quasi-emperors? Moreover, as the son of the heavenly sword's sacred land, a hasty rejection could raise suspicions among the 3 esteemed elders. Disciple Xiao Yun pays his respects to master. With this thought, Xiao Yun respectfully bowed to the sword demon. Haha, splendid. I have observed that you also cultivate the intents of the blade and spear. Therefore, let these void-slashing blade and soul annihilation spear serve as my gift to you for your apprenticeship. Upon hearing this, the sword demon erupted in laughter. And with a flick of his wrist, he produced 2 weapons as gifts for Xiao Yun. The first was a blade that seemed almost ethereal, with spatial ripples subtly flowing, exuding endless sharpness and profundity. The second was a long spear, entirely pitch black, its surface inscribed with glowing runes, radiating a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. Xiao Yun could vaguely feel a slight sting in his soul. Disciple is grateful to master. Xiao Yun's heart surged with joy, aside from the nine heavens. He currently had no suitable blade or spear at his disposal. Receiving these gifts from the sword demon spared him considerable trouble. These 2 weapons are both quasi-emperor grade spiritual artifacts, obtained by my master 2 millennia ago after slaying 2 petty thieves. It is only fitting for you to wield them now. As for the techniques and martial skills, feel free to select whatever you desire from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. If fortune smiles upon you, you may even acquire an imperial technique. Cultivate diligently. I hope you can claim the top position in the Tanyan Grand Competition. The sword demon stepped closer to Xiao Yun, patting his shoulder as he spoke. Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint. Xiao Yun nodded earnestly. Currently, he could slay ordinary saints with his full power. Confronting those geniuses in the Tanyan Grand Competition would be akin to a wolf among sheep, effortlessly overwhelming the crowd. The sword demon nodded slightly, then waved his right hand. Buzz. In the next moment, Xiao Yun found himself once again outside the Sword Heart Palace. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Quasi-Emperor Grade Spiritual Weapon Void Slashing Blade, with the option to select a 10,000-fold return on quantity and quality. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Quasi-Emperor Grade Spiritual Weapon Soul Annihilation Spear, with the option to select a 10,000-fold return on quantity and quality. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated at that moment. Chapter 62. 2 Great Artifacts. The Treatment of the Sun. 10,000-fold quality. Without a moment's hesitation, the brilliance in Xiao Yun's eyes surged as he promptly chose the 10,000-fold quality enhancement for the 2 Quasi-Emperor Grade Spiritual Artifacts. A 10,000-fold enhancement of Quasi-Emperor Grade Artifacts. This undoubtedly surpassed all Imperial weapons, truly reaching the realm of divine artifacts. To wield them now would grant him power that rivaled that of the nine heavens. Buzz. In an instant, the two weapons seemed to be placed into the system's space. In reality, they were enveloped by an unknown, formless force, rapidly and brutally increasing in quality and power. Boom. Howl. Within the system space, the moment the two quasi-emperor weapons ascended, an endless storm erupted. And Xiao Yun could faintly hear a cry of despair from Little Black. Buzz. After a long while, the storm subsided, and everything in the space returned to tranquility. At this moment, the original two quasi-emperor weapons underwent tremendous transformation. The void-slashing blade had become dark and profound, with what appeared to be a black hole-like vortex swirling on its surface, devouring the surrounding space and the power of heaven and earth. Merely gazing upon it sent chills down one's spine, provoking an inexplicable sense of dread. As for the soul annihilation spear, its shaft appeared to be entwined by a black dragon, the terrifying aura of dominance spreading like a tide, suffused with destructive, ultimate power. Ding! The 10,000-fold quality return has concluded. The quasi-emperor grade spiritual weapon void-slashing blade has ascended to a lower-tier peak divine artifact, allowing the wielder to merge with the void or draw upon the void's powers to enhance themselves, possessing the abilities to tear, shatter, penetrate, and annihilate. Compared to before, its complete peak power has increased approximately 3.25 million times. The quasi-emperor grade spiritual weapon soul annihilation spear has ascended to a lower-tier, high divine artifact, granting the wielder the ability to create a soul annihilation domain that can cover a range from 100 miles to millions of miles. Any enemy that enters the soul annihilation domain will have their soul power reduced by 3099, while the wielder gains the soul annihilation trait, allowing them to ignore 405,000 points of soul defense. Compared to before, its complete peak power has increased approximately 3 million times. Holy moly! After perusing the entire system description, Xiao Yun couldn't help but exclaim, his mind shaken to an inconceivable degree. Invincible. With the enhancement of these two divine artifacts, he felt as if he were defying the heavens. Void powers. Soul annihilation domain. The might of these divine artifacts was utterly outrageous. Moreover, the system, which merely stated a 10,000-fold return on quality, had indeed elevated both weapons' peak powers by over 30,000 times, a testament to its integrity that left Xiao Yun in awe. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Yun finally calmed his turbulent emotions, a gleam of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He could no longer suppress the urge to find a place to test the power of these two divine artifacts, particularly that so-called void power. Tearing, shattering, penetrating, annihilating. Just the thought of it was enough to ignite a fervor within him, yearning to try it out immediately. Your Highness the Sun. At that moment, a voice interrupted Xiao Yun's thoughts. Turning to look, he saw a middle-aged man clad in a crimson and white robe, with thick brows, large eyes, and a shining bald head, gazing at Xiao Yun with a warm smile. Senior, you are. Xiao Yun was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this sudden appearance. I am Nan, one of your protectors. The Holy Lord instructed me that if you were to appear outside the Sword Heart Palace, I would escort you to the Sun's residence. The bald middle-aged man smiled as he explained to Xiao Yun. Protector? Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened. This must be a powerful individual assigned to serve as his guardian, as the Heavenly Sword's sacred land would certainly not want any untoward incidents to befall him as their son. It was only natural to arrange for a few protectors. Acknowledging this, Xiao Yun did not refuse. He immediately followed the bald man as they soared away from the Sword Heart Palace. Along the way, countless towering peaks loomed and palace buildings stood in clusters, magnificent and grand, resembling a celestial paradise. Your Highness, our Heavenly Sword's sacred land boasts 36,000 peaks. The vast majority of peaks belong to the elders of the sacred lands, while the main summits accessible to ordinary disciples number merely over 3,000. The most esteemed true disciples are represented by the 108 peaks, and as for you, the divine child, you alone possess the Tianxian peak, an elevation that places your status on par with many elders of the sacred lands, second only to the sacred master and the supreme elder. Observing the astonishment in Xiao Yun's eyes, and Shan Nen aptly began to elucidate. Tianxian peak, he stated. Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotions surged within Xiao Yun. He had not anticipated that upon merely entering the sacred land, he would be granted stewardship over an independent peak. This struck him as quite marvelous. However, having only subdued the 9 heavens, he had effortlessly ascended to the role of the divine child. It was likely that the true disciples would harbor a sense of discontent, and he might soon face some troubles. Before long, and Shan Nan's speed abruptly diminished, gradually coming to a halt. Your Highness, we have arrived. Xiao Yun raised his eyes to behold an infinitely majestic and towering mountain, resembling a colossal pillar that reached into the clouds, and he could not suppress his astonishment. Is this Tianxian Peak? At the summit, it appeared as though a radiant sun hung suspended, blazing like fire and dazzlingly brilliant. Surrounding the mountain were countless arrays of runes that flickered incessantly, akin to a multitude of stars scattered across the firmament. Indeed, this is Tianxian Peak, and Shan affirmed, his gaze shimmering with reverence. Tianxian Peak is one of the 3 principal summits of our sacred land, symbolizing the utmost status of every divine child. Only the divine child may become the master of this peak. Your Highness, you are now the master of Tianxian Peak. Presently, within Tianxian Peak, there are 100,000 royal-level guardians, 3,000 sage-level commanders, 30 great sage-level offerings, and 6 saint kings as protectors, all awaiting your esteemed arrival. Furthermore, there are 1,000 maidens within Tianxian Peak dedicated solely to serving you, each possessing unparalleled beauty and exquisite grace. And Shan continued to elaborate tirelessly on every aspect of Tianxian Peak, eager to ensure Xiao Yun fully comprehended the nobility of his newfound identity and the significance of this peak. Yet, after listening, Xiao Yun found himself rather bewildered. Are you saying this Tianxian Peak is merely my residence? He gazed at Shan Nan, who seemed to be almost overflowing with words, his lips twitching slightly. Although he realized that Tianxian Peak was likely extraordinary, he had never imagined it would be extraordinary to such an extent. 6 Saint Kings, over 3,000 sage-level powerhouses, all solely to protect him. Was this not excessively extravagant? Even a ruler of a great empire would not be entitled to such treatment. Chapter 63. The 6 Saint Kings Protectors and the Trial Chamber. Your Highness, please recognize your current status. You are now the most vital disciple of our Heavenly Sword sacred land. Without exception, you embody the future of the entire Heavenly Sword sacred land. Should you falter in the slightest, all of us at Tianxian Peak would have no choice but to pay with our lives. Upon hearing this, and Shan Nan's tone grew exceedingly grave, his words heavy with significance. From the moment you became the divine child, the lives of over 100,000 individuals at Tianxian Peak have been entrusted solely to you. But this, Xiao Yun was at a loss for words. Your Highness, do not hesitate. Please follow me into the peak, and Shan Nan urged, noticing Xiao Yun's hesitance. All right, I understand. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, Xiao Yun eventually nodded and followed Shan Nan into Tianxian Peak. As he stepped into Tianxian Peak, the shock in his heart became utterly uncontainable. Gazing around, he beheld towering celestial spirit trees, their leaves of verdant jade, exuding vibrant life. Vast expanses of spiritual fields flourished with countless heavenly materials and treasures, each of the highest quality and boundless worth. The spiritual energy within the mountain was 100 times denser than that of the outside world. It was nothing short of a paradise. Xiao Yun surveyed the breathtaking scenery within the mountain, his pupils constricting as he couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder this is the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. It truly possesses immense wealth. I dare say the value of just this Tianxian Peak could purchase an entire upper-tier empire. And most importantly, all of this now belonged entirely to him. Welcome, Your Highness, to the peak. Instantly, a chorus of respectful exclamations arose. Following the sound, Xiao Yun quickly noticed hundreds of exquisitely beautiful maidens standing with bowed heads along either side of the grand avenue, each one adorned in flowing garments. They exuded grace and elegance, resembling celestial beings emerging from a painting. They all bowed simultaneously, their expressions humble, yet their bright eyes brimmed with fervent anticipation and reverence. Clearly, this was the retinue of maidens that Shan Nan had mentioned. Haha, divine child, we have awaited you for quite some time. At the forefront of the maidens stood 5 individuals of varying statures. The leader, a robust man clad in black armor, wielded a dark spear. His eyes glimmered with golden light, and his aura was wild and fierce, reminiscent of an ancient dragon, instilling a formidable presence. Beside him, 4 others exuded equally potent energies, their saintly might palpable. These were none other than Xiao Yun's other 5 protectors. We pay our respects to the divine child. In the next moment, all 4 bowed in unison, their attitudes exceedingly respectful. Esteemed seniors, no need for such formalities. Xiao Yun quickly waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Your Highness, including myself, these 6 individuals are your protectors. We are all at the 6th level of Saint King cultivation, and until your own cultivation reaches the Saint realm, we shall bear the responsibility of guarding you. And Shan Nan introduced, gesturing towards the 5. Divine child, my name is Sun Hai, and I am this burly man's brother. You may simply call me Sun Hai, he declared with a hearty laugh, his demeanor jovial. I am Jiang Wei Chun. Should you require anything, merely give the command. Spoke another gentleman, a refined elder in scholarly attire, his expression gentle. I, Wang Yu, am but an old servant, sworn to follow the divine child for life. A humble, diminutive elder in gray robes bowed respectfully. I am Lu Yi. Should the divine child have any requests, do not hesitate to seek me out, chimed in a charming beauty clad in purple, her eyes sparkling with allure. And I am Chen Lin, said the final individual. A simpleton with an honest demeanor, scratching his head. If you wish to crush anyone, just let me know, and I'll take care of it. Cough, cough. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed seniors. You need not address me as your highness. Simply call me Xiao Yun, he replied after clearing his throat, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The 6 Saint Kings were all his protectors. This notion left Xiao Yun feeling as though he were in a dream. Your highness, your status is esteemed. How could we dare address you by name? Yet, in response to Xiao Yun's words, the 6 promptly declined. Addressing you by name? That would be a desecration of the divine child's identity. Since you all insist, I shall not press the matter. Seeing their resolute stance, Xiao Yun could only manage a bittersweet smile. He has now come to a profound understanding that the title of Son of God signifies a status and meaning that transcends the realm of ordinary imagination. Your Highness, this way please. Subsequently, Shannon guided Xiao Yun deeper into the Tianxian peak. Soon, they arrived at an awe-inspiring and magnificent palace, lavishly adorned. This sanctuary was a convergence of numerous spiritual veins, resulting in a density of spiritual energy that was simply astonishing. It seemed to flow like a tangible liquid, saturating the entire palace. Such incredible spiritual energy. Xiao Yun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Your Highness, this is the Tianxian Palace. The palace itself is akin to a spirit artifact approaching the status of an imperial weapon. The Grand Elder has forcibly connected 10 superior spiritual veins to the Tianxian Palace, elevating the spiritual energy density here to an astonishing level, far exceeding that of the outside world by thousands of times. And Shannon explained, his expression tinged with pride. This Tianxian Palace represents the greatest foundation of Tianxian Peak. To cultivate here for just 1 day is equivalent to 100 days in the outside world. Moreover, it is equipped with numerous cultivation tools that all prodigies of the sacred lands yearn for. Very well, we shall not delay your highness's seclusion any longer. Should there be any matters, please instruct the maidens within the Tianxian Palace to convey your messages. We shall take our leave now. With that, and Shannon and his companions did not linger, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Although they were fiercely loyal, they ultimately remained mere subordinates, and dared not interrupt their master's retreat. Upon witnessing the 6 guardians leave, Xiao Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Even now, he still felt a sense of unreality. This place is indeed suited for cultivation. He began to subtly sense the density of spiritual energy in the Tianxian Palace, nodding in satisfaction. What is this? Venturing deeper into the palace, he discovered an ancient stone chamber spanning 1,000-zhang, causing him to pause in astonishment. Your Highness, this is the trial chamber, which harbors a realm of illusion. You may freely set the intensity of your enemies, as well as the gravity and spatial quality, to achieve a near-real combat experience. At this moment, a charming young maiden in a green dress hurried forward to explain to Xiao Yun. I see. Realization dawned upon Xiao Yun, and his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. What a treasure! I have been troubled about how to test the power of the 2 divine artifacts. Now, with this trial chamber, it is most fitting. With a thunderous boom, Xiao Yun pushed open the grand door of the ancient stone chamber and stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, darkness enveloped him, as if he had plunged into an eternal night. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming brilliance erupted, illuminating all directions. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yun found himself standing upon an expansive, boundless plain, his vision opening up magnificently. Chapter 64, The Tianzhong Training Ground, Blood Sea Demon Saint. Buzz. In the following moment, accompanied by a clear tremor, a wealth of information regarding the trial chamber surged into Xiao Yun's mind. This so-called trial chamber was truly named the Tianzhong Training Ground. It was obtained by his master, the Sword Ghost, from an ancient secret realm. According to the recorded information, it once belonged to an extraterrestrial race known as the Tianzhong Divine Clan. What left Xiao Yun astounded was that this Tianzhong Training Ground was merely a foundational facility used for the trials of the young members of the Tianzhong Divine Clan. From the severely fragmented records, it could be inferred that the youth of the Tianzhong Divine Clan possessed strength comparable to ordinary saints or even quasi-emperors, while their adult forms wielded terrifying power, rivaling that of emperors and beyond. The disparity between them and ordinary individuals was unfathomably vast. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect of the Tianzhong Training Ground was its capacity to nearly perfectly simulate all recorded powerful beings, or even replicate oneself for a duel. Additionally, as the maid had mentioned, prior to battle, one could freely adjust the gravity and spatial quality multipliers. Notably, the combat damage within the Tianzhong Training Ground was rendered perfectly realistic. even if one were to be beheaded and perish. They would instantly be restored at the conclusion of the battle, incurring no real threat to their life. However, the sensation of experiencing death was indistinguishable from reality, devoid of any discernible difference. According to the recorded information, a former son of God from the heavenly sword sacred land had fallen into despair after misjudging his own strength and was tortured to the brink of a shattered heart by a former formidable figure of the demonic path, ultimately becoming a cripple. This was a perfect simulation of life and death trials, designed to hone combat skills and mental fortitude. Thus, even though the opponents were illusory, one should never underestimate them. Should they seize the opportunity, even if one's physical body did not perish, the consequences of a shattered heart would be no less than facing the calamity of death. The notion that even emperor-level powerhouses could be effortlessly simulated? At this moment, a virtual light screen materialized before Xiao Yun. Countless figures of formidable beings flickered within it, ranging from emperors to ordinary respected ones, all capable of being perfectly simulated for combat. With my current strength, augmented by the 9 heavens and the 2 divine artifacts, I should be able to contend with ordinary initial stage saints. Xiao Yun's gaze flickered, swiftly locking onto a foreboding figure clad in a black-red demonic robe. The Blood Sea Demon Saint, a 4th-tier saint. 30,000 years ago, the patriarch of the Blood Sea Demon Sect was annihilated by a single strike from the Sword Ghost. And thus, the Blood Sea Demon Saint was recorded in the Tianzhong training ground for the benefit of countless future generations to use in combat trials. Beside the illusory figure, some small text appeared, revealing the true identity of this demonic figure. Although he was merely a minor character, having been vanquished by the Sword Ghost, he remained a force to be reckoned with in Xiao Yun's eyes. A 4th-tier saint, he was undoubtedly among the ranks of seasoned saints. Moreover, this individual had once served as the patriarch of a demonic sect, wielding ruthless and vicious tactics, far surpassing other warriors of the same tier. If I were to employ the Void Slashing Blade, I should be able to defeat the Blood Sea Demon Saint. Commencing simulation. However, Xiao Yun felt no trace of fear. His gaze flashed as he directly chose to engage in battle. He was eager to discover the true limits of his current strength. With a rush, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, akin to a tidal wave crashing against the heavens above the plain. A sinister, low chuckle echoed through the air, reminiscent of malevolent spirits howling, sending chills down one's spine. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying blood moon descended abruptly. Scarlet light enveloped the entire plain, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The figure of the Blood Sea Demon Saint gradually coalesced under the ominous glow of the blood moon. Clad in a crimson-black, demonic robe, his blood-red eyes radiated a profound thirst for slaughter, as if he were a vast ocean of blood surging violently. Merely a glance from him sent shivers down one's spine, rendering disbelief. Despite being a former patriarch of a demonic sect, the Blood Sea Demon Saint appeared youthful, his handsome yet sinister visage adorned with a faint, eerie smile. This only served to amplify the enchanting and malevolent aura he exuded, as if he were a peerless demon king returned from the netherworld. Young one, how dare you choose me as your opponent? Haha, splendid. I shall not allow your demise to come so easily. You will endure the most excruciating torments this world has to offer, trapped in a state where life eludes you and death is unattainable. Rest assured, I shall prepare an abundance of amusements for you, and I hope you can endure a while longer. Ha ha ha. The Blood Sea Demon Saint's visage twisted in a crimson hue, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement, as though he had stumbled upon a most intriguing prey. A fledgling at the spirit transformation stage? Truly, a delectable morsel. Oh, the authenticity of this simulation is astonishingly high. Not only is the strength replicated, but the tone and manner of thought of the simulated subject are also entirely consistent. Were it not for the overwhelming evidence before my eyes, who would believe you to be naught but an ephemeral data construct? Upon witnessing the emergence of the Blood Sea Demon Saint, a cold smirk crept upon Xiao Yun's lips. Data? Arrogant wretch, even if I am not corporeal, you shall pay dearly for your insolence. Hearing Xiao Yun's words, the Blood Sea Demon Saint erupted in furious rage. Veins bulged ominously across his countenance as his right palm descended with tremendous force. Boom. Instantly, the surging blood sea roared to life, morphing into countless grotesque phantoms, all howling in unison. In a flash, they surged forth toward Xiao Yun. Are you unwilling to acknowledge your existence as mere data? If so, let us commence. Xiao Yun smiled indifferently, his right hand gripping the void slashing blade with conviction. In that moment, he felt as if he were a deity ruling over the void. Tear apart. With a mere thought, the first characteristic of the void authority erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The fabric of space itself seemed to be forcibly drawn, with endless void spikes sprouting forth, causing the very heavens to shatter. Boom. The demonic aura surrounding the Blood Sea Demon Saint dissipated entirely, as the tumultuous blood sea was rent asunder, scattering like a rain of crimson light. An imperial weapon. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the blood sea demon saint's mouth fell agape, his expression a mix of astonishment and greed. An imperial weapon. Only such legendary treasures could wield such terrifying power. I never expected this brat to possess an imperial weapon of his own. If only I had not perished. In an instant, he seemed to grasp the gravity of his situation. The blood sea demon saint's eyes glimmered with furious greed as they fixated on the void-slashing blade, hinting at a hint of madness. If only I had possessed an imperial weapon back in my day. Even that sword demon would have been unable to keep me in his grasp. I loathe it. Boom. The blood sea demon saint's oppressive aura surged to unprecedented heights, threatening to upend the very fabric of reality itself, imposing an overwhelming terror. To possess an imperial weapon. Could it be that you are the disciple of the sword demon? His hair fell wildly, his eyes blood red, his voice rasping dreadfully. Like a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, it brimmed with boundless malice. The sword demon, that ancient fiend, who obliterated my 3,000 years of accumulation with a single strike, even suppressing a fragment of my true soul, transforming me into this abominable form. My enmity towards the sword demon is insatiable and unforgettable. Oh, do you know my master? At those words, Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with subtle mockery. Master? Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are a disciple of the sword demon. Today, I shall strip your skin inch by inch, then slowly devour your flesh and blood, forcing you to endure the torment of 1,000 soul devourings until you perish. Even if you do not truly die, the agony you suffer will be etched deep within your soul, never to be forgotten. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's admission, the blood sea demon saint erupted into a frenzied laughter. Every drop of blood within him, every sinew and bone, seemed to pulsate with boundless resentment and fury. That violent emotion intensified with his wild howls. Let the world of blood descend. In the next instant, the blood sea demon saint vanished completely, leaving behind a soul-shattering roar. Boom. In that moment, the entire realm quaked. Waves of violent energy rippled through the void, akin to a cataclysmic landslide engulfing the earth. Soon, the world transformed into a sea of crimson. The skies darkened by an onslaught of torrential blood, obscuring the sun and drowning the mountains. Within that vast expanse of blood, countless corpses floated. And unending malevolent spirits wailed in despair. The blood sea churned, the anguished souls cried out, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. It felt as though one had plunged into a nightmarish purgatory, destined to endure an existence worse than death. Even Xiao Yun's blood stirred restlessly within him, as if it sought to explode and merge with that terrifying sea of blood. This is a nearly complete embodiment of the law of blood. The power of a fourth-tier saint is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yun felt a chill course through him, his gaze growing gravely serious. He now sensed a genuine threat to his life from this blood-soaked realm. It was as if every drop of blood within him had come alive, yearning to escape his body, even threatening to cause it to rupture. This blood sea cannot be lingered in. I must conclude this swiftly, or face inevitable defeat. Annihilate. With that thought, Xiao Yun bellowed, wielding the void-slashing blade to cleave through 10,000 miles of blood sea. Yet, the blood sea realm was far more expansive than that. In the mere instant following his annihilation, an endless tide of blood surged forth once more, transforming into countless blood dragons that charged at him. Boom. Faced with this onslaught of blood dragons, Xiao Yun neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he met them head-on. A myriad of dragon flame fire lotus burst forth, illuminating the skies, and then, bang! Countless dragon flame fire lotuses erupted, releasing an endless cascade of resplendent flames, sweeping across the expanse. The shadows of the blood dragons crumbled and dissipated. But a colossal blood-colored giant, towering millions of feet high, materialized in an instant, delivering a thunderous punch. The impact sent Xiao Yun plummeting into the blood sea, sending waves crashing in all directions. The thunderous roars echoed as the entire illusory realm trembled, on the brink of collapse. Haha, arrogant little brat, do you truly believe you can transcend the chasm between saints and mortals? Even with an imperial weapon, you could never surpass me. The blood sea demon saint hovered above, laughing maniacally, his eyes gleaming with a savage glint. To him, Xiao Yun was naught but a foolish child, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. To challenge a fourth-tier saint, relying solely on an imperial weapon, was to court one's own demise. If all of this were indeed real, this young man would surely fall today, and his imperial weapon would become mine. Alas, how detestable, how infuriating. I, the blood sea demon saint, am nothing more than a pitiful specter, a mere data construct toyed with by countless powerful beings. Young one you. However, in the next moment, The Blood Sea Demon Saint was about to continue speaking when he suddenly froze. Unbeknownst to him, an overwhelming, blinding light had already consumed his entire gaze. A deafening hum reverberated throughout his mind, yet this was not a true sound, but rather a fleeting vibration triggered by the instantaneous deafness of his ears. Above the ethereal firmament, a dazzling golden radiance erupted. A colossal sun rose majestically. Divine brilliance enveloped the surroundings, akin to a resplendent, celestial might. What is this? In an instant, the Blood Sea Demon Saint stood frozen, incredulously staring at the brilliant sun before him. He vaguely perceived a magnificent golden dragon coiling in the void, each scale seemingly forged from divine metal, shimmering with radiant golden light. World incineration. Following this, the dragon's immense maw, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, opened and coldly uttered 2 words. This caused the Blood Sea Demon Saint's eyes to flicker with trepidation. At this moment, the sky darkened. All light was instantaneously consumed by the raging flames. Space and laws, it seemed, everything was obliterated in that instant. The Blood Sea Demon Saint attempted to raise his right hand to obstruct the endless horror unfolding before him. Yet, at this moment, did he even possess a right hand? What remained was merely a head, mostly incinerated, falling as if even his consciousness lingered in the initial shock. The Blood Sea Demon Saint was dead. Chapter 66. Frantic Simulation. The True Power of Xiao Yun. Detection of the simulated target's death. This simulation battle has concluded. In the next moment, as the Blood Sea Demon Saint completely dissipated, the entire world seemed to begin reversing time. In but a fleeting instant, it reverted to its pristine state, as if the previous battle had never transpired. Buzzing, the magnificent golden dragon gradually shrank, ultimately transforming back into a human form, standing upon the very same plane. In its dragon form, the world incineration was truly terrifying. With a single strike, it had instantly annihilated the Blood Sea Demon Saint. Xiao Yun silently marveled at the overwhelming power of world incineration. A 4th-rank saint stood no chance against it. In its dragon form, even without the aid of the 9 heavens and the 2 divine artifacts, his strength could likely rival that of a 6th or even 7th-rank saint. It was better to fight in human form. The true dragon body was one of my greatest secrets. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise not to reveal it lightly. Whispering to himself, Xiao Yun promptly chose to commence another simulated battle, aiming to initially master the 2 divine artifacts and refine his sword intent and spear intent to the 9th level. Haha, human race. This time, the simulation target was a formidable alien warrior, covered in scales, with 2 horns protruding from its head and a fearsome visage. The Siren Clan expert, the Azure Water Saint. A paragon among 2nd-rank saints, perfectly suited as Xiao Yun's trial object. Boom. This time, without a hint of preamble, Xiao Yun directly grasped the void-slashing blade and soared towards his opponent. Blade energy surged, shattering the void. The battle in this illusory realm commenced anew. 7 days later, before the Tianxian Hall, at the trial's secret chamber. Buzzing. Suddenly, the void was torn asunder. The sword demon stepped forth, holding a jade stone. A glint of joy illuminating his brow. Disciple, I have brought you good things. He called with a deep voice, yet it brimmed with barely contained delight. Soon, the secret chamber door slowly opened, and Xiao Yun stepped out. Upon seeing the latter, a trace of barely perceptible surprise flickered across the sword demon's face. Although outwardly, Xiao Yun's cultivation appeared largely unchanged, the sword demon could distinctly sense the terrifying amplification of his strength. You 9th level sword intent, 9th level spear intent. In an instant, the sword demon hurried forward, not waiting for Xiao Yun to speak. He blurted out, his face a canvas of astonishment. I've met the master, huh? It was merely a fortunate breakthrough. Xiao Yun grinned, humbly responding. Over the course of 7 full days, he had been completely immersed in the Tiancheng training grounds, undergoing 3,470 simulations. Among these, he achieved an astonishing 3,460 victories, with only 10 defeats. All 10 of the defeated simulated targets were, without exception, beings above 8th-rank saints. Through these 7 days of combat, Xiao Yun finally grasped the specifics of his current strength. In his normal human state, without the assistance of the 9 heavens and the 2 divine artifacts, his power was roughly equivalent to that of a half-step saint, still bearing some disparity compared to true saints. With the 2 divine artifacts, he could contend with an average 4th-rank saint, but not against peak 4th-rank powerhouses like the Blood Sea Demon Saint. Employing the 9 heavens in battle, he could barely match a 5th-rank saint. But if the opponent underestimated him, even a peak saint could be slain. This was due to the concept of that 1% of the cutting intent. Once in contact with the 9 heavens sword edge, not even saints, let alone quasi-emperors or emperors, could escape severe injury. The unhealed wound on his master's chest stood as the best testament to this. Lastly, in his dragon form, World Incineration Strike could instantly slay those below 7th rank. Even 8th rank saints, caught off guard, would suffer near-fatal injuries. Even relying solely on his physical prowess and the power of dragon flames, he could directly contend with 3rd rank saints, a level of might bordering on the incredible. And all of this was merely the limit of Xiao Yun's power at the current stage of his spirit transformation realm. If he were to break through to the Divine Palace realm in the future and successfully condense a Divine Palace equivalent to 10,000 times the limit of an ordinary person, how terrifying would that be? At that time, beneath the Great Sage, there would likely be no rivals left. But master your wound? In the next moment, Xiao Yun glanced at the sword demon's still unhealed injury, frowning with concern. It's nothing. The sword demon replied nonchalantly, a carefree smile on his lips. Moreover, the scar left by the ancestral sword cannot be fully healed by anyone. 1,000,000 years ago, the Ink Sword Emperor severely wounded the undying Phantom Emperor using the 9 heavens, and now, 1,000,000 years later, that undying Phantom Emperor still bears the remnants of that injury. Fortunately, my disciple's cultivation is still not high. Otherwise, even as a 9th-level quasi-emperor, he would have suffered severe consequences under that sword strike a few days ago. Though this wound cannot heal, it is merely a minor injury and does not affect his combat capabilities. Yet soon, the sword demon's eyes brightened slightly as he looked at Xiao Yun with evident pride. At less than 60 years of age, you have achieved the 9th level in all 3 major intents. Disciple, do you know what this signifies? Xiao Yun responded with a hint of confusion. The sword demon's gaze burned with intensity. Your aptitude and comprehension have utterly surpassed my expectations. I even now suspect that you might be the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao of this Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, how could you be so monstrous? As he spoke, he bitterly smiled. In comparison to my humble talents from years past, you are akin to a firefly against the resplendent moon, utterly negligible. Alas, this era belongs to you, vibrant youth. The sword demon shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. At your age, Xiao Yun, I could barely reach the 8th level of sword intent. My cultivation may have surpassed yours significantly, yet in terms of true strength, I remain woefully inferior. Your cultivation in the transformation realm allows your aura to rival that of royal sovereigns. With the 9 heavens, you could easily inflict injury upon my current self. You, Xiao Yun, are truly a prodigy of the highest order. Master, you flatter me. Upon hearing the sword demon's words, Xiao Yun merely smiled gently. Choosing not to elaborate further, his current prowess enabled him to effortlessly transcend 6 realms and engage in battles beyond his level. Perhaps, there is indeed a touch of the extraordinary about it. Chapter 67. The Legacy of the Underworld Emperor, the Corpse of a God. Seeing this, the sword demon shook his head and chose not to delve deeper. Instead, he placed a jade stone before Xiao Yun, his face alight with a smile. Disciple, do you know what is inscribed within this legacy jade? Master, this is... Xiao Yun blinked in surprise, instinctively glancing at the palm-sized, dark green jade stone in the sword demon's hand. Haha, this is truly a remarkable treasure. Its quality is exceedingly high, and it requires no comprehension of any laws. A few days ago, I sent you to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to seek martial arts techniques, but I forgot your true cultivation level. You would find most techniques in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion difficult to cultivate. Thus, I made a special visit to your ancestral master to procure this supreme technique for body refinement. The Underworld God's Prison Suppression Art. The sword demon proclaimed with pride. It is a legacy technique obtained by your ancestor from an ancient relic, belonging to the ancient supreme being, the Underworld Emperor. The Underworld Emperor is renowned as the pinnacle of body refiners across the Tianyuan continent for millions of years. Legend has it that even a celestial being from beyond the heavens fled in defeat before him. When the sword demon spoke of the Underworld Emperor, his tone was imbued with profound reverence. This was a true legend. 6 million years ago, he was the mightiest of his time, even surpassing the celestial ruler in terrifying strength. With pure power, he shattered all laws, pierced the endless void, and could directly shake the entire continent. Ultimately, he broke the shackles of the world and ascended to the status of a true god, traversing countless realms. The Underworld Emperor? Xiao Yun was deeply shaken, rendered speechless. How could such a supreme being's legacy technique appear so easily in the hands of his master? And who, pray tell, was his master's master? Haha, my foolish disciple, are you pondering how the legacy technique of the Underworld Emperor could possibly come into my possession? The sword demon seemed to perceive Xiao Yun's doubts and chuckled knowingly. The answer lies in 2 points. Firstly, your ancestral master is none other than the founder of the Divine Threshold Ancient Nation, one of the 9 pinnacle emperors of our human race, the Divine Threshold Emperor. the divine threshold emperor. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yun was struck dumb. He was one of the closest friends of the former master of the void, a being who allegedly reversed his fate through divine artifacts and has lived for a full 30 million years. He has far surpassed the typical lifespan of an emperor. It was staggering to realize that his seemingly unassuming master possessed such a formidable background. However, as Xiao Yun reflected on it, he found it only logical. The sword demon had once suppressed a generation of unparalleled talents. It was only natural for him to be taken as a disciple by the divine threshold emperor. Yet, before he could ponder further, the sword demon continued. Secondly, and most crucially, as far as I know, the underworld god's prison suppression art demands an exceedingly high level of physical strength. One must possess a minimum of 10,000 pounds of power to begin cultivation. As for those of us who are Saint Kings, quasi-emperors, or even emperors, the requirements are terrifyingly extreme. Just to reach the Saint King level, one must possess the strength of 100,000 dragons, equating to over 100 trillion pounds of force. The sword demon's expression turned grave, his tone laden with seriousness. At your current stage in the transformation realm, you must possess at least the strength of one dragon. Such demands are astonishingly harsh. Aside from the true dragon clan, it is nearly impossible for our human race to achieve. Thus, after tens of millions of years, no one has succeeded in obtaining the Underworld Emperor's legacy. Moreover, it seems that those who are aware of the stringent requirements of this legacy jade are not limited to a single piece. After placing the jade in Xiao Yun's hand, the sword demon smiled wryly, evidently having attempted to obtain the Underworld god's prison suppression art himself, but failing to meet the requirements. However, Xiao Yun, your physical strength must far exceed that of a single dragon, correct? The sword demon asked, his tone filled with anticipation. Although the conditions for cultivating the Underworld god's prison suppression art are exceedingly stringent, the power of this technique is equally astonishing. It is said that this art can condense the manifestation of the Underworld god, using 44 trillion dark stars as a diagram. Each star lit could yield unimaginable enhancements to one's strength. If all 40 trillion dark stars are illuminated, one would become the supreme underworld god, capable of suppressing endless abysses. Of course, all of this remains merely legend. After all, even the Underworld Emperor himself likely never illuminated all 40 trillion dark stars. The Underworld god's prison suppression art. Xiao Yun slowly picked up the legacy jade in his hand, just as he was about to channel a wisp of true essence to establish a connection. In the next moment, everything within his sight transformed instantaneously. He found himself in an expansive space of chaotic void. Here, it seemed he sensed something approaching. Xiao Yun could not help but slowly raise his head, and when he caught sight of a certain entity, his pupils constricted sharply. Before him stood an immense and magnificent figure, so grand that it defied description. It towered amidst the chaos, as if it stood at the very pinnacle of the universe. Akin to a colossal pillar supporting the heavens, it gazed down upon all living beings, the passage of time, and the primordial cosmos. It was none other than the underworld god. The size of this body was utterly colossal. It surpassed the limits of Xiao Yun's comprehension, as if a single step could obliterate countless light years and shatter the very fabric of the heavens. Before such a presence, Xiao Yun was but a speck of dust, utterly insignificant. Yet, this boundlessly magnificent figure was merely a lifeless entity. Indeed, Xiao Yun felt no trace of life emanating from it. What remained was an infinite void of silence and coldness, a corpse of a god, indestructible and eternal. Chapter 68. Beyond Imagination, the Supreme Underworld God. No, this cannot possibly be the legacy jade left by the Underworld Emperor. In an instant, countless thoughts surged through Xiao Yun's mind. Even the legendary founder of the ancient nation or the celestial ruler who commands the path of heaven could not possibly possess the same level of grandeur as the colossal deity before him. Not even a millionth, a billionth of that grandeur could compare. Wait, according to the words of my revered master, it seems that this legacy jade is not merely a singular entity. Could it be that millions of years ago, the emperor of the underworld stumbled upon this legacy jade by sheer fortuity, subsequently acquiring the supreme secret technique of the underworld god, the prison subduing art? The colossal deity before me appears to be the true master of these countless legacies. The underworld god. Boom. In the next moment, as if sensing Xiao Yun's gaze, the immense skeletal figure trembled slightly, emanating waves of terrifying pressure that left one breathless. In an instant, Xiao Yun felt the environment around him shift violently, and the scene before his eyes abruptly transformed. The bones of the underworld god dissolved into black mist, enveloping him in chaos, darkness, and void. The landscape before him could only be described by these three words, boundless and vast, as if he had plunged into the abyss of darkness. Another heir of a master? A hoarse voice suddenly reverberated in the dim space. Before Xiao Yun could react, he heard the howling of the wind. Immediately after, a somewhat peculiar figure emerged from the depths of the shadowy darkness. Its form was indistinct, rendering its true visage unclear. Only the six flickering, blood-red eyes stood out starkly in this shadowy world, like a god or perhaps a demon. In the instant their gazes met, Xiao Yun felt the hairs on his body stand on end, his heart racing furiously. What manner of eyes were those? Amidst the crimson haze, they carried an unsettling indifference and chill. It was as if a deity, seated high in the heavens, was judging all realms, regarding him with the disdain one might reserve for an ant. Endlessly majestic, endlessly indifferent, Junior Xiao Yun pays respects to this esteemed predecessor. Xiao Yun's heart raced as he fought to suppress his terror, hurriedly clasping his fists and bowing deeply. So powerful, an unimaginable strength. The figure with six eyes instilled in him an unprecedented sense of peril. Even that primordial dragon lord, who had once appeared in the dragon's soul space, paled in comparison. Esteemed predecessor? The figure stepped forward slowly, a peculiar smile gracing his lips upon hearing Xiao Yun's address. I am merely a judge, a lost soul wandering in the prison tower, bereft of a master. Neither human, nor god, nor demon, just an immortal puppet. Esteemed predecessor? The shadow's voice grew increasingly eerie, tinged with a mockery of itself. 80 million epochs have passed, yet only 7 million heirs have met the criteria set by the master. After such a passage of time, the most accomplished among them have barely reached the realm of God-Emperor, mere ants in the eyes of their former master. The shadow approached Xiao Yun, its 6 crimson vertical pupils nearly touching his cheek. Before you, the last heir of this realm left me utterly disappointed. It took him tens of millions of years to barely awaken 300 billion dark star powers, just to reach the God King realm. Yet, he was foolish enough to challenge a God-Emperor and was slain in a single blow. A mindless fool. Did he truly believe that possessing the master's legacy would allow him to traverse the heavens unchallenged? A deluded dreamer. The shadow raged, its emotions reaching a fever pitch. 7 million heirs, and not a single one has managed to illuminate the 40 trillion dark stars to become the master of the prison tower and inherit the master's legacy. Worthless. A pack of worthless beings. How much longer must my 9 judges wait to once again follow our master in judging the heavens? The shrill and deranged roar filled the entire legacy space. The shadow's emotional state seemed on the brink of collapse, its voice resonating through every inch of the void, sending shivers down Xiao Yun's spine. Yet more so, he felt puzzled by certain phrases in its words. 80 million epochs? Illuminating 40 trillion dark stars to become the master of the prison tower? Master? Could it be that underworld god? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, slowly piecing together the implications. The prison-subduing art may not be the true legacy of the underworld god, it could merely be a key. Only the one who truly illuminates those 40 trillion dark stars can obtain the genuine legacy of the underworld god. But what level of existence is the underworld god? Why does his legacy appear in the Tianyuan continent? As Xiao Yun pondered, a multitude of questions flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he raised his head boldly and inquired of the six-eyed shadow. Esteemed predecessor, since I too am one of the heirs, could you enlighten me about the underworld god? At his words, the shadow's 6 crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and its gaze toward Xiao Yun took on a more playful demeanor. Another little fellow from the mortal realm. What significance do such heirs hold, no matter how many come forth? My master, the underworld god? Yet even with such thoughts, the shadow began to explain slowly. He governs the path of reincarnation, suppressing the most malevolent gods across the myriad realms. The very name underworld is that of my master. He presides over the reincarnation of all beings and controls all causes and effects. He is the master of chaotic creation, above all gods in the worlds, beyond words, beyond speculation, beyond reach. The magnificence of my master is beyond your imagination. Countless epochs ago, he merely lifted the prison tower with one hand to suppress the master of the dark origins, sealing him eternally beneath the tower. With a mere finger, he annihilated countless demon gods, correcting the cycle of reincarnation. The six-eyed shadow spoke with fervor, as if in a state of reverence whenever mentioning its master, its very form trembling with emotion. With a single thought, he could annihilate infinite universes. With a mere gesture, he could shatter the river of time. The master of origins, the primordial taboo, are but food and playthings for my master. But even in such grandeur and strength, he ultimately could not escape the reckoning of chaotic will. He was forced into a slumber known as death. A deity who governs life and death cannot escape the shackles of mortality. How ironic, how tragic, the shadow murmured, as if lost in a trance. To this day, 80 million epochs have passed, and we have awaited the true heir of our master to appear. We hope he can break the chains of the myriad realms, reclaim my master's spirit from the grip of chaotic will, and allow him to return to the world." As it spoke, the shadow suddenly halted, as if recalling something, and abruptly raised its gaze to Xiao Yun. "Alas, your aptitude among the current 7 million heirs is only barely average. The possibility of breaking these chains is virtually non-existent." Buzz. The shadow's gaze dimmed. And then it flicked its finger, sending a beam of light into Xiao Yun's brow. In that instant, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically, his pupils filled with astonishment. For this was none other than the complete technique of the prison-subduing art. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the chaos-level technique prison-subduing art. Ding. Achieved a 10,000-fold increase, elevating the chaos-level technique prison-subduing art to an unknown tier. In the next moment, upon hearing the sudden and resounding voice of the system, he was utterly taken aback. A chaotic-level cultivation method? An unknown rank? Senior. Just as Xiao Yun was about to inquire further, he noticed the shadow gently shake his head. There is no need for further words. Simply remember this. You must diligently cultivate according to the techniques left by my master. Once the method reaches perfection, you shall be able to step into the Abyss Tower and acquire the true legacy of the underworld god. As for all other matters, they are not to be discussed. Boom. In an instant, the void shattered violently. When Xiao Yun opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the Tianxian Hall. Crack. The inheritance jade stone in his hand had also dimmed significantly, ultimately shattering into countless fragments with a crisp sound. Disciple, have you gained anything? Beside him, upon witnessing the destruction of the jade stone, the sword ghost seemed to realize something, his gaze ablaze with anticipation as he inquired. Master, I have obtained the legacy of the underworld emperor. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the shock within his heart. He nodded affirmatively at the sword ghost, but chose to conceal the legacy of the underworld god. After all, the inheritance from that supreme deity was indeed astonishingly extraordinary. If revealed, it would undoubtedly incite boundless turmoil. Haha, splendid. I believe you will surely succeed, as expected, with the underworld god's abyssal suppression technique. You will undoubtedly secure the top position in the upcoming Tianyuan Grand Competition in half a month. The sword ghost's eyes sparkled with endless brilliance upon hearing this. Haha. Although the Tianyuan Grand Competition gathers the finest talents of myriad races, they are vastly inferior to you, far from your league. Myriad races talents? Hearing the sword ghost's words, Xiao Yun could not help but inquire. He had initially believed that the Tianyuan Grand Competition was merely a contest among the talents of the human race, unaware that it also involved the myriad races of the continent. You are still unaware? The sword ghost's expression turned peculiar, and he slowly began to explain to Xiao Yun. This is the latest rule amended by the Lord of the Brahma Heavens. This time, due to the participation of many long-lived species, the age limit for our human race has been raised to 2 cycles of the heavens, double that of previous years. The dragon race, on the other hand, is limited to those under 3,000 years of age, although this seems significant for the dragon race. 3,000 years is merely the age of a juvenile dragon. Additionally, the sirens, demons, winged gods, and the vast majority of other races are all restricted to those under 1,000 years. Therefore, this Tianyuan Grand Competition will be extraordinarily intense, potentially becoming a battleground for many races to vent their grievances. The sword ghost elaborated, his gaze growing sharper. The human race is revered as the pinnacle among the myriad races of the Tianyuan continent. However, races such as the demons, sirens, and three-eyed clan do not share this sentiment. In certain corners of the continent, they even keep numerous humans as livestock for sustenance. Xiao Yun, remember this. If you encounter the talents of the demons or sirens, you must ensure they do not leave alive. Bang! In that instant, the sword ghost clenched his right fist, causing the void to erupt with a thunderous sound, even emitting arcs of lightning. One can only imagine the depth of his hatred and loathing for the demons and sirens. Understood. Xiao Yun nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The rise of the human race is destined to be accompanied by bloodshed. This Tianyuan Grand Competition, gathering the talents of myriad races, will undoubtedly result in a massive reshuffling, with corpses piled high and blood flowing like rivers. Very well, I shall not delay your cultivation any further. I hope you can swiftly master the underworld god's abyssal suppression technique to avoid any mishaps during the competition. The sword ghost smiled as he spoke, then waved his sleeve and turned to depart. Disciple bids farewell to master. Xiao Yun bowed respectfully as he saw him off. It was not until the sword ghost had disappeared for quite some time that he slowly straightened his posture. The underworld god's abyssal suppression technique? After a myriad-fold amplification, just how powerful will it become? A faint smile graced Xiao Yun's lips as he murmured softly before walking deeper into the Tianxian hall, entering a secluded chamber designated for closed-door cultivation. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human, ancient flame dragon, divine blood. Cultivation, 10th layer of spirit transformation, 90,000-fold quality true essence. 3 million-zhang spirit sea. Physical strength, 1 dragoness power, transformed into ancient flame dragon, achieving a 10-fold amplification, equating to 10 dragons' power. Soul cultivation, 4th layer of sovereign realm. Constitution, ancient flame dragon body, divine grade constitution, supreme ancestral bloodline. Cultivation method, underworld goddess abyssal suppression technique, unknown rank. Not yet initiated, dark stars lit. 0. Note. Unknown rank, transcending all recorded levels in history, a forbidden technique that should never exist. Soul technique, soul blade, divine grade lower tier, 18-fold amplification of soul power, reaching the level of sovereign S 7th layer. Martial skills, demon S grave, self-created by the host. No rank yet, spirit descent seal, holy grade upper tier, perfected, soul tier, holy grade middle tier, perfected. Talent divine ability, world incineration. Upon entering the secluded chamber, Xiao Yun first surveyed his current system panel. He then settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself in the underworld goddess abyssal suppression technique that resided within his sea of consciousness. After experiencing a myriad-fold amplification, this supreme technique appeared not to have undergone significant changes. Yet in the next moment, as Xiao Yun officially commenced his cultivation and gradually became enmeshed in the boundless profundities of the technique, successfully igniting the first dark star, a resounding boom echoed. Chapter 70. The Manifestation of Life and Death, the Eye of the Underworld God. Before him, a resplendent golden divine sun floated in the boundless void, radiating brilliance and infinite grandeur. Rumble. Following this, an overwhelming divine might descended, as if intent on suppressing the entire realm. What is happening? In an instant, countless powerful beings within the heavenly sword's sacred land soared into the air, gazes filled with astonishment as they beheld the suddenly appearing blazing golden divine sun. Their expressions awash with profound shock. A manifestation? No. Could the root of all this be? The sword ghost raised his head, and suddenly his pupils constricted as he gazed towards the distant Tianxian peak. Vaguely, he seemed to have surmised something. This was likely the celestial phenomenon triggered by Xiao Yun. What is that? In the next moment, accompanied by the startled exclamation of a powerful being, many in the heavenly sword's sacred land felt their hearts tremble. They beheld that, without anyone noticing, the entire realm had abruptly darkened. The brilliant divine sun appeared as if swallowed by a celestial hound, transforming into a vast and shadowy giant star, with only its crimson flames roaring at the edges. Then, whether it was the 3 high elders or the heavenly sword sovereign, upon discerning the truth, their minds fell into complete blankness. No, that was not merely a pitch-black divine sun, but an eye larger than the world itself. The so-called divine sun was merely the pupil at its center. Instantly, the crimson-black giant eye flickered, as if a colossal deity had opened its gaze. Boundless divine radiance illuminated the world, bathing the entire heavenly sword's sacred land in a dazzling golden hue. The essence of life and creation permeated every inch of the void, every span of earth. Rumble. I have broken through. However, the closest to the Tianxian hall, and Shan Nan, was suddenly shaken to his core. Under the illumination of the divine light brimming with boundless vitality, his cultivation soared directly, advancing to the 7th heaven of the sacred king realm. Your Highness, the divine sun. His heart raced, overwhelmed with disbelief, as he gazed towards the resplendent and towering Tianxian hall ahead. What manner of extraordinary phenomenon was this? How could it so effortlessly facilitate a sacred king's breakthrough? It must be noted that in Shan, Nen had been stagnating at the 6th heaven of the sacred king for a staggering 4,000 years. Yet now, he had effortlessly ascended to the 7th heaven. It was utterly inconceivable. Buzzing. Following this, as the divine sun transformed once more into a hue of darkness, the infinite divine light instantly retracted. Darkness enveloped the earth, dimming the entire realm to an extreme within mere moments. At this juncture, the aura emanating from the colossal eye was in stark contrast to before. Death, destruction, suppression, an overwhelming terror descended upon the world, sending chills down the spines of all present, leaving them icy with fear. Gulp. Almost instinctively, the crowd swallowed hard. Even the formidable sacred kings trembled in fear at this moment. The might was so terrifying, as if the lord of the underworld were surveying the mortal realm, poised to judge and suppress all existence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the first dark star, with returns multiplied by 10,000. 10,000-fold Return concluded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine body, Eye of the Underworld God, right? Meanwhile, within the secluded cultivation chamber, Xiao Yun remained entirely oblivious to the external turmoil. He was solely engrossed in practicing the Underworld God's suppression technique. And only upon hearing the system's voice did he slowly open his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within. The Eye of the Underworld God. However, before Xiao Yun could ponder further, a sudden and excruciating pain shot through his right eye, prompting an involuntary low growl and causing his entire body to tremble. His once crimson-golden eye now transformed entirely into a realm of darkness. Subtly, the golden and dark hues continuously alternated, enigmatic and unpredictable. Hiss! The intense agony caused Xiao Yun's cheeks to twitch, his teeth clenched, and sweat poured from his forehead. The sensation was akin to having his right eye seared on a bed of coals. The pain was unbearable. Xiao Yun struggled to withstand it, occasionally letting out low roars. Fortunately, the torment did not persist for long. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, his right eye seemed to completely merge with the Eye of the Underworld God, exhibiting an extraordinary dark golden radiance. Buzz! In an instant, an overwhelming aura of authority permeated the air. The intensity of this aura was such that it nearly solidified the space surrounding Xiao Yun. Moreover, through this newly awakened right eye, he could perceive the intricate laws woven throughout the void, truly seeing through the essence of this world. Even as he turned his head, his gaze pierced through countless walls, clearly observing the maidens moving about the hall. Not only the external, but even the internal aspects. In a heartbeat, Xiao Yun hurriedly retracted his gaze, shaking his head vigorously. Such formidable insight. He was left in awe. He then proceeded to examine the system's detailed introduction of the Eye of the Underworld God. Eye of the Underworld God, right. A flawless replication based on the chaotic sovereign's divine body, possessing the power to perceive all things and see through all illusions. Furthermore, it grants access to two major chaotic powers. Life Force, Fragment, the power of creation, one of the sources of the Underworld God's immortal body. When the host possesses this power, they gain the characteristic of infinite life. Infinite life, as the name implies, eternal life and immortality. Furthermore, endowed with unparalleled life force, capable of resurrection through blood, with astonishing recovery abilities. Withering, Fragment, the power of death, one of the primary sources of the Underworld God's strength, currently allows the host's powers to be imbued with the absolute death characteristic. Absolute death, the source of life deprivation, determined by the target. Once the host strikes a target a certain number of times, it will result in their absolute demise. Soon, Xiao Yun finished reading everything. He stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. This was actually a replicated divine body from the Underworld God. Its effects were astonishingly powerful, especially the two great powers. Life Force granting eternal life and resurrection. Withering ensuring absolute death, capable of slaying all beings in the world. With a deep breath, Xiao Yun endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yet the overwhelming joy in his eyes was impossible to conceal. It was too defiant against the heavens. This Eye of the Underworld God was undoubtedly terrifying to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, this was merely one eye. If he were to later attain the complete dual eye power, to what heights would he rise? Chapter 71. The Power of Death, Manifestation of the Heavenly Source Rankings. Absolute Death. After a moment, Xiao Yun seemed to murmur to himself. He then reopened his dark golden right eye. With a flicker of thought, he gradually activated the power of the death omen. Buzzing. Instantly, the dark golden pupil transformed into an abyss of darkness. An endless aura of silence and decay emanated from it, suffocating. What is this? As Xiao Yun surveyed the chamber, everything within his line of sight appeared to morph into shades of gray, nearly devoid of color, eerie and unsettling. Only at the center of all objects did crimson numbers materialize. On the walls of the chamber, the number 547 appeared, as if inscribed in blood. When Xiao Yun directed his penetrating gaze towards the outside world, even more numbers emerged. The vast majority of the maidens were within the range of 110. The formidable sacred kings standing outside the hall were marked within the 40-100 range. The twisted crimson numbers represented the requisite strikes needed to ensure their absolute demise. Xiao Yun understood this well, yet as he clearly perceived the marked existence of all things, a surge of trepidation coursed through him. Even when he looked skyward, a row of blood-red numbers materialized in the heavens. 854124747. This was likely the number of strikes required to slay the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed Xiao Yun's mind, causing him to involuntarily gasp. The heavenly Tao can also be slain. The power of absolute death was indeed too tyrannical, too terrifying. Buzz. Soon, Xiao Yun's right eye shifted once more, transforming into a pale golden hue. This was the life force form of the eye of the underworld god, embodying the power of creation. Such a rich vitality. As he sensed the robust life force within him, akin to a vast ocean, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled. And he couldn't help but nod slightly. Unlike the power of Death Omen, utilizing the power of creation would not deplete him in the slightest. Rather, it would grow stronger as his cultivation increased. Thus, it could be employed continuously without concern. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, half-divine, ancient flame dragon, divine blood. Cultivation level, 10th level of the transformation realm, 90,000-fold true essence, 3 million-zhang spirit sea. Physical strength, power of 100 dragons, transformed into the ancient flame dragon clan, achieving a 10-fold enhancement, equivalent to 1,000 dragons' power. Soul cultivation, 9th heaven of the sovereign realm. Physique 1, chaotic divine body, severely deficient. Physique 2, ancient flame dragon body, divine tier physique, supreme ancestral bloodline. Technique, underworld gods prison suppression technique, unknown level technique. Number of dark stars illuminated, 1. Note, illuminating dark stars significantly enhances the physical body and the power of chaos. When the number of dark stars reaches a certain threshold, one can again attain the remaining divine bodies. Soul technique, soul blade, low-grade divine tier, 18-fold enhancement of soul power, equivalent to a half-step saint. Chaos powers, creation, incomplete, death omen, incomplete. Innate divine ability, world incineration. Upon reviewing his current system panel, Xiao Yun could not help but exhale a breath of satisfaction. With the integration of the eye of the underworld god, his soul cultivation had surged dramatically, now firmly within the 9th heaven of the sovereign realm. Following the 18-fold enhancement from the soul blade, he had reached the equivalent of a half-step saint. However, what truly pleased him was the underworld god's prison suppression technique, which had ascended to an unknown level after a myriad-fold enhancement. Merely illuminating a single dark star had allowed him to merge with the eye of the underworld god, elevating his life grade to that of a demigod. Furthermore, his physical strength had soared to the power of 100 dragons, equating to a terrifying force of 1 trillion pounds. Moving forward, Xiao Yun merely needed to continuously cultivate the underworld god's prison suppression technique and illuminate countless dark stars. Gradually, he could perfect the true chaos powers and integrate more divine bodies into himself, thereby genuinely evolving into a figure of immense strength akin to the underworld god. A true path to transcendence now lay before him. With my current strength participating in the Tianyuan Grand Competition, doesn't it seem a bit excessively unfair? In an instant, Xiao Yun found himself pondering, stroking his chin. Now that he was so formidable, it would be rather challenging to maintain a low profile. He hoped that those prodigies from other races would not appear too arrogant before him. Otherwise, he chuckled softly, then reined in his thoughts, immersing himself once again in his cultivation. With half a month remaining until the Tianyuan Grand Competition, this time frame was ample enough for him to break through to the Divine Mansion realm. Half a month later, boom. On this day, above the skies of various regions in the Tianyuan continent, an ethereal ranking list, stretching thousands of zhang and radiating a deep blue hue, suddenly manifested in the void, prompting countless martial artists to stop and gaze in awe. It was the Tianyuan ranking. Clearly, the upcoming Tianyuan Grand Competition was about to commence. Among the crowd, a powerful warrior exclaimed, his expression one of utter shock. The Tianyuan ranking, an illustrious list that convenes every 300 years to showcase the talents of the entire continent, comprised a total of 10,000 ranks. Even securing a position at the bottom of the list would be enough to cause a stir far and wide. This was simply because the number of geniuses participating in the Tianyuan Grand Competition was staggering. 10,000 ranks on the Tianyuan ranking might seem substantial. Yet in comparison to the total number of participants in the competition, it was merely a fraction. Only those who stood at the pinnacle of genius would earn the honor of being inscribed upon the Tianyuan ranking. 4,383 billion. At that moment, at the very bottom of the Tianyuan ranking, a line of rapidly fluctuating numbers represented the total number of participants in this competition. In an empire of the eastern region, a bald man at the celestial realm pointed at the numbers, his eyes wide with astonishment. Gasp. The previous competition had only seen 20 billion participants. How could there be so many more this time? The bald man was dumbfounded, and hearing his words, a sword-bearing youth beside him spoke coldly. This time, all races may participate. They are merely the trash from the demon and siren races. If I, Yi Xiao, encounter them in the competition, they will surely return empty-handed. This scene unfolded across numerous corners of the Tianyuan continent. The numbers on the Tianyuan ranking continued to surge, skyrocketing to a terrifying 7 trillion within a matter of mere minutes. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. It shattered the majority's understanding of the myriad races on the continent, making it clear that the human race was merely the tip of the iceberg among the myriad of races. Was the Tianyuan Grand Competition about to begin? Simultaneously, within the Tianxian Hall, Xiao Yun finally opened his eyes. His platinum and crimson-hued pupils flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Chapter 72. The Power of the Tianyuan Ranking. 14 trillion participants. Have you heard? The new Divine Prince will also participate in this Tianyuan Grand Competition. It is said that the Holy Lord and the three Supreme Elders have complete confidence in him, believing he can become the champion of the Tianyuan ranking. At that moment, in the plaza of the Sword Sanctuary, countless disciples gathered, their eyes fervently fixed on the ethereal Tianyuan ranking, engaging in animated discussions. The Divine Prince? He truly is an unrelenting cultivation fanatic. Having entered the sacred land for a full half-month, he has remained in seclusion atop Tianxian Peak, never once stepping outside. Even the 3rd, 6th, and 9th seats of the true inheritance have visited Tianxian Peak, yet they have not even caught a glimpse of him. As if hearing the words of others, a handsome young man in purple robes, holding a folding fan, sighed while shaking his head. Yet, beneath his brow, a hint of envy and jealousy was discernible. This generation's Divine Prince is acknowledged as an unparalleled prodigy by the 9 heavens, rumored to have reached the 9th stage of sword intent before even turning 20. He is also the personal disciple of the first Supreme Elder, Sword Ghost, and is treated with utmost reverence. Alas, I too wish to meet this Divine Prince. Unfortunately, we lack even the qualifications to enter Tianxian Peak. Upon hearing this, a young woman clad in a light-colored dress, possessing delicate features, let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure soaring from the distance drew the attention of the crowd. What is that? Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon that figure. Clad in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, the individual radiated an ethereal presence, imparting an impression of profound mystery. With hair flowing wildly and golden eyes sparkling like stars, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended. Especially notable was the long sword floating behind him, though merely suspended in midair. The aura it emanated was enough to send tremors through the hearts of all present. Is that the ancestral sword of the 9 heavens? Before long, someone recognized the origin of the long sword, gasping in awe, their face filled with astonishment. At present, apart from the current Divine Prince, no one else could wield the 9 heavens. I have seen the Divine Prince. In an instant, the once bustling Tianjin Plaza fell into a profound silence. Nearly 2 million disciples, without exception, bowed respectfully to the approaching Xiao Yun. The Divine Prince, though also a disciple of the sacred land, held a status so esteemed that it could be compared to that of the Holy Lord himself. Moreover, he is the cherished disciple of the First Elder, his status soaring to unparalleled heights. Brothers, please do not stand on ceremony. Xiao Yun, a newcomer, will undoubtedly rely on your esteemed guidance in the days to come. With a subtle wave of his hand, Xiao Yun stood composed, his stature as upright as a spear, his gaze sharp as a blade. An aura of formidable intensity enveloping him, making it difficult for others to meet his eyes. Not at all, came the cheerful responses from numerous disciples, their faces alight with joy as they offered their compliments. Your Highness, you are too modest. Assisting the Son of God is our privilege. How could we even speak of reliance? Voices rang out, all laced with flattery. After all, this Son of God was unlike any before him. In terms of status and talent, he was truly a prodigious being. As long as he survived, his ascension to the rank of a quasi-emperor, or even a grand emperor, seemed almost a foregone conclusion. Who would not wish to curry favor with such a figure? Haha, Xiao Yun, my boy, you finally deigned to leave the Tianxian Hall? At that moment, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign appeared in the void, playfully scolding as he stepped forward and patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder. My Lord Sovereign, I am merely preparing for the grand competition, Xiao Yun replied with a smile, then turned his gaze towards the heavenly source rankings above. In half an hour, the competition will truly commence. However, the number of participants this time is indeed staggering, nearly 14 trillion. Upon seeing the figure at the bottom of the rankings, Xiao Yun's expression shifted slightly, his heart filled with awe. 14 trillion. What an immense figure. The young talents from countless clans across the continent were indeed far too numerous. Indeed, even I did not anticipate that the number of participants in this grand competition would reach such a magnitude. My Heavenly Sword Holy Land has only sent 10,000 participants. In comparison to this total, it is utterly insignificant. The Heavenly Sword Sovereign nodded lightly, expressing his sentiments. In previous competitions, which were exclusively attended by the human race, the total number of participants typically ranged between 3 to 10 billion. Yet this time, it had astonishingly surpassed a trillion. Talented powerhouses from all races across the continent had gathered here, a true convergence of stars. Indeed, this battle shall mark the rise of my heavenly sword Holy Land. Once the Son of God claims victory, he shall be inscribed in the annals of history. An elder with a head of white hair and an ethereal demeanor echoed solemnly, revealing himself to be the Grand Elder of the heavenly sword Holy Land. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, the vast heavenly source rankings trembled violently. Columns of light shot forth like a torrent, colliding with the endless void. The total number of participants was firmly established at 14 trillion. Buzz. The ethereal pillars of light fell like rain, enveloping countless participants as if some mysterious force was guiding them into an ethereal realm. My lord, what is this? Xiao Yun could not help but voice his curiosity, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes. Fear not. This is the guiding power of the heavenly source rankings. The rankings themselves are an unparalleled treasure that transcends imperial weapons. They can project all participants into a miniature world, allowing them to compete and contend therein. This method of projection minimizes casualties to the greatest extent, the heavenly sword sovereign explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was instantly enlightened. He then focused his consciousness, accepting the guiding force emanating from the heavenly source rankings. The next moment, his vision plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an enormous golden platform. Simultaneously, the figures gathered here were truly terrifying. At a glance, they appeared densely packed, far beyond counting. Chapter 73. The 1 in a billion victor. Preliminaries begin. Heh, humans. Beside Xiao Yun stood a siren clan genius, towering over 3 meters with an unsightly visage, coldly mocking. You, a lowly creature, dare to share the same ground as Muhei's Luo? Ugh, just the scent of your feeble aura makes me want to retch. The grotesque siren laughed derisively, seemingly intent on humiliating Xiao Yun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, it seemed that numerous beings from other races would target the human race in this grand competition. Yet here, he found himself unable to unleash his power. He immediately attempted to channel his soul energy to slay the repugnant siren, but it felt as though a certain rule suppressed him, preventing him from unleashing even a fraction of an attack. Clearly, combat was forbidden on this golden platform. This projection body could only wield about 80% of his true power. Xiao Yun sensed the strength of his current form, which was merely a fragment of his soul. Should this projection perish, his true self would undoubtedly suffer some degree of harm. Yet, in the next moment, the dim, withering gaze of his eyes transformed. A blood-red numerical figure simultaneously manifested upon the siren's forehead, representing the number of attacks required to ensure its absolute demise. If I were to strike down this projection with lethal force, my true self would undoubtedly not escape unscathed, right? Xiao Yun's eyes grew cold as his mind began to piece together the implications. Even if this projection were slain, it would pose no threat to my life. However, possessing the absolute death attribute, I still wield the power to cause my true self's demise. The authority of Death's Omen clearly far exceeds that of the heavenly source rankings. Muhei's Luo, after the competition commences, I hope not to encounter you again. In that instant, a cold glint flashed in the corner of Xiao Yun's eye. He harbored no mercy for these sirens who feasted upon the flesh of humanity. Boom. The next moment, as if the assembly of participants on this platform had reached completion, a thunderous roar echoed through the void, revealing dozens of exquisitely beautiful figures, both male and female, adorned with pristine white wings. Each radiated an overwhelming aura of terror, with the weakest among them being a peak holy king, the Feathered God clan. Xiao Yun silently mused, his eyes sparkling with intensity. This was a formidable race capable of rivaling the true Dragon clan. They reached the realm of celestial beings in adulthood and boasted lifespans of several millennia. Truly a top-tier existence among the myriad races. It is said that the stronger the Feathered God clan is, the greater the number of wings they possess. As Xiao Yun observed the figures before him, he discerned that the male Feathered God on the far left bore 8 wings, while the others each had 6. That 8-winged Feathered God was likely a quasi-emperor. As these thoughts crossed his mind, it was evident that the Feathered God clan had also taken notice of Xiao Yun. However, they did not engage him, slowly beginning to speak. Esteemed talents, I am one of the apostles of the Heavenly Ascension Temple. The rules for this preliminary competition are quite simple. We shall divide the total of 14 trillion participants into 14 combat zones. Each combat zone will accommodate 1 trillion participants, who will battle to slay their opponents and earn points, until only the final 1,000 remain. To slay a single individual grants 1 point. However, should one's projection meet death, all accumulated points will be forfeited, resulting in immediate disqualification from the grand competition. At present, you find yourself situated in the 7th battle zone. The preliminary rounds of the grand contest are about to commence. The winged feather deity, with an expression devoid of emotion, elucidated the rules, and as his words resounded, the countenance of the crowd underwent a drastic transformation. How brutal these rules are. Among 100 billion participants, only a mere 1,000 shall emerge victorious. Merely in the preliminary rounds, over 13 billion must be eliminated. This is not confined to this locale. Throughout various battle zones, gasps of disbelief echoed. A 1 in a billion chance of victory. The severity of this grand contest is unprecedented, bordering on the horrifying. Simultaneously, outside, alongside the celestial source rankings, colossal luminous screens began to materialize, displaying the current conditions across the various battle zones, including 14 sub-rankings and the overarching grand ranking. In the majestic and ancient hall of the Dragon Emperor's realm, 3 imposing figures sat regally. The screen depicting the preliminary rounds of the grand contest illuminated the chamber, vividly portraying the scenes from each battle zone. Thunder Devastator Dragon Emperor, your youngest progeny has indeed partaken in the Celestial Source Grand Contest, has he not? A figure, engulfed in divine flames as radiant as the sun, smiled faintly while gazing at the robust form beside him. Haha, indeed. That lad, Diju Tian, possesses ancestral bloodlines. Having only cultivated for 2,700 years, he is already capable of contending with our clan's sages. His participation in this Celestial Source Grand Contest is akin to slaughtering livestock. Beside them, the Thunder Devastator Dragon Emperor, crackling with arcs of electricity, clapped his hands in laughter. Pride etched upon his face. The other prodigies in the 7th battle zone are surely doomed. Meanwhile, an elderly figure, cloaked in an endless shroud of black mist, shook his head, seemingly filled with pity for those in the 7th battle zone. The preliminary rounds of the grand contest have officially commenced. Within the 14 battle zones, accompanied by the voices of the Celestial Temple's apostles, this extraordinary battle has finally begun. In an instant, Xiao Yun found himself enveloped in darkness, and upon reopening his eyes, he discovered he had arrived in a desolate and dilapidated ancient city. In his mind, a glowing screen materialized. Contestant, Xiao Yun, Human Clan, Celestial Sword Sacred Ground. Points, 0. 7th Battle Zone Ranking, 98, 565, 452, 668. Overall ranking, none. The screen's contents were remarkably simple, merely displaying Xiao Yun's identity, points, and ranking. Notably, it was less than a minute since the preliminary rounds had officially begun, and nearly 1.5 billion participants had already faced elimination. The gravity here must be approximately 100 times greater. As for the spatial quality, boom. As Xiao Yun sensed the circumstances of this world, he unleashed a light punch into the void. His strike, infused with the strength of 100 dragons, would ordinarily cause the very fabric of space to tremble and warp in the external realm. Yet here, not even a ripple manifested, not a single tremor stirred. Such extraordinary spatial strength. Xiao Yun felt a chill run down his spine, gaining a clear understanding of the formidable nature of this small world. The power of 100 dragons could likely crush a sage with ease, yet in this place, it could not even stir the spatial fabric, demonstrating the robustness of this realm. Suddenly, Xiao Yun drew forth the 9 heavens suspended at his side, gently waving it through the air, effortlessly slicing through the void like cutting through tofu, leaving behind a gaping black fissure. In its projected state, the 9 heavens wielded only about 40% of its power. However, due to its exceptionally high tier, it exceeded the capacity of the Celestial Source rankings. The soul-extinguishing divine spear and the void battle blade, nevertheless, could still unleash around 80% of their might. Xiao Yun mused that the Celestial Source rankings did not merely project him into this world. It also projected his spiritual artifacts, puppets, and even spirit pets. Although the 9 heavens could not be fully projected, the ability to almost entirely project the 2 divine artifacts rendered the Celestial Source rankings a treasure of artifact-grade magnificence. A fortnight passed, and he wondered to what extent Xiao He had grown. Reflecting on the capacity for spirit pets to be projected, Xiao Yun casually reached into the system space. Woof. Soon, he summoned forth a black and white giant dog, now vastly larger than before. As the star-eating beast, Xiao He had transformed into a true, ferocious creature, with a triangular head, a robust tail, and dark golden patterns gleaming upon its back. It exuded an aura of boundless coldness. Yet, the intelligence in its canine eyes belied its fearsome appearance. Woof woof. Upon its arrival, Xiao He eagerly licked Xiao Yun's face, radiating excitement. Name, Xiao He. Race, star-eating beast. Cultivation, equivalent to 9th rank sage. Talent ability 1. Devour, the core ability of the star-eating beast lineage, generating a miniature black hole within its body to continuously enhance its power by consuming all. Talent ability 2. Gravity control, one of the fundamental abilities of the star-eating beast, capable of manipulating gravity at will. An adult can effortlessly crush an entire star realm. achieving true dimensional strikes. Note, the current host can share talent ability 2, gravity control, with the chaotic spirit pet Xiao He. In an instant, a line of luminous text materialized before Xiao Yun, revealing detailed information about Xiao He. 9th rank sage. Haha, Xiao He, you have indeed grown stronger. After reading, Xiao Yun could not help but burst into joy, scooping Xiao He into his arms and ruffling its fur vigorously. The growth rate of the star-eating beast is truly terrifying. In less than a month, it has reached near the level of a great sage. Moreover, it shares the talent ability of gravity control with me. Curious about the resources Xiao He had consumed to reach such heights, Xiao Yun's expression brightened as he probed into the system space to inspect how many resources Xiao He had devoured. Yet soon, his smile faltered, replaced by a look of shock and bewilderment. What happened? Where are my vast resources? Tens of trillions of demon crystals, hundreds of billions of premium spirit stones, and spiritual artifacts exceeding millions. How is it all gone? Woof woof. Seeing this foolishly innocent expression, Xiao Yun could no longer contain his frustration and kicked at its rear. A series of rapid-fire cracks echoing through the air. Woof woof woof. However, this silly dog only grew more exhilarated, mistaking Xiao Yun's actions for playful antics, and began to joyfully leap about. Half an hour later, Xiao Yun gazed at his swollen, crimson right hand and the desolate void of the system space, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Even the preliminary rounds of the Tianyuan Grand Competition felt utterly devoid of significance. His hand was bruised, yet he had failed to break through the defenses of that foolish dog. He swore in his heart that he would never again allow that little rascal into the system space. Although this creature might not destroy his home, it would certainly consume everything within it. Farewell, my little treasury, go on your way in peace. A slight moisture gathered at the corners of Xiao Yun's eyes as he sighed inwardly, then shifted his gaze to the little black creature chasing its own tail. Despite its foolish demeanor, its strength surpassed his expectations by far. The force of thousands of dragons crashed upon it, yet it felt no pain, as if engaging in a playful romp. For a full half hour, Xiao Yun's hand was nearly battered to the point of breaking, while the little black one remained lively and unharmed. It is worth noting that his current strength had reached host. Xiao Yun. Race, half-divine ancient flame dragon. Cultivation level, 10th stage of divine mansion, 10 million-zhang divine mansion, 80 million-zhang spiritual sea. Physical power, 2,600 dragon strength, transformed into ancient flame dragon for a 10-fold increase, reaching 260,000 dragon strength. Soul cultivation, 1st tier saint. Physique 1, chaotic divine body, severely deficient. Physique 2, ancient flame dragon body, divine tier physique, supreme ancestral bloodline. Technique, nether goddess prison suppression technique, unknown level. Number of activated dark stars, 26. Note, activating dark stars significantly enhances physical and chaotic power. When the number of dark stars reaches a certain threshold, additional divine bodies can be attained. Soul technique, soul blade, low tier divine, 36-fold enhancement of soul power, capable of reaching 4th tier saint level. Chaotic power, creation, incomplete, death omen, incomplete. Powerful divine ability, deathly nether light, a special light condensed from the power of absolute death, seen through the nether eye, leading to the obliteration of all things. Innate divine ability, world incineration. In merely half a month, Xiao Yun not only officially broke through to the divine mansion realm, but also activated a total of 26 dark stars. The limit for an ordinary person in the divine mansion realm is the condensation of 1,000-zhang divine mansion. Yet for Xiao Yun, his violent amplification reached an astounding 10 million-zhang. Moreover, the scope of his spiritual sea surged again, expanding from 300-zhang to an astonishing 80 million-zhang. 80 million-zhang, a truly boundless and terrifying sea of true essence. Even Xiao Yun himself found it inexhaustible. Previously used as a nuclear strike, the world incineration could now be unleashed like a machine gun, capable of continuous release for several days. Were he amidst the battlefield of 10,000 races, describing him as a bastion of war would not be an exaggeration. Very well, let us earn some points together. Has 100 billion people been eliminated so swiftly? Xiao Yun helplessly patted the little black dog's head, then turned his attention once more to the ranking information of the Tianyuan Grand Competition preliminaries. Contestant, Xiao Yun, human race, heavenly sword sacred land. Points, 0. 7th, war zone ranking, 89565452664. Overall ranking, NA. With 0 points, his ranking was approximately 895 billion. It could almost be said that he was at the bottom of the remaining total population. In just half an hour, 100 billion people had been eliminated. It was evident that the first day of the preliminary competition was exceedingly brutal, with fierce competition. The current overall leader shared the 7th war zone with him. Xiao Yun gazed at the top contender on the overall leaderboard, his eyes shimmering. Contestant, Diju Tian, Dragon Race, Imperial Dragon Celestial Realm. Points, 452, 465, 2507. 7th War Zone Ranking, 1. Overall Ranking, 1. A staggering 45 billion points. It is worth noting that even the second overall ranking has only 300 million points. Diju Tian of the Dragon Race. Truly an extraordinary prodigy. I wonder who would prevail if we were to clash. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, feeling a sense of anticipation for a duel against this dragon race genius. The dragons, being a genuinely neutral race, held no ill feelings for Xiao Yun, whose bloodline was partly of theirs. Chapter 75. Instantaneous slaughter of the Ironstone Clan's prodigy, the Emperor's Wrath. Boom. A solitary human from the human race. Yet the next moment, a terrifying roar echoed. Several massive figures of foreign races descended from the heavens, coldly gazing down at Xiao Yun. The Ironstone Clan. The figures before him resembled giants forged from steel, their bodies veined with rock patterns that emanated an overwhelming might, instilling a sense of dread. In an instant, Xiao Yun recognized their racial identity. The Ironstone Clan is one of the branches of the demon race. Millions of years ago, they had been enslaved by a human emperor, and upon gaining their freedom, they regarded humans as mortal enemies, aiding the demon race in forging weapons and assembling armies to slaughter humanity. Brother, he is but a mere human ant in the divine mansion realm. I will crush him. 3 imposing figures of the Ironstone Clan stood over 10 zhang tall, their massive forms exuding a terrifying presence. They spoke human language with a sinister ferocity, their enormous eyes glimmering with murderous intent as they fixed their gaze upon Xiao Yun. Go, human, you should consider yourself fortunate that you are merely a projection. The leader, a brown-skinned ironstone giant, laughed menacingly. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly perish. Shi Kuei, eliminate him. Yes. Boom. In an instant, the leftmost green giant surged forward, crossing several dozen li in the blink of an eye, swinging a colossal fist that created a deafening sonic boom as it descended upon Xiao Yun. How malicious, Xiao Yun remarked with an indifferent smile. And at the moment the attack was about to arrive, the deep, ominous, deathly nether light erupted forth. Boom. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that instant. The purple-black radiance rippled outward, instantly enveloping the attacking ironstone giant. In the next moment, the 2 other ironstone prodigies were also completely shrouded. Then bang, like shattered glass. The 3 figures disintegrated into nothingness, their true forms vanishing into dust. Contestant, Xiao Yun, Human Race, Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Points, 574256. 7th War Zone Ranking, 6845. Overall Ranking, 982422. In an instant, Xiao Yun's points surged, reaching a total of 574,000. Within a mere moment, he had entered the top 10,000 of the 7th War Zone. You were indeed wronged by that human emperor who enslaved you. However, after betraying humanity, you aided the demon race in slaughtering my kin? Encountering me today is your misfortune. Looking at the 3 ironstone prodigies that were instantaneously obliterated, Xiao Yun murmured, his eyes glinting with cold light. Those who are enemies of humanity deserve to perish. A projection may fall without harming the true body. In my presence, Xiao Yun, such rules do not exist. On the other side, the Ironstone Clan's sacred land. The clan leader, Shi Qiangsong, beamed with pride as he proclaimed, Shi Kuei, Shi Yu, and Shi Xiao have ascended into the ranks of the top 200,000. Indeed, they are the strongest trio of the younger generation of our Ironstone Clan. I have unwavering faith that they shall emerge as victors of the 7th battle zone. Come, let us raise our glasses. Within the colossal palace, towering figures resembling mountains gathered, their cups raised in jubilant celebration, their faces radiant with uncontainable joy. Particularly notable was the silver giant seated at the head, who keenly observed the real-time rankings of the 3, his expression one of approval. He was Shi Qiangsong, the current clan leader of the Ironstone Clan, a first-tier emperor and the mightiest among them. The trio participating in the celestial source competition, Shi Kuei, Shi Yu, and Shi Xiao, were his progeny, nurtured with immense resources and effort, regarded as the 3 greatest prodigies of their clan. Despite being a mere 800 years old, they had already attained the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. While Shi Yu had reached the formidable 4th level, his defenses impenetrable even to a half-saint. Together, their collaboration was more than sufficient to navigate the preliminaries of the celestial source competition. As Shi Qiangsong entertained these thoughts, he erupted into laughter, downing the viscous liquid in his cup. Yet, in the next moment, the rankings of the 3 vanished from his sight. Simultaneously, the bloodline connection between him and the trio was abruptly severed. What is happening? A surge of dread gripped Shi Qiangsong as he swiftly teleported to the secret chamber where the 3 were located. Boom. The heavy stone door was forcefully pushed open, and upon entering the chamber, he was met with 3 dark masses that resembled scattered ashes. The 3 prodigies of the Ironstone clan. Had they truly perished? Who? Who was responsible for this? Shi Qiangsong bellowed in fury, his voice shaking the very walls of the chamber. What has transpired, clan leader? Several elders of the Ironstone clan, awakened by the commotion, rushed into the chamber. Upon seeing the scene, Shi Qiangsong's voice trembled with rage. Shi Yu, Shi Kuei, and Shi Xiao have fallen. What? His words struck the elders like a tempest, stirring disbelief and horror within them. How could this be? Even if their projections perished in the celestial source realm, their true bodies should remain unharmed. Yet, the reality was that the 3 prodigies had indeed met their demise, leaving no remains behind. What had occurred? They were undoubted sons of an emperor. How could they fall in the preliminaries? Could it be the soul annihilation needle? Suddenly, a towering ironstone giant spoke in a hushed tone. At this revelation, Shi Qiangsong's pupils constricted. The soul annihilation needle. It was said to be a wondrous artifact forged by the masters of human weaponry. Once activated, it could locate and obliterate the true body, extinguishing the soul. The giant pondered before continuing. However, the bodies of the 3 young masters have indeed been annihilated, so it cannot be the work of the soul annihilation needle. Yet, considering the malevolence of such an artifact, I believe it can only be attributed to the human race. Humans? The mere mention of the word made Shi Qiangsong nearly grind his teeth to dust, his eyes blazing with fury. The humans were the sworn enemies of the Ironstone clan. Investigate. I demand a thorough investigation into who has brought them harm. My 3 most outstanding progeny cannot have died in vain. Shi Qiangsong's eyes burned crimson with rage. His sons were not merely his hopes. They were the future of the Ironstone clan, the inheritors of their legacy. Yet now, they had inexplicably perished. Whosoever is responsible, regardless of their origins or the human faction they hail from, I, the Emperor of the Silver Void, shall ensure you pay a grievous price, relentless until the end. Chapter 76. A lone warrior against the prodigies of 10,000 races. Swish. Meanwhile, within the 7th battle zone, Xiao Yun unabashedly projected his consciousness across the entire realm, soaring through the void as he sought and awaited his prey. Even in his projection form, his true power could rival that of high-level holy beings. Faced with these prodigies, each merely at the Emperor realm, he felt no need for caution or concealment. With a single strike, he could effortlessly crush them. Human, do you realize that your actions are provoking the remaining prodigies of countless races in this battle zone? Soon, 9 figures of other races emerged in Xiao Yun's sight. They swiftly dispersed, each bearing a vertical eye upon their foreheads, the members of the 3-eyed clan, one of humanity's archenemies. Upon spotting Xiao Yun, the leader, clad in purple gold armor and emanating an intense, fiery aura, stepped forward. Provocation? Xiao Yun furrowed his brows, replying indifferently, if you feel discontent, you are welcome to come and test your mettle. Though each of these beings possessed strength comparable to high-level emperors, they posed no threat to him. In an instant, he could obliterate them all. You are exceedingly arrogant. The 3-eyed youth's eyes glinted with a cold light. Since you are so eager to court death, my brothers and I shall oblige. Die, human scum. As his words fell, he stomped his right foot, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that surged like a tempest. He shot upward like a meteor, his clenched fist transforming into a blazing sun, tearing through the sky and crashing down upon Xiao Yun. Laughable. A hint of disdain flickered at the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth. In the next moment, dark, deathly light exploded forth. Boom. With just a glance from him, the 9 prodigies of the 3-eyed clan were instantly reduced to ashes, their true forms obliterated. He then projected his voice throughout the battle zone. I am Xiao Yun of the human race. Within 3 days, I shall eradicate all enemies of humanity. Of course, if you are unwilling to await your demise, you may come forth for a final battle. Whether it be 100,000 or 100 billion, I shall confront you all. Foolish aliens. Are you prepared to meet your end? His voice resonated powerfully throughout the entire battle zone, leaving all in a state of shock. This human dared to challenge the prodigies of countless races alone. Xiao Yun of the human race. Had he lost his mind? The prodigies of the demon and siren races would not let him escape. Outside, countless human warriors observing the preliminaries erupted in uproar. Though humanity was strong, they were still vastly outmatched by the myriad races of the continent. And this Xiao Yun dared to provoke billions of prodigies all at once. Surely he was courting death. Xiao Yun of humanity, what an audacious fellow. I, Harabachi, shall go and meet him. In the 7th battle zone, as Xiao Yun's declaration echoed, the billions of prodigies from other races exploded with outrage. Xiao Yun of humanity, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you truly believe you can eliminate us all? I shall remember you, Xiao Yun. A proud scion of the demon clan let out a sinister laugh, his 6 arms each wielding a pitch-black demonic weapon, exuding an aura of terror. Human, you shall come to regret this. Another prodigy from the barbaric 2 clan, with icy eyes and muscles like forged steel, brimming with destructive power, inquired, Your Highness, shall I deal with that human? Atop a mountain peak in the 7th battle zone, a figure adorned with dragon scales at the corners of his eyes, radiating a terrifying draconic presence, gazed down at the core of the psychic communication, his eyes flickering with intensity. The foremost among them resembled a thunderous dragon lord, his gaze sparking with electricity, with flowing black hair cascading over his shoulders. Every movement seemed to summon a tempest of wind and thunder, vast and unfathomable. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful woman in a green gown. Her graceful figure bowed in respectful inquiry, her tone gentle and deferential. There's no need. My dragon clan harbors no enmity with the human race, so why create unnecessary complications? The figure referred to as Your Highness shook his head. For countless eons, the dragon clan had maintained a stance of neutrality, never involving themselves in the strife among the various races. In this grand contest of the heavens, he, Emperor Zhu Tian, deemed it beneath him to intervene. However, regarding the human Xiao Yun, if you can survive amidst the frenzy of the myriad clans, you might just earn the right to battle me. Boom. Emperor Zhu Tian's thunderous eyes flickered, and an invisible force surged forth, instantly shattering a distant colossal mountain into a cloud of dust. This preliminary contest was exceedingly dull. No one could withstand even a casual strike from him. One could only hope this arrogant human would provide some surprises. Haha, that lad Xiao Yun. He does possess a certain flair reminiscent of my own youth. Meanwhile, within the sacred land of the heavenly sword, upon witnessing Xiao Yun's exceedingly audacious actions, the sword demon burst into hearty laughter, seemingly appreciating the display. Indeed, those alien races ought to be exterminated. But I wonder how the prince's current strength measures up. Does he possess the capability to single-handedly contend against the myriad clans? However, upon hearing this, the heavenly sword sovereign and the grand elder beside him exchanged glances, revealing expressions of concern despite their agreement. After all, among the alien prodigies, there were indeed numerous powerful figures, and considering the age restriction of under 1,000 years, a few exceptional talents could not be overlooked. Humph. Suddenly, the sword demon scoffed. Fear not, that lad's strength far exceeds your expectations. Even I have suffered significant losses at his hands. What? The faces of the heavenly sword sovereign and his companion paled in disbelief. The sword demon was a formidable figure, standing at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, an almost invincible entity beneath the emperor. How could Xiao Yun possibly inflict losses upon such a powerhouse? No need for further inquiries. Just watch the lad's forthcoming performance. The sword demon replied with a smile, and the two fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the glowing screen revealing the 7th battle zone. Chapter 77, Absolute Domination. Slaying millions of alien prodigies. In the 7th battle zone, above the ruins of an ancient, dilapidated colossal city, Xiao Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at the multitude of alien prodigies gathering in dark swathes before him. Beside him, the little black creature was vibrating with excitement, drooling as if viewing the aliens as a feast. Are we about to dine? I can hardly contain myself. Suddenly, the air shimmered ominously. Figures of unfathomable terror descended from the void. At the forefront was an imposing giant bird, resplendent with fiery red flames and majestic wings. With a single step, it engulfed its surroundings in an inferno, scorching the very air. A wave of searing heat enveloped the battlefield, akin to the descent of a hellish inferno. The fire-poison flame emperor, the foremost prodigy of the Fire Crow clan, one of the royal families of the demon race, was said to be nearing the threshold of half-saint power. Amidst the throngs of alien beings, gasps arose. The fire-poison flame emperor ranked among the top 300 in the 7th battle zone. The Fire Crow clan boasted 3 formidable emperors, standing as one of the 32 royal families of the demon race. As the fire-poison flame emperor descended, his form swiftly transformed into that of a bare-chested man with crimson feathers adorning his arms, exuding a fierce demeanor. His piercing gaze locked onto Xiao Yun. Human Xiao Yun, I hear you are quite arrogant. His voice dripped with derision. He was the pinnacle of the Fire Crow clan's elite, capable of challenging even ordinary saints. Within the demon race, humans were merely lowly livestock. The number of humans he had devoured reached into the millions. To us Fire Crows, you are nothing more than the most despicable of beasts. Even I am but the master of 3 cities of livestock. The mocking words of the fire-poison flame emperor elicited raucous laughter from the surrounding alien prodigies. Aside from the humans in the eastern and central regions, those from the other continents were nothing more than enslaved livestock to them. Humans, mere ants. Livestock? Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy, as if pierced by frost. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he was acutely aware of the horrific plight of his kin beyond the eastern and central regions. Hell, only those two words could encapsulate the sorrow and despair that permeated that land, especially in the north, occupied by the Siren clan and countless demons, where human suffering reached its zenith. The term livestock was a dagger to the heart. Do you seek death? Xiao Yun's death-omen eyes fully manifested, his dark pupils sweeping across the millions of alien prodigies present, his voice chilling to the bone. At this moment, he had shed his youthful innocence, revealing a sharpness that towered above countless prodigies. Today, he would stain this world red with blood. Haha, the one destined to perish is you. In response, the fire-poison flame emperor chuckled maniacally, his eyes brimming with mockery and cruelty. Yet, in the next instant, boom. Without warning, the fire-poison flame emperor's body exploded. Blood mist enveloped the air, his flesh disintegrating into a macabre blend of crimson and black ashes. His corporeal form was annihilated. Who dares to kill me? You pathetic alien scum. Xiao Yun tore through the void, wielding the colossal soul-extinguishing spear, targeting the remaining 8 alien royal prodigies. With a single thrust, the sound resonated like thunder as blood rained down. In an instant, he claimed the lives of 8 more, under the annihilation attribute. Their projections were obliterated alongside their true forms. Buzz. Subsequently, Xiao Yun directly infused a portion of the annihilation attribute into the little black creature, granting it a fleeting power to slay the projections of true bodies. Kill him. Witnessing the demise of the fire-poison flame emperor and the 8 great prodigies, the multitude of alien elites displayed no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, they appeared to be invigorated as if spurred by some unseen force, their fighting spirit ablaze. After all, they were merely projections in this world. Even in death here, their true selves would remain unharmed. This was the conviction that resided in their hearts, and the prospect of slaying this human would undoubtedly propel their rankings, catapulting them into the top 1,000. With this thought in mind, the eyes of numerous alien prodigies turned a fierce crimson. To slay that human, that would guarantee their advancement. In an instant, they regarded Xiao Yun as prey, eager to hunt and seize. Boom. In the next moment, millions of elites surged forward. Some harnessed the power of thunder, others summoned wind and fire, while yet others wielded the forces of the laws to soar through the air. The sky was blanketed as they swept towards Xiao Yun. Crash! An endless torrent of divine abilities and secret arts cascaded down like a vast ocean, overwhelming and terrifying, blotting out the sun. Kill! Xiao Yun's gaze remained indifferent, his aura rising steadily, deep as the abyss. With the soul-extinguishing divine spear in hand, his domain enveloped 100,000 miles, sealing the last escape routes of the countless aliens. Woof! Beside him, Little Hay waved his paw, intensifying the gravitational force in a specific area by millions of times, crushing hundreds of thousands of aliens into oblivion. Then, growing to the size of a small mountain, it opened its gaping maw, swallowing countless aliens whole. Bang! The collision of billions of attacks seemed to cause the entire 7th battle zone to tremble incessantly. Xiao Yun hurled his divine spear, reducing the massive city to ruins, sinking the earth several miles. Beneath the ominous dark light of death, the dense throng of alien elites was reduced to ashes, their anguished cries echoing across the battlefield. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, millions of alien elites were left with barely 1 in 10. Complete rout. Flee. Hurry. This fellow is too sinister. The remaining alien elites' expressions changed drastically as they unleashed their divine abilities in a frantic attempt to escape. However, within Xiao Yun's soul-extinguishing domain, even the most ordinary saints could scarcely break free. Boom. With a single palm strike, he utilized Little Hay's gravitational manipulation ability, crushing everyone into a mist of blood. Thus, millions of alien elites were annihilated. Chapter 78. The World Shaken. All Emperors Arise. At this moment, within the shimmering light curtain revealing the scenes of the 7th battle zone, the once formidable army of millions of alien elites had transformed into nothing but pitch-black dust, dissipating into thin air. In the void, only one man and one dog stood proudly above. Xiao Yun, with a cold gaze and an expressionless face, donned a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind. Only the soul-extinguishing divine spear in his hand trembled slightly, as if proclaiming its unmatched dominance born from countless slaughters. This was a banquet solely belonging to him, a grand feast of hunting down the prodigies of myriad races. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Within the heavenly sword Holy Land, upon witnessing Xiao Yun's obliteration of millions of alien elites, the sword ghost was immediately flushed with excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! My disciple is indeed formidable. This will surely make him renowned throughout the continent. Xiao Yun is truly powerful. The holy master of the heavenly sword could not help but clench his fists, his gaze fervently fixed upon the image of Xiao Yun. Millions of alien elites. Furthermore, they were among the most elite in the 7th battle zone. Yet, in the span of mere moments, Xiao Yun had slain them all without allowing a single chance for escape. Compared to my own days, he is incomparably stronger. The Son of God is too powerful. This is the demeanor that our human prodigies ought to possess. Crush those aliens. Ha ha ha, Son of God, you are invincible. The disciples of the Holy Land were also at the peak of excitement, all shouting in unison. Xiao Yun's overwhelming prowess had utterly captivated everyone. Facing hundreds of billions of aliens alone, subduing millions of prodigies. Such a person is destined for glory, destined to ascend to the pinnacle. In the central domain, the ancient nation of Xianxiu, countless opulent white jade palaces hung majestically in the sky, grand and magnificent, shining with divine light. Within the palace, 2 figures exuding terrifying imperial might sat in silence, observing the myriad scenes unfolding before them. Seated in the main position was an elderly man clad in a dark robe. His demeanor refined and amiable, each of his movements seemingly resonating with the rhythm of the Tao, exuding an unfathomable authority, as if transcending the heavens and the earth. He was none other than the ancestor of the Xianxiu ancient nation, the supreme being who had lived 3 lifetimes, the Xianxiu Emperor. One of the 9 pinnacle emperors of the human race, his strength was immeasurable. At this moment, his gaze was fixed upon Xiao Yun within the light screen. Indeed, after a long while, the Xianxiu Emperor slowly nodded in praise, as expected of Sword Ghost's disciple, among the prodigies participating in this great competition of our human race. He can at least rank in the top 3. The ancestor's words ring true. This Xiao Yun is indeed extraordinary. Beside him, a middle-aged man clad in a light golden imperial robe smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. A purple gold rune flickered upon his brow, exuding a majestic aura that imparted an invisible sense of oppression. He was the current ruler of the Xianxiu ancient nation, the Tanyan Emperor. Heh, that little fellow Chu Wuya is likely to suffer at his hands. Hearing this, the Xianxiu Emperor chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. No matter, Wuya still requires some tempering of his character. Allowing him to encounter some setbacks is not necessarily a bad thing. In response, Tanyan Emperor shook his head, speaking lightly. However, Xiao Yun's actions today will likely incite the fury of countless alien races. Even their imperial figures may come seeking an explanation from our human race. An explanation? Heh, I have never feared that. If one comes, I shall slay one. If a clan comes, I shall annihilate that clan. Ever since the fall of the Master of the Void Realm, these alien races have grown increasingly audacious. Do they truly believe our human race is easy to bully? The Xianxiu Emperor smiled indifferently. His voice, though gentle, was laced with a chilling intensity and a thirst for battle. The strength of the human race will not be allowed to be trifled with. Moreover, the current ruler still carries half of the human bloodline. At this moment, across the territories of various races, including the Fire Crow clan, boom, in the instant that millions of projections were slain, their true bodies in the outside world disintegrated into ashes, leaving no chance for revival. Upon witnessing this scene, countless alien powerhouses erupted in rage, roaring and consumed by a frenzy of hatred. They could not comprehend the means by which that human, Xiao Yun, managed to slay their true forms, resulting in the genuine demise of these millions of prodigies. Human Xiao Yun, boom, a towering volcano, reaching hundreds of thousands of miles, erupted violently, torrents of lava soaring into the sky. Amidst the endless sea of flames, a colossal bird capable of shrouding the heavens let out a sorrowful wail. Its mouth emitted a deafening roar. The human race must provide an explanation to the Fire Crow clan. This must be the blatant bias of the Celestial Temple, allowing the human race to slaughter countless prodigies in an attempt to stifle the future of our myriad races. Cursed be it! Cursed be it! The colossal fiery bird was engulfed in raging flames, its voice booming with thunderous wrath. Simultaneously, whether in the northern domain or the boundless oceans, even at the fringes of the western domain, upon realizing the true downfall of their clan's prodigies, countless powerful beings roared in fury, eager to venture into the central and eastern domains to demand an explanation from the humans. Those prodigies were crucial seed figures within their clans, brimming with limitless potential for the future. Yet now, they have all perished within a projection world. How can the various races endure this? In a mere span of time, dozens of foreign emperors hastily descended upon the central domain, seeking to pressure the 9 ancient human nations for answers. However, the moment they stepped into the central domain, suddenly, a formidable and indescribable invisible wave swept across the sky, enveloping the surroundings. Lord of the Celestial Realm, you have gone too far. Inviting our clan's prodigies to participate in the Heavenly Source Grand Tournament while bestowing such privileges upon that human, Xiao Yun. What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to extinguish the future of our myriad races in one fell swoop, allowing your feathered deity clan to co-rule the Heavenly Source continent with the humans? In an instant, the eyes of the dozens of foreign emperors gleamed with a cold light, and they shouted in unison. Boom! The sound reverberated throughout the universe, shaking the sun, moon, and stars. As endless divine light erupted, it seemed to cause the entire central domain to tremble slightly. The might of the emperors was beyond the realm of mere mortals' imagination. Now, with dozens of emperors gathered, their power was utterly overwhelming, terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 79, Lord of the Celestial Realm. Insolence. Privileges? What privilege does Xiao Yun possess? Merely slaying projections. How can this be construed as extinguishing the future of your races? However, in the next moment, the Emperor of the Divine Threshold crossed hundreds of billions of miles in a single step, looking down coldly upon the dozens of foreign emperors. The Emperor of the Siren Clan. The Emperor of the Fire Crow Clan. Do you think that your attitude in descending upon the central domain is not an affront to the weakness of the human race? I, the Emperor, wish to see who dares to offend today? Crash. In the skies above, another towering figure, bathed in endless divine thunder and resembling a thunderous deity, emerged. He stood firm against the heavens, like a pillar supporting the sky, with a long spear crackling with thunder pointing directly at the foreign emperors, dominating the realm. The Emperor of the Divine Threshold, the Emperor of Thunder. Let the Lord of the Celestial Realm provide us with an explanation. However, seeing this, the leading Emperor of the Siren Clan did not retreat, but rather questioned sharply. Do not force our clan to ally with the demon race against you humans. Boom. Yet the next moment, before the words of the Emperor of the Siren Clan could finish, a blazing golden divine light pierced through heaven and earth, directly sending the Emperor of the Siren Clan crashing into the ground, causing his body to explode. Blood of the Emperor splattered, bones shattered, a scene of utter devastation. Lord of the Celestial Realm. Soon, the Emperor of the Siren Clan reconstituted his body, but at that moment, his face was as pale as death. Clearly, he had suffered grave injuries under that blazing golden divine light. The other foreign emperors turned pale, their pupils constricting. An alliance? Are you attempting to disrupt the hard-won peace of our myriad races? Above the heavens, it was as if the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated. A magnificent figure, enveloped in endless golden divine radiance, with shoulder-length golden hair and deep blue eyes, stepped forth. He stood beneath the heavens, seemingly causing the entire sky to shift with his movement. Behind him, a multitude of colossal platinum wings unfurled, 14 in total, each gentle flap releasing torrents of divine brilliance, cascading through the realms. Kneel. The gaze of the Lord of the Celestial Realm was cold and detached, his divine aura radiating an overwhelming majesty, akin to an ancient god-king suppressing heaven and earth. In an instant, the multitude of foreign emperors found themselves unable to control their bodies, involuntarily collapsing to the ground. The utterance of his will was law. This was one of the most fundamental abilities of the celestial ruler, as long as one stood upon the heavenly source continent. The Lord of the Celestial Realm was virtually invincible, except for those variables not derived from the heavenly Tao. Lord of the Celestial Realm, what have you given to that human, Xiao Yun? How could he slay his true body in the projection world? Even the soul-extinguishing needle could not possibly yield such results. The grotesquely contorted face of the Emperor of the Siren Clan roared as he knelt, his eyes burning with rage. Yes, you must provide us with an explanation. The Emperor of the Fire Crow Clan also spoke up, his gaze dark and menacing. Xiao Yun of the human race? However, upon hearing this, the Lord of the Celestial Realm merely shook his head gently. I have not granted him any privileges, and regardless of who participates in the Heavenly Source Grand Tournament, they must bear the consequences. The demise of your clan's prodigies has nothing to do with me. Huh? Extinguishing the future of the myriad races? I, the Lord of the Celestial Realm, would scorn to engage in such despicable acts. Now begone. In concluding his words, before the others could speak again, the Lord of the Celestial Realm waved his right hand, directly expelling the dozens of foreign emperors from the bounds of the central domain, driving them thousands of miles away. Afterwards, a divine light flickered in his eyes. All of Xiao Yun's performances in the 7th battle zone were instantaneously reflected in his mind. How intriguing. Suddenly, the Lord of the Celestial Realm's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a hint of interest. Buzzing, without waiting for the two ancient sovereigns to react, his figure transformed into divine light, dissipating into the void. What had come here today was merely a projection of his being. The strength of the Lord of the Celestial Realm had indeed grown stronger. Upon witnessing the departure of the former, the Emperor of Thunder, wielding his thunder spear, could not help but exclaim. The Lord of the Celestial Realm has inherited the position of the celestial ruler for barely 200,000 years. Yet now, he gives us the impression of being as unfathomable as his master, the Lord of the Void. Haha, it is fortunate that he is a disciple of the Void. Otherwise, if our human race were to lose the suppression of the celestial ruler, we would truly struggle to contain the multitude of the northern and southern domains. After all, in terms of the number of emperors, the demon race undoubtedly holds the foremost position, were it not for their incessant internal strife. The northern domain would not now revere the Siren clan. The emperor of the divine threshold smiled lightly, and upon seeing the multitude of foreign emperors expelled, his mood was undeniably uplifted. Within the demon race, there existed 32 royal clans and 3 imperial clans. The number of powerful emperors among them likely exceeds 100. If they were to fully unite, they would undoubtedly form a colossal force far surpassing the human race. Without the protection of the Lord of the Celestial Realm, the plight of the human race would indeed be precarious. After all, there are far too many races that regard the human race as their mortal enemies. Should they succeed in annihilating the humans, even the countless branches of the demon race might temporarily unite to seek the downfall of humanity. As for the demon race of the southern domain, since the abyssal demon emperor was severely wounded by the Lord of the Celestial Realm 40,000 years ago, they have remained silent, their current state unknown. Even the human emperors harbor suspicions that the once mighty Lord of all demons, who founded the demon race, may have already perished. However, that fellow, Xiao Yun, is indeed quite impressive. Just in time, my youngest granddaughter is still unmarried. If he is willing to become the consort of my ancient nation, I might even consider making him the next ruler of the ancient nation. In an instant, the Supreme Emperor of Thunder revealed a glint of brilliance in his eyes, stroking his beard and nodding. Do not even think about it. He is now the disciple of the sword demon and, moreover, my grand disciple. After the great competition, I shall send him to the sacred grounds of the divine threshold ancient nation for cultivation. Upon hearing the mention of Xiao Yun by the Supreme Emperor of Thunder, the divine threshold emperor immediately wore a smug expression and chuckled. Oh, what if the conditions we offer from the Thunder ancient nation are better than yours, old man? In response, the Supreme Emperor of Thunder merely laughed, leaving behind a phrase before his figure transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished. This fellow, even at his age, he still delights in competing with me, the divine threshold emperor muttered, shaking his head in resignation. He then gestured with a finger in the air, causing the projection of the 7th battle zone to reappear. In a brief span of time, millions of extraordinary beings from various races had already been slaughtered by Xiao Yun. His current points had also soared to contestant, Xiao Yun, human race, heavenly sword sacred ground. Points, 2, 454, 852, 557. 7th battle zone ranking, 2. Overall ranking, 3. Chapter 80, Battle, Son of the Dragon Emperor. A staggering total of 2.4 billion points. Even in the 7th battle zone, this was only second to the dragon race's Emperor Zhu Tian. His overall ranking had astonishingly entered the top 3. At this moment, the time had reached the second day of the preliminary grand competition. The total number of participants across the 14 battle zones had barely exceeded 1 trillion. In the 7th battle zone, due to the frenzied slaughter by Emperor Zhu Tian and Xiao Yun, the number of participants had dwindled to less than 10 billion. Human race Xiao Yun, I am the son of the soul-devouring emperor. You cannot kill me. In a certain part of the projection world, an alien prodigy with several vicious claws and a body appearing dark and ethereal shouted in panic. His name was He Ming, the firstborn of the soul-devouring clan. His father, the soul-devouring emperor, was a formidable being under a demon emperor, ruling over a vast territory. Initially, he believed that passing this preliminary round would pose no challenge. But who could have anticipated that Xiao Yun was so extraordinary? He possessed terrifying means capable of slaying true bodies from the outside world. No, you are. Boom. However, upon hearing the threat, Xiao Yun remained calm, raising his hand and delivering a punch that instantly obliterated He Ming's head. Blood spilled across the heavens and earth, with the overwhelming force of annihilation. His external body was also instantly erased, completely extinguishing all life. Woof. Beside him, Xiao He continued to chew on a multitude of alien prodigies, barking contentedly as he savored his feast. Buzz. Subsequently, Xiao Yun opened the ranking screen. His eyes glimmered as he examined the top-ranked prodigies. Currently, the first position was still held by the dragon race's Emperor Zhu Tian, whose points had reached a terrifying 100 billion. The second rank belonged to the prodigy of the Feathered God clan, a mere burning wings, with just over 30 billion points, remarkably close to Xiao Yun's current total. As for the fourth rank, it was remarkably occupied by the existence from the 3 great imperial clans of the demon race, the Divine Void clan, Nye Yuan. Including Xiao Yun, These four constituted the top four in the current preliminary total rankings. However, the current rankings did not genuinely represent anything significant. After all, the first and thousandth in each battle zone could also advance smoothly, with only a slight gap between them. Aside from myself, there is only one other human race ranked in the top 10. Xiao Yun scrolled through the ranking screen and found a note at the very bottom marked with the words human race. 10th overall ranking, human race, Chu Wuya. The first prince of the divine threshold ancient nation, possessing the heavy eye, and ranked 9th on the 10,000 body list with the star moon divine body. He was one of the most formidable prodigies of the current human race, having once slain a demon path sage in a head-on confrontation with his imperial physique. With the heavy eye combined with the star moon divine body, this individual was indeed extraordinarily gifted. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, finding a certain admiration for this Chu Wuya. After all, his current identity could barely be considered that of a grand disciple of the divine threshold emperor. There might still be some intersection with the divine threshold ancient nation in the future. Human race, Xiao Yun. Suddenly, a voice resounded like thunder from afar, snapping Xiao Yun back to reality. He gazed towards the distant horizon where an ancient bronze ship traversed the void. At the bow of the ship stood three figures emanating an aura as deep as the abyss. The foremost figure, with black hair and thunderous eyes, donned a dark golden patterned robe, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed capable of crushing the entire world. Beside him stood a man and a woman, both radiating astonishing might, their immense dragon power overshadowing the realms. The dragon race. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Unlike the countless alien prodigies he had slain, these three dragon race prodigies instilled within him a faint sense of danger. Emperor Zhu Tian. Instantly, Xiao Yun could not help but think of this name. The being that had dominated the overall rankings since the beginning, and who was also in the same 7th battle zone as him. The black-haired man at the forefront must surely be that dragon race prodigy. Boom. The ancient bronze ship arrived 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yun, and the three figures disembarked, advancing towards him through the air. Haha, very well. Human race Xiao Yun, your displayed strength has successfully captured my attention. I, Emperor Zhu Tian, shall challenge you today. I hope you do not disappoint me. A faint, cold smile played on Emperor Zhu Tian's lips as he stepped forward. An overwhelming aura of arrogance swept across the arena, causing countless prodigies in the distance to tremble in their stance. Emperor Zhu Tian is challenging the human race, Xiao Yun. Ha ha ha, that cheating human. I have long harbored displeasure towards him. Quick, quick, quick. This battle of extraordinary prodigies must be witnessed firsthand. In an instant, countless prodigies in the 7th battle zone erupted in excitement. They soared into the air, even abandoning their ongoing battles, converging towards the location of the two. Emperor Zhu Tian, son of the ancient dragon emperor, currently the terrifying existence occupying the first rank of the overall standings. It was said that no one had been able to withstand even a single strike from him thus far. Meanwhile, human race Xiao Yun was a veritable god of slaughter. With the capability to slay external true bodies, he had indeed become a nightmare for countless alien prodigies. The battle between the two would undoubtedly be spectacular. To miss such a high-level confrontation would be a lifelong regret. Xiao Yun, do you dare to accept? Emperor Zhu Tian stood in the void, surrounded by boundless divine thunder, his golden dragon eyes surveying the scene below like a celestial deity passing judgment upon the mortal realm. Weak. Too weak. In this battle zone, the only one qualified to engage him in battle was the Xiao Yun before him. An intense desire for combat now completely filled Emperor Zhu Tian's mind. He wished to challenge Xiao Yun and crush him beneath his feet, to let the entire continent know that he, Emperor Zhu Tian, was the true pinnacle of contemporary prodigies. A challenge? Xiao Yun's gaze flickered as he glanced at the gathering crowd of spectators in the distance. Haha, what is there to fear? He replied nonchalantly, then soared into the sky, confronting Emperor Zhu Tian from 100 miles away in the vast air. In the blink of an eye, silence enveloped the surroundings. Countless spectators involuntarily swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the two figures in the arena. They could scarcely believe that Xiao Yun would so decisively accept the challenge posed by the former. The might of Zhu Tian was nothing short of terrifying. Even the ancient saints of the Dragon Clan, who had survived for hundreds of thousands of years, found it nearly impossible to contend with him. As for the other race's saints, aside from the venerable high-ranking ones, who among them could rival his brilliance? Most alarming was the fact that Zhu Tian's cultivation was merely at the half-saint level. With such a status, he possessed a crushing strength that could easily overpower any ordinary 7th-grade saint below him. In the grand tapestry of myriad races, he was an unfathomable prodigy, defying the heavens to an extreme degree. Although the human race's Xiao Yun was formidable, in the eyes of the onlookers, he still paled in comparison to Zhu Tian. Engaging in battle with him seemed a daunting prospect. In that moment, the crowd collectively harbored such thoughts, their optimism for Xiao Yun waning. Meanwhile, many proud members of the Siren and Beast clans reveled in joy, eagerly anticipating Diju Tian to eliminate Xiao Yun from the competition. Chapter 81, A World-Shaking Strike. The Underworld God as Suppression. The Dragon Clan is not an enemy of my human race. Therefore, in this battle, I do not intend to slay your true form. I merely need to defeat your projection to acquire points. Xiao Yun gazed at the distant Diju Tian, his voice calm and unwavering. However, upon hearing this, Diju Tian's brows furrowed tightly, seemingly displeased. If it were merely this, then the battle would be exceedingly dull. Why not add some stakes? The one who loses shall become the other's slave, bound to serve for 100 years. Diju Tian's tone was indifferent. How about it? This declaration sent waves of excitement and exhilaration through the onlookers. 100 years of servitude, though it may not seem long, for proud prodigies such as themselves. It would undoubtedly be a humiliation, an unbearable disgrace. Your Highness, you. Upon hearing this, a young girl of the Dragon Clan in a blue dress, who accompanied Diju Tian, quickly changed her expression and rushed to dissuade him. She understood her prince's character well. Once he agreed to this matter, there would be no opportunity for retreat. But if he were to lose, the esteemed son of the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor would become a slave to a human prodigy. This would surely bring shame upon the entire Dragon Clan. This cannot be allowed. She was preparing to persuade him when Diju Tian abruptly waved his hand. His gaze icy. Qing Luo, do not hinder me. If we are to fight, let it be a fight to the finish. But, your father. At this moment, another young dragon could not help but interject, wishing to remind Diju Tian that this course of action was unwise. Silence. Boom. Yet, Diju Tian suddenly shouted, causing the void to tremble. My mind is made up. Should anyone speak again, I shall end them. His voice was frigid, laced with a murderous intent that compelled the dragon girl, named Qing Luo, to lower her head. Humph. Diju Tian snorted coldly, casting a glance at Qing Luo before redirecting his attention to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, do you dare to accept such conditions? At this moment, boundless thunder surged behind him, as if several thunder dragons were roaming, distorting the very fabric of the void. Yet, Xiao Yun remained calm and unruffled. Ha ha ha, what audacity! Seeing this, Diju Tian let out a long howl, an aura of terrifying dragon might radiating from him like turbulent waves. If I can take you as my slave in this heavenly source grand competition, then my journey will be worthwhile. Boom. Before his words had fully settled, Diju Tian transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Xiao Yun with incredible speed, so swift that even many imperial-level prodigies struggled to catch a glimpse. How fast? A petite girl with transparent wings gasped, her pupils constricting in shock. The Tianling clan was renowned for its unparalleled speed, yet before Diju Tian, they appeared utterly diminished. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Diju Tian traversed the boundless void, arriving beside Xiao Yun in an instant. His right fist, seemingly infused with the might of endless thunder, descended upon Xiao Yun with tremendous force. Boom. Before the fist even arrived, the resounding thunder was deafening. Diju Tian was overwhelmingly formidable. Such a punch could likely obliterate an entire dynasty in an instant. At this moment, all the prodigies held their breath, their minds captivated by the immense power Diju Tian wielded, which far surpassed their imaginations. The gap between ordinary prodigies and him was insurmountable. Xiao Yun, how will you defend yourself? Outside the arena, Emperor Shun Kei's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Yun within the luminous screen, an expression of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Boom. In a flash of electric brilliance, Diju Tian's terrifying fist energy descended with cataclysmic force, akin to a mountain collapsing or a meteor crashing to Earth, embodying the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Submit. Diju Tian's eyes blazed with combat fervor, the overwhelming force causing the void to tremble as if struggling to withstand it. The next moment, bang! An unimaginable and earth-shattering explosion erupted, radiating outward from the two figures at the center. In an instant, countless spectators felt their minds ringing, their vision consumed by a dazzling white haze. This punch was overwhelmingly terrifying, as though the world itself were crumbling. With a single strike, even the reinforced void shattered, obliterating everything within 1,000 miles. Hiss! In that moment, gasps of shock reverberated throughout the crowd. Everyone trembled, their minds swirling violently. Was Diju Tian truly just another prodigy of their era? His strength was simply unfathomable, beyond comprehension. Boom! As the dust settled, Diju Tian stood tall, his robes billowing, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding an unparalleled dominance. Defeated? His gaze flickered, coldly surveying below, yet he found it hard to believe that his opponent could fall so easily. Xiao Yun has fallen. Truly, Diju Tian is formidable. Even against Xiao Yun, how could he possibly be a match? This battle has concluded. Finally, as the dust began to clear, the crowd regained their senses, shaking their heads in unison, convinced of Xiao Yun's inevitable defeat. What a pity for this arrogant and powerful human prodigy, destined to become a servant under Diju Tian. However, just as the crowd prepared to disperse, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Buzz. Suddenly, without anyone noticing, Xiao Yun's figure slowly re-emerged from the void. Remarkably, there was not a single mark of injury upon him, as if Diju Tian's formidable strike had merely been a fleeting illusion. Clad in white, he stood with his hands behind his back, his pale golden eyes exuding a depth that seemed to contain the secrets of the universe. An inscrutable and arcane power flowed around him, enveloped in a dark divine radiance, resembling an ancient deity that towered over the heavens, gazing down upon the myriad worlds with disdain. At this moment, an indescribable aura of terror emanated from Xiao Yun, as profound and unfathomable as an abyss or a prison, embodying an endless majesty and nobility. The sight was so awe-inspiring that it evoked an involuntary impulse of reverence among the onlookers. In a moment of daze, it seemed as though countless deities and demons were kneeling in unison, fervently bowing in homage. Chapter 82. Invincible Defense, majestic as a mountain. Boom. In the next instant, it was as if the very heavens were collapsing. In the boundless void, a dark, ethereal star suddenly flickered, igniting an endless, obsidian radiance. The firmament, at this moment, had dimmed to its utmost extent. A colossal phantom of a god, woven from countless star maps, materialized out of thin air, standing behind Xiao Yun as if it were supporting infinite worlds. Amidst the dim star maps, only one dark star twinkled. It shimmered alone at the center of the colossal god's right eye, resembling an eternal dark star, existing since time immemorial. And at this moment, an oppressive force surged forth. An unfathomable terror enveloped the entire projection world, instilling an unprecedented sense of insignificance in the hearts of all spectators. It was as if that colossal god held dominion over the fate of infinite worlds, like an ancient, undying divine king, standing proudly above the heavens. This was especially evident to Diju Tian, who was closest to Xiao Yun. Upon witnessing the immense, magnificent phantom of the god, his heart trembled, and a wave of uncontrollable fear emerged from within. It was a fear rooted in instinct, even with his ancestral bloodline. Being one of the most noble of the dragon clan, he could not help but feel his heart race, unable to calm himself. Impossible, Diju Tian roared within, for he was the son of the Dragon Emperor, the most formidable supreme prodigy of this era. How could he ever fear a mere human? Roar. In an instant, Diju Tian let out a deep growl, lightning swirling around him, transforming into a colossal true dragon stretching tens of thousands of feet long. It was indeed his true dragon form. Human Xiao Yun, you cannot possibly defeat me. The thunder dragon raised its head and roared, its entire body erupting with lightning. Each purple serpent of electricity as thick as a barrel, sharp as a sword. As he moved, he stirred an infinite whirlwind, tearing apart the surrounding void. In this moment, Diju Tian appeared as if the might of heaven had descended. He was the ancient dragon god who wielded heavenly punishment. Get back. The violent whirlwind swept across millions of miles, flinging the onlookers away, their faces filled with astonishment. The true form of the dragon clan. At this moment, Diju Tian, transformed into his original body, truly revealed his terrifying power. Thunder Dragon versus Dark Colossus? Countless spectators were exhilarated, their eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. This clash between the two supreme prodigies would undoubtedly be etched into history, reverberating throughout the continent. This human lad possesses some strength. However, why do I sense a familiar bloodline aura from him? Meanwhile, within the dragon realm of Tian, the ancient flame dragon emperor, bathed in divine flames, gazed intently at the light screen, marveling at the power of the colossal god's phantom, yet he felt an even more intense, almost overwhelming bloodline aura emanating from Xiao Yun. This little fellow, the ancient flame dragon emperor's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of confusion. But soon, he shook his head slightly. The bloodline closest to the progenitor, the ancient flame dragon clan, now had only him remaining. How could a mere human possess a bloodline that surpasses his own? Lamia, your offspring seems to be on the verge of defeat. At this moment, the white-haired elder shrouded in black mist spoke indifferently, a playful tone lacing his voice. Zhu Yin Dragon Emperor, that human is merely putting on an act. My son Diju Tian will never be defeated. Upon hearing the elder's words, the Lamia Dragon Emperor let out a cold snort. Diju Tian is his youngest son, who has trained under him since childhood, receiving his utmost nurturing. How could he be rivaled by a mere human prodigy? In his eyes, among all the prodigies in this era, none could contend with him. Heh, just watch closely. The Xiao Yun Dragon Emperor smiled, yet he refrained from saying more, instead taking a keen interest in the light screen. At this moment, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Boom. The sky was filled with divine lightning, pouring down upon the dark colossus in a frenzy. Yet it could not even budge. Though it was but a phantom, it remained frighteningly solid. The terrifying lightning struck its form, failing to create even a ripple. This is impossible. Diju Tian, witnessing this scene, could not help but roar in his heart. His proud, thunderous powers could not even breach the defense of this colossal phantom. It was known that ordinary high-level saints would be instantly obliterated before it. And now, under such a terrifying assault, even a great saint would not dare to confront it head-on. Yet, Xiao Yun stood there, immovable, allowing Diju Tian's relentless attacks, remaining as steadfast as a mountain, impervious. Do not let me be defeated. A crushing sense of defeat engulfed his spirit, and Diju Tian's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed once more, activating his most powerful killing technique. In an instant, an endless, vast aura surged forth. Boom. Thunder roared, deafening. The void suddenly collapsed, and boundless lightning coalesced into a terrifying thunder pillar that pierced through the heavens, violently crashing into the dark colossus. Amidst the thunderous roar, countless electric serpents flew, turning the shattered void into a dazzling silver expanse. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yun, perish before me. Diju Tian, now seemingly frenzied, could no longer afford to conceal his power. All his strength erupted without reservation, vowing to obliterate Xiao Yun's phantom body and truly claim victory in this battle. He wanted all beings observing this fight to know that he, Diju Tian, would never know defeat. Born to crush all, Xiao Yun, why does he not make a move? Meanwhile, many spectators felt a tinge of confusion. Ever since the colossal phantom appeared, Xiao Yun had not moved an inch, remaining unyielding against Diju Tian's relentless assaults. Yet now, facing Diju Tian's all-out, terrifying strike, he remained unmoved, his gaze calm and indifferent, as if to him, the opponent was merely an insignificant insect. Boom. In the next moment, the brilliant thunder pillar descended. Under the horrified gazes of the spectators, it crashed down upon the dark colossus. However, after a violent roar, the terrifying thunder pillar vanished as if it had fallen into the sea, causing not even a ripple. It seemed that where the lightning struck was eternity, an unfathomable abyss. In an instant, the arena fell silent. All who were watching this battle stared wide-eyed, hardly daring to believe their own eyes. Useless, still entirely ineffective. Even if Diju Tian exerted all his might, he could not harm the dark colossus in the slightest. Chapter 83. Transforming into the underworld god, crushing with a palm. How could this be possible? Within the dragon realm of Tian, the Lei Mia Dragon Emperor was equally shaken to the core. He understood all too well just how terrifying the powers being wielded by Diju Tian truly were. The art of imperial technique has shattered like the aurora. 1,000,000 years ago, he wielded this technique to slay 2 great emperors of the demon race, his renown echoing across the entire continent. Yet now, it is effortlessly countered by that young human, and not only is he uninjured, but his form remains unshaken. This, indeed, completely overturns his understanding. Even as the ancient Dragon Emperor, having existed for countless eons, he finds it utterly incomprehensible. What is this phantom before him? On the other side, the Divine Abyss Emperor is equally astounded. The divine power exhibited by Emperor Ju Tian is likely comparable to the mightiest strikes of certain great saints. Yet it has yielded not a shred of effect. The terrifying defense of that colossal phantom is enough to instill fear even in him. The outcome of this battle is beyond doubt. Have you had enough? In the realm between heaven and earth, a profound silence prevails. Everyone remains ensnared in the depths of their shock, save for the low, indifferent voice of Xiao Yun that resonates across the land. What he now manifests is but one of the divine powers from the heavenly underworld suppression technique. Originally, it required the activation of at least trillions of dark stars as the bare minimum to wield such a power. However, under the system's 10,000-fold return, Xiao Yun needs only to activate the 10th dark star to qualify for its use. This technique, known as the body of the underworld god, truly harnesses the energy of dark stars, allowing the evolution of the underworld god phantom to descend upon the mortal realm. In this state, should Xiao Yun remain still, his defense would surge by tens of thousands of times. Not even a pinnacle great saint or an ordinary saint king could breach it. As for his power, Xiao Yun's physical strength originally stands at 2,600 dragon powers, equivalent to a staggering 260 trillion pounds of force. Such physical prowess is indeed fearsome, capable of annihilating any saint. Yet in the state of embodying the underworld god, his strength has now reached physical strength, 260,000 dragon powers, special state. Each dark star amplifying to 10,000 dragon powers, a total of 260,000 dragon powers. Aside from the eye of the underworld god, this is the pinnacle of Xiao Yun's gains from half a month of cultivation. Each dark star provides him with 10,000 dragon powers, translating into a monstrous enhancement of 100 trillion pounds. With the stacking of 26 dark stars, he has attained the astounding total of 260,000 dragon powers. Every movement he makes contains the terrifying might to devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth. In the face of such power, Emperor Zhu Tian appears as a mere wriggling loach, unable to withstand even a casual strike from Xiao Yun. A single blow, if imbued with the characteristic of absolute destruction, would instantly reduce him to nothingness. Naturally, such a terrifying state cannot be maintained indefinitely. Once he begins to utilize the power of dark stars, it can only last for a fleeting 26 breaths. The duration is directly tied to the number of dark stars he has activated. With 26 dark stars, it can last a maximum of 26 breaths. When he later activates billions of dark stars, he will wield it freely and without limit. Now it is my turn. In the next moment, a cold snort escapes Xiao Yun's lips as he raises his hand and lunges forward. Boom. Instantly, a colossal hand that obscures the sky and eclipses the sun materializes. Beneath this mighty palm, the immense dragon body of Emperor Zhu Tian, spanning hundreds of thousands of zhang, now appears diminutive in comparison, as if merely a plaything within its grasp, unable to escape or resist. I refuse to believe it. Emperor Zhu Tian roars in fury, desperately channeling the remnants of his strength to resist, but all is in vain. Boom. Amidst the deafening roar, the colossal palm crashes down. The son of the Dragon Emperor, hailed as the strongest prodigy of this era, possesses not the slightest resistance under that dark, terrifying hand, and is instantly crushed into a mist of blood. Your Highness. Witnessing this scene, a young dragon maiden named Qing Luo turns pale, her legs giving way as she collapses into the void. Prince Zhu Tian has been defeated. This implies that for the next century, he shall become the servant of that human prodigy. Xiao Yun has emerged victorious. Flee. Forfeit. Quickly forfeit. Simultaneously, numerous demon and siren race prodigies are gripped by terror. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun's ultimate victory, they hastily choose to forfeit and retreat. At this moment, they finally comprehend. Xiao Yun's earlier declaration of exterminating all human adversaries was no mere boast. He indeed possesses such terrifying strength. Want to escape? Too late. However, to the fleeing crowd, Xiao Yun merely chuckles coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Suppress. With a low growl, the 26 dark stars begin to emit a shrouded, ominous radiance. In the next instant, boom. It is as if infinite worlds are crashing down, and the billions of alien prodigies present are instantaneously reduced to black mist. As for those in a neutral position, or even allied with the human race, they are precisely excluded from the area of suppression, thus preserving their lives. At this moment, Xiao Yun's ranking in points has reached Contestant, Xiao Yun, Human Race, Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Points, 27, 156, 652, 589. Rank in the 7th Battle Zone, 1. Overall rank, 1. A staggering total of over 2 billion points. Xiao Yun's score now leaves the second-ranked Yushun race prodigy far behind. Buzzing. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news of Xiao Yun's ultimate victory, the remaining tens of billions of alien prodigies in the 7th Battle Zone are seized by fear and directly forfeit, their projections fading away. After all, when it comes to the Tianyuan Grand Tournament and the value of life, they are able to discern the difference. Soon, the total number of remaining individuals in this projection world dwindles to the final count of 1,000. The preliminary competition of the 7th Battle Zone has officially concluded. Chapter 84. The Arrival of the Dragon Emperor. At the same time, within the dragon realm of Emperor Tian, upon witnessing Emperor Zhu Tian crushed by that dark giant's palm, the 3 dragon emperors fall into a profound silence. After a long pause, the ancient flame dragon emperor finally speaks. If I am not mistaken, this human use power bears a striking resemblance to that of the former underworld emperor, almost of the same origin. He has become the second human capable of cultivating the heavenly underworld suppression technique. This child's future is unfathomable. He may indeed become the second underworld emperor. A flicker of divine light dances in the ancient flame dragon emperor's eyes. For reasons unknown, this human Xiao Yun appears increasingly pleasing to him. Lamia, that child Zhu Tian becoming his servant may not be such a bad thing after all. Bang! At these words, the Lamia dragon emperor fiercely clenches his fingers, crushing the space within his grasp into swirling shards of black void. My son has exerted all his strength. Since ancient times, our dragon race has revered the strong. That youth's defeat at the hands of Xiao Yun is not a disgrace to my name, Lamia Dragon Emperor. After all, that human is simply too powerful. Too powerful. The Lamia Dragon Emperor shakes his head, sighing as he slowly rises, casting his gaze towards a distant point in the sky. Since he has been defeated, he must fulfill his promise. I will personally escort him to the Heavenly Sword's sacred land to establish a master-servant contract with Xiao Yun. After uttering these words, the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor's figure flickered momentarily before transforming into a brilliant bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. At this moment, within the sacred land of the Heavenly Sword, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, and the fragment of his soul used for projection completely merged with his true self. Woof, woof. Beside him, the little black dog was incessantly licking his right palm, appearing quite cheerful. Haha, well done, Xiao Yun. The Sword Ghost and the Heavenly Sword Master approached with hearty laughter, their faces illuminated with joy. Xiao Yun's performance in the preliminary competition had far exceeded their expectations. Even the one hailed as the strongest prodigy of this generation, Emperor Zhu Tian, upon reverting to his true form and unleashing all his hidden trump cards, was still unable to breach his defenses. The moment Xiao Yun struck, it was as if he wielded the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. With a single palm, he crushed Emperor Zhu Tian, who had been attacking like a jester. In a fleeting thought, he then cleaved through the countless alien prodigies gathered to spectate. The overwhelming dominance he displayed sent tremors through all the extraterrestrial beings. In less than 3 days, the preliminary round in this battle zone concluded amidst the dread of Xiao Yun. It is worth noting that in the other 13 battle zones, fierce and frenzied competition still raged on. The rankings of every contestant were rapidly fluctuating. Yet, standing at the pinnacle, Xiao Yun, who now shone at the top of the heavenly source rankings, remained unshakable. It was indeed unfortunate that those alien beings who voluntarily forfeited had managed to escape. Xiao Yun smiled, though a hint of regret lingered in his heart. Had Emperor Zhu Tian not challenged him, or had he not showcased the terrifying power of his true form, it is likely that the remaining alien prodigies would not have so easily withdrawn. But if one were to cast blame, it would ultimately fall upon his overwhelming strength. In comparison to these young prodigies, he was akin to a firefly against the full moon. A mere display of dominance sent those alien prodigies fleeing in disarray. Hee, no matter, the Sword Ghost chuckled lightly, a profound expression emerging on his face. When you are capable of rivaling a quasi-emperor and even a true emperor-level powerhouse, you shall fear nothing, even if you penetrate the territories of the alien races alone. At these words, Xiao Yun's brows slightly raised, and he chuckled softly. Haha, master. Those alien beings who oppose our human race will surely find themselves in dire straits. A smile graced his lips, though his eyes radiated a sharp, icy glint. The conflict among the myriad races had sounded its trumpet long before the ancient times. For countless epochs, myriad weaker races had been enslaved, slaughtered, and ultimately faded into the annals of history. Yet, the human race remained steadfast at the pinnacle of the heavenly source continent. In the ancient era, when the human race had no sovereign to govern the heavens, they dared to defy fate. The legendary human saint, Fuxi, once battled the demon race's sovereign single-handedly, cleaving the very land itself. That battle was earth-shattering. It reverberated throughout the entire heavenly source continent. In the end, even the demon race's sovereign had to retreat in fear, forbidding any enmity with the human race. Although the demon race at that time was incredibly formidable, incomparable to today's chaotic demons, they still harbored trepidation toward the human race. Or rather, it was the human saint, Fuxi. By his own might, he suppressed countless alien races, laying the foundation for the eternal legacy of the human race on this continent. Xiao Yun held great admiration for the legend of this saint. Presently, the human race appeared slightly weaker, which emboldened the myriad races to stir restlessly, continually provoking the human race. In the future, he would not hesitate to emulate this ancient human emperor's actions. Alone, he would suppress all races. Suddenly, the distant space was torn asunder, a piercing sound of shattering echoing, abruptly interrupting Xiao Yun's thoughts. Who goes there? Before he could speak, the Sword Ghost bellowed fiercely. With a mere thought, the entire world transformed into a layered realm of mirrors. Buzz. Millions of ethereal silver blades loomed in the void, each emanating a chilling brilliance, rendering one shudder with fear. Unbeknownst to them, the Heart Puppet Sword Emperor and the Withered Sword Elder also manifested in the void above, their gazes heavy with gravity as they focused on the distance, ready to strike at any moment. Xiao Yun turned to look as well, his gaze flickering as he sensed a familiar aura within. There is no need for such tension. Moreover, if it truly comes to conflict, you cannot withstand even a single strike from this emperor. A detached voice resonated from the distant void. carrying an air of supreme authority that caused the surrounding space to suddenly freeze. Boom. In the wake of that singular utterance, the mirror realm conjured by the sword ghost was instantaneously reduced to dust. Chapter 85. The Terror of the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor, Bloodline Exposed. So powerful. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted, and his heart sank. All his dark star power was primed for an explosive eruption. An emperor. The arrival was undoubtedly a true emperor of a realm. Furthermore, among the echelon of emperors, this one belonged to the pinnacle tier. It was known that his master, the sword ghost, could momentarily contend with an ordinary emperor, yet before this figure, he possessed not a shred of resistance. This was beyond mere strength. But why had such a formidable being suddenly descended upon this place? Could it be due to his defeat of Emperor Zhu Tian? Did he intend to silence him? Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Yun's forehead, and a profound sense of crisis surged within him. If that were the case, matters would become troublesome indeed. Who exactly are you? Despite the adversary's overwhelming power, the sword ghost remained unafraid, gripping his ancient long sword, gazing unwaveringly into the distant void. At the same time, he transmitted to Xiao Yun, Xiao Yun, should the visitor harbor ill intentions, I will fight to the death to obstruct him. You must flee to the central domain and seek refuge with your ancestral master. His expression was one of utter determination. This emperor has said, there is no need for you to be alarmed. Boom. Yet in the next moment, a voice tinged with annoyance reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by an invisible wave that swept across. The laws of the world seemed to be momentarily shackled. Even the endless power surging within everyone appeared to vanish in that instant, leaving them unable to mobilize even a fraction. Suddenly, Xiao Yun and the others finally glimpsed the full figure of the visitor. At the forefront stood an exceptionally towering dark-haired giant, exceeding a height of 10 feet. Akin to a colossal titan striding through the firmament, the void beneath his feet fracturing as if countless storms surged around him. Whoosh! At the very moment of his arrival, the thunder above seemed to be frenziedly stirred, the laws of lightning thrown into chaos, almost collapsing entirely. In that instant, everyone, including the sword ghost and Xiao Yun, felt their hearts seize, their blood seemingly freezing, their bodies involuntarily trembling slightly. The might of the emperor oppressed the ages. Before this dark-haired giant, they felt like mere insignificant ants. The terrifying chasm between them rendered breathing a challenge, nearly suffocating them. I, the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, have come today solely to fulfill my son's wager. Buzz. Instantly, all oppressive force dissipated in an instant. The towering figure of the dark-haired giant was enveloped in crackling thunder, his voice deep and resonant. Human, Xiao Yun, this emperor acknowledges your formidable strength. The dragon race reveres power above all, though you hail from the human lineage. As if sensing something amiss, the thunder-extinguishing dragon emperor's voice abruptly halted, his gaze fixating on Xiao Yun, astonishment flickering across his features. Is this the bloodline power of that scoundrel, Guyan? No, he is indeed a human. Two bloodlines coexisting? Damn it. When did the esteemed Gu Yin Dragon Emperor become involved with a human woman? No wonder his demeanor towards Xiao Yun has grown increasingly gentle. The thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor's expression was exceedingly peculiar, as though a dramatic tale was unfolding in his mind. This won't do. Upon returning to the Imperial Dragon's celestial realm, I must interrogate that scoundrel, Gu Yin. Ha ha ha, esteemed nephew Xiao Yun. In the next moment, the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor's face broke into a wide grin, radiating warmth. Yet, witnessing this change in demeanor, Xiao Yun felt an ominous premonition arise, his lips twitching slightly. One of the three ancient Dragon Emperors dares to call me nephew? Dragon Emperor. My lord. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun managed to force a smile and spoke. There's no need for such formality. Just call me Uncle Lei. The thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor waved his hand dismissively, moving to Xiao Yun's side, beaming as he patted his shoulder. Uncle Lei. Xiao Yun forced a smile, resigning himself to the address. After all, the other party was a true emperor-level powerhouse, one of the oldest beings of the present day. He could not afford to refuse. Should he provoke the emperor, who could say if he would have a system in his next life? Meanwhile, the three esteemed elders of the Heavenly Sword's sacred ground and the Heavenly Sword Sovereign were utterly dumbfounded. Why was the legendary thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor so affectionate toward Xiao Yun? Logically, after his son, Zhu Tian, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Xiao Yun, he should be furious. Yet, this exalted Dragon Emperor was addressing a human junior as nephew? Their minds were in a state of chaos, utterly unable to comprehend the current situation. Zhu Tian, come here at once. With a thunderous command, the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor summoned a figure from afar. With his dark hair, thunderous eyes, and clad in a dark golden robe, it was none other than Zhu Tian, whom Xiao Yun had previously defeated. Father. The once arrogant Tian now appeared utterly deflated, his head bowed as he spoke meekly. Slap. The thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor, uninterested in further discussion, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Useless wretch, you've brought disgrace upon our dragon race. Tian clutched his cheek, not daring to utter a word. Fortunately, the next moment, the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor's thoughts shifted, isolating the space of the three from the outside world. Tian, strictly speaking, Xiao Yun is also a member of my dragon race. In fact, you ought to address him as Big Brother. Tian was flabbergasted, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Xiao Yun is also a member of the dragon race. How is that possible? The next moment, he fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Yun, attempting to discern any trace of a dragon's presence within him. Alas, he found none. He could not sense even a hint of the dragon race's bloodline within Xiao Yun. At this moment, Xiao Yun was also wearing a bitter smile, feeling a wave of helplessness. So, the reason for the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor's change in attitude was due to his awareness of Xiao Yun's Gu Yin dragon physique. Uncle Lei, how did you come to know of my other half-bloodline? At the same time, Xiao Yun felt extremely puzzled. The system's concealment power was nearly flawless. Even an emperor-level powerhouse should find it impossible to detect any anomalies. Yet, the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor had effortlessly seen through it, leaving him bewildered. Observing Xiao Yun's expression, the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor chuckled lightly, his words laced with significance. Though you have masked it well, I have traversed countless eons alongside Gu Yin. A brother in life and death. How could I not be familiar with his bloodline aura? Chapter 86. The Reincarnation of the Dragon Ancestor? No, I truly am not. Moreover, this bloodline of yours is undeniably extraordinary. As he spoke, the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable excitement. I surmise that Gu Yin Dragon Emperor must be your biological father, otherwise you... Stop. Xiao Yun interjected, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his tone. Your Excellency, the Dragon Emperor, is mistaken. Although my bloodline has some ties to the dragon race, it is absolutely unrelated to Gu Yin Dragon Emperor. My bloodline can be understood as a result of receiving a certain inheritance. Inheritance? The thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor's pale golden dragon eyes narrowed slightly. I have never heard of any inheritance that could bestow such a true dragon's bloodline, unless... Xiao Yun, why don't you reveal your dragon form so that I may witness it firsthand? After saying this, the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor regarded Xiao Yun with keen interest. The latter, however, could only offer a helpless smile as he surveyed the enclosed space around them, still somewhat apprehensive. Uncle Lei, this place. Fear not. It is only the three of us here. The thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor lightly waved his sleeve. Unless the Lord of the Firmament arrives, no one shall eavesdrop on our conversation. Very well. Xiao Yun nodded, his thoughts stirring as he fully activated the power of the Gu Yin dragon physique that had reached the divine tier. Boom. In an instant, the temperature within the space surged dramatically, causing the very fabric of the void to warp, as if they were ensconced in a blazing furnace. A cascade of crimson golden dragon scales emerged, enveloping Xiao Yun's form. His entire presence swelled, akin to a deity bathed in divine flames. Bang! His dragon tail effortlessly shattered the space, unleashing a tempest of unimaginable force. At that moment, Xiao Yun had transformed into a hybrid of man and dragon. Standing over 3 meters tall, adorned with endless crimson golden scales, his dragon eyes gleaming with resplendent brilliance. His entire being flowed with the fervent power of dragon flames, as if ready to incinerate the void and obliterate all existence. This, Tian was taken aback, inexplicably feeling the bloodline power within him tremble at the sight of Xiao Yun's unleashed dragon might. It compelled him to instinctively bow in submission. Impossible. Such a concentration of bloodline. Meanwhile, the thunder-extinguishing Dragon Emperor's expression was filled with profound shock, his voice barely a whisper. Even among the three of us, we are far inferior. Xiao Yun, could it be that you are? His voice trailed off, seemingly grasping a possibility that sent tremors through his entire being. To possess such a rich bloodline, to truly be of the ancestral lineage, there could only be one. That would be the legendary progenitor of countless dragon bloodlines, the celestial source dragon ancestor. He was not merely the progenitor of the dragon race, but also the creator deity of the entire celestial source continent, ultimately embodying the Tao of heaven, the supreme existence that gave rise to all things. The bloodline of the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor, once thought to be extinguished, is now firmly restrained, leaving only one possibility. Xiao Yun is the reincarnation of the heavenly source dragon ancestor. After countless eons, is the progenitor of all dragons, the creator of infinite laws, about to return in truth? At that moment, a tempest surged in the mind of the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor. He had heard tales from the ancient times when the heavenly source continent faced dire calamity, with numerous extraterrestrial deities descending upon this realm, seeking to plunder the essence of the world to annihilate the entire continent. The beings of the continent united against the enemy, battling fiercely until the heavens were drenched in blood, and the very fabric of the universe began to crumble. Ultimately, it was the heavenly source dragon ancestor who transformed into the Tao of heaven, constructing and mastering the endless laws, which enabled the suppression of all celestial deities and restored peace to the heavenly source continent. The extraordinary realm of the celestial sovereign thus emerged, symbolizing not only the true invincibility of the present age, but also representing the boundless might of the entire world. Should calamity befall the continent once more, the celestial sovereign, as the protector of the realm, would wield the divine authority capable of suppressing all gods and rescuing the denizens of the land. He must be the sole remnant soul of the dragon ancestor reincarnated. The thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor's heart raced with fervor. Dragon ancestor, my kin has awaited your return for countless eons. You have finally returned. In the next moment, he abruptly turned, his gaze towards Xiao Yun brimming with fervent, almost frenzied reverence. What? Xiao Yun was once again bewildered, rendered almost speechless. Dragon ancestor? Just a moment ago, you were claiming I was the illegitimate child of the ancient flame Dragon Emperor. How have we suddenly changed to Dragon Ancestor? Emperor Zhu Tian, kneel before the Dragon Ancestor and pay your respects. It is a privilege beyond measure for him to bestow upon you even a single blow. Immediately, the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor seized Emperor Zhu Tian and forcefully slammed his head towards the void. No, father. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force shattered the void, and Emperor Zhu Tian, caught off guard, was left bloodied and howling in agony. Even I, a junior of the imperial lineage, must pay my respects. He then tossed the dazed Emperor Zhu Tian aside. The thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor even assumed a position of imminent kneeling, intent on bowing before Xiao Yun. This scene left Xiao Yun utterly astonished, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out. What is happening? How can you, the esteemed ancient Dragon Emperor, bow to a mere junior? Xiao Yun was thoroughly confused, having no inkling of the circumstances or why he was being honored in such a manner. He hurriedly attempted to assist the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor to his feet, yet the latter persistently sought to prostrate himself. Dragon Ancestor, you have personally helped me up. I must pay my respects. No, no, no. Great Dragon Emperor, please do not demean me. Rise, I implore you. Xiao Yun was in a state of utter panic, too intimidated to permit the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor to kneel. Thus, the two found themselves in a bewildering entanglement of assistance and supplication. Meanwhile, on the other side, Emperor Zhu Tian wore a face of grievance. Dragon Ancestor? How could Xiao Yun possibly be the Dragon Ancestor? Father, you must be mistaken. Bang. Mistaken? I should have been mistaken about you, my ungrateful son. Before Emperor Zhu Tian could finish his sentence, he was struck into the ground by the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor, sinking deep like a mere radish, silencing him completely. The thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor then looked at Xiao Yun with eager anticipation. Dragon Ancestor, come. Let us return to the Dragon Clan. What nonsense is this Heavenly Source Grand Tournament? The rewards they offer are utterly insignificant. In contrast, the treasures accumulated over countless ages in the Imperial Dragon Heaven are yours to choose at will. Dragon Ancestor, you. Please, I am not the Dragon Ancestor you speak of. Spare me, great Dragon Emperor. Xiao Yun's lips twitched, caught between laughter and tears. He was all too aware that his true dragon bloodline was merely the result of refining a vast quantity of the system-enhanced flame dragon blood, inexplicably elevating him to the divine tier. While his bloodline might indeed surpass that of these three dragon emperors, he, Xiao Yun, was truly of human origin. He bore no connection whatsoever to the western regions or the dragons of the Imperial Dragon Heaven. Therefore, the dragon ancestor referred to by the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor could not possibly be him. Impossible. This cannot be. However, upon hearing this, the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor shook his head, bearing an expression of unwavering conviction. Though I have never truly seen the dragon ancestor, the accounts describe that upon encountering the dragon ancestor, all dragons revere his words, which undeniably confirms your identity. For who else but the dragon ancestor could possess a bloodline power that instills such fear in me, compelling me to consider submission? Dragon ancestor, you need not refuse. Since you have activated your bloodline, you are entitled to inherit all that belongs to the Imperial Dragon Heaven. This is your right, and none can obstruct it. The Dragon Clan needs you. I beseech you, join me and become the sovereign of countless dragons. The fervor in the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor's eyes intensified, almost bursting with impatience. Dragon Ancestor, the exalted heavenly source Dragon Ancestor. To serve as his protector would be the ultimate honor for the Dragon Clan. Even I, the thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor, would be no exception. I am merely a human. An ordinary human at that. Moreover, the Heavenly Source Grand Tournament has yet to conclude, and I cannot simply depart for the western regions. Xiao Yun chuckled wryly, utterly unable to clarify his position. The existence of the system was something he could never divulge. Attempting to explain it thoroughly was an insurmountable challenge. As a being of divine tier, true dragon blood, he inherently possessed the ability to suppress all lower dragon bloodlines. Yet, in the Heavenly Source continent, only the legendary Heavenly Source Dragon Ancestor could possibly hold the power to suppress these three ancient dragon emperors. This realization brought Xiao Yun a headache, as he felt the situation was slipping beyond his control. Ah, Dragon Ancestor, you need not overthink it. We do not covet your bloodline. The tales of the progenitor are simply too wondrous and awe-inspiring, leading us to hold an almost devout belief in the return of the Heavenly Source Dragon Ancestor. The thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor sighed deeply, appearing somewhat calmed, his tone softening considerably. Since you are not yet willing to return to the Dragon Clan, we shall not force you. Let Emperor Zhu Tian accompany you, as this is also the wager he made with you. Buzz. He then directly grasped Emperor Zhu Tian once more, slicing his fingertip, thereby binding him in a master-servant contract with Xiao Yun for a duration of 100 years, even in his unconscious state. Witnessing this, Xiao Yun finally exhaled in relief. But, Dragon Ancestor, this lad can only be considered your servant. He is far from qualified to safeguard your well-being. The thunder-slaying Dragon Emperor then spoke again. My Imperial Dragon Heaven boasts many dragon clans at the Imperial level, such as Qingji and Gulan. He whispered softly, and then with a swift motion of his right palm, he parted the void, revealing two figures. One was a man and the other a woman, both exuding an aura of terrifying might, akin to sovereigns of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Qingji, the youngest emperor of the Qingmu Dragon Clan, had cultivated for merely 40,000 years to attain the 4th rank of the emperor. Her Highness Dragon Ancestor had entrusted her to be your personal attendant. In the next instant, the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor pointed towards the stunning young girl clad in a blue dress, who appeared to be around 18 years of human age, and solemnly introduced her. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, what does the Dragon Ancestor signify? Upon hearing this, the girl in the blue dress flashed her beautiful eyes with a hint of confusion as she gazed at Xiao Yun. At this moment, Xiao Yun had returned to his human form. Even though she was a powerful emperor, she could not detect the slightest trace of true dragon bloodline. To her, he merely appeared as an ordinary human. Xiao Yun's true identity was that of the reincarnation of the dragon ancestor, Tian Yuan. This emperor has personally verified it. It could not possibly be false. What? Upon hearing the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor's words, even the highly cultivated Qingji could not help but exclaim in shock. Tian Yuan Dragon Ancestor, the legendary creator deity, actually possesses the essence of reincarnation? Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, is this truly the case? The tall man clad in black robes, named Gulan, also displayed a look of astonishment, incredulously stating, this matter is utterly inconceivable. Would I ever speak carelessly about the Dragon Ancestor's affairs? The Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and spoke with solemnity. Gulan, as the head of my personal guards, your cultivation has nearly reached the pinnacle of the Emperor level. From this day forth, the two of you shall serve in both light and shadow, ensuring the safety of the Dragon Ancestor. Should anything untoward happen to him, you shall present your heads to me. Boom. As he finished speaking, the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor's body erupted with thunderous sounds, and a violent aura swept through the entire space. We shall obey the command of the Dragon Emperor. Gulan responded resolutely. The two voices resonated in unison, indicating their awareness of the gravity of the situation. The reincarnation of the Dragon Ancestor must not be compromised. In an instant, their gazes towards Xiao Yun were filled with reverence and fervor. Suddenly bestowed with the protection of two emperors, Xiao Yun was taken aback and felt quite astonished. Two Dragon Clan emperors were actually willing to follow me. However, this doesn't seem too bad. Finally, the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor approached Xiao Yun's side and handed him a token that flickered with divine lightning. Your Highness Dragon Ancestor, should you find yourself in real peril, you may use this Imperial Dragon token to summon the three of us Dragon Emperors for rescue. At that time, even the Sea Palace Lord and the Demon Clan Emperor would not dare to show any insolence. Chapter 88. The Three Emperors of the Eastern Domain and Qingji's Oath of Loyalty. The Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor earnestly instructed. The reincarnation of the Dragon Ancestor bore profound significance for the entire Dragon Clan, and thus, no negligence could be afforded. Thank you, Uncle Lei, Xiao Yun expressed gratefully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt warmth in his heart. He could discern that the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor's words were not mere formalities. He was genuinely concerned for his safety. The dragon ancestor speaks with gravity. It is our duty as your juniors to consider your well-being. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's gratitude, the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor waved his hand dismissively. He then turned his gaze towards a certain point in the void and chuckled. The emperors of the Eastern Domain have arrived. Qingji, Gulan, you two shall accompany the dragon ancestor closely. Of course, for the time being. The dragon ancestor does not wish to reveal his identity, so do not draw unnecessary attention, the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor cautioned, then directly tore through the space to prepare to leave. Your Highness Dragon Ancestor, I shall take my leave. Please take care, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. Buzzing, as his words fell, accompanied by a low rumble in the space. The figure of the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor vanished without a trace. We bid farewell to your Majesty Dragon Emperor. Both Qingji and Gulan bowed in unison, watching the ripples in the space created by the tear gradually dissipate from view. Crack. In an instant, the space, which had been separated from the outside world, returned to its original state with a crisp sound, restoring its previous appearance. As if sensing the myriad presences from the outside, Gulan immediately melded with the void, entering an imperceptible alternate dimension. Meanwhile, Qingji lowered her aura to the initial stage of a saint, slightly bowing her head as she stood beside Xiao Yun, resembling a sweet and obedient little maid. Yet, within her pair of light blue, beautiful eyes, a glimmer of reverence flickered. Tian Yuan Dragon Ancestor. The true faith of the Dragon Clan passed down through the ages. She never imagined that she, Qingji, would serve as the attendant of the Dragon Ancestor. As if living in a dream. Xiao Yun, are you all right? Soon, voices from Jiangui and others echoed one after another. Accompanying their voices came several terrifying and overwhelming auras. It was evidently the Eastern Domain Emperors who had hurriedly arrived upon sensing the presence of the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor. Such a presence could not be mistaken. It was indeed the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor himself who had come. An elderly figure clad in a Taoist robe, with an ancient cauldron hovering beside him, spoke solemnly. He was one of the supreme elders of the myriad manifestations divine sect, titled Xiandao, a veteran emperor who had survived for 600,000 years. However, that dragon emperor should bear no ill will. He has already departed from the Eastern Domain. Beside Xiandao, a burly middle-aged man, resembling a mountain, pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Clad in golden armor, surrounded by brilliant divine radiance, and wielding a war spear. He resembled a golden war god. Wu Ji Emperor Shaolai. He was a top-tier emperor known for having slain 3 demon clan emperors. Yet, his expression remained grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor were to strike, Xiandao, Wuxiang, the 3 of us human emperors would not last even the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. As soon as Wu Ji Emperor spoke, Xiandao and another bald old monk fell silent. The 3 ancient dragon emperors possessed strength beyond imagination. What they represented was the true pinnacle of emperor power. A terrifying force capable of overlooking everything. Even the Lord of the Vedas, without the assistance of substantial heavenly power, would merely be able to draw even with them. What did someone of my caliber, not at the peak level of emperors, count for in their eyes? What was the intention behind the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor's actions? Xuandao's brow furrowed as he turned his gaze towards Xiao Yun and the others below. Upon seeing the comatose Di Ju Tian beside him, along with a green-haired girl in a blue dress from the Dragon Clan, he suddenly realized. Could it be that he had come to fulfill the bet regarding his offspring? The Dragon Clan places immense importance on their promises. So, this is the champion of the upcoming pre-selection competition, Xiao Yun? The bald old monk known as Wuxiang scrutinized Xiao Yun for a few moments. To defeat Di Ju Tian, this genius is indeed extraordinary. In an instant, a flicker of brilliance appeared in his eyes. The vitality within this child was exceedingly rich, beyond imagination. Most importantly, the colossal divine shadow he manifested during the competition must undoubtedly be a terrifying imperial technique. The origin of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land's extraordinary secret arts remains a mystery, prompting the unfathomable emperor to ponder deeply, his desire intensifying. Your Grace, the Dragon Ancestor, it appears that the bald monk harbors ulterior motives towards you. Should I eliminate him at once? Suddenly, the voice of Gulan echoed in Xiao Yun's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily and shake his head vehemently. No, absolutely not. That is our human race's unfathomable emperor, and he has not shown any ill intent thus far. Xiao Yun hastily interjected. What a jest. If Gulan were to slay the unfathomable emperor before the eyes of the public, I would surely be branded a traitor and expelled from the human race. Whoosh. Yet, in an instant, the unfathomable emperor seemed to disregard Xiao Yun, his figure flickering as he swiftly departed from the scene. Phew. It was only then that Xiao Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Sword Ghost, We shall take our leave for now. However, I must commend you on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Ha! The martial extreme emperor laughed heartily and, alongside the Xiandao emperor, stepped into the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the edge of the sky. Farewell to the esteemed emperors. The members of the sacred land bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to the 3 human race emperors. Xiao Yun, are you all right? The sword ghost approached Xiao Yun's side, glancing at the respectfully standing Qing Ji, then at the unconscious Diju Tian still lying in the void. His expression revealed a hint of peculiarity, but he still inquired with concern. Master, I am fine. The Dragon Emperor means no harm. He came today solely to facilitate the master-servant contract between me and Diju Tian, Xiao Yun explained with a smile. And this lady is. The sword ghost then turned his gaze towards Qing Ji. For reasons unknown, this seemingly mere Saint Realm dragon maiden evoked a sense of trepidation within him, rivaling that of the 3 emperors. She is Miss Qing Ji. As for her identity, Xiao Yun hesitated momentarily, struggling to find a suitable excuse. Qing Ji's cultivation, after all, was indeed at the formidable 4th order of the Emperor realm. Although the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor suggested she serve as his maid, did she genuinely wish to do so? I, Qing Ji, am now the servant of Master Xiao Yun, and I wholeheartedly wish to accompany my master for the rest of my life. In the midst of Xiao Yun's distress, Qing Ji spoke first. Determination etched on her delicate face. I hope my master does not disdain my mediocre talents and lowly cultivation. With that, she knelt at Xiao Yun's feet, exhibiting a demeanor of piety and reverence. Her words bore no hint of defiance. Instead, they brimmed with joy and pride, as though being by Xiao Yun's side was her utmost honor. Chapter 89. The Protective Qing Ji, acquiring a treasure trove of spiritual stones. This scene left the members of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land utterly astonished. Shouldn't the Dragon Clan be known for their pride and arrogance? To take in a son of a Dragon Emperor as a servant was one thing, but to additionally acquire a stunningly beautiful Dragon Maiden as a servant was beyond belief. Some of the sacred land's true inheritors felt a pang of envy and resentment upon witnessing this, wishing for a treatment they dared not even dream of. Miss Qing Ji, please rise. Xiao Yun, taken aback by Qing Ji's sudden act, quickly helped her to her feet. Though others may perceive Qing Ji's displayed cultivation as unimpressive, merely a maid bestowed upon him by the Thunder Annihilation Dragon Emperor, Xiao Yun knew her true strength was indeed solidly at the 4th order of the Emperor realm, and as a member of the Dragon Clan, her prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Thus, he could not truly regard Qing Ji as a mere maid, seeing her more as a companion. Thank you, my master, Qing Ji replied obediently, rising to her feet. In the presence of Xiao Yun, whom she considered a true ancestor, she dared not overstep her bounds, behaving as demurely as a dutiful wife. Well, as long as you are unharmed, the sword ghost remarked, shaking his head slightly. Though he sensed something amiss, he chose not to delve further into the matter concerning Qing Ji. The preliminary competition will conclude within 3 days. The official Tianyuan Grand Competition will commence 7 days after the preliminaries, held at the Ascending Heaven Divine Hall in the Central Domain. Shortly, your master ancestor will likely send a spirit vessel to escort you, so take these days to cultivate and prepare. The sword ghost gently patted Xiao Yun's shoulder, offering a few words of advice before turning to leave. Master Ancestor, the Divine K Emperor? Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yun nodded slightly. Finally, they were getting to the crux of the matter. The Tianyuan Grand Competition was about to begin, where the strongest from myriad races would gather in the Central Domain. Xiao Yun had long anticipated potential upheavals that might arise, and in his heart, he had already drawn conclusions. Now, with the entire Dragon Clan as his backing, he feared no risks. By then, the 3 Dragon Emperors would also make their appearances in the Central Domain. Unless the Lord of the Brahmin Heavens intervened, no one could possibly detain him. Ugh, my head aches. Sister Qing Ji, how did you end up here? At that moment, the long unconscious Ju Tian finally regained consciousness. He rubbed his head in confusion and then looked up at Qing Ji before him. You and I are both servants of Master Xiao Yun now, so we must remain by our master's side. Qing Ji replied with a gentle smile, her voice soft. What? I might have lost to that guy Xiao Yun, but you? Sister Qing Ji, woo woo woo. In the next instant, Diju Tian's expression changed dramatically. He attempted to say more, but Qing Ji waved her delicate hand, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds. That fellow, you, a junior dragon, dare to show such disrespect to the dragon ancestor. A chilling voice resonated in Diju Tian's mind, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, unable to utter another word. If you do not receive a lesson, Qing Ji, cease. The cold voice reverberated, yet it abruptly halted at Xiao Yun's gentle reprimand. Yes, master. Qing Ji's delicate face shifted slightly, quickly retracting all her intimidating aura directed at Diju Tian. However, Her gaze remained unfriendly, fixated on him like a venomous serpent. Ching. Diju Tian, frightened out of his wits, trembled, nearly on the verge of tears. Thank you, Xiao. Just as he was about to express his gratitude. The moment he uttered Xiao, he was met with Qing Ji's fierce glare, causing him to fall silent abruptly and hastily modify his words. Thank you, master. Diju Tian was at a loss, feeling as though he was caught in a storm of emotions. This Qing Ji was utterly unpredictable. What had he done to provoke her? Even if Xiao Yun were truly the reincarnation of the dragon ancestor, there was no need for such favoritism. Haha. Witnessing this amusing scene, Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Yet soon after, he recalled the almost barren state of his system space. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he seemed to have thought of a clever solution. Diju Tian, Qing Ji, would you be able to lend me some spiritual stones? Lend you spiritual stones? Qing Ji echoed, perplexed by this unfamiliar term. Diju Tian was equally perplexed. Well, it means to lend me some spirit stones, and I shall return them shortly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun managed an awkward smile. There was no alternative, for he found himself utterly destitute due to the insatiable appetite of his companion. The gluttonous Xiao He. I understand. However, I must apologize. The spirit stones I carry on my person are limited. Please pardon me, my lord. After a brief moment, Qing Ji appeared to have an epiphany. She swiftly produced a storage ring and handed it over. The contents were modest, amounting to merely 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. A trifling sum for her, a Dragon Clan Empress. No problem. I merely wish to conduct a small experiment, Xiao Yun replied with a smile, accepting the storage ring offered by Qing Ji. In the next instant, the familiar notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. The yield can be multiplied by 10,000 in quantity or quality. 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. I shall opt for the increased quantity. In the midst of his astonishment, he swiftly made his decision. Ding. The 10,000-fold quantity return has concluded. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. This was truly a windfall. Xiao Yun's heart soared with joy. While 10 billion spirit stones might not seem overly abundant for an empress, the staggering number of 100 trillion was likely unattainable for all but a few peak emperors who had cultivated for countless eons. Ahem, Qing Ji, I shall return these spirit stones to you first, and then you may give them back to me. Seemingly to validate a thought brewing in his mind, Xiao Yun cleared his throat and returned the storage ring to Qing Ji. Instantly, she wore a bewildered expression. Your Majesty, could it be that he is unwell? Chapter 90, System Bug, 800 trillion top-tier spirit stones. Despite her internal musings, Qing Ji maintained a respectful demeanor. As you command, my lord. Soon, she accepted the storage ring from Xiao Yun once more and promptly returned it to him. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. The yield can be multiplied by 10,000 in quantity or quality. As expected, upon receiving the storage ring, the familiar system prompt rang out again, igniting a spark of joy in Xiao Yun's heart. It truly allows for repeated gains. Is this not a bug in the system? 10,000 times the quantity. In the next moment, he immediately opted for the 10,000-fold quantity return once again. As for why he didn't choose the 10,000-fold quality, the reason was simple. If he were to apply this to a resource that exploits the system's bug, transforming it into a higher-tier item, he would inevitably lose the chance for repeated gains. That would be far too costly. Ding. The 10,000-fold quantity return has concluded. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. Instantly, the cold voice of the system echoed. Yet, at that moment, it resonated in Xiao Yun's ears like the most exquisite celestial melody, captivating him. 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones once again in hand. Qing Ji, continue. Xiao Yun's gaze ignited with fervor as he commanded her once more. Yes, Qing Ji felt a sense of helplessness, utterly perplexed by Xiao Yun's insistence on repeating what seemed a futile endeavor. However, as it was the command of the Dragon Clan Emperor, she complied without hesitation, unwilling to defy him. Ding. The 10,000-fold quantity return has concluded. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. Ding. The 10,000-fold quantity return has concluded. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 trillion top-tier spirit stones. Ding. 300 trillion, 400 trillion, 500 trillion, 600 trillion. The peculiar exchange left Diju Tian, who stood by, utterly dazed, as if his mind were overloaded. What on earth were they doing? Some sort of bizarre close-range beanbag toss game. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's heart was brimming with joy. By continuously repeating the yield, he had amassed an astonishing total of 800 trillion top-tier spirit stones. 800 trillion. Even the life savings of a peak emperor would scarcely amount to that, would it? Yet Xiao Yun could conjure this wealth out of thin air, requiring no sacrifice whatsoever. This sum would continue to swell, evolving into an increasingly terrifying figure. However, in the next moment, just as he reveled in his excitement, a different system notification unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected malicious use of system loopholes to amass resources. The yield rules have now changed. 1. Resource type yields can only be obtained once and cannot be repeatedly harvested. 2. All entities that have undergone system yield enhancements cannot receive a second yield increase. Xiao Yun's smile abruptly faltered. Surely not. I have merely amassed 800 trillion top-tier spirit stones, and the system has urgently patched this bug? Upon receiving the storage ring from Qingji again, the familiar sound of yield return failed to materialize. It was clear that, under the revised rules of the system, this 10 billion top-tier spirit stones could only undergo a one-time 10,000-fold increase. Qingji, there is no need to continue. He waved his hand, offering a wry smile. He then returned the storage ring containing the 10 billion top-tier spirit stones to Qingji. Now, with nearly 800 trillion top-tier spirit stones already in his system space, and since he could no longer reap repeated yield increases from this mere 10 billion, he naturally lost all desire to continue the endeavor. My lord, what is the matter? Qingji's beautiful eyes sparkled with confusion. Wasn't the Dragon Clan Emperor just in high spirits? Why had he suddenly turned somewhat despondent? You no longer require the spirit stones? She inquired, glancing at the storage ring in her hand, her gaze still filled with perplexity. No, it is unnecessary. You may keep them. I am not in immediate need of spirit stones, Xiao Yun replied, shaking his head slightly, offering no further explanation. After a few casual remarks, he led the 2 dragons and 1 dog back to the Tianxian Palace. Welcome back, Your Highness. Upon entering the Tianxian Palace, the 6 guardians bowed in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. First place in the preliminary competition, he had overwhelmed the Dragon Clan's Diju Tian, reducing him to servitude. The reputation of His Highness had already reverberated throughout the entire human realm, capturing the attention of numerous emperor-level figures. Such remarkable achievements, even in the ancient era, would place him among the most elite prodigies, a being destined to become an emperor in the future. Yes. Next, I shall need to enter seclusion for a few days. During this time, unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from disturbing me. Xiao Yun nodded and instructed the 6 guardians. He was not particularly concerned about the fame he had garnered from the preliminary competition. What mattered most to him was his strength. Although he now stands in the formidable state of the Nether God, capable of rivaling even the most formidable great saints, and could easily be regarded as a dominant force within the realms of ordinary mid-tier or even upper-tier empires, Xiao Yun is acutely aware that this is still far from sufficient. The Tianyuan continent is unimaginably vast. While the common folk may perceive those at the emperor level as the apex beings perched atop the pinnacle of the pyramid, they remain oblivious to the fact that ascending to the emperor realm merely signifies the initial step into the hallowed halls of peak power. Among the myriad races of the continent, each esteemed lineage boasts at least one emperor as its guardian. Furthermore, within the ranks of the supreme races, such as the human, demon, siren, and dragon clans, the number of emperors they possess far exceeds that of ordinary races, often by multiples or even dozens. This is no mere exaggeration. The true power concealed within the major races is far more complex and formidable than what the world imagines.